Chapter 1 Divorce. 10 o'clock at night. Su Zimo looked tired, and he pushed open the door with heavy steps. He was met with a string of dissatisfaction and irritability. Why did you come back just now? I'm almost starving to death. Looking up, I saw my wife Wang Pingping lazily leaning on the sofa, her eyes flickering with a bit of displeasure, but still full of charm. She was wearing a home dress made of ice silk. Although the clothes were loose, they cleverly outlined her graceful figure. Her every move showed the charm of a wife, and she looked like a beautiful young woman that made people's hearts beat faster. On the other hand, Su Zimo, who is already 30 years old, looks a little bloated due to frequent social engagements. With a height of 1.8 meters and a weight of nearly 170 pounds, he looks a little stout. In addition, he has no money to spend on himself, which makes him look poor and greasy. Su Zimo is satisfied with his current life. He has a stable job. Although his income is not high, only 12,000 yuan a month, his life in Star City is still very comfortable. His parents bought a house for their wedding, and he bought himself a Buick LaCrosse worth 190,000 yuan. He has a beautiful wife, so in the eyes of outsiders, he is at least very happy. Why don't you order takeout? Although Su Zimo was tired, he still leaned towards the sofa. What is the purpose of a man working outside to earn money? Isn't it to have a wife and children and a warm bed? A beautiful wife is his motivation to work hard. Where can I get the money to order takeout? Wang Pingping pushed him with her foot in disdain, with a look of disgust on her face, not letting him get close to her. Look how fat you are. Go cook. Are you going to starve me to death? Although Su Zimo was a little confused, he transferred his monthly salary to Wang Pingping on time, so how could he not even have money to order takeout? However, seeing that she didn't look very good, Su Zimo didn't say anything and dragged his tired body towards the refrigerator. Listening to the clanging sounds in the kitchen, Wang Pingping moved her body in disdain, turned her back to the kitchen, opened a book and posted a message. Ladies, my husband is already 30 years old, and his monthly salary is only 12,000 yuan. Is this normal? The comments section quickly exploded. Sister, your husband's salary is too low, isn't it? My husband is only 26 years old this year, and he received 36,000 last month. 12,000? And you're 30 years old? Are you sure you're not kidding? My best friend's husband makes more than this from any side job. Hurry up and change. This kind of man has no ambition. What future can you have with him? Sisters, don't let men drag you down, cut your losses now. Wang Pingping read those comments, and the grievance and unwillingness in her heart surged up like a tide. The more she read, the more she felt that she had lost a lot by marrying Su Zimo. At first, I thought he was steady and family-oriented, and his parents had a house, but what about now? My best friend's husband either earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a year or has several houses at home. At the very least, he is a civil servant with a stable job. And what about Su Zimo? Not only is her salary low, but there is also no fun in life. Other people's husbands always give her surprises on various holidays, but her life is as calm as a stagnant pool of water, without any sense of anticipation. I give him 500 pocket money every month, and he only knows how to buy cigarettes and gas? If you have snacks, after a few months, you can prepare a surprise for yourself that's not too big, right? Just as she was getting angrier and angrier, the screen of her cell phone suddenly lit up. It was a call from her brother Wang Chang. Wang Pingping sat up straight instantly and spoke in a slower tone. Hey, Xiaochang, what's wrong? Sister, I'm still short of 30,000 yuan for my wedding photos. Didn't you say you would transfer it to me today? I've made an appointment with the photo studio and will go for the photos tomorrow. Wang Xiangda's carefree voice came from the receiver. Wang Pingping's face froze. She just transferred the only 50,000 yuan left in her card to her younger brother this afternoon, asking him to pay a down payment first and buy a car so that she can save face in front of her future daughter-in-law. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so broke that you don't have money even for ordering takeout. She glanced at Su Zimo, who was busy in the kitchen, and her heart moved. She said anxiously, Xiaochang, don't worry. I'm in a bit of trouble. Your brother-in-law hasn't received his salary this month yet. It will probably take a few days. What? A few more days? That won't work. Wang Chang was immediately unhappy. Sister, I have already booked it. You should quickly tell my brother-in-law and ask him to find a solution, otherwise Shirley and I's wedding photos will be ruined. Wang Pingping hung up the phone, and the anxiety on her face could no longer be concealed. She took a deep breath and shouted towards the kitchen, Su Zimo, when will your salary be paid this month? I remember you got a bonus this month, right? Su Zimo was pouring pork rib soup into the casserole. Hearing this, he turned around, wiped his hands, and explained helplessly, the boss is on a business trip. It will take 2 or 3 days for him to come back to sign. This is how small companies are. The process is slow. The bonus has to be paid out as well. How can this be possible? Wang Pingping suddenly jumped up from the sofa, rushed to the kitchen door in 2 steps, put her hands on her hips, and said sharply, Xiao Chang is waiting for money to take wedding photos. Go and tell your boss to transfer the money first. Su Zimo's brows twisted into a knot. He put down the spatula in his hand and his tone became heavy. Pingping, can you be reasonable? The boss is on a business trip, and I'm not his biological son. How can I ask for money? Besides, don't we still have savings in our card for Xiaoqian's wedding photos? How can I have the money? Wang Pingping's voice rose several degrees, with a hint of guilt and anger. I gave all my money to Xiaoqian. He wants to get married, buy a car, and spend money on many things. You are a grown man, can't you even take out money for your brother-in-law's wedding photos? Su Zimo was about to retort when his cell phone rang urgently. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his father's call. He was shocked because his father rarely called him unless there was something urgent. He picked up the phone, but before he could open his mouth, his father's anxious voice came from the receiver. Zimo, your mother, she suddenly fainted. She is now in the emergency room of the second hospital. The doctor said the situation is not good, and asked you to come quickly. Su Zimo's head buzzed and he was about to fall. His mother had always been in poor health, but he had never expected her condition to suddenly become so serious. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Pingping, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Dad, I'll be there right away. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Su Zimo hung up the phone in a hurry, grabbed the car keys, rushed to Wang Pingping, and said with a hint of pleading, Pingping, my mother is seriously ill and is in the hospital. I have to go to the hospital quickly. Can you transfer me 10,000 yuan? I don't have much cash on me, and I only have a little pocket money in my card. Can you come with me to the hospital? When Wang Pingping heard 10,000 yuan and go to the hospital, her face instantly turned pale. She took a step back, as if Su Zimo was carrying some virus. What does your parents' illness have to do with me? Don't they have money? Didn't you say they have a pension? Wang Pingping's voice was as sharp as a knife, cutting through the original warmth in the air. Su Zimo's heart felt like it was being yanked hard, causing him severe pain. He tried to suppress the anger that was boiling in his chest and explained, Pingping, my mother is seriously ill. As the only son, how can I not go? The money for the wedding house was also paid by my parents. They are old now and in poor health. Don't mention the wedding house to me. A wedding house is a wedding house, and illness is illness. Wang Pingping interrupted him, saying resolutely, I don't have any money. I gave all my money to Xiaoqian. He's getting married, and as his sister, shouldn't I help him? Your parents have medical insurance and pensions, they will figure it out themselves. I can't help you at all even if I go. Su Zimo looked at the cold-faced woman in front of him, and the last bit of warmth in his heart was completely extinguished. He felt an unprecedented despair and anger. He wanted to yell and question, but he knew it was not the right time. His mother was still waiting for him in the hospital. He took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions, picked up the car keys, and rushed out the door without looking back. Downstairs, he took out his cell phone and called his college friend Li Ming. Lao Li, I need money urgently. Please lend me 20,000 first. My mother is seriously ill and is in the hospital. It was not until 2 o'clock in the morning that his mother's condition stabilized and Su Zimo was persuaded by his father to go home and rest. Dragging his tired body back home, Su Zimo opened the door and saw the living room in a mess. There were several half-eaten lunchboxes on the dining table, and the air was filled with a strong smell of seafood. He saw the logo on the lunchboxes at a glance, Su Ji Seafood. Su Zimo's anger instantly rushed to the top of his head. His mother was still in the hospital, her life or death uncertain, and he was struggling to raise money, and this woman actually ordered seafood takeout worth hundreds or thousands of dollars at home. He walked to the dining table and picked up a lunchbox, his hands shaking a little. Wang Pingping. What do you mean by this? My mother is still lying in the hospital, and I am struggling to raise money, and you are eating this at home? Wang Pingping came out of the bedroom at some point. She was wearing a silk nightgown, with messy hair and a sleepy face. When she heard Suzimo's question, she instantly became furious and lost all her sleepiness. Why are you yelling? What's wrong with me eating some seafood? I've worked so hard waiting for you at home, shouldn't I eat something good? What does your mother's illness have to do with me? I tell you, I just want to eat seafood today. Why, you have to control whether I eat seafood or not. Wang Pingping's voice was higher and sharper than Suzimo's, and was filled with hysterical anger. I care about you? What do I care about? Suzimo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at the leftovers on the table, his voice full of disappointment and despair. Look at you. Look at what you have done. My mother was seriously ill and in the hospital, but you didn't give her a penny, and you didn't even go to the hospital to see her. You gave all the money to your brother, and now the family doesn't even have money for emergencies. You still have the nerve to criticize me? Do you think my salary is too low? Wang Pingping's eyes turned red. She pointed at Suzimo's nose, her voice trembling with tears. Suzimo. Don't think I don't know what you say about me outside. I'm telling you, I've had enough. I'm tired of you, a loser with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. All my best friends' husbands earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan a year. If I follow you, what hope do I have in this life? I'm telling you, this life is unbearable. Divorce. Let's divorce. Divorce? Suzimo looked at the hysterical woman in front of him, and he suddenly felt more exhausted than ever before. He had given everything in the 7 years of marriage, but what did he get in return? Endless complaints, unreasonable troubles, and indifference and selfishness when his parents were in trouble. He felt a bone-chilling coldness that ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He looked at Wang Pingping's face, which was distorted by anger, and suddenly felt that everything was dull. Okay. Suzimo's voice was very light, but it carried an unquestionable determination. Let's divorce. The moment he finished speaking, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, as if it exploded directly in the depths of his soul, making his scalp numb. Ding! It is detected that the host has made the decision to divorce. The countdown for activating the godly rich system begins. Suzimo froze, thinking he was too tired and hallucinating. He rubbed his temples, trying to wake up. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the host, the Shinhouse system has been successfully activated. Task: complete the divorce procedures to get a novice gift pack and unlock all system functions. Suzimo's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at Wang Pingping blankly, while Wang Pingping continued to complain, completely unaware of the turmoil in his heart at the moment. He wasn't hallucinating. This voice was terrifyingly real. Divorce? Super rich system? An incredible ecstasy, accompanied by a hint of confusion, instantly swept through his exhausted body. Chapter 2 Say, No to Bad Temptations. Suzimo stood in front of the mirror, looking at the fat around his waist and his increasingly serious double chin, and sighed softly. Although his family was about to fall apart, there was light in his eyes. Task: complete the divorce procedures to get a novice gift pack and unlock all system functions. The 30-day cooling-off period has passed, and Wang Pingping got the divorce certificate as she wished. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she got into a BMW Mini. In the car was her best friend Huang Yuqing. Congratulations, Pingping, you are finally free. Lu Jun said he would like to invite us to Fisherman's Wharf to eat lobster. Let's go together? Okay. Wang Pingping hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. On the day she signed the divorce agreement, she moved out of her home and lived in Huang Yuqing's house. In the past month, Huang Yuqing had been mentioning Lu Jun to her frequently. They were classmates at the beginning, but Wang Pingping chose Suzimo, the handsome guy who sweated on the basketball court. The moment Suzimo got the divorce certificate, he couldn't wait to look at the panel. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the novice gift pack. This system is a task trading system. As long as you complete the daily tasks, you can get corresponding rewards. Suzimo took a quick look and couldn't wait to open the novice gift pack. As a super rich man, you must own your own luxury house. As a reward, you will have a super large flat with an area of 488 square meters in Binjiang Bay, 2 parking spaces, and you have paid the property management fee for 50 years. You will also be given 10 million yuan for decoration. Note, the decoration fee can only be used for this large flat. Riverside Bay, a 488 square meter apartment with luxurious decoration? 10 million for decoration? I have to say the system is really considerate. Knowing that I might not be able to pay the property fees or buy furniture, it still thoughtfully prepared 10 million yuan for decoration. Otherwise, even if he had a house, he might not be able to live in it. After calming down his joy, Su Zimo immediately opened his mobile phone and began searching for information about Binjiang Bay, such as the most beautiful luxury house in Changsha, Shenzhen Bay No. 1 in Changsha, the popular luxury house of internet celebrities, and so on. Of course, the most important thing is its price. The lowest price for a 488 square meter apartment is 35,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, this large flat is worth 17 million? This is truly a luxury house that only the super rich would buy. After all, in Star City, you can buy a very nice large flat for 2 or 3 million. Before Su Zimo could recover from his shock, a phone call came in. He chose to answer it, and a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Is that Su Zimo, Mr. Su? Yes. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm the agent from X and Binjiangwan sales office. My name is Lu Jiachi. We have just received your final payment. When will you be free to come and collect the house? Can I do it now? The main reason is that Su Zimo wants to confirm the authenticity of the Shinhouse system. Of course, you are always welcome. After hanging up the phone, Su Zimo took a taxi to Binjiang Bay. There was no way out. When signing the divorce agreement, although the house was left behind, the car went to Wang Pingping, along with 7 years of savings. It's frustrating, but there's nothing I can do. While still in the car, the phone rang again. Su Zimo picked up the phone and saw that the name displayed on the screen was Wang Chang. He frowned immediately. He didn't have a good impression of his brother-in-law. Every time he called him, he asked him for money. So Su Zimo hung up the phone without thinking too much. But then Wang Chang called again, several times in a row, and finally sent him a green bubble message. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? You keep hanging up on me. Transfer 30,000 yuan to me. I need it urgently for my wedding photos. Su Zimo was almost laughing out of anger. Not to mention that he has divorced Wang Pingping. Even if they haven't divorced, I am his father or his mother. Should I pay for the wedding photos myself? Moreover, with such an arrogant tone, how could he sound like begging for help at all? Originally Su Zimo was going to block the person directly, but then he thought of something. He had been planning the wedding photos before he got divorced last month. It didn't make sense that the 30,000 yuan hadn't been gathered yet. This brother-in-law must be using this as an excuse to ask for more money from me for other purposes. I immediately sent him a message. You go to the photo studio and wait. I will transfer your salary to you after it arrives. This month's bonus should be 18,000 yuan. I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you later. Only 10,000, how can this be enough? At least transfer 17,000 to me. Wang Chang on the other end was obviously very dissatisfied and sent 2 messages in succession. 15,000. If it's more, I won't be able to explain to your sister. In order to appear more authentic, Su Zimo bargained. The fact that Wang Chang is still asking him for money shows that Wang Pingping has not told her family about their divorce. Okay, then turn around soon. Wang Chang on the other side agreed reluctantly, without any suspicion that Su Zimo was playing a trick on him, and he walked into a mall with his friends, not only ordering wine, but also ordering a girl for each of them. Shabby. Su Zimo cursed inwardly and directly chose to block and delete the message. As for what would happen to Wang Chang, that was not something he needed to consider. Soon he arrived at Riverside Bay. Lu Jiachi was waiting on the roadside early, but saw a BYD Qin driving over, and then Su Zimo got out of the car. She took a quick look. The man in front of me is tall, but a little bloated. However, his facial features look good. If he loses weight, he should be quite handsome. As for her clothes, they can only be described as ordinary. Ms. Lu? Su Zimo asked tentatively. After all, Lu Jiachi was wearing quite formal work clothes. She wore a well-cut white shirt with a slightly open collar, which just showed off her slender neck, making her look capable yet feminine. The hem of the shirt was meticulously tucked into a dark blue short skirt, which was just knee-length, maintaining a sense of professional formality while cleverly outlining her graceful figure. She wore a thin belt of the same color around her waist, and the simple metal buckle on the belt sparkled in the sun, subtly enhancing the overall sense of fashion and layering. She wore a pair of black pointed high heels, and the delicate thin straps on the uppers were wrapped around her ankles, adding a bit of feminine and soft temperament to her. Her hair falls naturally on her shoulders, and a few strands of hair gently brush across her cheeks, adding a touch of casual elegance to her. Her makeup is elegant and delicate, and the delicate base makes her skin look as smooth as porcelain. The light eyeshadow and long eyelashes complement each other, making her eyes brighter and more energetic. A touch of just the right bean paste colored lipstick not only improves her complexion, but also maintains her professional stability. Lu Juchi was stunned for a moment, but her good professionalism allowed her to react quickly. "Are you Mr. Suzimo?" "It's me." Suzimo quickly took out his ID card and handed it over. He also knew that his current appearance did not look like someone who could afford a large flat in Riverside Bay. After all, anyone who can afford a 17 million mansion must be worth at least 100 million, right? "Mr. Su, please follow me." After confirming Suzimo's identity, Lu Juchi leaned forward slightly, revealing her cleavage, made a pleased gesture, and then twisted her body and walked in front. The professional skirt was already tight, and as she moved, it outlined an eye-catching curve. Suzimo couldn't help but take a few more glances. After abstaining from sex for a month, to be honest, he was a little irritable. Of course he would say no to bad temptations before, but now. "I already have a super rich system, and I'm still single, how can I treat myself badly?" Lu Juchi took him all the way to a luxurious VIP reception room and began to introduce the house to him. Mr. Su was purchasing a 488 square meter, 5-bedroom, 3-living room, 4-bathroom luxury apartment in our Jang Yui palace. "If everything is correct, Mr. Su, please sign here." As she spoke, she took out a contract and handed it to Suzimo respectfully. Since it was originally purchased by the system, Suzimo was very reassured. He just took a quick look and signed several contracts under her guidance. These included contracts for parking spaces, property fees, etc., and he also saw his own house number. "Building 1, 1701. Can you show me the house?" Suzimo was already a little impatient. "Of course, Mr. Su, this way please." Lu Juchi had a bright smile on her face. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Moreover, Mr. Su had already paid the full amount without even seeing the house. It looks like he should be a low-key wealthy man. Although her figure is a little out of shape, she is only 30 years old and so young. I don't know if she is still single. "Mr. Su, we at Binjang Bay have VIP level security. The gate access control, elevator control and storage all require your authorization, otherwise we can't press the room number on your floor." While handling these formalities, Lu Juchi was also explaining to him that, for example, the property also has a private butler, and that as long as the owner has any needs, they will respond within 5 minutes, etc. Suzimo, who had never been exposed to these things, was like a bumpkin, but he was able to remain calm. With the system, he was confident. "After working for half an hour, I finally arrived at 1701. After entering the door, Suzimo's first impression was that it was very spacious, and the floor height was 4.5 meters, with river views everywhere. According to Lu Juchi, the house was originally a luxurious decoration with an area of 11,000 yuan per square meter, and all the items were from famous brands, but it seemed a bit empty without any furniture. "Mr. Su only needs to buy some furniture and he can move in." Suzimo was excited inside, but his face was calm. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Juchi, and asked, "I wonder if Miss Lu can help with the configuration?" "Sure." After Lu Juchi agreed, she realized that she had lost her composure. She smiled shyly and said, "Mr. Su can actually leave these things to his exclusive private butler. Of course, I can also do all of this for Mr. Su. I forgot to tell Mr. Su that I studied interior art design before." Although she mentioned a private butler, her subsequent words clearly showed that she still wanted to get this job. "This is a very good job." Chapter 3 Circle of Friends. It doesn't matter who you assign it to. What's more, Lu Juchi in front of him is quite good looking. By the way, why doesn't this system come out to give a score? Suzimo was thinking about it when the system suddenly popped up a prompt. "Do you want to check Lu Juchi's information?" Check. Name, Lu Juchi. Age, 24. Height, 166. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Body size, 88. Experience, T0. As expected, she is quite beautiful. You know, my ex-wife Wang Pingping was the class beauty, but her score was only around 75. Now she can be called a top-notch wife. With a score of over 80, she can be considered a school beauty. This is indeed the case. When Lu Juchi was in college, she was a campus belle. However, due to her poor family background, she was very pragmatic and did not give herself up easily. After graduation, she chose to come to Binjiangwan to work as a salesperson. Actually, she was also thinking of trying her luck. Just now, Su Zimo had been secretly looking at her. In fact, Lu Juchi had always known it, but she just pretended not to see it, and she also showed off her advantages intentionally or unintentionally. Then I'll leave it to you. Su Zimo said it calmly, but Lu Juchi was a little excited. However, she still asked tentatively, I wonder what Mr. Su's budget is. Just 10 million. 10 million? Lu Juchi was shocked. Although there are many people who spend 10 million to buy a house, there are very few people who spend 10 million to add some things in furniture. Moreover, by this calculation, Su Zimo has spent more than 27 million on this house. What is the net worth of such a person? Lu Juchi was moved. Although she had met many wealthy men, they were all old and had families. Some of them secretly offered to give her tens of thousands of yuan every month, but she politely declined. She actually knew very well that she only had one chance to make a choice, and if she made the wrong choice, she would have to make do with it in the future. She longs to escape from her current life. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will never let you down. Lu Juchi tried her best to calm down, made a promise in front of Su Zimo, and said, Mr. Su, I will make a rendering for you right away. TSK. Still an action man. Good. Afterwards, Lu Juchi left, and Su Zimo was the only one left in the 488 square meter mansion. He came to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the rushing Shangjiang River, feeling inexplicably excited. After a long time, he calmed down and took a 9-square photo of his new house. After thinking about it, he edited a copy, choose a city to live in and meet beauty. When posting the message, he blocked his relatives and friends in detail. Soon, people started to like and comment on his post in the circle of friends. Some were surprised, some were in disbelief, and some were gloomy. Su Zimo didn't bother to pay attention to them. Didn't he post this message on WeChat Moments just to go fishing? Soon, the first fish took the bait. Gu Xiaoxian, wow, big house, where is this house, did you buy it today? It looks so big, and the river view is so beautiful. Gu Xiaoxian was at work at this time. Su Zimo was the leader of the company's technical team. He was a very kind person, but he didn't look very rich. Could it be a hidden rich second generation? Although she knew that Su Zimo was already married, she still gave appropriate emotional value. The corners of Su Zimo's mouth twitched slightly. This tea sister has a few fishes in the company. She seems to be close to everyone, but actually keeps her distance. Several colleagues are completely fascinated by her. They basically spend all their salary on her, but have never even held her hand. If it were in the past, Su Zimo would of course keep his distance, but now, there's no harm in chatting. Soon, she sent a green bubble message. Gu Xiaoxian, Brother Su, where did you buy this house? Su Zimo, Binjiang Bay. Wow, Binjiang Bay, it is said that the lowest price of houses there is 21,000 yuan per square meter. Gu Xiaoxian was shocked. The housing prices in Xingqing are actually not high. Some very good houses with river views cost around 3 million. But Riverside Bay is different. The smallest mansion there is 320 square meters, and the starting price is at least 6 million. Moreover, the 9-square grid that Su Zimo posted is obviously not the smallest one. I'm afraid it will cost tens of millions to start? Su Zimo is actually so rich? Brother Su, you are so awesome. You actually bought a house in Binjiang Bay. I wonder when you can invite us colleagues to visit your new house. Obviously, she still wanted to see it with her own eyes. Su Zimo was of course aware of the little trick she was using, but he still replied, no problem. Meanwhile, Fisherman's Wharf. Wang Pingping, Huang Yuqing, and a 1.60 meter tall but burly fat man were eating. Wang Pingping was still a little reluctant. After all, she was obsessed with looks, otherwise she would not have chosen to be with Su Zimo. However, after experiencing the hardships of life, her mentality began to change. Thank you Lu Jun for treating us to a feast. This meal must be expensive, right? Huang Yuqing had obviously accepted the benefit and kept passing topics to Lu Jun. It's not a lot of money, so feel free to order whatever you want. Lu Jun has a big belly. Although he is only 1.65 meters tall, he weighs almost 1.70 pounds. Then we won't be polite. Huang Yuqing smiled sweetly and ordered several dishes immediately. Chuji's lobster is delicious, but it is not cheap. The dishes were ordered quickly. Seeing that Lu Jun was like a dog, constantly moving towards Wang Pingping and trying to please her, Huang Yuqing felt disdainful in her heart, but still gave him some assists from time to time. The light bulb was boring. Huang Yuqing was casually scrolling through her circle of friends and soon saw the 9-square grid that Su Zimo had just posted. She was stunned for a moment. Didn't Su Zimo just get a divorce certificate with Wang Pingping? Is he going to buy a house? She was a little skeptical. After all, Huang Yuqing knew that all Su Zimo's money was managed by Wang Pingping, and Su Zimo's parents were just ordinary employees. However, when she opened the first picture, she immediately lost her composure. Huang Yuqing could clearly see the landmark buildings in the river view, and also looked at the other pictures in the 9-square grid. X and Riverside Bay? As a socialite, how could Huang Yuqing not be familiar with Binjiang Bay? She dreamed of marrying the owner of Binjiang Bay. Su Zimo actually bought a house in Binjiang Bay? How is this possible? Huang Yuqing was aware of the prices of large flats in Riverside Bay, and even if he went to view the house, he had to verify his capital. At least 5 million. Does Su Zimo have that much money? She originally thought it was a picture from the internet, but although Su Zimo was not in the picture, she was sharp-eyed and could clearly see the face reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. It's Su Zimo. At that moment, Huang Yuqing's breathing stopped. Wang Pingping was annoyed by Lu Jun's harassment, but she endured it when she thought of his annual income of 50 or 60. She glanced at him casually and saw her best friend who was in a daze. She took the opportunity to approach her and asked, "Xingxing, what's wrong with you?" "Huh? Your friend bought a house?" Because of the divorce, she and Su Zimo had deleted each other, and Su Zimo also changed her profile picture, causing her to not recognize him at first, but she soon saw the note. Su Zimo. Chapter 4, The Ex-Husband Has Become Rich? After the divorce, he still pretended to be so good. He even dared to post the pictures he found online on WeChat Moments. Isn't he ashamed? Wang Pingping reacted quickly and expressed her disdain. How could she not know Su Zimo's situation? But the house in the photo was exactly the mansion she had always dreamed of. Huang Yuqing was silent and was about to explain, but Lu Jun came over and asked, "What's going on?" Because of the distance, he could only roughly see that it was a Riverview apartment. His fleshy face showed his wealth. "I also went to see a Riverview apartment some time ago and was about to buy it. If Pingping is willing, you can add your name to the property title." He did not hide his feelings at all, and even felt that Wang Pingping, who looked like a married woman, was more attractive. Huang Yuqing couldn't help but interrupt at this time. "Mr. Lu, are you going to buy a luxury house in Binjiang Bay? Then my Pingping will enjoy a good life in the future." Riverside Bay? Lu Jun's face froze. His annual income is indeed around 50, but his expenses are not low either. He goes to shopping malls from time to time, leaving him with almost nothing left in his pocket. How could he possibly afford a house in Riverside Bay? I heard the houses over there are average. If you want to sell them after buying them, you'll have to pay at least 100. High housing prices and high property fees are indeed not affordable for ordinary people. However, although Lu Jun's words made sense, Huang Yuqing didn't take them seriously. How many people who can really afford the luxury homes in Riverside Bay care about these things? To put it bluntly, Lu Jun still can't afford it, and he's afraid he doesn't even have the qualifications to view the house. "Xingxing, are houses in Riverside Bay very expensive?" Compared to Huang Yuqing, who is a socialite, Wang Pingping obviously doesn't understand these things. The cheapest one would cost at least 6 million. Even if you want to view a house, you have to pass the capital verification. Huang Yuqing's words made Wang Pingping's eyes widen. 6 million? Su Zimo, where did he get so much money? But, if it is true, does it mean that my ex-husband has been hiding his income and property? Wang Pingping suddenly had an idea. No wonder Su Zimo agreed so easily when I mentioned divorce. Hurrah! Wang Pingping couldn't sit still any longer, so she pulled Huang Yuqing away. It wasn't until they got into the BMW Mini that she said, "Xingxing, you have to help me." After hearing her story, Huang Yuqing was stunned for a moment before saying, if Su Zimo really concealed his marital property, he can indeed get it back. But the mansion in the photo posted by Su Zimo is not worth only 6 million, it should be at least tens of millions, right? With his company, it's not certain whether the boss can get 10 million, let alone he is just an employee. So the first thing to confirm now is whether Su Zimo really bought a house in Binjiang Bay. They decided to try their luck. However, Lu Jun was dumbfounded. He ordered a table of dishes, but the girl ran away? Moreover, no matter whether it was the message sent to Wang Pingping or Huan Yuqing, it fell on deaf ears. What? Lu Jun was very annoyed. The whole table cost more than 1,000 yuan, and in the end he could only choose to take it away. Su Zimo's green bubble became lively. At first, he replied to a few messages, but he only selectively read the rest. Then he called up the system panel. You can accept one task every day, and you will get the corresponding reward after completing it. If you don't complete it on the same day, you can choose to keep it or refresh a new task the next day. Note, all rewards have been processed by the system and are absolutely safe and reliable. Su Zimo was a little speechless. He still has some free hobbies, such as reading novels, but other people's systems give him hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars directly, so why does he still need to complete tasks to get rewards here? But he still said silently from the bottom of his heart, accept it. Loading the task. My name is Tu Lei. I came to Lopner with my friends for an adventure. Because the tire got stuck in the sand, I fell behind. Now I have drunk all the purified water in the car. It is so hot outside and I dare not get out of the car. I am so thirsty. If someone can give me a bottle of mineral water now, I am willing to exchange it for 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water? Su Zimo took a look at the Baishuishan liquor in his hand that he had just taken a sip of. System prompt, Baishui Mountain detected, do you want to trade? Yes. As Su Zimo silently recited, the Baishui Mountain in his hand disappeared out of thin air, and then a text message came on his mobile phone. China Construction Bank, a deposit of 10,000 renminbi was made into your account 8445 at 1605 on May 29, and the available balance is 10,185 renminbi. After a brief surprise, Su Zimo became quite excited. A bottle of water was exchanged for 1 month's salary. It seems that becoming a wealthy person is just around the corner. At this moment, Lu Juchi called up and said, Brother Su, do you want to see the renderings? Okay. It just so happened that the room was empty and there was not even a place to sit, so Su Zimo agreed. They came to the VIP room again, and Lu Juchi put the laptop in front of him and took out a list and a pen and gave it to him. Brother Su, take a look at the list and cross out anything you're not satisfied with. Obviously, Lu Juchi had done his homework long ago, otherwise it would have been impossible to produce the renderings so quickly. Su Zimo actually didn't know much about these, but the results of Lu Juchi's work were indeed very good. Moreover, she marked the brand and price of each piece of furniture in great detail. It is really thoughtful. Su Zimo even saw his own shadow in her. Without a good background, as long as there is a little opportunity in front of you, you will try your best to grab it. That's why he lives such a tiring life, working 12 hours a day. It's a pity that he worked so hard but all he got was a luxury car for his boss. If Lu Juchi can get on with it. The 88-point figure can be seen from the appearance, and Su Zimo is still very much looking forward to it. But he remained calm. Speaking first will not only make you lose your composure, but also lose the initiative. Next, Su Zimo looked at the rendering carefully, and the pen kept spinning in circles on his fingertips. Lu Juchi's eyes fell on his fingertips. This brother Su's hobby is really special. He actually likes to play with her pen. Yes, I am very satisfied. Su Zimo took a look at the list and found that these furniture were really not cheap. They cost more than 7 million. Is this the world of the rich? However, there are still more than 2 million. Su Zimo didn't want to waste the decoration money given by the system. There's another 2.6 million to buy a new ventilation system, and I can add smart home technology to the system, and... While Lu Juchi was speaking, her eyes were intentionally or unintentionally fixed on his fingertips. TSK. I don't know how long Mr. Su will stop playing. Aren't you tired of it? Okay, make a list first. Su Zimo readily agreed. After all, it was the system that paid for it, so as long as it didn't exceed 10 million, it would be fine. Thank you Mr. Su for your trust. Lu Juchi was a little excited. This was a big order. Even if she didn't make any profit from it, she could establish connections that she had not been able to make before. Seeing Su Zimo put down his pen and was about to leave, Lu Juchi suddenly said, "It's getting late. I wonder if I would have the honor to invite Mr. Su to dinner." The meal was fake, mainly because she wanted to get closer to Su Zimo. Chapter 5, Something Easy. Since the beautiful woman invited him, Su Zimo had no reason to refuse. Finally, based on the tastes of both of them, Lu Juchi chose a pretty good Hunan restaurant. Su Zimo was embarrassed. Although the novice gift package gave him a luxury house, he didn't have a car now. If he hadn't just completed a task, he would not be able to afford it even if he wanted to pay for it. It's a super rich system, but it's so stingy. Ding, if the host does not need it, this system will immediately unbind it and randomly bind a lucky reader. Don't! Su Zimo suddenly felt that doing tasks was a good thing. He could do it himself and have enough food and clothing. Mr. Su, would you like to take my car? Good. Su Zimo didn't explain why he didn't drive over, leaving Lu Juchi to imagine it herself. The two walked out to the open-air parking lot. Lu Juchi walked in front, twisting her body, which was very provocative. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Pingping and Huang Yuqing, who had no hope. Did he really buy a house in Riverside Bay? Huang Yuqing felt unbelievable. It was obvious that Lu Siki was a salesperson at Binjiang Bay. She was so polite to Su Zimo, it was obvious that she was a customer. Wang Pingping was very excited and shouted, "Great, he really did hide his assets. This is all her money. She wants half." No, since Su Zimo was at fault first by hiding the assets during the marriage, he should be kicked out of the house with nothing. She was about to get out of the car to catch him in the act, but Su Zimo had already gotten into Lu Juchi's car and quickly drove away from another exit. Wang Pingping was so angry that she stamped her feet. Huang Yuqing comforted her, "Pingping, don't worry, it's yours and it won't get away. Just find a lawyer to check it out, right?" "Yes, find a lawyer. I was deceived by him. He hid such a huge amount of property during the marriage. It is a serious fault and he should be kicked out of the house." Wang Pingping hurriedly asked Huang Yuqing to take her to see a lawyer. The law firm certainly took this case seriously. If Su Zimo really hid his marital property, it would be impossible for him to leave the house with nothing. However, considering the huge amount, the lawyer fees would not be a small amount. So the receiving lawyer certainly takes it seriously. "Lawyer Chen, you must make him leave the house with nothing." Wang Pingping's mind was filled with millions of dollars, and she just wanted to get the mansion that belonged to her. "Ms. Wang, please don't worry. Our law firm can apply for permission to check the source of all assets under your ex-husband's name, but it will take some time." "It still takes time? Why not now?" Wang Pingping was very anxious, as if she was afraid that Su Zimo would squander her money. Lawyer Chen was helpless, but he still patiently educated her on the law, because all evidence sources must be reasonable and legal, and comforted her, "Don't worry, as long as your ex-husband has concealed assets during the marriage, no matter how long it has been, I can get it back for you." There was no other way. Wang Pingping could only go back to Huang Yuqing's residence and wait for news. The other side. Wang Chang and a few friends were having a great time. He even ordered two by himself and was hugged by them, looking very happy. According to the rules of the underworld, he can pay for the drinks, but he has to pay for what he ordered himself. With the 15,000 yuan promised by Su Zimo, it is definitely enough. "Brother, stop touching me and sing a song." A girl next to him who was wearing heavy makeup couldn't stand him anymore, and her stockings were full of holes. How come this guy seems like he has never seen a woman before? Wang Chang is also suffering. Although his girlfriend is very beautiful, he is not allowed to touch her without a marriage certificate. Although he is still preparing for the civil service exam and has no income, he has a good sister. He roughly calculated the price of the drinks, leaned over to talk to a girl, and then the two of them went into the bathroom. A minute later, Wang Chang walked out of the toilet, lit a cigarette, and entered a state of no desire or demand. "Brother Chang, my family is urging me to go home, so why don't we just withdraw?" One of the friends came over after answering a phone call. "Okay." Wang Chang also felt bored and immediately opened the green bubble. The next moment, his brows furrowed. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Su Zimo hadn't transferred the money to him yet. He was furious and immediately typed, "What are you doing? Why haven't you transferred the money to me yet?" The tone was as impolite as ever. But a glaring exclamation mark popped up on the green bubble. Wang Chang was stunned. The useless brother-in-law who used to indulge him in every way actually blocked him? You know, the Wang family has never been satisfied with Su Zimo, and the reason is that Su Zimo's family is poor and has no money. Wang Chang also felt that this brother-in-law was not worthy of his sister, so he refused to even call him brother-in-law. After a moment of shock, Wang Chang quickly came to his senses, a nameless fire burning in his chest. "Damn it, Su Zimo, you dare to block me?" His tone was full of indignation, as if Su Zimo had done something unforgivable. But it was difficult for him to express this directly. After all, they were shopping in Mall K, so how could he tell his sister Wang Pingping directly? But that didn't stop him from making trouble and criticizing Su Zimo. Wang Pingping became increasingly cold and disgusted with Su Zimo, and the attitude of her brother-in-law Wang Chang undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Wang Chang immediately called Su Zimo. As soon as the call was connected, he yelled, "Su Zimo, you bastard, why did you block me?" Beep. The call was hung up, so I called again, but the receiver said, "Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment." Wang Chang's expression changed immediately. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Su Zimo had blocked his green bubble and phone number. Got cheated. Originally, he just wanted to extort some money from Su Zimo for a foot wash or something, but Su Zimo said he could give him 15,000 yuan. His family is also poor, and his parents and sister have almost been drained of their money preparing for his wedding. Where is he going to get more than 10,000 yuan now? If you can't come up with the money. Looking at the friends around him and the two girls whose faces suddenly changed, Wang Chang couldn't help but shudder. Su Zimo was eating with Lu Jiaqi. Although he hung up the phone, he could still hear the noisy sound on the other end. If it is just a normal KTV, obviously there will be no girls' laughter. Although he had never been to Shanghai, he knew that a trip to such a place was not cheap. Wang Chang called him in such a hurry, fearing that he could not come up with the money. Just as he was about to put down the phone, he seemed to think of something. Su Zimo decided to help his brother-in-law. "I found a person named Tang Sini in the green bubble, edited a message and sent it to her. Sini, Jiangzi seems to be in some trouble, you should contact him." Tang Sini is actually a good girl, but it's a pity that she was so blind that she chose Wang Chang. "Brother Su, what can I do for you?" Lu Jiaqi asked cautiously. Su Zimo was different from the rich people she had met before. He was not arrogant at all, so the two of them got along quite well. Fine. Su Zimo was in a good mood and felt that today's meal was particularly delicious. Chapter 6. The second mission is here. "Brother Chang, my wife is about to give birth, I have to go back first, you can have fun slowly." "Jiangzi, I suddenly remembered that we are still stewing pork ribs at home." Wang Chang watched as his friends found all kinds of outrageous excuses to leave. He was distracted and then he remembered that these guys had not paid for the girls he ordered. Just as he was about to chase out, he was blocked at the door of the box by the manager who came over. The manager said with a fake smile, "Where are you in such a hurry to go, Brother Wang?" "No. I didn't go anywhere." Wang Chang became timid, but still mustered up the courage to sit back down. "Bring me another dozen glasses of wine, I haven't had enough fun yet." "Can." The manager followed in and handed over a receipt. "Brother Wang, please settle the bill first. The drinks and the girls in the private room, a total of 22,800. "More than 20,000? Wang Chang stood up immediately and said, "Besides, why should their spending be charged to me? I only buy my own. You booked this box, so of course I'll come to you." The manager's tone became increasingly impolite. He was certain that without some tricks, Wang Chang would not be able to come up with the money. This is really new. There are actually people who dare to default on their debts in our Bilong Pavilion. The manager said this and smiled at the two burly men who came in. That smile looked scary to Wang Chang. He stiffened his neck and said, "Who said I want to default on my debt? I just don't want to be the one who gets taken advantage of." He was indeed a bit wronged. So the manager gave him time to raise the money and waited for Wang Chang to call those friends one by one. Of course, no one answered the phone. "I don't want to get involved in what's going on between you and your friend, but you have to settle today's bill, or you won't be able to leave here unscathed," the manager threatened. Wang Chang shuddered, he knew exactly what these people were capable of. But now, even if he deducted the expenses of those people, he couldn't afford more than 10,000 yuan to pay the bill. So, he plucked up his courage and called his mother. "Mom, I have some problems here and I need 23,000 yuan. Before he finished speaking, his mother yelled, "Where is the money at home? We still owe your second uncle 150,000 yuan and your eldest uncle 90,000 yuan. All in all, even with Su Zimo's savings, the family still owed more than 400,000 yuan in order to arrange Wang Chang's marriage. In fact, it was not Tang Sini who asked for it, but Wang Chang's family raised money to buy him a house in Xingqing in order to save his face. Bride price? Tang Xini knew Wang Chang's family background. After all, he was from a rural area in the county, so she simply exempted him. After all, she was attracted by Wang Chang as a person who was upright, kind, and motivated. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone. Seeing that he didn't get the money, the manager's patience, which was already limited, was almost worn out, so he decided to give him some strength. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is a society ruled by law. Although he said this, Wang Chang kept backing away. At this moment, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. My favorite baby. It was his fiancée Tang Xini. He had fallen in love with this beautiful young girl since his freshman year, and had been pursuing her for 4 years. Even though she was not allowed to hold hands, he had no complaints. Now we have finally reached the final stage. Of course, Wang Chang didn't dare to answer it. Just as he was about to put the phone back in his pocket, the manager snatched it from his hands. My phone, give me back my phone. He wanted to snatch it from the manager, but was pinned to the ground by 2 strong men. No matter how he screamed, he couldn't move. Under Wang Chang's horrified gaze, the manager answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello. Who are you? Tang Xini on the other side was stunned for a moment. She called naturally because of Su Zimo's reminder. The wedding date was approaching and she was afraid that something might happen to him. But when the phone was connected, she heard a strange voice. This is Bilong Pavilion. Wang Chang spent 23,000 yuan here. Please transfer the money over. Hearing this, Wang Chang suddenly lost all his energy and let the 2 strong men press him down without even making a sound. 23,000? Tang Xini didn't understand. She knew the Wang family situation and even contributed a lot of money to the preparations. But Wang Chang just spent 23,000 yuan? After the manager explained the consumption items, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The sunny and upright image that Wang Chang had always created in front of Tang Xini suddenly collapsed. Let him pay for his actions. The call was hung up again. Soon, Wang Chang's screams were heard from the box. Finally, under the pressure of the manager, Wang Chang called Wang Pingping. She was discussing with Huang Yuqing how to get Su Zimo out of the house with nothing when she received a call from her brother. Sister, come and save me. After Wang Pingping found out, she wanted to hang up the phone. Sister, if you don't bring the money, they're going to kill me. Hearing Wang Chang's screams, she still couldn't bear it. Pingping, what's wrong? Huang Yuqing was a little curious about why her expression changed so quickly. Nothing. Wang Pingping didn't tell the truth, but she still had to save her brother. After hesitating for a long time, she said to Huang Yuqing, Qingqing, can you lend me some money first? Although they were divorced, she didn't get any money. Who told her to give all her savings to Wang Chang? Huang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but still asked, how much do you want? 23,000. So much? In order to maintain her image as a socialite, Huang Yuqing appears to be glamorous, but in fact she has no savings at all. Qingqing, it's really urgent. I'll give it to you right away after I share it with Su Zimo. Huang Yuqing didn't think Wang Pingping would not return it, but she couldn't afford it now, so she said, Pingping, you know me, I just bought the magic water a few days ago. However, although I have no money, you can ask Ma Baba to borrow it first. Although she had to pay some interest, considering that her brother was suffering, Wang Pingping gritted her teeth and borrowed it. Of course Su Zimo didn't know this. After paying the bill, he chose to take a taxi home. Looking at his almost empty home, he was not depressed at all. He planned to move in once the renovation of the house in Riverside Bay was completed. Let's sell this house. Soon, the time came to 12 o'clock, and the system task of the super rich man was refreshed. Loading the task. I am an accountant. Those women on the internet were so awesome that I couldn't help myself and transferred more than 13 million yuan from the company's account to various platforms. The truth was soon revealed and I was sentenced to 10 years. It's worth it. Those women are not something a short, ugly, poor guy like me can sleep with, and it's not my money that I'm spending. But now I regret it. Life in prison is really not a life for a human being. It is boring and I have to endure the anger of my cellmates. But gradually, I got used to it. It's just that life is too boring. It would be great if someone could give me a novel to relieve my boredom. I have some diamonds in my TikTok account. I am willing to exchange 1 million diamonds for a novel. 1 million diamonds for a novel? Su Zimo felt bored. The diamonds on Douyin are of no use to him, although 1 million diamonds are equivalent to 100,000, which is really a lot. But is this accountant's diamond safe? So I asked the system, and the system gave the answer: all rewards are processed by this system, safe and reliable. Chapter 7 Jang Yui. Who doesn't have a few books at home? Su Zimo started searching the room. How to win friends and influence people. Let this accountant study hard in prison. System prompt: a book has been detected. Do you want to trade it? Yes. As Su Zimo confirmed, the book Weakness of Human Nature in his hand disappeared, and then a voice prompt popped up on the phone. Ask audio, your account has been recharged successfully. Su Zimo opened a certain audio prompt box, which showed, successfully recharged 1 million diamonds, and the current account diamond balance is 1 million. Very normal. With Su Zimo's previous salary, it was impossible for him to have money to recharge diamonds, but he would occasionally watch live broadcasts. I just looked at it and never consumed it. He was already feeling sleepy, but now that 1 million diamonds had arrived in his account, his mind began to perk up. After all, this is real 100,000 yuan. The anchor that we could only watch through the screen before, can we now taste it? Of course, friends who often watch live broadcasts know that those big anchors can sometimes get more than 100,000 in a PK. If you give it to the big anchors, at most you can only get a thank you, big brother, and then the operation will chat with you, or at most ask you out for a meal. It is basically impossible to make any actual progress. Of course, Su Zimo wouldn't be that stupid. His targets are some obscure small anchors. Why not find a young anchor? Because some young anchors who have just entered the industry are good looking and have dreams for the future. Giving them rewards will only make them feel that this is the result of their sweat and hard work. Therefore, even if we find a small anchor, it may not be effective. But it's different for the little anchor Liang Liang. Because of their good looks, these anchors have experienced the peak of their careers. Some have reached platinum, and some have even reached Diamond 1. Although Diamond 1 requires 200,000 sound waves, in fact, it is quite good for a Diamond 1 anchor to earn a little over 40,000 after tax every month, and this is when the prop cards are used less. If there is a guild operation component involved, the income will be even lower. Because these anchors are reserved and unable to expand their horizons, they will fall in a month or two and become silver or gold anchors. The income has dropped from 5 figures to a few thousand yuan per month. You can imagine the psychological gap. Some principles that have been upheld for a long time will gradually collapse in this process. Su Zimo's target is those anchors who have reached platinum level. After all, it is still a bit difficult for anchors who have reached diamond level to expand their horizons with millions of diamonds. Diamonds have to hit the blade. Although Douyin live streaming started late, it has many hosts due to its traffic advantage. Although the traffic is large, only a few people actually watch and consume the live streaming. Among those who really brush, most are office workers who earn a few thousand yuan a month, but eat instant noodles to support their favorite anchors, fantasizing that the anchors will be moved by them, but in fact they get nothing. Of course, there are also some people who do it purely for fun. These people usually have a considerable income and can afford to do so. It all depends on their mood. Most of the time, people brush with a clear purpose. Of course, Su Zimo would not give those anchors the rewards for nothing. His purpose was very clear. Swipe from the TikTok homepage to the live broadcast page. There are options such as selected, same city, games, etc. Su Zimo clicked on the same city without hesitation. There is no doubt that all the anchors promoted are beautiful women, but it is unknown how many of them are real beauties. This also leads to some anchors who are really good looking and have good figures not having an advantage on the platform. Su Zimo was not in a hurry to brush it. After all, the diamonds were limited, but he began to observe slowly. When he sees some anchors with good looks, he will click in and then check the anchoress homepage to see the gift exhibition hall and PK rank. Most of the anchors are bronze or silver, with very few gold. The gift exhibition hall only lights up some cheaper ones. Su Zimo is mainly looking at the historical ranks of these anchors. If the player's previous rank is more than 1 year old, Su Zimo will directly remove him regardless of his current rank. These anchors may not seem to have high ranks, but they can persist for a year, so their real income may not just be reflected in their ranks. What Su Zimo was looking for was the kind that had just been aired for a few months. These female anchors have most likely not been contaminated. Moreover, these female anchors will feel anxious because they cannot achieve good results. Also, because they have been broadcasting for several months, they have more or less understood the underlying rules of the live broadcast industry. Because of anxiety, they are no longer as reserved and unattainable as they were when the show was first aired. As long as you are willing to give these anchors some sweet benefits and add their contact information, you will have the opportunity to invite them out to talk about things like investment and shareholding. Jang Yui has been live streaming full-time for 3 months. When she first started, the traffic provided by the platform was pretty good, with over 1,000 people in the live streaming room at its peak. At that time, a big brother gave me large gifts such as airplanes, cruise ships, and a TikTok account. In the first month, her rank reached platinum and her after-tax income exceeded 20,000 yuan. Jang Yui was overjoyed and extremely happy at that time. Just by showing herself in front of the camera and saying some words of thanks, she, who is only a sophomore, has already earned more than 90% of the working people. So, starting from the second month, Jang Yui began to live broadcast more seriously and diligently, and she would go back to the dormitory to live broadcast almost as soon as the get out of class was over. However, her income did not increase because of her seriousness and hard work. On the contrary, it dropped sharply, and she only earned 10,000 yuan in the second month. For a sophomore, a 5-figure income is a lot. However, Jang Yui has already tasted the sweetness of live streaming and received higher income, so the psychological gap is of course huge. The reason for this, of course, is that the big brothers who gave large gifts in the first month disappeared one after another. As the traffic provided by the platform declined, although several new big brothers came into the live broadcast, they never appeared again because they did not receive any feedback. In the eyes of the big brothers, such anchors are bottomless pits. Having rice in their hands, they naturally shifted their targets quickly. Through communication with her roommates, Jang Yui also understood clearly what these big brothers wanted, but her inner pride prevented her from lowering her head to please others, let alone agree to any other requests. She kept her temper and continued to work hard on the live broadcast. Jang Yui felt that since she was so beautiful and worked so hard, sooner or later she would become a big anchor that everyone envied. However, the cruelty of the live broadcast industry was beyond her imagination. Her income in the third month was cut in half again. If it weren't for the fact that she still earned more from live streaming than from working, she would have wanted to give up. This is already the 4th month of Jang Yui's live broadcast. It was almost the end of the month, and her rank was only silver 3 stars. After calculating her income, it was estimated to be only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. At this time, Jang Yui's mentality had already somewhat collapsed. Chapter 8, Surprise. It was already 12:30 in the morning, and Jang Yui was still working hard on the live broadcast. She used to rely on her looks and occasionally chat about school life, but now, she has started learning some simple dances in front of the camera. Although she is beautiful and has a good figure, it is obvious that her dance moves are very stiff. She persisted and worked hard. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room is no more than a dozen at most, or even in the single digits. This made Jang Yui feel like crying but without tears. Although there were still a few die-hard fans who lit up a few pavilions for her today, it was already the end of the month and she hadn't even lit up the sports car pavilion. This was not the result she wanted at all. She wants to be a big anchor, wants to buy a car and a house through her own efforts, and wants to be an independent and self-reliant girl. But in the current situation, it is obvious that the dream of becoming a big anchor is getting further and further away. Jang Yui also began to reflect on whether she was too conservative and whether she should continue to stick to it. However, she felt repulsed when she thought that those big brothers might be fat men in their 40s or 50s. After all, she knew that there were very few young real big brothers. Those who can make money are all very old. Jang Yui is currently doing random PK, and only in this way will someone feel sorry for her and give her a little bit of help. The other party was also a female anchor. Perhaps because of the beauty filter, she looked no less beautiful than Jang Yui. Moreover, the other party was always posing coquettishly. As soon as she came on stage, someone gave her a hot air balloon. Because I hit the doubling number, my points exceeded 1,000 in an instant. For small anchors like them with only a single-digit number of followers, breaking the 1,000 mark is already pretty good. Jang Yui was also canvassing for votes, but all she received were some little hearts, roses, and beer, and her points barely exceeded 100. Is there any brother who can help me lower the health bar? Please. She looked at the camera and begged in a soft voice. Now she no longer has any heirs. She has almost been homogenized by other anchors and has slowly learned how to please people. However, what made Jang Yui collapse was that in response to her plea, the live broadcast room, which originally had 9 people, suddenly dropped to only 4 people. Those who did not leave are undoubtedly true fans of her beauty. There are occasional barrages. My wallet is empty. What can I do? When I get my salary next month, I will definitely buy you a sports car. The doubling time has passed, it's not worth it to fight now. Wei, be patient. The PK will be over soon. Show off some talent and you can attract the big brother on the other side. Looking at these comments, Jang Yui felt even more depressed. She bit her lips tightly, watching time pass by little, and eventually lost as expected. After the punishment, the number of people in the live broadcast room did not increase. Jang Yui finally couldn't help but complain, I live broadcast for 7 or 8 hours a day, and I only make more than 100 yuan a day. If I continue like this, I may not be able to hold on. Come on, Wei, we are always here. That's right, at worst I'll just eat instant noodles for a month to get you a number 1. Several die-hard fans began to try to persuade him to stay. They are all workers. If they go to the live broadcast room of a big anchor, no one will pay attention to them and they can't make any waves. However, with a small anchor like Jang Yui, they can interact with the anchor after spending some money. These users who are in their 20s and 30s actually understand live streaming the best. After watching too many big anchors, they find them boring and it's easier to attract the small anchors. What if feelings arise? At this time, a level 32 user spoke up, to be honest, most female anchors rely on big brothers to support them. If you want to make more money, I suggest you find a big brother. Find big brother. It's easy to say. Jang Yui did have a big brother during her live broadcasts in the past, but she did not seize the opportunity. Although high-level users occasionally enter the live broadcast room now, they leave quickly. Moreover, it doesn't mean that high-level users will give large gifts. Most high-level users have long been exhausted and it is useless to please them. Finding a real big brother is so difficult. This was not the first time Jang Yui had seen such words, and she felt a little relieved inside. If there was a younger one, even if he was just average-looking, she would not be unable to accept him. But, does this big brother who was rich and good-looking really lack women around him? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated Jang Yui felt. Just when she was about to go offline to take a break, she saw a comment. Unrestrained Wind, host, what can I do to add your green bubble? This is a small account with no level, and it is obvious that no money has been spent on it. Jang Yui, who was considering looking for her eldest brother, didn't think too much and casually replied, a cruise ship can add a green bubble. The cruise on a certain audio platform costs 600 yuan. The requirements are higher than those of many small anchors. Others usually just want a sports car or a plane. Of course, some with big appetites will also want number 1 in Huazi. As to whether anyone has used it or what benefits are gained by using it, it is unknown. Anyway, it is impossible for Su Zimo to do that kind of thing. Even if there are benefits, who knows how many people have seen or used them? It was obvious that Jang Yui's request was just to add a green bubble. The price of the cruise was obviously on the high side, but only the eldest brother could afford it. After saying that, she didn't take what the little guy said to heart. Jang Yui encounters such people almost every day. When she first started live streaming, she would hardly pay any attention to them because the purpose of such people is actually very clear. However, starting this month, she has also learned to respond slowly. However, given her rank, it is obvious that few people have ever given her a cruise. A low-level trumpet like Unrestrained Wind would usually flee silently upon hearing such conditions. So Jang Yui didn't hold out any hope. She said to the camera, it's getting late. I plan to rest early today, so I'll stop here, huh? Before she finished her words, special effects appeared in the live broadcast room, which stunned Jang Yui. The Unrestrained Wind sends out a certain audio number 1. Before Jang Yui could react, the comments started moving. Oh my god, isn't this a level 0 account? It's actually using level 1 as a base account, and it's useless. What a waste. Could it be a hidden boss? Wei, you must seize the opportunity. Jang Yui's eyes lit up, but she quickly reacted, thank you for the Unrestrained Brother things number 1, thank you. Thank you, big brother. She didn't expect that this small account would actually brush it for her. And what he was swiping was not a cruise ship, but a TikTok account worth 1,000 yuan. It was such a pleasant surprise. She hadn't received such a big gift since the second month, so she was a little excited. Chapter 9 You must seize it. It's not like Jang Yui hasn't received a certain number before, but her mentality now is obviously different from before. Her eyes were a little wet. A PK can only get 100 points when doubled, which is actually only $2 or $3. This has become the norm in her live broadcast room. Without Big Brother in traffic, there was almost no future in sight. However, now, this small account that had never been recharged gave her a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Brother Foam. I am so touched. Otherwise, I will show you a talent. Jang Yui hurriedly stood up from her chair. Anchor, don't repay kindness with enmity. Stop it now, you'll scare the Big Brother away. Unrestrained wind, okay. Then the music in the live broadcast room started. Jang Yui doesn't know how to dance. She just learned a few simple moves from the video, but she still looked very stiff. She was wearing a sky blue school uniform. The collar of the top was as white as snow, which made her neck look slender and her skin as white as snow, revealing a pure temperament. The hem of her school uniform skirt swayed slightly with her light movements, perfectly outlining the girl's youthful and energetic outline, retaining the student's innocence while vaguely revealing the girl's shyness and reserve. Under the live broadcast lights, her skin looked exceptionally delicate, like newly opened petals with a faint pink hue, reminding people of roses covered with dew in the early summer morning. Especially those big eyes, which looked very smart, the small and beautiful nose, and the tender lips, which made Suzimo come up with a bold idea. In the past, he could only watch such female anchors through the screen. But now it is different. With the godly rich system, he is full of confidence. Of course, Suzimo didn't give it to her for no reason. After all, diamonds are limited, and he doesn't want them to fall into Xiao Biluo's hands. When he randomly entered Jang Yui's live broadcast room, he used the system to check Jang Yui's information. Name, Jang Yui. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Body size, 82. Experience, T0. This is definitely the level of a school beauty. Although her talent is a bit lacking, her stiff movements and pure appearance are quite unique. Jang Yui demonstrated several common and simple gesture dances on a certain audio platform, and performed 3 or 4 of them in a row. It is enough to show sincerity. Unrestrained wind, not bad. Then, the special effects that dominated the screen appeared in the live broadcast room again. The unrestrained wind sends out a certain audio number 1. Oh my god, this is a real Big Brother. He actually swipes 2 number 1s for nothing. Brother, you are so confused. If I were to play PK, I would be able to advance several ranks. I'm full now. Although there were few people in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was moving. Jang Yui didn't expect that this small account would actually give her a number 1. Thank you, Brother Phone. Thank you for Brother Feng's number 1. Woo woo, Wei Wei is so touched. She kept making heart shapes with her hands towards the camera, her face flushed with excitement, and she seemed to be speaking incoherently. This is the true portrayal of the inner thoughts of the little anchor Liang Liang after falling from a high place. Jang Yui had only one thought at this moment: she would do her best to keep this elder brother here. She was excited, her heart pounding, but at the same time she was a little nervous, a little afraid that this unrestrained wind was the stereotypical fat and rich man. If that's the case, what should I do? After all, unrestrained wind refreshed the number 1 just to add her green bubble. Jang Yui actually knew the real intention. If the other party makes a request and she cannot agree to it, then all of this will be nothing more than a reflection in the mirror, a flash in the pan. This was definitely not the result she wanted. Suzimo did not stay any longer and maintained the mysterious aura of a big boss. Seeing unrestrained wind exit the live broadcast room, Jang Yui also hurriedly ended the broadcast and then sent her own green bubble private message. Soon, the two became friends. Suzimo's green bubble is very clean, and his profile picture has been changed to an anime one, which will be visible in the circle of friends for 3 days. After adding him, Jang Yui took a look at the profile picture and clicked on Suzimo's circle of friends. Then she saw the 9-square grid large flat he had posted. Although the location is not marked, the bustling scene outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows clearly shows that this is not an ordinary house. And the area and floor height. Jang Yui's first impression was that of a rich man, and she also had a clear psychological positioning in her mind: this was a big brother who had just started live streaming. You must seize it. So, Jang Yui sent a tentative message: thank you Brother Phone for the 2 number 1s. Wei Wei is so happy. I really want to thank Brother Phone. Suzimo actually saw her message, but did not rush to reply. If you reply immediately, you will seem cheap. He continued to watch the live broadcast, and during this time, he saw several female anchors who met his aesthetic standards. However, when he used the system to check the information, his true appearance and data were hard to describe. Obviously, she looked as pretty as Jang Yui during the live broadcast, but after checking 5 of them, the highest one was just over 70 points, and the lowest was an outrageous 52. In fact, 70 points is not a low score, but his experience is as high as T12, which made Suzimo lose interest all of a sudden. Never mind. It's just a few million diamonds. If you cast a wide net, you may not catch a single fish. Suzimo never thought that he could win Jang Yui with just 2 number ones. This is different from going to a nightclub and flying around the country. Moreover, Jang Yui's experience is T0. If it was really that easy to deal with her, it would not be his turn at all. With bait in hand, as long as the line is not stretched too tight, it is only a matter of time before the fish is pulled up. Don't be too hasty. TSK. He clearly didn't even have 10,000 yuan left because he had to pay for dinner with Lu Jechi, but he was still thinking about how to sleep with a woman. What on earth is wrong? Oh, it turns out this is a common problem among most men. That's okay. Men generally shift their interest from women to other aspects only when a certain function fails. After logging out of the app, Suzimo slowly replied to Jang Yui, "I like girls like you, so I swiped my phone." Euphemistic, but straightforward. I only brush it because I like it. As soon as the message was sent, the chat box showed that it was being typed. It was obvious that Jang Yui had been waiting for a reply. This shows how much she takes it seriously. Normal university dormitory. Jang Yui had indeed been waiting for Suzimo to reply, and she was even a little anxious. Fong Fong, who was on the upper bunk, leaned over and asked, Wei, hasn't your brother replied yet? The excitement has passed, and Jang Yui is now a little nervous. Fong Fong is less pretty than Jang Yui. She also does live broadcasts, but her income is far less than Jang Yui. The average amount is only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per month. Moreover, she went out to meet several big brothers, and the most outrageous thing was that once she met an old man who was receiving the minimum living allowance. This led to Jang Yui also having an inexplicable fear of the unknown brother. Chapter 10, Making Requests. Wei, I have a feeling that the person you met this time is a real big brother. Fong Fong said this with a hint of envy in her tone. Especially knowing that the one Jang Yui encountered this time was actually a level 0 small account, he directly spawned 2 level 1 accounts and directly lit up the level 1 exhibition hall. On TikTok, many high-level accounts are often stingy. Some of them are due to poor income, but some are simply purchased accounts. For someone who can get number 1 right from the start, it's obvious that he has a lot of money. Jang Yui was aware of this without Fong Fong's reminder. During the time when Suzimo hadn't replied to her messages, she had already looked through the 9-square grid many times. Finally, I searched using that river view picture. It turned out to be Star City. Although she didn't know what Riverside Bay meant, she became nervous after searching the price. The cheapest one starts at 6 million. The main reason was that Jang Yui was only a sophomore student, and her family was ordinary, so her vision was limited, and she had no idea how many square meters the house was. But it is obvious that this new big brother is a really rich man. Wei, you must seize the opportunity. If it doesn't work out, you can just give me this big brother. If it works out, I'll treat you to a big meal. Fong Fong started live streaming when she was a freshman in college, and it was she who taught Jang Yui how to do it. She watched Jang Yui reject those big brothers one by one. What a waste. But at that time, she was embarrassed to say such words. It was not a glorious thing to snatch the eldest brother. Now I just say it in a joking tone. Of course, what Jang Yui wanted was not her roommate's feast. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Suzimo's reply. Too straightforward. It was almost exactly what she had imagined. Don't even want to act. Jang Yui's hand holding the phone slightly tightened. If it was the first month of the live broadcast, she would have directly rejected such a person, but now, she felt a little relieved. So Jang Yui replied, Thank you Finga for liking it. I'm so shy. Wei is really touched. This is already Wei's monthly income. What she said was a bit exaggerated. After all, after deducting taxes, the profit divided between the 2 number ones was less than 1,000 yuan. Where is brother Fong from? She began to ask questions actively, and she asked questions even though she knew the answer. This is also what Fong taught her. You have to be proactive and enthusiastic towards Big Brother, make Big Brother feel that he can get you at any time, and then you can hook him. However, Fong Fong actually said that this method obviously cannot be used on real Big Brothers, and can only be used on those working people to let them contribute their income. The more you invest, the harder it is to give up, and you just keep pouring money into the bottomless pit month after month. Star City. What a coincidence, Wei Wei is also studying at Xingqing Normal University. As she spoke, Jang Yui also posted a few photos of her life at school. Very pure and very clean. After all, her appearance level reached 85, and she was definitely a school beauty. Just a few normal life photos of her made Su Zimo feel a little restless. After Su Zimo gained weight, Wang Pingping began to dislike him. Throughout the year, she only reluctantly agreed to his request when it was time to hand over her salary every month. Thinking about it now, it's really pathetic. He was mainly influenced by outsiders, who often said that he had a car, a house, and a beautiful wife, which led him to become more and more accommodating to Wang Pingping. Looking at the smiling girl in the photo, Su Zimo moved his fingers. What a coincidence, if you are free, we can meet. I will treat you to a meal, and you can choose the place. She is so pure and beautiful, so she must look very attractive when eating, right? He was still being a little euphemistic. But those who understand should understand what should be expressed. What if you act dumb? Sorry, I won tea keep you company. It only cost 20,000 diamonds anyway. When fishing, you throw out the bait. If the fish doesn't take the hook, just switch to another one. There is no shortage of beautiful anchors on TikTok anyway. Jang Yui obviously didn't expect him to be so direct and straightforward. Eat? If it's really just meeting for a meal, then there's really nothing wrong with that. To protect the big brother. But how could she not know Su Zimo's intentions? She struggled for about 5 minutes before she started editing the message. Brother Fong, I'm not that kind of girl. Su Zimo knew that she was not, of course, and he knew even more clearly that the two number ones would never let her eat anything else. I know. I just want to have a meal. If you have any requests, you can ask for them. Jang Yui was confused and couldn't help asking Fong on the upper bunk. Fong, the guy who just gave me number 1 asked me out for dinner. What do you think I should do? Fong said nonchalantly, it's just a meal, go ahead. Even if he is a big anchor, he will go out to eat with the big brother to maintain the relationship. But he asked me to make a request. Fong also understood that this big brother had bad intentions. Then you can ask him to light up all your exhibition halls and give away all the gifts in the mystery shop. The entire exhibition hall is worth more than 144,000 diamonds, and if you add all the special effects of the mysterious shop, it is close to 300,000 diamonds. Quite a few. Even when Jang Yui was performing at her best, she never lit up the entire exhibition hall, and the only thing seen in the mysterious shop was the rose promise worth 6,000 diamonds. And they were brushed by different people. Fong made this suggestion not to trick Jang Yui, but because she felt that the other party would not be able to do it. Countless people wanted to invite her to dinner, but when she just made a carnival request, most of them would decisively run away, or say goodbye after meeting her. People like this are actually a result. After meeting, if you don't agree to your request after dinner, it is impossible for the other person to swipe your card. Anyway, Fong has been broadcasting for so long, but she hasn't gotten a single reward from the carnival. Once, because she didn't agree, the other party got up and left, and even paid a bill, resulting in a loss of more than 1,000 yuan. Men who are unwilling to brush first are often very stingy and will not give up until they see the rabbit. Jang Yui hesitated for a moment, thinking of Su Zimo's friend's 9-square grid, and asked timidly, but what if he really swiped it? Really? Then why are you thinking so much? This proves that he is sincere, and he is a real big brother. Don't you want it? But Jang Yui was indeed envious of those anchors who filled up the exhibition hall every week, especially when they went out for PK, which was particularly impressive. Seeing her hesitation, Fong urged her, hey, send it to him first and see what he says. At worst, I can go to eat the meal for you. She spoke with such confidence that Jang Yui was skeptical. After editing the requirements, she gritted her teeth and sent it to Su Zimo. If you swipe, I'll come out. If not, just pretend I never said anything. Although she lowered her bottom line due to anxiety, how could she agree to those unreasonable requests directly when she had never even seen what kind of person Su Zimo was? It's just right, so he can give up. Chapter 11. It's really a win. Thinking of this, Jang Yui felt much more relaxed. After all, she had been live streaming for nearly 4 months and was well aware of how harsh the conditions she had just proposed were. This is simply making things difficult for people. Okay, then you can broadcast live now. Jang Yui was stunned. Ah? Is this for yourself? This is a full exhibition hall and a mysterious shop. You should know that to unlock some gifts in the mystery shop, you have to recharge 32,000 within a week, and you also have to give away the gift. Fong, he asked me to start a live broadcast, what should I do? Jang Yui was somewhat at a loss and could only ask Fong for help again. Then just open it and see if he really brushes it. Fong didn't even raise her head and replied to her casually. Well, it's all because of the beauty filter, which has left her with no advantage at all in live streaming. Whether she can succeed depends purely on luck. In fact, Jang Yui had good luck, but she just didn't seize the opportunity. If one or two big brothers had stayed at that time, it would not be difficult to reach the diamond rank every month now. But Fong was in a miserable situation. The number of people in the live broadcast room has always been in the single digits, and the eldest brother has never seen one before, but she still has to coax these people. It is really not easy to make some money. When will a true big brother see her vulnerability? Sad. Jang Yui, who was originally nervous and didn't know how to make a decision, gradually calmed down, sorted herself out a little, and started the live broadcast again. Then, she saw Unrestrained Wind enter the live broadcast room. The Unrestrained Wind sends out a certain audio number 1. Unrestrained Wind sends out the secret realm in the clouds 1. The Unrestrained Wind sends out a certain audio airship 1. Unrestrained Wind sends out Carnival 1. Then there are the mystery shop gifts. The Unrestrained Wind sends a Rose Promise 1. The Unrestrained Wind sends the Dragon Soaring into the Sky 1. Unrestrained Wind sends out the Urban Ranger 1. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was shaking, and various special effects and sound effects played one after another without stopping. It looked dazzling and shocking. Even Su Zimo began to feel the effect. He used to not understand why those big brothers would spend so much money on special effects gifts, but now he kind of understands. The emotional value is sufficient. After brushing the gifts in the mysterious shop, Su Zimo saw Meet Everything again, unlocked another round, and then the special effects rain started again. The Unrestrained Wind sends out Gilded Roses 1. Unrestrained Wind sends out Eternal Diamond 1. Unrestrained Wind sends out Diamond Carnival 1. After completing the whole set, hundreds of thousands of diamonds were spent. Su Zimo scraped together a little bit and earned a total of 500,000 diamonds. His account level also reached 37, almost reaching level 38. Although it is not very high, it was achieved within an hour. Jang Yui seemed to have completely shut down. She stared with her eyes wide open, covering her mouth, unable to utter a word. No. Are you really good at brushing? Moreover, not only the exhibition halls and the mysterious shop are all here, but also all the gifts from all over the world are here. It's obvious that he's not short of money. After finishing the post, Su Zimo left the live broadcast room and sent her a message on the green bubble, address, time. Jang Yui, who was still in a daze, became panicked immediately after seeing this message. The special effects are awesome to watch. But she did not forget the purpose of Unrestrained Wind giving these gifts. Finished. Jang Yui didn't bother to read the comments and quickly ended the video, shouting in panic, Fong, I'm done. With such a loud noise, the other two people in the dormitory also looked over. I have to say that the 4 people in the dormitory are all good looking, especially the girl on the upper bunk, who has a typical baby face. She curiously peeked out from behind the bed curtain, not noticing that she was exposed. After all, it was her own dormitory and there were only girls there, so naturally no one noticed. What are you yelling about? Fong didn't realize the seriousness of the matter until Jang Yui told her what happened. Did he really give it to you? And he even gave you the gift for meeting Vientian? As a host, she certainly knows that it is not cheap to unlock the gifts for meeting everything, even though all the exhibition halls are lit up. If all are refreshed, it should be the most expensive. This was done without Jang Yui mentioning it. Oh my god, if you calculate it this way, he gave you 40,000 to 50,000 yuan in one go. Fong turned over and sat up, exclaiming. Well, it should be 50,000. Jang Yui took a look at her backstage and felt complicated. There is joy, but more of it is anxiety. 50,000? The other two roommates in the dormitory were also quite surprised, and looked at Jang Yui with envy in their eyes. After all, they are only sophomores. Even if you graduate from school, how high-paying a job can you find? And Jang Yui earned 50,000 in just one night, no, in just 1 hour. Although this was before the split. Even if half of it is deducted for tax, it is still a huge sum of money for them. It's too much. It makes me want to do live streaming. 15,000 yuan a month is not enough for living expenses. In addition, Lin Xiaomiao, who was sleeping on the lower bunk, sighed. That's not an exaggeration. Wei Wei is lucky to have met a real big brother. For example, I have been broadcasting for so long, and the highest monthly salary I have earned is over 6,000. Feng Fangfang said, her eyes fixed on the childlike Zhang Youqi on the bed opposite her. Her gaze lingered in front of her bulging body, and she said with envy, if Chi-Chi were to do a live broadcast, she wouldn't need any talent at all, and she would attract a lot of big brothers. This is a natural advantage. I can't. Zhang Youqi is obviously very thin-skinned, and even when talking to her roommates, she is a little timid. Ouch, is now the time to discuss this? Zhang Yui glared at Feng Fangfang and said unhappily, now that he is paid, what do you think I should do? Do you really want me to go out and have dinner with him? Her face turned slightly red, and she knew what would happen after she got out. She was still a girl and was really not prepared for this kind of thing. If you don't go, then let me go. Feng Fangfang's eyes lit up. She dreams of having such a generous brother. As she spoke, she got down from the upper bunk and held Zhang Yui's hand. Wei Wei, as your roommate and your good sister, I can't watch you fall into endless pain. Let me bear this for you. Seeing her anxious look, Zhang Yui didn't find it that hard to accept. She pushed away her face and scolded her lightly, what nonsense are you talking about? He swiped it for me. If you go, how can he not be angry? Then, she sat on her bed, holding her phone, thinking about how to reply. Chapter 12 Meeting. The reason why Zhang Yui was so scared and nervous was mainly because of Feng Fangfang. What should I do if unrestrained wind is the type of person Feng Fangfang meets? I was confused for a long time. Zhang Yui decided to meet this elder brother first. If he really was an old man she couldn't accept, she could just give up the rewards and return them to him. Thinking of this, she felt much more relaxed and began typing, Brother Feng, you decide, as long as it's not class time. Then let's set it for tonight, at the Chinese restaurant of the St. Regis Hotel. Why did Su Zimo choose this place? The St. Regis is the top luxury hotel in Star City. After dinner, isn't it just a good opportunity to check into the hotel? As for the rest. Although he had a mansion, Su Zimo only had more than 9,000 yuan of available funds, so he couldn't spend it carelessly. Besides, going to the St. Regis Hotel would not lose his class. Fortunately, it is Star City, and all kinds of consumption are relatively cheap. More than 9,000 is enough, and you can even book a nice suite. On the chat box, typing continues and disappears. Su Zimo didn't urge him either. About 3 minutes later, Zhang Yui sent a message, okay. Then I'll wait for you. Then, Su Zimo hurried to book a restaurant and a room. We booked a window seat in the restaurant for a more atmospheric feel, and a Caroline Astor suite as our room. 2007 a night. Daytime. Su Zimo slept until the afternoon before getting up. It is impossible for me to work part-time, I won't work more than one day. He sent a text message of resignation to his supervisor yesterday, but he was not offered the chance to stay. So cool. I haven't woken up naturally in a long time. He opened the green bubble, and perhaps because of that circle of friends, many people sent messages to Su Zimo. He replied to a few of them randomly. Then it was Lu Jiaqi. She had already started working. While selecting furniture, she also sent Su Zimo many pictures of the real items. Lu Jiaqi does a really good job, being meticulous and clear about the actual product and price. I'm sorry to trouble you. Then, Su Zimo got up, washed, and chose a set of loose clothes to cover the fat on his belly. Zhang Yui sighed. She was sleepwalking in class the whole day. After class, she rushed back to the dormitory as soon as possible. She dawdled for half an hour and was about to go out when Feng Fangfang pushed the door open. Seeing her dressed so beautifully, Feng Fangfang teased, Tisk tsk, you are dressed so beautifully, won't your big brother be fascinated by you? He pretended to sigh and felt sorry for himself, alas, it seems that I have no chance at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yui blushed slightly and argued, I just went out for a meal. It's not what you imagined. Really? Fong joked. It's all your fault. Jang Yui glared at her, then walked out of the dormitory without looking back. Wei. Be careful. Call me if you have any problem. I know. After leaving school, Jang Yui took a taxi and rushed to the St. Regis Hotel. On the way, she sent a message to Suzimo, saying that she had already set off. When they arrived at the place, it was not completely dark yet and there were still many people walking around. Jang Yui's palms were sweating from nervousness. Brother Feng, I'm here, where are you? I see you. Suzimo, who had just got off the car, saw her at a glance. At this moment, Jang Yui was wearing a simple yet elegant white dress. The hem of her skirt swayed gently, like a lily blooming in the morning breeze, pure and flawless. She wore a light and transparent chiffon shirt over her dress. The light blue color was like the sky in early summer, fresh and pleasant. The sleeves of the shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing her slender white wrists. She wore a simple silver bracelet, which shone softly and low-key in the morning light, complementing her temperament. The girl's long hair fell softly on her shoulders. She gently tucked a few strands of hair behind her ears, revealing a pure and lovely face. A pair of bright eyes are like deep spring water, clear to the bottom, the nose is straight and delicate, the lips are naturally pink, the long eyelashes tremble slightly, and the lips are slightly pursed, all of which tell of her nervousness. Jang Yui's eyes were fixed on the hotel exit. Just then, a fat man with big ears and weighing over 200 pounds walked out. At that moment, she almost suffocated. Sure enough, is this the standard for a big brother? She subconsciously wanted to escape, and the moment she turned around, she bumped into someone. As she backed away, she said, I'm sorry. Wei? It was Suzimo. Jang Yui was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, Are you brother Feng? What else? Jang Yui heaved a sigh of relief after getting the reply. Although the man in front of him was a little fat, his age and appearance were both acceptable. She didn't expect her eldest brother to be a handsome man in his 20s. These three conditions are too difficult to meet. Moreover, Suzimo's face shape is very handsome, a bit similar to Zhu Long when he was young, but a little rounder. Hello, brother Feng, I'm Jang Yui. She looked very embarrassed and her face was slightly red. Suzimo. Suzimo glanced around and said, Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the restaurant first. As he said this, he extended his hand to Jang Yui. Jang Yui hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and shook his hand. But what she thought was a handshake turned out to be Suzimo holding her hand and walking into the hotel. She tried to break free several times but didn't dare to use force. After entering the elevator, it was even more difficult to speak because there were other people around. In this way, the little hand was held all the way to the 49th floor of the St. Regis Hotel. You can see the entrance to the Chinese restaurant as soon as you exit the elevator. Although the hall is not large, the overall color scheme is simple and elegant white, matched with gorgeous crystal chandeliers, exuding an elegant atmosphere. Because they had a reservation, a waiter quickly led the two in and took the initiative to move chairs for them. At this time, Suzimo naturally let go of her little hand. It was obviously Jang Yui's first time entering such a high-end restaurant. She was a little nervous. Even when Suzimo asked her to order, she refused. Suzimo just ordered a few dishes casually. However, it was obvious that neither of them was focused on the meal. One was nervous, and the other was expectant. When they were almost done eating, Jang Yui finally mustered up the courage to say, Feng, brother Su, I didn't propose those conditions. Oh? Then, Jang Yui briefly explained the whole story. She didn't know why she said it. Maybe she wanted to express that she was not a casual person? Suzimo certainly knew her mentality, and it seemed that her roommate had given her an assist. If you swipe 2 number ones, you might just be having a meal. But if you fill up the exhibition hall and the secret shop, can you still just have a meal? If things go well this time, I can treat her, my roommate, to a meal in the future when I have time. He is not a stingy person. Chapter 13 Resettlement Fund. Brother Su, actually, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. When she said this, Jang Yui blushed and lowered her head. I don't have a girlfriend either? Suzimo said with a smile. Really? Jang Yui suddenly raised her head, and her eyes brightened. Although Suzimo is a little chubby, young girls nowadays actually like boys with a little chubby skin. Jang Yui is such a person. Moreover, Suzimo is tall and looks very safe. Of course it's true. As Suzimo said this, he paid the bill. Since we didn't order any alcohol, just drinks, the bill wasn't very expensive, only about 1,800 yuan. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Suzimo stood up and extended his hand to Jang Yui. Jang Yui obviously hesitated, her eyes flickered. Where? I'll give you a job. If you do it well, I'll give you another chance to refresh the display cases in secret shop. How about that? Suzimo came close to her and whispered, adding, by the way, I will also give you a bonus when I meet Wansheng. Brush again? Jang Yui was a little moved. Although Suzimo had given her a refresh once, it was not in PK, so it was in vain. Although the exhibition hall was lit up, the live broadcast rank would not be improved. For a small anchor like her who has just entered the industry, it is very rare to have a high rank. Just like playing games, she desires a high rank. Even many anchors have dedicated themselves to their ranks in exhibition halls. If Suzimo can win in PK again, Jang Yui can even enter the diamond rank. What job? Jang Yui asked curiously. There's a problem with the hardware of the laptop in my room and it needs to be repaired. As Suzimo spoke, his eyes fell on her pink and tender little mouth. He originally thought that Jang Yui had put on some lip color, but he didn't expect that after eating and wiping her mouth, the color didn't come off. She is truly worthy of being a T0 level school beauty. Laptop? Jang Yui's eyes flashed with confusion, but I don't know how to repair it. I'll teach you. Jang Yui obviously hadn't figured out why Suzimo would practice cultivation but not himself and insisted on teaching her, so he took her hand and walked out of the restaurant, and then the two of them got into the elevator. Perhaps because her hand had been pulled once before, she had no intention of struggling. Even when she was getting the room card at the front desk, Jang Yui was still asking, is it really just repairing the computer? Real. So, after arriving in the room, Suzimo took out his laptop, but no matter how he pressed the power switch, there was no response. You see, there's a problem with the hardware, so it won't turn on. But I don't know anything about computers, let alone how to repair them. It's okay. I'll teach you. Half an hour later. Congratulations to the host and Jang Yui for reaching an intimate relationship and opening a resettlement fund. Byte. Obtained resettlement fund of 85 million. Note, this fund can only be used for Jang Yui. Mr. Duo? 85 million? Suzimo became alert when he saw the system prompt, but after reading it, he was not so excited anymore. It can only be used on Jang Yui? I give up. So far, he has earned 10,000 yuan in cash by completing the mission. Someone, you want to get something for nothing? Isn't the difference too big? At least give yourself a reward. System, you haven't updated yet? It's already 5202, why are you still playing this way? Suzimo looked at his available balance and of course felt a little unhappy. Such a system is too outdated. I guess even if I throw it to the likes of Daniel Wu in the comments section, they wouldn't be interested in it. Beep, host dissatisfaction detected, do you want to remove this system? Suzimo surrendered silently. It's better to keep it for later use. In a sense, with this fund, he felt more confident when facing Jang Yui. You wouldn't expect to make a school beauty fall head over heels in love with just these few diamonds in your hand, right? Of course, it is impossible to let Jang Yui eat too much at once. She has to take it step by step. So, he took a look at Jang Yui's message. Some changes actually took place. Name, Jang Yui favorability 3100. Note, favorability can be accumulated, 100 points of favorability can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Body size, 82. Experience, T1. Suzimo asked, System, what does this favorability mean? What does it mean to be accumulative? The maximum personal favorability is 100, and different people's favorability towards the host can be accumulated. Note, only when an intimate relationship is achieved can favorability be obtained. Suzimo breathed a sigh of relief. If a person's maximum favorability is 100, it is obviously extremely difficult to get the maximum favorability. It can be accumulated, and the difficulty is reduced a lot. Isn't this forcing myself to become the king of the sea? However, Suzimo is not yet qualified to be the king of the sea. After all, he doesn't have much money left. Still need to make money. System, can I check my information? Do you want to view the host's personal information? Yes. Host, Suzimo primary super rich. Age, 30. Height, 180 plus. Weight, 82 kilograms plus. Appearance, 69 plus. Constitution, 56 plus. Special, 15 plus. Funding, 4,832.15. Other attributes are not enabled yet. Currently no attribute points. Height and weight are easy to understand, and the subsequent additions and subtractions are also obvious. His appearance score is 69, which means that even though he is fat now, he is still above the passing line. After all, 70 is at least the level of the class flower. As for physical condition, it is indeed a bit poor, obviously below the passing line. This is all caused by working too much and staying up late. What is special? Could it be that? Bullshit, this is all fake. Suzimo's face flushed red, there was no way he would admit it. Close the system panel directly. Brother Zimo, what's wrong with you? Jang Yui was awakened and asked sleepily. Nothing, it seems the computer has problems again. The next 1,826 words can only be read by VIP users. 1 o'clock the next afternoon. Jang Yui changed her clothes shyly, kept her head down, and did not dare to look at Suzimo. How are you? Are you feeling better? How about taking another day off? Suzimo suggested. No rest, I'm fine. Jang Yui was obviously a little panicked and a little scared. In order to prove that she was okay, she took a few steps on her own initiative. However, she may have walked too fast and staggered, almost falling. Fortunately, Suzimo was watching her and gave her a hand. But it seems that after resting for such a long time, Jang Yui has indeed recovered well, at least she has no problem walking. After all, knowing her situation, Suzimo only did it twice. Let's go eat first. Oh. Chapter 14. Bye. Since we were staying at the St. Regis Hotel, it was very easy to make a reservation at the Chinese restaurant. During the meal, Suzimo was also very caring towards Jang Yui and did not neglect her just because he had gained something. Feeling his concern, Jang Yui's favorability improved slightly. Jang Yui's favorability +2. Not bad. The fact that her favorability rating has increased shows that Jang Yui still has some yearning for love in her heart. Another thing is the luxurious atmosphere of the hotel. As it was her first time to be in such an occasion, she was actually a little touched. Just because of her personality, she didn't even dare to take photos or check in. Don't go back to class in the afternoon. I'll take you shopping later. When they were almost done eating, Suzimo suggested. So much resettlement funds need to be used, and it would be even better if it can improve favorability. Oh. Jang Yui hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Then he took out his cell phone and asked for leave. Because he was taking Jang Yui to dinner, he could use the resettlement fund to pay the bill, otherwise Suzimo's funds would probably have to be cut in half. Checked out of the room. Suzimo took a private car and headed to the IFC. Along the way, although Jang Yui didn't say much, she would glance at him from time to time, as if she had something to say but didn't dare to. When they arrived at the place, Suzimo naturally took her little hand and walked in. Of course Jang Yui had been here before. After all, she made some money from live streaming in the first month. However, she was reluctant to buy anything when faced with a wide range of luxury goods. Any small accessory would start at several thousand, and the more expensive ones would go into 5 figures. How could a sophomore like her afford it? Is there any you like? Suzimo asked. Jang Yui realized something and quickly said, I don't need it. But what young girl doesn't like luxury goods? Then buy whatever you want. In fact, Suzimo didn't know much about luxury goods, after all, he had never bought any. He just found a store and walked in with Jang Yui. Because you enter from the South Gate 1, LV Louis Vuitton is right at the door. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. The young and beautiful waitress greeted us warmly. Give her a pair. With the resettlement fund, Suzimo confidently gave the waitress an order, then let go of Jang Yui's hand and said, Go. Ma'am, this way please. The waitress became more enthusiastic, because she knew that only customers like this would have a high conversion rate. Jang Yui was obviously still a little embarrassed, but the waitress took the initiative to bring bags to her one by one, and was incredibly enthusiastic. After a while of commotion, Jang Yui still didn't make a choice. Suzimo had no choice but to walk up to her, follow her gaze, and select a few for her. LVXTM Carryall, valued at 24900. LVXTM Speedy Bandolier 25, valued at $21,500. LVXTM Neon BB, valued at 22300. It seems that Jang Yui prefers the cute style. The total amount was just over 60,000, and Suzimo paid the bill without blinking an eye. The 85 million resettlement fund cannot be spent at all. Let's go, next one. Jang Yui, who was still a little confused, was pulled to the next place by Suzimo. Next, buy all kinds of cosmetics, perfumes, clothes, shoes, everything. The other side. Wang Pingping went to the law firm, while Huang Yuqing, a socialite, and several of her close friends came to the IFC. In the Gucci store, Huang Yuqing continued to ask the clerk to take out the bag she had been longing for, holding it in her hand and looking at it from different angles. What a pity, it's expensive. She can't afford it. Huang Yuqing has come here no less than 10 times. Although the clerk is a little impatient, he still keeps smiling. Be patient with these socialite shop assistants. After all, who knows when they will be able to find rich people to buy the items. Just as she put down her bag, Huang Yuqing suddenly saw a familiar figure walking past the door in the mirror. Ha! It's Suzimo. He was also carrying a lot of bags, and most importantly, there was a pure and beautiful girl next to him who looked particularly young. Huang Yuqing didn't bother to say anything to the clerk and immediately walked out of the store. Sure enough, it was Suzimo. The logos on the shopping bags in his and the girl's hands were all familiar to her. So many luxury goods? Huang Yuqing was shocked. In addition, after seeing Suzimo's 9-square grid, she became even more certain that Wang Pingping's ex-husband must have become rich. I just don't know whether it was before or after marriage. Qingqing, where are you going? The sisters were calling her, but Huang Yuqing just waved her hand and said, "You guys watch first, I'm going to go out for a walk." She followed quietly from a distance, watching the number of shopping bags in Suzimo's hands increase. Isn't this too generous? She also wants it so badly. It was not until Suzimo and Jang Yui left the IFC and got into the car that Huang Yuqing started typing to Wang Pingping on his cell phone. Pingping, do you know who I saw at the IFC? Wang Pingping, who? Huang Yuqing, Suzimo. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Look, they are all luxury goods. So many things must cost at least hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? Wang Pingping, who was still sitting in the law firm, immediately stood up and sent a voice message, angrily saying, "He used my money to buy hundreds of thousands of luxury goods for that vixen?" She was furious and felt her heart bleeding. This is all her money, and these luxury goods should belong to her. If Huang Yuqing hadn't told her that Suzimo had already left the IFC, she would have taken a taxi to intercept him. However, he still complained to Huang Yuqing for not telling her earlier. Because Wang Pingping was shouting loudly, the lawyer sitting opposite looked over. "Lawyer Chen, how long will it take for you to apply for permission to view it? My ex-husband has almost used up all my money." Wang Pingping's tone was anxious and irritable. "Ms. Wang, don't worry about that. If Mr. Su used your marital property, you have the right to recover it." Lawyer Chen patiently educated her on the law. After hearing what he said, Wang Pingping slowly calmed down, but still urged, "How long will it take for me to get my money back?" Lawyer Chen was indeed displeased by her impolite attitude, but for the sake of this big order, he could only endure it. "There should be a result tomorrow. Why does it take another day?" Wang Pingping kept complaining. She took out a loan yesterday to rescue her brother Wang Chang. She also learned that her brother was deceived by Suzimo. If Suzimo hadn't lied to his brother and told him he would be given 15,000 yuan, would his brother have gone to such an improper place? Now she is using her money to buy so many luxury items for that little vixen. Just looking at the pictures posted by Huang Yuqing, she couldn't calm down. Suzimo must be kicked out of the house. Chapter 15, The Shock in the 4-bed dormitory. In the special car. Suzimo also felt that life would be impossible without a car. Although parking is not very convenient when you drive out, but without a better car, there will always be something missing. Then he asked Jang Yui, "Wei, have you taken your driver's license test?" "No." Jang Yui shook her head. Few sophomore girls have a driver's license unless they come from a very wealthy family. Go get a driver's license when you have time. After Suzimo said this, Jang Yui seemed to have reacted a little. Are you going to buy yourself a car? In her heart, Suzimo was undoubtedly generous to her. The gifts he gave her were beyond her expectations, and he just bought her so many luxury goods. She was still a little dizzy and felt it was a little unreal. She looked at Suzimo, still hesitant to speak. There are too many things, remember to ask your roommate to pick you up. Suzimo reminded. New. So Jang Yui took out her cell phone and sent a message to Fong Fangfang. As she was about to get off the bus, she seemed to finally muster up the courage to ask, Brother Su, are we boyfriend and girlfriend? Suzimo glanced at her and found that she was a little nervous, so he smiled slightly. Of course, don't you want to be my girlfriend? Of course, I can give her the status of girlfriend. After all, no one stipulates that you can only have one girlfriend. Think. Jang Yui answered immediately without even thinking about it. After saying this, he felt like he was a little anxious and lowered his head shyly. Jang Yui's favorability plus 10. Really good. My concern in the afternoon earned me 2 points of favorability. I just went shopping and spent more than 400,000 yuan, but only earned me 3 points of favorability. Now that we have confirmed our relationship, I have gained 10 points at once. The favorability has reached 45. It seems that Jang Yui cares more about his concern and their identities. Suzimo gently held her little hand, and then, in the car, Jang Yui took the initiative to throw herself into Suzimo's arms for the first time. She had a pleasant fragrance on her body, light and like jasmine, which was the scent Suzimo liked. Suzimo's eyes fell on her lips again, but considering the driver in front, he finally held back. There's no rush. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the normal university. Suzimo said to the driver, Master, wait for me for a moment. I'll give you more money. This is the inconvenience of not having a car. After the driver agreed, Suzimo escorted Jang Yui out of the car. Not far from the door, Fong Fangfang had been waiting for a while. She soon saw Jang Yui and hurried over. Wei Wei. While speaking, Fong Fangfang couldn't help but look at Suzimo twice. Brother Wei Wei doesn't he look very old, and he looks really good. I admire it. I admire it. Of course, now she has never thought about snatching the eldest brother of her roommate and best friend. Thank you for your help. Suzimo was very polite. He didn't expect that Jang Yui's roommate was also quite good looking, but out of politeness, he just glanced at her and didn't look at her any further. Nothing, Wei Wei is my good sister. Fong Fangfang raised her eyebrows and was secretly teasing Jang Yui, but when the trunk opened and she saw the pile of shopping bags, she was stunned. What's going on? Isn't it just to accompany Big Brother to have a meal? Where did these things come from? After all, when she was studying in Star City, she had accompanied Jang Yui to the IFC. That time, she gritted her teeth and spent 2 months' income to buy a small Tiffany bracelet. And those bags with various well-known luxury brand logos looked like she couldn't afford them. And there are so many of them. There were probably a dozen bags of various sizes. It was only because the two of them couldn't hold on any longer that Suzimo stopped. Fong Fangfang hung the bag on her arm woodenly, and kept looking at Jang Yui all the way. It was not until she returned to the dormitory that she suddenly exploded, opened the bag, and started looking at each one. Wow, there are 3 LV bags. Isn't this a complete SK2 set? Black bandage, Chanel perfume, lipstick. Wow, Valentino dress, I am dying, this one is really growing on my heart. The dormitory was filled with Fong Fangfang's screams. Lin Xiaomio and Jiang Youqi also cast their gazes over. Although they had never bought any luxury goods, they were familiar with them. Seeing the pile of luxury goods, they all gathered around. How much does it cost to have so many things? Lin Miaomia asked in shock. Although Jiang Youqi didn't say anything, her eyes were full of curiosity. Fortunately, there were receipts in each bag, and Fong Fangfang quickly counted them. 486,007. Looking at the numbers on the calculator on her phone, Fong Fangfang's eyes widened and she almost suffocated. Jang Yui actually didn't know how much money Suzimo spent, because Suzimo didn't even look at the price. As long as she liked it, she would just buy it. Now after hearing this number, she still felt uneasy. Wei Wei. Fong Fangfang's face suddenly straightened. Under Jang Yui's puzzled gaze, she asked seriously, "Tell me the truth, did you put the knife on your brother's neck?" "What are you talking about?" Jang Yui couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was actually very nervous at the time. The more Su Zimo bought, the more she felt like it was some kind of compensation. Fortunately, when getting off the car, Su Zimo actually agreed to confirm the relationship with her. That's why the favorability suddenly soared by 10 points. "Wow, you're such a spoiled big brother." Fong Fong's tone was full of envy. She also wants a big brother like this. Moreover, she is not very old and looks okay. Although she is a little chubby, it is still within an acceptable range. "Tell us quickly, what happened? Why did he buy so many things for you?" Fong shook Jang Yui's shoulders and kept urging her. "No, nothing. After dinner, he said he wanted to buy me something, and then he bought it." Jang Yui spoke truthfully. She was still a little dizzy now and didn't even mention that this was something Su Zimo bought for her on his own initiative. "I gave you so much and even bought you something worth nearly $500,000. Wei, what kind of godlike brother did you meet?" Fong admitted that she was jealous and her eyes turned red with jealousy. "I wonder if that big brother is still in need of a pendant. She would be satisfied with just making a pendant." "No. Can't. She couldn't do anything to let her good sister down." However, Fong, who has been live streaming for a year, has never seen or even heard of a big brother as generous as Su Zimo. The so-called big brothers that the anchors in the group met, after achieving their goals, it is difficult to find many who are willing to spend money. You must meet the various requirements put forward by those big brothers before you can get the corresponding benefits. Compared like this, Su Zimo is so good. Not only Fong was envious, but Lin Xiaomyo and Jiang Yoqi in the dormitory were also curious about Jang Yui's mysterious elder brother. Chapter 16 Decision. On the way home, Su Zimo saw the message sent by Lu Juqi. Some modifications and additions to the house have already started. Lu Juqi is personally supervising the work and the progress is quite good. Speaking of which, Lu Juqi's appearance is slightly lower than Jang Yui's, but her figure is better. If you want to gain her favorability, she is also a good target. Su Zimo is eager to gain attribute points, at least to 18 first. Now, with this specialty, he feels that he can't stay in tomato. The girl next door has already reached 25. For some reason I have a strong sense of déjà vu of anime. How come? Unfortunately, he is short of money now. After meeting Jang Yui yesterday, Su Zimo's card had less than 5,000 yuan left. Even if Lu Juqi is willing, she would still have to pay for meals and hotels, right? Wait a little longer. Moreover, she is now running errands for him, but he is thinking about how to backstab her. How bad? Although I have a mansion, it is obviously impossible to move in a short period of time. How about buying Jiang Yui a renovated house? Su Zimo's heart moved. Less than 500,000 yuan of the 85 million yuan resettlement fund had been spent, which was more than enough to buy another house in Binjiang Bay. It's so comfortable to live in Star City. At least the high housing prices across the country have made many people jealous. Originally, Su Zimo wanted to take it slow. After all, giving too much at once might raise Jang Yui's threshold. But today, this innocent college student gave him some surprises. Although Jang Yui is a bit materialistic, in today's society, under the impact of various information from capital, how many girls don't worship money? What's more, she is the school belle. In general, Jang Yui is a girl who is a little materialistic but full of longing for love. Moreover, love comes before money worship. Otherwise, the favorability level wouldn't have increased by 10 points all at once when they confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Thinking about Jang Yui last night, Su Zimo became a little stiff again. It was a truly exhilarating computer hardware repair project. It's okay to buy her a house to live in, so that it will be convenient for me to go find her. The most important thing is that Su Zimo doesn't want to live in this house anymore. He doesn't want Wang Pingping and her family to find him. Moreover, this house has to be sold as soon as possible. When I have money in the future, the first thing I will do is to buy a new house for my parents. After buying a house for Jang Yui, Su Zimo can also move in and live there for a while. Kill two birds with one stone. This house is bought. System, if I buy a house, can I use the resettlement fund as long as I add the other party's name? Yes. Note, if the host cancels the other party's name, the house purchased with the resettlement fund will enter the auction process and the funds will flow back to the fund. Okay. There is no room for exploitation at all. However, Suzimo had not thought of relying on this to make money. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Jechi, "Find me another house, preferably in Uelu district, within 20 million, and I have to be able to move in directly." With 20 million, even if he bought Jang Yui a luxury car, there would still be about 60 million left. There is no way to spend it all. Etc. Can I buy the car in Jang Yui's name first, so that I can use it before she passes the driving test? In this way, it will be convenient for you to travel and you don't have to take a taxi everywhere. After seeing the message, Lu Jechi was stunned. Want to buy another house? And it's less than 20 million? She originally positioned Suzimo as having assets worth over 100 million, but now she feels that it is far more than that. How can someone with over 100 million in assets easily spend nearly half of their cash flow to buy 2 houses? She really found a treasure. And Suzimo looks so low-key. Lu Jechi couldn't help but think of the first time she met him, when Suzimo took a taxi over. She was mistaken at that time. Fortunately, Suzimo didn't care, and was quite nice to her, especially when they were looking at the house and eating. He kept secretly looking at her long legs in black stockings. A smile appeared on Lu Jechi's lips, but it quickly faded. Unfortunately, that was all. Suzimo did not take any further action, which made her feel a little disappointed. If Suzimo doesn't take the initiative, should I give up this opportunity? Her eyes became firm. But now, the top priority is to do what Suzimo asked, so after sorting out the house information, Lu Jechi began to edit the information. "Mr. Su, are you considering a large flat or a villa?" Suzimo thought about it. Jang Yui is only a sophomore. Although the villa is good, she definitely prefers a larger flat. It's a large flat. "Mr. Su, among the properties I know, Meixihu number 1, Jinmao, Mudengu, and Binjiang meet your needs. Which one do you want to buy?" Lu Jechi was talking about a large flat that ranks among the top in Uelu district. Of course, the best is Riverside Bay. In fact, with the price offered by Suzimo, she had more than enough money to buy a house in Binjiang Bay. She just listed the houses for Suzimo to choose from. It's all fine. The most important thing is that it's already been renovated. Moreover, the decoration style should be young, modern, and light luxury. It also needs to come with a parking space. Suzimo explained his request in detail. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." Next, Lu Jechi carefully inquired about the conditions of various properties. If you have money, you don't have to worry about not being able to buy a good house, especially now. In Binjiang Bay, there are owners who have completed their own installations, but are planning to sell the house due to financial constraints. However, that house is only 442 square meters, but it is much more cost-effective than the one Suzimo bought. It is easy to buy a house nowadays, but difficult to sell it, and the housing prices are even more sky-high. In addition, the property prices in Binjiang Bay are high. Even if Lu Jechi is given a house, she cannot afford the property fees with her income. It's just so outrageous. About half an hour later, Lu Jechi sent Suzimo information about several houses that met his needs. "Mr. Su, you choose first." "Okay." Suzimo took a rough look and felt quite satisfied. However, this was a house for Jang Yui after all, so he still had to let her see it for herself. "So I sent her a message, when is Weiwei free?" Jang Yui was preparing to broadcast live, but she stopped when she saw his message, and a smile broke out on her face. However, her physical discomfort made her a little timid, but she still asked, "Brother Zimo, do you want to see me?" "Yes. But you should rest now. I'll take you out someday when I'm free." Suzimo sent 2 messages in succession. Feeling his concern, Jang Yui smiled even sweeter, and Fong Fongfong on the upper bunk couldn't bear to watch it anymore. That's too disgusting. She also wants an older brother, but unfortunately there is no older brother who can see through her vulnerability. Chapter 17: A Night Alone. Although it is not a good idea to ask for leave, Jang Yui, who has just fallen, still decides to meet Suzimo tomorrow. It's over, Weiwei. You're in this state now. Even if your big brother sells you out, you'll still count the money for him. Fong Fongfong couldn't help but complain. The sour smell of love has gotten to her. No, she also has to work hard on live streaming and find her big brother. After Jang Yui replied to the message, although Suzimo reminded her to rest, she still started the live broadcast as a habit for several months. Welcome to Weiwei's live broadcast room. After a few familiar visitors came in, they immediately saw the packed exhibition hall. Oh my god, after just one day of not seeing her, Weiwei's exhibition hall is already full, and she lit it up by herself. Wow, it looks like I've met a real big brother. He's so quick to act. Weiwei didn't broadcast live yesterday. Woohoo, has my goddess already? Jang Yui did not respond or deny it, but started the live broadcast as normal. Suzimo didn't come, and unsurprisingly lost 3 consecutive PK games. However, her mentality was better than before, and she even connected with Fong Fongfong and the two started chatting. Of course, old audiences knew that the two were friends, so few votes were cast. After this game, let's calm down. There are not many people in the live broadcast room. Fong Fongfong was not in a very good mood. I'm so worried. When will the number of people in the live broadcast room exceed 10? The main reason is that she lives on the upper bunk, so she can't move freely, and her appearance doesn't give her an advantage during the live broadcast. After Suzimo confirmed the time with Lu Juchi and lay down, he opened a certain audio app out of boredom. As soon as I entered, I saw Jang Yui's live broadcast. It is obvious that this is because he had consumed in Jang Yui's live broadcast room, and the big data directly pushed it. He clicked on it without hesitation. Jang Yui and Fong Fongfong were chatting casually and didn't pay attention when suddenly a screen-dominating special effect appeared on the screen. Unrestrained Wind sends out Diamond Carnival 1. The next moment, Fong Fongfong's health bar was directly compressed and disappeared. Both of them were stunned. It was Jang Yui who reacted first. Welcome Brother Fong, thank you Brother Fong for the Diamond Carnival. The Diamond Carnival is worth 3,600 yuan, which is 600 yuan more expensive than the ordinary carnival. It is currently the most expensive gift on TikTok. Suzimo did not reply, because when he sent out the carnival, the system prompted, "Do you want to use the resettlement fund?" Yes. After all, diamonds are limited. Following Suzimo's choice, the system automatically deducted 3,600 resettlement funds and replenished the diamonds in his account. Comfortable. These 500,000 diamonds can be used for fishing. Attribute points are very important. Next, special effects began to dominate the screen again. The entire PK process never stopped until the end. Fong Fongfong was stunned. No. Is it necessary to brush so much to beat a player who can't even get 100 points? Until all the special effects have been delivered. This time I only spent more than 40,000 points because I didn't need to activate the Meet All Things card again. Fong Fongfong did not leave. Instead, she waited until the special effects stopped before she started crying. Wow, Brother Fong, did you have to hit me so hard? My nose and face are swollen. Her tone even sounded a little resentful. I had clearly helped them carry things in the afternoon. Suzimo noticed her then and almost subconsciously checked her message. Name, Fong Fongfong. Age, 19. Height, 163. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 80. Body size, 84. Experience, T0. Suzimo had met her in the afternoon. She was indeed good-looking, with an appearance of around 80. She was also 1 year younger than Jang Yui. Her experience made Suzimo's heart move. Switch the live broadcast room. Unrestrained Wind sends out Diamond Carnival 1. Fong Fongfong was instantly revived and shouted excitedly, "Thank you Brother Fong for the Diamond Carnival, thank you Brother Fong for the medical expenses, thank you so much." If any little bit is lost by the eldest brother, it would be half a month's income for her. How could she not be excited? Unfortunately, this big brother does not belong to her. Oh my god, he really is a big brother. He actually used Diamond Carnival to pay for the medical expenses. Too arrogant. I watched Brother Fong grow from a level 0 trumpet to level 41. There were constant comments, some good and some bad, but most of them were praising Unrestrained Wind. And because it was just past 8 o'clock in the evening, Jang Yui's live broadcast room directly rushed into the top 10 of the overall ranking and ranked first in the provincial ranking, and a lot of people flocked in to watch the fun. The number of people in the live broadcast room, which was in the single digits, suddenly exceeded 100. Suzimo exited the live broadcast room and then sent a message to Jang Yui on Green Bubble, "If you feel unwell, go to bed early." Good. It was just one word, but it made Jang Yui feel extremely happy. Jang Yui's favorability plus 5. Favorability level is 50. Jang Yui's favorability is indeed easy to improve, as long as you show more care and concern. Girls like this are really good. Suzimo put down his phone and went to take a shower. In the dormitory. Although the number of people in the live broadcast room increased dramatically, Jang Yui did not linger, but said, "My family, the anchor is not feeling well today, so I will end the broadcast first. Good night, everyone." After saying that, he ignored the comments, closed the live broadcast room, hummed a song and went to wash up. After taking a shower, Suzimo felt a little hungry. Although they bought a lot of things in the afternoon, he and Jang Yui didn't eat. "I was originally planning to make something myself, but after thinking about it, I took out my phone and ordered chuji. It's really expensive. A serving of 20 flavored shrimps costs 229 yuan. But it's big and tastes good." Now that he has the system, although he doesn't have much cash, Suzimo doesn't plan to treat himself harshly. "I ordered a portion of flavored shrimp, 5 pounds of braised shrimp, and some other items as well. The total cost was over 800 yuan. Funding, 3,995.15. Although his wallet was shrunken, Suzimo didn't care at all. "It's really boring to be alone at night. I want to go to a nightclub for fun, but I have no money." There was nothing else to do while waiting for supper, so Suzimo simply opened a certain audio app and started watching videos. Maybe because of the consumption of live streaming, the videos recommended are all videos of beautiful women. De Lindsay, Han Bingbing, Lamangtu, and so on. These videos, unsurprisingly, are all described in one word, big. That's not right. How did Moeen know his hobby? However, Suzimo felt that he liked not only this type of people, but also Huang Feiji, Pan Min, the cute and pure dove, and Anju from Another Widow track. He also liked to watch them. What about the real person? He hasn't seen it anyway, so it's fine as long as the video is good. After all, it's just to make yourself happy. Moreover, for these beauties with millions of fans, with what he has, he can probably only add a green bubble. No need. Just take a look. As I was browsing, I saw an acquaintance again. It's Fong Fong Fong. There is a girl named Xiaofeng. She was playing PK with someone else. The opponent had 2,400 points. It was probably because someone got a sports car when the score doubled. However, Fong 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 only had 54 points, not even 100. He's being scolded. Suzimo clicked on it. Chapter 18. This is a sensible. For anchors like Fong Fong Fong, whose live broadcast rooms have only a few viewers, being crushed in PKs like this is normal. However, this time, the female anchor on the other side seemed to want to punish her physically in order to please her big brother. "Come on, do some jumping jacks, jump up." Fong 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 was embarrassed. "I'm in the dormitory. It's not convenient to do jumping jacks." It was even more inconvenient since she was sleeping on the upper bunk. "Can't you afford to play? You agreed that the one with the lower score will listen to the command of the one with the higher score, but you are unwilling to do some physical work?" The face of the female anchor on the opposite side suddenly turned cold. "No." When Fong 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 was hesitating to get out of bed, suddenly, the screen vibrated violently, followed by a dragon's roar, and huge special effects occupied the entire screen. Unrestrained wind sends out the Dragon Ranger 1. Fong 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 suddenly covered her mouth and her eyes widened. Of course she knew who this unrestrained Fong was, but she didn't expect that Wei Wei's elder brother would suddenly appear at this time. Moreover, the special effects of the Dragon Ranger make it look like the big brother Yulong has come to save her, the humble little anchor. Inexplicably, Fong 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 was so moved that her vision even became a little blurry. Woohoo! After being moved, she felt inexplicably guilty and glanced down secretly. Jang Yui was still wiping her face. Thank you, Brother Feng's Dragon Ranger." Fong 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 lowered her voice and kept expressing her gratitude. After the PK was over, she didn't even have time to react before she heard the female anchor on the other side say in a delicate voice, "The big brother on the other side is too strong. It hurts so much." Suzimo glanced at her. The live broadcast looks pretty good, and it's a small clip, which gives enough emotional value. No wonder some people send gifts. However, after checking the information of the female anchor, he couldn't help but shudder. I'll go. Her appearance is only 55. The most outrageous thing is her experience, which is as high as 32. I don't know which ruthless people did this. But think about it, after paying for the gifts, if you don't do anything when you meet, wouldn't it be a loss? Suzimo didn't even remind the people in the other live broadcast room. What is this called? This is called respecting the fate of others. Brother Fong, how about I confess my love to you? Fong 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 hadn't decided on the punishment yet when the female anchor on the opposite side spoke in a flattering voice. Unnecessary. Su Zimo felt a chill and urged Fong 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 to leave quickly. After hanging up the call, he gave Fong 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 2 gifts from other mysterious stores and left the live broadcast room without a trace. This is the benefit of getting gifts from the mystery shop, they want to be displayed like in the exhibition hall. A certain sound really understands. Fong 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 also breathed a sigh of relief. That night, Wei Wei's eldest brother gave her gifts worth more than 10,000 yuan. Oh my god. What should she do? Big brother gave so many gifts, she can't just not show any appreciation, right? Fong 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 was extremely confused. After thinking about it, he sent a private message to Su Zimo, Brother Fong, this is my green bubble, Fan Fang Fang 520. Just add a green bubble and do nothing else. Wei Wei, you must believe me. Su Zimo continued to watch videos when he suddenly saw Fong Fong Fong's private message. Switching to the message column, there are already 99 plus messages that I haven't read. At a glance, they are all basic beauty icons. Obviously, these female anchors found him because of his tips. Seeing that there were more messages coming, he simply said it so that only those who followed him could have private chats. Then he opened Fong Fong Fong's message. Jang Yui, this roommate, is quite sensible. Moreover, it was because of her help that Su Zimo was able to successfully win over this pure school beauty. So she added her green bubbles. Passed in seconds. Then, the chat box shows that the other party is typing. Thank you for the gift, Brother Fong. It's really too expensive. I don't know how to thank you. Su Zimo didn't rush to reply. He wanted to see what his roommate Jang Yui thought. After all, if he took the initiative to make any excessive demands and Fong 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 was unhappy, it was very likely that both fish would be decoupled. Not cost effective. Sure enough, a minute later, Fong 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 sent another message, I don't know when Brother Fong will be free. I would like to treat Brother Fong to a meal to thank him. Big brother gave her so many gifts, and she treated him to a meal. Isn't that very kind? Just eat a meal, nothing else. This shouldn't be considered as being unfair to my good sister, right? A smile appeared on Su Zimo's lips. She is really sensible. Then give such a sensible girl a chance. So I replied, I have to go shopping with Wei Wei tomorrow, so I might not be free. Going shopping again? Fong 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 was shocked. This guy not only gave his best friend 100,000 yuan in rewards, but also bought her nearly 500,000 yuan worth of luxury goods. He is going to continue shopping tomorrow? What kind of a mortal brother is this? Fong 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 felt her heart tremble violently several times, and she couldn't calm down for a while. She asked tentatively, so, the day after tomorrow? I don't know yet. I'll contact you when the time comes. Su Zimo wasn't sure whether he would be free the day after tomorrow, so he replied vaguely. Good. After getting this answer, Fong 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 felt relieved. However, I soon started to feel conflicted again. What should I wear the day after tomorrow? It is said that uncles like Loli, I don't know if it is true. Thinking of Loli, Fong 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 couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yochi. She has a sweet lowly face but a perfect figure. She feels that Jang Yui is no worse than De Lindsay, who has more than 8 million fans. And it exceeds the standard even more. I really envy these gifted people. However, Jang Yui has some mild social anxiety. Not to mention shooting videos and live broadcasts, even at school, she dresses very tightly, even with a chest binder. Only in the dormitory can she show her true self. What a pity. If I had a figure like hers, I would definitely upload swimsuit videos every day and attract a lot of attention. But now let us think about what to wear. The takeaway has arrived. Su Zimo ate while watching videos. Sometimes it's about beautiful women, sometimes it's about international situations and social hot topics, and occasionally there are live broadcasts. However, he did not give any more gifts, it was just for free, and he would not act impulsively just because the female anchor he was watching was pinned to the ground and rubbed. That's very brainless. Do you really think the host will be moved by this and come out to eat with you? Many workers spent a month's salary, only to get the host to say, thank you, brother. At most, you can add contact information and send out some so-called benefits that are just a fringe benefit. In fact, I don't know how many big brothers have been given these benefits, they are not very meaningful at all. No meat to eat. Isn't that just licking a dog? This often drives up prices, causing them to leave their original jobs and enter the live streaming industry. Suzimo just couldn't understand these people's behavior. He still has less than 400,000 diamonds left, and he has to use them wisely. He'd better see how Fong Fangfang is doing first. Chapter 19: Buying a Car. The time soon came to 12 o'clock, and Suzimo opened the system page with great anticipation. I hope it can be a cash reward mission. He really doesn't have much money now. Loading the task. My name is Lao Wang, I am panicking now. The thing is, I recently met a young woman on Seoul. After 4 months of soft and hard persuasion, I finally asked her out. I have to say that although her appearance is a bit low, she is really pretty and has a lot of knowledge. Because I had just entered society and didn't have much money, I went to the young woman's house to seek excitement. Halfway through the process, her husband came back. I am hiding in her closet now. I really want someone to call her husband and ask him to leave. If anyone can call this number 136 and send her husband away, I would like to sincerely thank you. Task: call and send the young woman's husband away. Reward: thanks from Lao Wang. Suzimo read the task carefully twice, but still had trouble reacting. No. What kind of reward is this? Who cares about his thanks? The tasks in this system are random. You have to look at the people and things you encounter in the task to get the corresponding rewards. There are not always financial rewards. It's such a scam. Suzimo originally thought that he could refresh the task, but it didn't work. Lie down for a while. I couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning, so I opened the taskbar again, wrote down the cell phone number, added a slug, and added a note: brother, open the closet and take a look. Comfortable. Suzimo finally lay down, feeling relaxed. After all, he did a good thing, so he didn't ask for thanks or anything. Conceal your achievements and fame. A certain city. When the man returned home, he felt something was wrong. His wife's face looked too rosy. However, since she said she was woken up from her sleep, the man did not take it too seriously and thought she was angry. After coaxing him for a while, the man was about to go to the closet to get his clothes to take a shower, but his wife hurriedly stopped him and told him to take a shower while she prepared clothes for him. Surprisingly virtuous. The man let her do what she wanted and was pushed into the bathroom. When he took out his phone from his pocket, he saw a friend request for verification. Brother, open the closet and take a look. The man, who was already a little suspicious, looked gloomy. He opened the bathroom door and saw a young man walking out of the closet. The two men met face to face. Then the house began to become lively. Because he went to bed early, Suzimo woke up at 7:30. This damn biological clock. I had been planning to continue sleeping, but due to my long-established habit, I couldn't fall asleep. I got up, jogged for a few kilometers, had breakfast, and then returned home. After taking a shower, it was almost 9 o'clock. When I opened the green bubble, there was a message from Jang Yui: brother, where are you taking me today? Shy. There was a girl named Xiaofang: good morning, brother Feng. Gu Xiaoxian: brother Su, why haven't you come to work these days? Suzimo took a quick look and opened Jang Yui's chat box. He originally planned to go directly to see the house, but it was inconvenient to travel, so he decided to buy a car first. Buying a car is actually very troublesome. First of all, there are actually very few cars available, and after going through all the formalities, it may be difficult to drive the car away within one day. After thinking for a while, Suzimo sent a message to Lu Jechi: I want to buy a car, do you know anyone? Soon. Lu Jechi replied: yes, I wonder what kind of car Mr. Su wants to buy. Suzimo thought about it. Men all want a G-class of their own. Although it is not suitable for girls, with so much resettlement fund, it is no problem to buy Jang Yui a car she likes. Big G, I want a car that I can cash out and drive away. Hold on. It was obvious that Lu Jechi went to ask about the existing car. Suzimo then sent a message to Jang Yui and asked, what kind of car do you like? Car? Jang Yui obviously didn't expect him to ask this suddenly. Didn't you say you have to take the driving test yourself? She hasn't signed up yet. Moreover, she was only a sophomore and didn't know much about cars, so she replied, I don't know. Brother Zimo, I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. It's okay, you can reserve the car first, and when you get your driver's license, you can drive directly. Suzimo decided to take her to have a look first and buy her something suitable. You can decide first. Soon, Lu Juchi sent a coordinate and a contact number. Mr. Su, this is one of my classmates. You can also add her green bubble. Okay, thank you for your help. Su Zimo suddenly felt that he needed an assistant like Lu Juchi, so that it would be much more convenient when he needed to get things done. Su Zimo forwarded the address to Jang Yui. Remember to bring your ID card. The two took taxis separately. Not long after Su Zimo arrived at Fingrui Mercedes-Benz, Jang Yui arrived. She was pure and pretty, and she was wearing the Chanel skirt she bought yesterday. The hem of the skirt was just a few centimeters above her knees, swaying gently with her steps, revealing an unspoken agility and playfulness. She wore a pair of nude pointed high heels on her feet, which not only elongated her leg lines, but also made her whole temperament seem to be re-sculpted, with an indescribable sexiness in her purity. The moment she saw Su Zimo, her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, and then she trotted towards him. Brother Zimo. She ignored the strange looks from the people around her and threw herself into Su Zimo's arms. It smells really good. However, because Lu Juchi had already come out to greet them, the two did not get too affectionate. Brother Su, Juchi has already told me about your situation. We happen to have a G63 in our store. A customer ordered it half a year ago, but for some reason, he can't pick it up. Can I take you to have a look? Chen Jiasen was all smiles. The store was actually worrying about what to do with this car. Isn't this like pie in the sky? She heard from her classmate Lu Juchi that this brother Su was a wealthy man who bought a luxury house in Binjiang Bay. Moreover, he is accompanied by a young and beautiful girl, so it seems that he is safe. How could Chen Jiasen not be enthusiastic? This is a matte black G63, and Chen Jiasen has been introducing the various configurations of this car. It is equipped with 22-inch large wheels, and has been specially upgraded for off-road use. The suspension system has also been fully modified. The coolest thing is that it uses portal axles. Each set of wheels has 2 sets of springs and shock absorbers. Coupled with the new axle design, the ground clearance has soared to 315 millimeters. In terms of power, can we drive away now? Su Zimo interrupted her. This can. Chen Jiasen has already asked for instructions from her superiors. Chapter 20 Stupid Woman. How much? Su Zimo didn't hesitate at all. This is a G63 4x4 that has been customized by the customer. He is unable to take delivery of the car due to financial constraints, so he only accepts full payment, a total of 4.25 million. Chen Jiasen quickly explained the situation of the car and quoted a price. 4.25 million? Jang Yui's eyes were filled with shock. This was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for her. Even when her live streaming was at its best, she would have to keep doing that for 20 or 30 years to be able to afford this car. Looking at Su Zimo's calm appearance, she felt uneasy inside. So scary. Is this the world of the rich? Take her to go through the formalities. I'll try this car first. Jang Yui was a little confused by Su Zimo's words. Brother Su, the formalities require. Wei? Before Jang Yui could react, Su Zimo continued to ask, did you bring your ID card? Yes. Go with her to complete the formalities. It was only at this time that Chen Jiasen realized that this brother Chen was going to buy a car for the girl in front of him? A car worth over 4 million, and it's just written in this little girl's name? Chen Jiasen had already applied for the key before the two arrived, and handed it directly to Su Zimo, then explained some precautions, and asked a colleague to follow Su Zimo, and then said to Jang Yui, Madam, please follow me. The look she gave Jang Yui was filled with deep envy. This is a real luxury car worth 4.25 million. After Jang Yui's name is registered, it belongs only to the little girl in front of you. Half an hour. Chen Jiasen went back and forth and finally completed all the procedures, and then she called Su Zimo. Paid in full. After purchasing insurance and paying purchase tax and vehicle and vessel tax, the next step, of course, is to go to the vehicle management office to register your vehicle and obtain a green license plate. The car dealership has its own channels, and Chen Jiasen said it could be done in the morning. However, before leaving, Su Zimo asked, is there a car suitable for her to drive? He actually walked around the store just now. Mercedes-Benz is not without suitable models. There are several coupes that are actually suitable for girls, and the appearance and interior are also okay. However, compared with this G63, those coupes are too cheap. Su Zimo felt a little embarrassed. Chen Jiasen originally wanted to introduce a few cars suitable for girls, but she soon realized Su Zimo didn't like those cars. She really wanted to earn this commission, but she had more far-reaching considerations, so she suggested, "Brother Su, if you want to practice, you can buy an AMG or an E260 coupe. However, we have a car show in Xingqing at the end of the month. If you are not in a hurry, you can go and have a look then." Car show. Su Zimo thought about it for a while. Jang Yui would need some time to get her driver's license, so it should be okay by the end of the month. Then let's talk about it at the end of the month. Next, he drove and Chen Jiasen accompanied him to the vehicle management office. When Jang Yui went to choose a license plate, she was lucky enough to get Y3333. Jang Yui was stunned until she got the green book and saw her name on it. She still didn't quite understand the situation. This car was obviously the one Su Zimo wanted to buy, so why was her name written on it? Is it just for convenience? She didn't ask, but she felt a sense of being trusted by Su Zimo, and her heart felt even sweeter. Jang Yui's favorability +5. Su Zimo glanced at her, not knowing what she was thinking. I originally wanted to invite Chen Jiasen to have lunch together, but she didn't intend to be a lightbulb and declined. After watching the two of them drive away in their new car, Chen Jiasen took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Jiechi, "Jiechi, this brother Su you introduced is too arrogant. Remember to treat me to a meal." Of course Lu Jiechi knew. He spent 17 million to buy a large flat, and then spent another 10 million to install facilities and buy furniture. This is not something that ordinary people can do. And from what Su Zimo said, it seemed that he wanted to buy another house. From this perspective, a G63 worth 4.25 million yuan doesn't seem to be a big deal and is normal consumption for someone like him. Wang Pingping arrived at the law firm early in the morning accompanied by her best friend Huang Yuqing. Once you have applied for permission, it is actually very simple to check your income sources. However, the more Lawyer Chen looked at it, the more his brows furrowed. A few days ago, Su Zimo's income data seemed ordinary, just an ordinary worker, but starting 3 days ago, on the day of the divorce, the data under his name began to move, as if he had taken out all the loans he could get, and then made some magical moves internationally. Lawyer Chen doesn't know much about finance either. However, Su Zimo's sources of income were clearly traceable, and taxes had been paid in full for every payment. It was clean and there was no problem at all. The most important thing is that the money was all income after the divorce. Lawyer Chen, what's going on? How much marital property did Su Zimo transfer? On the other side, Wang Pingping urged anxiously. When Lawyer Chen raised his head and looked at her, he no longer had the enthusiasm he had before. This is a stupid woman. Maybe she herself doesn't even know what she's missing? It has been found. How much? How much money did he transfer? Wang Pingping's eyes lit up and her breathing became a little rapid. She was so overwhelmed that she didn't even think about the fact that even if the property was to be transferred, there would need to be property. Su Zimo was just a small clerk. Where could he earn millions of assets? Huang Yuqing also looked at Lawyer Chen. Although the money was finally given to Wang Pingping, as she is her best friend, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get some food and drinks for myself, right? After placing several orders recently, she doesn't have much money left. It's all because the fish are so unreliable. They only make 4,000 or 5,000 a month, and even less for her. It seems that we have to continue to place bait. I found out that Mr. Su Zimo has 3,973.15 in assets left. Impossible? Why is it just this little? Before Lawyer Chen finished speaking, Wang Pingping refuted him harshly, and her mood plummeted from the peak to the bottom. Lawyer Chen, please check again. Please check his real estate. She saw Su Zimo walking out of Binjiang Bay with her own eyes. Mr. Su Zimo owns 2 properties. One is in Shiha community, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The value should be around 600,000 yuan. However, with the current housing crisis, the value of this old house should not exceed 500,000 yuan. Of course Wang Pingping knew about this set, she didn't like it at all. It was said to be priced at 500,000, but in reality it would be great if it could be sold for more than 400,000. What about the other set? There is another one in Riverside Bay. Lawyer Chen looked at her sympathetically and said, this house was bought by Mr. Su Zimo 3 days ago at a high price of 17 million. What? 17 million? Wang Pingping immediately lost her composure and almost screamed. She was extremely excited. Lawyer Chen, this is the house. You must help me get it back. She seemed to have foreseen the scene of herself living in a mansion worth 17 million and being envied by everyone around her. Chapter 21 Wang Pingping learns the truth. System prompt: throw away your brain, and you will only feel happy when reading. In fact, Wang Pingping's vanity actually started to develop from Huang Yuqing's circle of friends. She envied the luxurious life her best friend led, and therefore, the more she looked at Su Zimo, the more dissatisfied she became. Lawyer Chen, it's not just this house. Yesterday, he also bought a bunch of luxury goods for a little vixen. You must get this money back for me. Don't leave him a single cent. As she spoke, Wang Pingping gritted her teeth, being extremely cruel. Huang Yuqing was also amazed at Su Zimo's financial resources. She never thought that her best friend's husband, who looked ordinary, could actually come up with 17 million to buy a house in Riverside Bay. And her stupid best friend actually gave up her husband for an ugly guy with an annual salary of 500,000? Is your brain okay? As a socialite, Huang Yuqing looks at the problem differently. Although Su Zimo may have hidden his marital property, a person who can accumulate wealth to tens of millions is a super treasure in himself. But Wang Pingping only saw the surface. If it were her, she would rather not recover the properties and remarry her ex-husband. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. Lawyer Chen's words stunned both Wang Pingping and Huang Yuqing. Why? Didn't you say at the beginning that you would definitely help me get it back? It's not like I won't pay your lawyer fees. Wang Pingping asked, her attitude already a little unfriendly. Because Mr. Su Zimo bought the house with the money he earned after the divorce, so there is nothing I can do. In fact, if Lawyer Chen didn't want to see the expression on this stupid woman's face after she knew the truth, he would have been unwilling to pay any attention to her. Funds earned after the divorce? Not only Wang Pingping, Huang Yuqing was also a little bit unbelievable. It's only been 3 days since these two people got divorced, right? Moreover, Su Zimo bought the house on the day of his divorce. How is it possible to make so much money in one day? No, that's impossible. How can he have the ability to make money like that? You must be lying to me. Wang Pingping said, staring at Lawyer Chen, are you colluding with Su Zimo to prevent me from getting a share of the money? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After all, in her heart, her husband is a useless loser. He is already 30 years old and his monthly salary is only more than 10,000 yuan. He is of no use at all. I'm telling you, there are plenty of law firms out there. If you don't want to, I can go find another law firm and let other lawyers earn the legal fees. Lawyer Chen almost wanted to kick him out. He kind of admired the way this stupid woman thought. However, in order to make her despair, he printed out the information and handed it to Wang Pingping. You can see that there is a traceable trace of every sum of money earned by Mr. Su Zimo. Look, not only is there this 17 million in funding, Mr. Su Zimo has also established his own private fund. This fund has allocated a total of more than 3.4 million for renovations in the past 2 days. In addition, the 480,000 yuan you mentioned for purchasing luxury goods also came from this fund. Although I don't understand finance, Mr. Su Zimo's way of making money is truly amazing. Lawyer Chen said this with a hint of amazement in his tone. It's simply a miracle. Wang Pingping actually couldn't understand it either, but she could still see the amount of each transaction. She just didn't want to believe this fact in her heart. If these assets were earned by Su Zimo after the divorce, then they have nothing to do with her at all. Luxury houses, luxury goods, all were moving away from her. Just thinking of this, Wang Pingping's eyes went dark, he staggered and almost fell down. Pingping, are you okay? Huang Yuqing quickly helped her sit down, and at the same time, his eyes scanned the printed materials. She believed that Lawyer Chen was telling the truth. Because there is no need for them to lie. If it is a setup, they can just change a law firm. Such lies will be exposed with just one poke. If it's true, that means Su Zimo earned tens of millions in assets in a short period of time after his divorce. Huang Yuqing's heart was in turmoil. My best friend has simply thrown away a mountain of gold. The so-called water tower. She also knew Su Zimo and had added him to Green Bubble, but she had never been enthusiastic about Su Zimo before. I just don't know if there's a chance. She had to try. There are many rich people, but there are very few rich people who can buy nearly 500,000 luxury goods for a woman at one time. Once she succeeds, she can become a real socialite, instead of having to group together to buy things at an internet celebrity store. I couldn't help but comfort her. Pingping, the data that Lawyer Chen found was all entered into the system. It's impossible to be fake. Wang Pingping pursed her lips and said nothing. She actually knew it in her heart, but she was too unwilling to believe it. Obviously, all of this should belong to her. That 18 million mansion, and so many luxury items. And according to Lawyer Chen, Su Zimo's assets are far more than just this. Just thinking about it, Wang Pingping's heart was bleeding. Oh, new data just now. Mr. Su Zimo used more than 4 million yuan to buy a car. Lawyer Chen struck again. Wang Pingping only felt a pang of pain in her heart, and this time she completely fainted. After eating, Su Zimo drove Jang Yui to Meishi Lake No. 1. It can be said that he has a car that is worthy of the status of a super rich man. Lu Jiaqi is already waiting. Seeing Jang Yui beside him, he felt a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted himself. Being so young and good-looking, Su Zimo must have no shortage of women around him. Lu Jiaqi had actually thought about this a long time ago. There are so many eyes staring at such a high-quality man. It is simply unrealistic to want to possess him all to yourself. Mr. Su. Lu Jiaqi came up with a professional smile and greeted Jang Yui enthusiastically. Hello, ma'am, my name is Lu Jiaqi. Jang Yui. Jang Yui was a little shy, but after seeing Lu Jiaqi's appearance, she inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She couldn't help but lean toward Su Zimo and hugged his arm tightly. It seems to be asserting sovereignty. Of course, Lu Jiaqi knew what the little girl was worried about. Isn't Jang Yui's attitude a recognition of her appearance? Can I go see the house? Su Zimo asked bluntly. Of course, Mr. Su, this way please. Lu Jiaqi didn't waste time. On the way, she started to introduce the situation of her house to him. There are 2 houses here that meet Mr. Su's requirements. One is 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the other is 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The prices are 4.9 million and 8.99 million respectively. Both are decorated in a light luxury modern style. Chapter 22. Buy it if you like it. The 2 apartments chosen by Lu Jiaqi both look pretty good, and the location and view are also good, and the decoration is generally not bad. I don't know if it's because the house in Binjiangbei raised Su Zimo's threshold, he always felt that something was missing. Go check out the others. Su Zimo decided to take a look at them all before making a decision. Afterwards, the 3 of them went to Mudengu and Jinmao to take a look. Both are good. Among these 3, Jinmao has the best environment. However, looking at Su Zimo's calm expression, Lu Jiaqi probably didn't like him. Although these 3 real estate projects are among the top 10 large flats in Star City, there is still a big gap compared to Riverside Bay. Mr. Su, are we going to visit Binjiangbei? Lu Jiaqi asked. Walk. Actually, Su Zimo didn't plan to go to Binjiangbei at first. If Jang Yui were placed in Binjiangbei, it would be bad if she were to run into him. But now he thought about it, he would have more than one house in the future, so if he had other girlfriends, wouldn't it be enough to arrange for them to live somewhere else? Living in the same residential area, it is actually quite convenient to go find Jang Yui. As soon as you enter Riverside Bay, you feel it is different compared to other properties. There is an invisible sense of luxury. Enter the garage. This was also the first time Su Zimo saw the situation in the garage. After all, he took a taxi last time. Even the garage is luxurious. It can be seen that every detail has been carefully designed. Unlike the underground garage in his current community, it is dark, damp, and even has a strange smell. The garage at Riverside Bay is spacious and bright, with a 5-meter ceiling. Its decoration is comparable to that of a 5-star hotel lobby, giving it a futuristic feel. No wonder, the parking spaces here are said to cost 38,000 per square meter. Originally Su Zimo thought that the parking spaces provided by the system would not be enough, but he didn't expect that 1 parking space could accommodate 3 cars, and 2 parking spaces could accommodate 6 cars. Brother Tonzi is still generous. Jang Yui was completely stunned, and felt inexplicably restrained because she had never been to such a place before. After all, now, she is just a student with little experience. After getting off the car, she stayed close to Su Zimo, but her eyes were observing the surroundings curiously. Lu Jiaqi introduced everything inside to the 2 of them from a distance. Went upstairs. This is a large apartment of nearly 400 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 4 bathrooms. It has oversized floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides and a ceiling height of 4.5 meters, giving people a completely different feeling. This is it. Su Zimo made the decision immediately. Only by standing in this house can you truly feel the difference between Riverside Bay and other places. Moreover, each of the 4 rooms has a view of the river. How is it, do you like it here? Suzumo asked Jang Yui, who was still looking around. Ah? Jang Yui was stunned for a moment. Originally, she thought Suzumo was going to buy a house for himself, but now it seems like he's going to buy one for her? Her breathing couldn't help but stagnate. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to own a house? And it's such a high-end, classy and large flat. Brother Zimo, I'm still studying, and this house is very expensive. Jang Yui was a little nervous, but her eyes showed her love for the house. Just now, on the way here, she heard from Lu Juchi the price of each apartment. The cheapest one cost 4.9 million. This one is obviously more spacious and luxurious than the one I just saw, and the price is unimaginable. Ms. Jong, this house is 385 square meters. The owner bought it for 8.8 million yuan. The decoration and furniture cost more than 2 million yuan. The current selling price is 9.8 million yuan. Lu Juchi was talking about the situation of the house. The price of a newly renovated house dropped by more than 1 million yuan in a blink of an eye, which shows the current housing price situation. 9,800,000? Jang Yui was stunned. Although she liked it, the high price made her not think twice about buying it. Brother Zimo, why don't we go look at something else? How do you like it? Suzumo looked into her eyes. Jang Yui couldn't say that she didn't like it. As long as you like it. Suzumo squeezed her cold little hand, and then said to Lu Juchi beside him, Ms. Lu, go prepare the contract. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Juchi looked at Jang Yui, who was still a little confused, with envy, then calmed down and went downstairs to get ready. Only Suzumo and Jang Yui were left in the room. Brother, don't talk. When Lu Juchi came up, he saw Jang Yui sitting on the sofa. Although her dress was not messy, her eyes were sparkling and her face was rosy. With just one glance, Lu Juchi roughly knew what happened here after she left. The next step was to sign various contracts, and the names written on them were unsurprisingly Suzumo and Jang Yui. When Lu Juchi saw Jang Yui write down her name, her heart trembled. If Suzumo just bought this house for Jang Yui to live in, she wouldn't be so moved. Working as a salesperson in Binjiang Bay, she had heard that many wealthy people had used this trick. At the beginning, they would buy cars and houses, but all of them were under the names of the wealthy people. Once the novelty wore off, they would kick the people out. But Suzumo is different. If he was unmarried and wrote down both of their names without any tricks, then Jang Yui would have a share of the house. Lu Juchi watched the whole process and there was no other agreement at all. At this moment she was certain that Suzumo was truly a unique rich man. If there is a chance. Suzumo also noticed that the way she looked at him was a little different, but with Jang Yui by his side, he didn't show anything unusual. In the future, I will have in-depth exchanges with this beautiful sales lady. There are still some formalities that cannot be completed today, but after paying the full amount, there will be no problem moving in. Then the face and fingerprints were entered. During the whole process, Jang Yui had a feeling that it was unreal. You already have a house? Returning to the house again, looking at the innocent and pure school beauty in his arms, Suzumo picked her up and walked towards the huge bathroom. Then 1,231 words disappeared. The two of them made a fuss for 2 hours. Suzumo lay on the sofa, and Jang Yui curled up in his arms like a kitten. Looking at the night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Suzumo felt extremely comfortable. Name, Jang Yui. Favorability 6100. The favorability didn't improve after buying the house, but it improved when we were being affectionate. It can be seen that if you want to get into a woman's heart, you must take shortcuts. And walk more. After buying a car and a house, there was still 70.43 million left in the resettlement fund. There is no end to spending. There is no way to spend it all. At night, the two did not go out, but ordered takeout, which was delivered to their door by a private butler. After filling her stomach, Jang Yui took the initiative to sit in Suzumo's arms again. TSK. She's actually a little goblin. Chapter 23, Your name is written? Task refreshing. I am a cat. I sneaked out of my home yesterday and now I can't find my way home. If there is a kind person who can take me home, I am willing to donate half of my freeze-dried food. Task, help the little cat go home. Reward, 1.5 kilograms of freeze-dried food. Su Zimo just took a look and closed the system page. No help. And looking at the address, it's Shanghai. Is he okay? There is not enough money for the travel expenses. What kind of messed up tasks are these? Is this a task that a super rich person should do? And this reward? It's hard to put it into words. However, this also made Su Zimo see something. It seemed that he could receive any kind of task, and the rewards were also diverse. Although he didn't have much cash on him now, fortunately Jang Yui was there, so he didn't have to worry about having no money. 11:30 a.m. Su Zimo woke up, looked down, and saw a pair of clear and bright eyes. It's Jang Yui. Brother, you're awake. The girl's voice is crisp and sweet, very pleasant to hear. She had obviously woken up a long time ago, but did not disturb Su Zimo. Looking at the beautiful Jang Yui, Su Zimo couldn't help but get up half an hour later. Hiss. When he got up, Su Zimo rubbed his waist, which felt a little sore. On the other hand, Jang Yui looked like nothing had happened and was full of energy. It's great to be young. Su Zimo glanced at his physical fitness, which was only 58 points, which seemed a bit low. Otherwise, how about improving your physical fitness first? After a night of hard work, Jang Yui's favorability has reached 65 points, and she only needs 45 points to exchange for one attribute point. Who are you looking for? Two people appeared in Su Zimo's mind. Feng Fangfang is actually a nice person and seems sensible during the conversation, but the two of them have never met before. Lu Jiachi. Compared to Jang Yui's innocence and immaturity, she is much more mature, especially when wearing professional attire. She looks sexy and charming, making people want to put her legs on their shoulders. If it was before yesterday, Su Zimo wouldn't be sure, but when he bought a house for Jang Yui yesterday, the look she gave him was very seductive. It seems like she has come to terms with it. System, can the renovation fee be used to pay salaries? Can. After receiving the system's reply, Su Zimo looked through the list Lu Jiachi sent him. It will probably cost around 9.5 million. It was originally going to be higher, but Lu Jiachi negotiated the price down by 20 or 30 bucks. Ms. Lu, are you interested in following me? After sending this message, Su Zimo went to wash up. 10 minutes later. Su Zimo lay on the sofa and took out his phone again. Lu Jiachi had already replied, "What are you referring to, Mr. Su?" Dealing with some personal stuff, like these days. If it weren't for Lu Jiachi, it would have been a bit difficult to book a car and a house within one day. Moreover, Lu Jiachi is very careful in his work and has good connections. Personal assistant? There was nothing wrong with that. Su Zimo typed, "How about a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan? Mr. Su thinks highly of me, so I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. I don't think any worker would refuse a job with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. What's more, it was Lu Jiachi who originally wanted to get closer to Su Zimo. The card number has been sent. Lu Jiachi thought about it and sent the card number. A few minutes later, the bank notified that 600,000 yuan had been deposited into the account. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Half a year's salary. Su Zimo's words are few, but they are full of arrogance. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your trust. I will go and process my resignation right away. Lu Jiachi was as efficient as ever. Noon. Su Zimo was too lazy to move and wanted to rest more, so he ordered takeout again. Su Ji seafood. It was very expensive, costing me 2,004. Fortunately, he could use Jang Yui's resettlement fund, otherwise the little cash he had would be exhausted in no time. While waiting for the takeaway, Jang Yui stayed close to him, lying in his arms and looking at her phone without avoiding him. The address book is full of classmates and relatives. Feng Fangfang sent her a lot of messages yesterday. Wei Wei, are you coming back tonight? Wei Wei, you're not going to be with Brother Feng again, are you? Reply to my message, you little bitch. Stupid girl, you're asking for trouble. More than a dozen messages were sent last night, and the last one was sent at 1 o'clock in the morning. 9 o'clock in the morning, you are not going to come back today? Today is Saturday. Feng Fangfang is live streaming in her dormitory. My dear family, if you don't have any gifts, please give a like. If you give 10,000 likes, the host will sing a song for you. She spoke skillfully, but her eyes kept glancing at her spare phone from time to time. She wasn't completely jealous, but was still a little worried about Jang Yui, so she sent so many messages. Suddenly, the screen lit up. It was Jang Yui who replied. It depends. What does it depends on the situation mean? Oh, it looks like someone has gotten addicted to it and can't leave it anymore. After making a joke, Fong 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 typed, "What did you do yesterday? Why didn't you reply to my message for so long? Don't you know that we are worried? I'm sorry." Thinking about the reason why she didn't reply to the message last night, Jang Yui blushed a little and couldn't help twisting her body. Don't move. When Suzimo's voice came, Jang Yui raised her head and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? What do you think?" Suzimo blared at her fiercely. This little girl can really cause trouble. When her attribute points are increased in the future, I will make her suffer. After a while, Jang Yui was honest, but her mouth was a little red and swollen. She saw Fong Fongfang had sent many messages in a row. "You haven't told me what you did yesterday? Where are the people? Jang Yui, it's daytime now, what are you doing?" Fong Fongfang was a little scared. "Brother Fong. Is it so strong?" Fortunately, Jang Yui replied quickly, "I didn't do anything, I just bought some things with my brother." "Shopping again? What did he buy you?" Fong Fongfang's envy was almost overflowing from the screen. Woohoo! She really wanted an older brother like this. Jang Yui glanced at Suzimo and then said truthfully, "A car and a house." Car? House? Your eldest brother bought you a car and a house? Fong Fongfang, who was still live streaming, suddenly stood up, not caring about losing composure, and continued typing, "Are you sure? Did you write your name?" She still couldn't believe it. Just the second day after we met, he bought me a car and a house? This is too outrageous. Jang Yui only replied with one word, but Fong Fongfang fell silent. In the chat box, it always shows that the other party is typing. "Aha, my treat, you must treat me." Although it was just a message, Jang Yui could still sense her roommate's manic state. Everyone has vanity. Jang Yui was of course the same, but she was not that high profile in her dealings with others. Even if she made money from live streaming, she never told her relatives or classmates. Chapter 24, Can I visit? Okay, I'll treat you guys to a big dinner when I get back to school. Jang Yui agreed readily. The reward Suzimo gave her should be more than 40,000 yuan. A few thousand yuan would be enough to treat her to a meal. After all, they are all students. Wei, where are you now? Are you in your new house? Fong Fongfang sent another message. Yes. I'm so jealous. Fong Fongfang continues to go crazy. Although they don't know what kind of house it is, having a house of their own, even if it is just 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, is a luxury for them who come from an average family. She was dancing on the upper bunk, and her excitement certainly attracted the attention of Lin Xiaomiao and Jiang Yoqi. Fong, what's wrong with you? Lin Miao asked curiously. Wei. Fong gnashed her teeth and said, "That damn girl has a car and a house in Xingcheng." She was worried about her best friend's hard life, and also worried about her driving a Land Rover. Mingming was a small anchor with a monthly income of only 3 or 4,000 like her a few days ago. Not to mention the cars and houses, just the pile of luxury goods had already widened the gap between the two of them. Lin Xiaomiao didn't understand, but Jiang Yoqi seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Yoqi's family background is the worst among the 4, which can be seen from her clothes, none of which is over 50 years old. The poorer her family's financial situation, the more they valued boys over girls. Her family didn't even want to send her to college. It was only when she heard that female college graduates could marry better that she had the opportunity to go to college. Because she is not welcomed at home, Jiang Yoqi becomes introverted and timid. Of course, being introverted and timid doesn't mean she is not smart. Judging from what happened in the past 2 days, she guessed that the source of all this should be Wei's elder brother, right? Although Jiang Yoqi is only a sophomore, her family has been arranging her marriage since her freshman year, including cars, houses, dowry, and so on. She has no idea how many times her family has nagged her about it. She has always emphasized that she wants to complete 4 years of college, and she hasn't been home for more than half a year. She was even a little afraid to go back to that home. She really wants to have a home of her own, no matter how small or shabby it is. Therefore, even Jiang Yoqi showed an envious look after hearing that Jang Yui had a house. Wei, can we visit your new house? Fong was really curious. She wanted to know what kind of house it was, and she also wanted to see how good brother Feng was to her best friend. I also want to know if I still have a chance. Visiting a new home? Jang Yui was a little embarrassed. It's not that she was stingy, but she was worried that Su Zimo would not agree, so she looked up at him. Su Zimo was also reading the message. There was one person among them who surprised him a little. It's Wang Pingping's best friend, Huang Yuqing. Su Zimo had a very deep impression of her. After all, she was the one who lived the best life among Wang Pingping's friends, and he often compared her life with his own. Indeed, Huang Yuqing is carrying an LV bag, and she is wearing exquisite clothes. She goes to different high-end places every month and travels and checks in everywhere. Who wouldn't he be envious? In the past, Su Zimo did look up to her, but now, he found that it was just like that. A socialite. Zimo, Pingping has been living with me for a while. She is looking for a lawyer recently to recover her marital property. What does this mean? Aren't they two good friends? Wang Pingping is looking for a lawyer. What does Huang Yuqing tell her to do? Soon, Su Zimo's lips curled up in a playful manner. Plastic bestie. At the same time, he felt a little relieved. Brother Tonzi is still the one with foresight. If he really had to give it to Wang Pingping, he would be disgusted to death. Now. She won't get a penny. Let her do it. After replying 2 words and looking away, Su Zimo realized that Jang Yui in his arms was a little shy, looking at him with hesitation, so he asked, "What's wrong?" It's my roommates, they want to come and see. Jang Yui spoke very carefully, and said quickly, "If it's inconvenient, I will." What's so inconvenient about this? Su Zimo was actually looking forward to her roommate Feng Fangfang. Young and beautiful college students are really desirable. This is your home, you can make your own decisions. These words immediately moved Jang Yui so much that her eyes were blurred with tears. She threw herself at him fiercely and offered him her pink little mouth. Jang Yui's favorability +5. This is too fast. It's only been 3 days and it's already 70. At this rate, it will be full soon. By then, it should also mean that Jang Yui is completely devoted to him, right? After a while, the two separated. Jang Yui was about to reply to the message when Su Zimo reminded her, "Ask them if they have eaten." After all, it's only 12 o'clock noon. Good. Jang Yui felt so sweet in her heart that she replied to Feng Fangfang, "Come over here." Then she sent a location. Then he asked, "Have you eaten?" "No." After Feng Fangfang replied, she closed the live broadcast and started to clean herself up. She also said to Lin Yimyo and Jiang Yochi, "You guys clean up, we're going to go and give Weiwei a good beating." Su Zimo must be here. She can't be sloppy, can she? Are we going too? Lin Xiaomi was very excited, but Jiang Yochi seemed hesitant. She was timid even to meet her classmates, let alone to meet a stranger. Finally, at Lin Xiaomiao's urging, Feng Fangfang pulled her away, and the 3 of them went out together. After learning about the situation, Su Zimo added a 4.5-pound king crab, a 2-pound lobster, a grouper, and so on to Suji seafood. 5,600 yuan. Half an hour. Jang Yui's phone rang. It's Feng Fangfang calling. After picking up the phone, Feng Fangfang's somewhat restrained voice came from the other end. "Weiwei, the guard said he needs to confirm your identity." As soon as she got off the car, she was shocked by the community in front of her. Even if you don't know what Binjiang Bay represents, this community looks very high-end at first glance. The houses here must be expensive, right? After notifying the private butler, he arrived at the door within 2 minutes and welcomed Feng Fangfang and the other 2 in. After coming in, everything in the community opened their eyes again. Even Feng Fangfang, who was usually carefree and lively, became silent and didn't even dare to take out her mobile phone to take pictures. However, she was very excited inside. Oh my god. My best friend is driving more than just a Land Rover, she's literally flying to the sky. At the elegantly decorated entrance on the first floor, Feng Fangfang saw Jang Yui at a glance and immediately rushed over excitedly, "Weiwei. What are you doing?" Although Jang Yui's expression showed a hint of feigned disdain, her body unconsciously leaned back slightly to maintain just the right distance, and the gleam in her eyes revealed her inner joy. She didn't dare to post it on her moments to brag about it, but she was still excited to let her best friends know that she lived in a mansion. Chapter 25 Jiang Yochi. From the moment she stepped into the Binjiangwan community, Feng Fangfang has been experiencing wave after wave of shocks. What kind of community would have a private butler? Led by Jang Yui, several people walked into the house. What came into view was the vast floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, which brought the outdoor scenery into the spacious living room without reservation. The interior decoration is full of modern luxury, every detail reveals extraordinary taste, and various art ornaments are scattered around, which is pleasing to the eye. All this made Fong Fong freeze on the spot involuntarily, her eyes wide open in disbelief. This level of luxury is beyond imagination. This is Jang Yui's future home? I was living in the university dormitory just like me the day before yesterday, but in just 2 days. The emotions in her heart surged like the tide: shock, excitement, envy, all these emotions intertwined together, causing her to be speechless for a moment. She couldn't express her feelings at the moment in words. Lin Xiaomio and Jian Youqi were not much better off either. Jian Youqi had been hiding behind a few people. She was extremely reserved and even a little afraid to step into that bright and clean house. "You guys are here, come in and do it." It was not until Su Zimo's voice rang out that the 3 of them came back to their senses. Fong Fong's gaze fell directly on Su Zimo. Lin Miao also looked at him curiously, only Jiang Youqi quickly lowered his head like a frightened kitten. "Brother Fong." Fong was the first to say hello, and she was the only one among the 3 who had met Su Zimo once. After receiving so many gifts, she originally wanted to treat Su Zimo to a meal. "Brother Fong." Lin Xiaomiao followed suit and called out, but Jiang Youqi's voice was the lowest, almost inaudible. "That's my online name. My name is Su Zimo." As he spoke, Su Zimo's gaze quickly swept over the 3 people, and a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had met Fong before. She is quite good looking, so he gave her rewards several times to test her. But I didn't expect that Jiang Yui's other 2 roommates were so beautiful, so I couldn't help but call out the system. System, check the information. Name, Lin Mo Miao. Age, 20. Height, 160. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Body size, 80. Experience, T0. That's really good. Lin Xiaomio's height of 1.6 meters is not considered short in the South. She is a little thin, which can be seen from her figure. I need to eat more and gain some weight, probably to get extra points. Her face is a typical oval face with soft and smooth contours. The loose hair in front of her forehead falls gently, adding a touch of gentleness and tenderness to her. Her eyes are as clear as water, her nose is straight and delicate, and below it is a pair of light pink lips, which are soft and elastic, making people want to kiss her. As for experience, after all, being able to get into a normal university means he was considered an excellent student in high school. Teachers will pay special attention to such students, and the possibility of them falling in love is not high. You are only a sophomore now. As long as you keep yourself clean, it is normal to have 0 experience. Next is the last person. Name, Jiang Youqi. Age, 20. Height, 169. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Body type, 95. Experience, T0. Ha! Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. If it weren't for the system message, he really wouldn't have paid much attention to Jiang Youqi behind them. Her appearance is as high as 92? This was the first time Su Zimo had met a girl with a beauty score of over 90 points since he obtained the system. I was watching a live broadcast a few days ago and found that even among those with millions of fans, the highest appearance score was only 86 points. There are even a few below 80. I can only say that makeup plus beauty filters are really powerful. You must be tired from the ride. Sit down first. The food will be here soon. Su Zimo became more enthusiastic, but his eyes kept glancing at Jiang Youqi from time to time. She was wearing a slightly loose white t-shirt on her upper body, which made it difficult to see her size. She was wearing a pair of faded wide-leg jeans on her lower body. She had changed into slippers when she entered the house, so you could see that she was wearing a pair of socks with slightly rough edges, and her figure was almost invisible. Judging from her clothes, you can tell that she is a thrifty and clean girl. Most of her face was covered by her hair, but one could still see her delicate face, like a shy flower in the morning light, exuding a hint of childishness and innocence. She had been standing behind several people, walking lightly and silently, and every step seemed so cautious. Her eyes, which were always lowered, hid deep shyness and uneasiness. Her long eyelashes occasionally trembled, like the moment when a butterfly flapped its wings to fly, revealing the subtle ripples in her heart. After sitting down, the t-shirt gathered slightly, revealing a slightly bulging outline. If the system hadn't prompted her that her height was 95 centimeters, Su Zimo would have really been fooled by her outfit. Could this be tied up? Of course, just guessing. Jang Yui sat at the very edge, her hands unconsciously folded in front of her body, her fingertips gently stroking the corners of her clothes. This small action revealed her nervousness and discomfort. Even now, she didn't dare to look at Su Zimo. Brother Fong. The person who spoke was Fong Fong. As a host, she was obviously much more cheerful, and after a brief shock, she was no longer so restrained. What's wrong? She didn't change her address, and Su Zimo didn't mind. Can I take some pictures? When asking this question, Fong Fong's eyes sparkled. This house is really suitable for taking photos. If you post it on your circle of friends, you will definitely receive countless envious glances. Moreover, it can be seen from the guard post that this is not a community where everyone can enter. Sure. Su Zimo's answer was relaxed and natural, with a casual smile on his face. Do whatever you want, just pretend I don't exist. Being with a young and beautiful girl, Su Zimo seemed to be infected by the youthful vitality, and his heart was filled with a long-lost relaxation and joy. Thank you, Brother Fong. Next, Fong pulled Jang Yui to take photos of herself, some as a couple and some alone. Soon, Lin Miao also joined in. Only Jang Yui was sitting on the sofa, feeling a little uneasy, like a frightened rabbit. Chi, come here too. It was Fong who pulled her up and asked Su Zimo, Brother Fong, can you take a group photo of the four of us? Su Zimo readily agreed, took the phone, and took more than a dozen photos of them from various angles. During this time, he also found that Jang Yui seemed particularly introverted. Even when taking pictures, Jang Yui always habitually avoids her sight. It seems that it is not so easy to narrow the distance between the two. Don't be impatient. 10 minutes later, the takeaway from Suji Seafood arrived, and the private butler respectfully delivered it to the door. Wow, it's so rich. Seeing king crabs and lobster. Fong started screaming again. Chapter 26. Go shopping. Before you start eating, take a photo. Not only Fong, but even Lin Miao couldn't help but picked up his mobile phone and took several pictures. Originally, after Fong posted the 9-square grid of the house, she received dozens of comments in a short period of time. Now she has posted the 9-square grid of food, and the green bubbles have been ringing non-stop. Some are classmates, and some are female anchors. Most of the female anchors asked her if she had met a big brother who made her rich and gave her a hand. But how can she pull it? I haven't even figured out my own situation yet. Let us eat first. Although Shuji seafood is expensive, it tastes good. During the meal, Su Zimo saw that the three of them picked up food for Jang Yui. Their movements were natural and they all seemed to be very considerate of this introverted roommate, so that's probably why the four of them were able to have so much fun. Otherwise, given Jang Yui's situation, I'm afraid she wouldn't come out with them. But, it's okay. Jang Yui lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. What's okay? You need to eat more. As Fong spoke, she put another steamed abalone into her bowl. Sometimes, Fong actually envied Jang Yui. She usually didn't eat much meat, but she was the most competitive. Some things are truly innate. Extraordinary talent, incomparable. No matter how much papaya you eat or how much milk you drink, it won't be even a bit better. Oh. Jang Yui responded and ate in small bites without making any sound. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It seems that Jang Yui is not just introverted. Her cautiousness seems to be caused by the environment she is in. He remained calm, but decided to find time to ask Fong about Jang Yui's situation. As he looked over, Fong blinked, then picked up an abalone and placed it in front of Su Zimo. Brother Fong, you eat too. You are quite brave. However, Jang Yui did not react at all because she was picking up food for Su Zimo. Su Zimo allowed her roommate to come here, and she was actually quite happy about it. After dinner, Jang Yui took several roommates to visit each room. When seeing the river view in each room, Fong kept exclaiming. Wow, what kind of mansion is this? Every bedroom is equivalent to someone else's master bedroom. Woohoo! She really wanted to stay for one night, just one night, and do whatever she wanted. Lin Xiaomiao was a little better, but his eyes were also full of envy and desire. Just ask yourself, which girl doesn't want to live in a luxury house like Binjiang Bay? Out of Suzimo's sight, Jang Yui felt a little better, but she only dared to stand by the door and didn't dare to touch anything around her, as if she was afraid of breaking it. In the end, it was Jang Yui who pulled her along, and the four girls lay together on a big bed. Their laughter could be heard constantly in the room. For a long time. Feng Fangfang leaned close to Jang Yui's ear and asked, Wei, did Brother Feng really let you put your name on this house? Although she doesn't know the value of this house yet, it must be at least 5 million, right? To quote what people said on the internet, even if she were given this house to live in, she couldn't afford the property management fees. This is indeed the case. The property management fee of Riverside Bay is as high as hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Jang Yui nodded, her face full of happiness. If today wasn't Saturday, she would have gone to apply for the property certificate. Wow, Brother Feng is so good to you, he dotes on you so much. Not only Feng Fangfang was envious, Lin Miao was the same, and even Jang You's eyes when he looked at Jang Yui were full of envy and yearning. She really wants to have her own safe haven, her own home. Carrot he, you can find it too. Where to find it? Feng Fangfang moved her mouth but didn't say anything. Sad. Although she had some ideas, she didn't want to ruin her best friend's happiness. Hateful. Why can't she be a bad woman? After a while. They also felt that it was not a good idea to leave Suzimo alone in the living room, so they walked out of the room. Elder brother. In front of the three of them, Jang Yui threw herself into Suzimo's arms and started showing off her love. Wei, we are still here. Feng Fangfang gritted her teeth, and the way she asked for a kiss showed that she really treated them as air. Suzimo pecked Jang Yui's lips lightly and suggested, It's boring to stay at home, how about we go out for a walk? Jang Yui has so much resettlement funds, so she has to use them. Besides, even though they had moved in, there wasn't even enough clothing for two people to change into in the house. Shop? Feng Fangfang and Lin Miao actually both like shopping, and they usually go out together on Saturdays and Sundays. But at this moment, they actually wanted to stay in the house rather than go shopping. Even if you just sit on the sofa, you will feel inexplicably happy. Is this the charm of a luxury house? Listen to Brother Feng. Feng Fangfang seemed to be accustomed to this name, and it seemed to be used to remind herself. Let's go, then. Suzimo stood up and pulled Jang Yui with him. The condition of the garage opened the eyes of several people. Feng Fangfang even said, If I can use these materials in my house in the future, I will be satisfied. The garage at Binjiangwan, even the signposts on the ground, are all made of marble. The materials used in all aspects are very particular and definitely not shoddy. After experiencing the previous situation, the girls took it for granted when they saw the G-class again. Isn't this the standard for big guys? After getting in the car, Jang Yui sat in the passenger seat and asked Suzimo, Brother, where are we going? The IFC side. There are many places to visit and have fun at IFC. Feng Fangfang's eyes in the back row suddenly lit up. Go to IFC. Are you going to buy luxury goods again? She heard from Jang Yui that the things worth nearly 500,000 yuan in the dormitory were bought for her by Suzimo within 2 hours. Of course, Feng Fangfang didn't think that Suzimo would buy things for her, but watching the big guy shopping was also a kind of enjoyment, wasn't it? I have to say, there are really a lot of people here at IFC, and it is really difficult to find a parking space. Especially on Saturday. Suzimo walked back and forth in the underground garage for several rounds, and waited for more than half an hour before a car left. He immediately decided that he would never drive when he came here again. Parking is a real waste of time. I didn't buy many bags this time, because the last time I bought things here, Suzimo could see that Jang Yui didn't seem to be very interested in bags. She prefers cosmetics, jewelry, clothes, and the like. And these are exactly what a new home must have. But Feng Fangfang, when she was picking things in the store, her eyes kept moving on the bags, her eyes full of longing. Unfortunately, they are all so expensive and she can't afford them at all. Therefore, I envy Jang Yui even more. Ah, this dead girl is so lucky. Chapter 27 Brother Zimo is so cool. Suzimo's magnanimity shocked Feng Fangfang and the others again. Basically, as long as Jang Yui had seen something and expressed her liking for it, he would ask the waiter to bring it to her. Brother, isn't that a bit too much? Jang Yui seemed a little worried. Don't worry. If you come here by car and can't fit everything in, you can also order a local delivery. Su Zimo thought she was worried that she couldn't get it. Ma'am, our store actually has a dedicated delivery service. As long as you fill in the address, it can be delivered to you on the same day in the same city. On the side, the waiter also spoke with a smile. Jang Yui hesitated to speak, and Su Zimo finally understood what she was worried about. He immediately said, "Buy them with confidence. These things are not worth much. God is not worth much money." Fong Fongfong was screaming in her heart. Any small piece of jewelry costs several thousand yuan. While shopping, Jang Yui actually pulled Su Zimo to try on several men's clothes and shoes. When he looked at Jang Yui, the girl said, "I also want to buy something for my brother, although I can't buy much." The money Su Zimo gave her as a reward could not be withdrawn yet, but she had not used up the savings from the live broadcasts in the past few months, so it was enough for her to buy things as she saw fit. That's thoughtful. Su Zimo did not refuse. He is, actually, quite poor now. He can spend money on himself, but he cannot use the resettlement fund. When will I get a better mission? 2 sets of clothes and a pair of shoes cost him 16,800 yuan. Although she spent most of her savings, Jang Yui was very happy and smiled brightly because Su Zimo accepted it. Several roommates were full of dog food. Then continue shopping. Su Zimo felt a little tired, but Jang Yui and the others were still very excited. Even Fong Fongfong and Lin Miao, who got nothing, felt the same way, because when they came here to shop in the past, they could only watch. Jang Yochi, on the other hand, seemed a little out of place, but because Jang Yui and the others had always taken care of her, and with her beauty, no waiter dared to treat her coldly even though she was dressed ordinary. Being beautiful is actually a kind of capital. Their group, consisting of 1 man and 4 women, shopped and walked along the way, which attracted a lot of attention. However, they all envied Su Zimo. Little did they know that Su Zimo only had to eat one Van Cleef Pels. Looking at those 4-leaf clover jewelry and 5-color bracelets, Jang Yui's eyes lit up. 4-leaf clover represents luck. She tried on several bracelets. The cheapest one cost more than 10,000 yuan, and many cost 6 figures. Although she liked them, she was a little hesitant. She wrapped up everything she tried. Su Zimo never disappoints anyone. Wow, Brother Fong is so cool. Fong Fongfong really couldn't help it, and there were little stars in her eyes when she spoke. Among the jewelry Jang Yui tried on just now, there were ones worth 6 figures, but Su Zimo bought them without even looking at them. Sure enough, the waiter calculated a scary number, after the discount, 365,000. These are just some jewelry. After swiping the card, Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked Jang Yui, Wei, your friends have been shopping with you for so long, why don't you choose one for each of them? As long as it is bought for Jang Yui and she gives it away as a gift, there is of course no problem with it. Su Zimo has already asked the system. He decided that he would give Jang Yui more tips when she broadcasts live in the future so that she would buy things for him. We have a share too? Fong Fongfong, Lin Miao, and the others all looked at Su Zimo. Although they really wanted it, it was too expensive and they could not afford it. Brother Fong, forget it, Fong, try this. Jang Yui interrupted her, took out a 5-colored bracelet and handed it to her. Several of her best friends have been following her. In fact, Jang Yui has been feeling a little guilty about this for a long time. However, such a high price is not something she can decide at all. Now that Su Zimo brought it up, although she felt it was a bit expensive, if she didn't allow it at this time, wouldn't she be a bad person? In fact, Su Zimo said it in person so that she could not refuse. This is the first step to get closer. It's hard to say about Lin Xiaomio and Jang Yochi, but Fong Fongfong kept looking at him along the way. This is not good. Fong Fongfong said this, but her body honestly stretched out her hand. This is an 18K gold carnelian bracelet. The cost is unclear, but the price is as high as 36,000. No wonder Van Cleef Pels is in the first tier of luxury jewelry. This kind of 5-flowered bracelet, which is just the entry-level model of Van Cleef Pels, costs nearly 40,000 yuan. After putting it on, Fong Fongfong looked left and right. Woohoo! She wanted it so badly that she couldn't refuse it. Zhao Miao, you try it too. Jang Yui picked up a black onyx bracelet of the same style and put it on Lin Xiaomia. Almost no girl can resist a Van Cleef Pels bracelet. Although Lin Xiaomia felt it was inappropriate, she still tried it. When it came to Jang Yui chose a white mother-of-pearl bracelet. Wei, I don't need it. Jang Yui was timid, spoke in a low voice, and refused to extend her hand. Su Zimo knew at a glance that if this continued, Jang Yui would never accept it, so he said directly to the waiter, "Since you have chosen, then pay the bill." "No. I don't need it." Jang Yui raised her head suddenly. This was the first time she saw Su Zimo. The moment their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head. After a while, the base of the ears turned red. In this confused manner, Jang Yui also put on the bracelet. "Thank you, Brother Zimo." Surprisingly, this time Fong Fangfang actually changed her mind. Afterwards, Lin Xiumiao also followed suit to express his gratitude and called Zimo brother. Jang Yui hesitated for a moment and also said something, but his voice was very low. Su Zimo didn't mind either. Although we don't know what she has been through, her timid and cowardly character is obviously due to family factors. This has nothing to do with whether the family is rich or poor. He didn't even dare to make any noise while eating, so he obviously deserved to be scolded for it. What kind of family environment is that? Shall we go get something to eat first? From around 3 in the afternoon to 7:30 in the evening, he was actually already hungry. None of us are used to Western food. Although there are many popular restaurants around, the waiting list is over 100 long, so it's hard to say whether it tastes good or not. Let's eat Hey De Leo. I haven't eaten there in a long time. Fong Fangfang proposed it and several people readily agreed. After putting everything in the car, several people went to Hey De Leo. Although he had to queue, Su Zimo used a red envelope of 200 yuan to buy a seat in the front. After only 2 minutes of waiting, several people walked into the store. Chapter 28. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. While eating, Fong Fangfang and the others were happily playing with their bracelets. 38,000 for one, that's really scary. If Su Zimo hadn't given it to them, they really don't know when they would be able to wear it. Su Zimo took out his cell phone and looked at the message. After Lu Juchi went to handle the formalities, he had been supervising the new house. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he sent him a message, asking him if he had any other instructions. After all, it's different from other jobs. A personal assistant. And with a monthly salary of 100,000, of course you have to be available at any time. I immediately typed, "Go back and have a rest. If there is anything, I will call you." Okay. Lu Juchi's message came quickly, and it was obvious that she had been looking at her phone. Really dedicated. Su Zimo continued to look at the information and found that Huang Yuqing had sent him many messages, mainly saying that Wang Pingping was looking for a law firm again. This is interesting. Although she knew that Wang Pingping could not cause any trouble, why did Huang Yuqing, as her best friend, keep reporting Wang Pingping's whereabouts to her? I'm afraid he knows something? Only money can move people's hearts. Su Zimo knew very well that Huang Yuqing would not show kindness to him for no reason. Especially for a socialite like her. So I typed, "Isn't this bad for you?" In less than a minute, Huang Yuqing replied, "As Pingping's best friend, I know how good you are to her, Zimo. She doesn't know how to cherish you, and now she even wants to kick you out of the house. I'm so angry that I told you. TSK. It's actually installed. Are there any white lotuses among the socialites?" If she was still the Su Zimo she used to be, she probably wouldn't even look at her, but Su Zimo didn't expose her. It's better this way. I know Wang Pingping's whereabouts so that I won't be disgusted by her family. By the way, I don't know what's going on with my ex-brother-in-law and his fiancée. If Wang Pingping's family hadn't exploited her so much, she would never have been able to live like that with her monthly salary. Su Zimo had met Tang Xini. She is a nice girl, but unfortunately she never got to know Wang Chang and his family clearly. Since the Wang family used their own money as the betrothal gift and dowry, wasn't that equivalent to offering a betrothal gift to themselves? How nice. There are fewer middlemen making a profit from the price difference. So he sent a message to Huang Yuqing, "I'm sorry to bother you, but do you know Wang Chang's situation? I heard that Wang Chang went to Shanghai that day and ordered a princess. For some reason, Tang Xini found out about it. Now the two of them are having a falling out. Wang Chang went to her home and workplace to ask for her forgiveness, but it seems he didn't succeed. Wang Pingping's parents seem to be asking Tang Xini's family to return the betrothal gift and expenses. It seems that even the money for the wedding photos and some daily expenses are taken into account. This was within Su Zimo's expectations, but it was a pity that he didn't see it with his own eyes. His ex-mother-in-law is still as cruel as ever. It is understandable to return the betrothal gift, but why should the woman be asked to bear the cost of wedding photos and daily expenses? The reason why this marriage failed was obviously because of her son. However, given the ex-mother-in-law's unreasonable and argumentative character, if a real fuss really breaks out, I'm afraid the Tang family won't be able to bear it and will have to return the money. It's not worth it and it makes the neighbors laugh at you. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to meet Tang Sini. If my brother-in-law Wang Chang, who used to be so arrogant in front of me, saw me and his fiancée together, I believe his expression would be very interesting, right? I'll treat you to something to eat sometime. After Su Zimo replied, he stopped looking at his phone and started chatting with Jang Yui, Feng Fangfang, and the others. Tang Sini's home. This is an old house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in the old city of Tianjin district, and it also serves as the family dormitory for Tang's father's unit. Although his family background is average, he still has some connections. After graduation, Tang Sini was assigned to work as a trainee nurse in the central hospital. Something happened at home recently, and Tang's father has been looking gloomy. He was not very satisfied with Wang Chang in the first place. As a man, he could see that Wang Chang was not an honest person. Sometimes when he came to his house for dinner, he would even peek at Tang Sini's 18-year-old sister, Tang Xinyao. Tang's father was immediately angry and wanted to kick him out, but Wang Chang pretended to be stupid and got away with it. From then on, the family became much more obedient. Tang's father was not surprised at all that Wang Chang had such a thing happen this time. Things had already happened, and he didn't blame his daughter. After all, in front of his daughter, Wang Chang, despite his poor family background, has a good image and is positive. He seems to obey her and is devoted to her. That's why I was moved. Their family is not the kind of people who despise the poor and love the rich. But Tang's father did not expect that even though Wang Chang's family was clearly in the wrong, he returned the betrothal gift without hesitation. Now, Wang Chang's mother actually came to ask for other expenses, which he asked to list out more than 113,000 yuan. This is just ridiculous. When taking wedding photos, is Tang Sini the only one paying for the daily expenses? Regardless of whether there are so many, why should his family pay for it all? Wang Chang's mother was kicked out of the house by Tang's father, and she actually started making a scene in the community, saying that Tang Sini had used hundreds of thousands of dollars from her family and now refused to marry her and refused to return the money. This is simply putting the blame on someone else. Both Tang's father and mother were very angry, and even told Tang Sini not to go home for a few days. Last night, the police were called. But when Uncle Hat came, he found it difficult to deal with such a matter, and in the end he just took Wang Chang's mother away. But who would have thought that today Wang Chang's mother actually went to the central hospital where Tang Sini worked to make a scene? Tang Sini is still in the internship period, and it is not easy to get a job. If she allows Wang Chang's mother to continue making trouble like this, she is afraid that she will lose her job. That's the reality. Although the hospital is aware of the situation, the final solution is probably to avoid trouble altogether. Unless Tang Sini's family resolves this matter earlier, and as soon as possible. Even though things had gotten to this point, Wang Chang shamelessly sent her a voice message, "Sini, as long as you agree to marry me, my family will still pay for the expenses, and the betrothal gift can also be given to your family." There was even a hint of complacency in his tone, as if he thought he had Tang Sini under control. Tang Sini was so angry that she was shaking, and blocked all contact information of Wang Chang and all his relatives. Until she saw Su Zimo. Logically speaking, Su Zimo can also be considered a relative of Wang Chang. Brother-in-law. However, Tang Sini had a good impression of Su Zimo. Duty and honest. She is completely different from the people in the Wang family. Even when she was engaged to Wang Chang, it was her brother-in-law Su Zimo who was busy arranging everything. It is said that it was brother-in-law Su Zimo who paid for it. It's a pity that the more honest a person is, the more he is bullied. Tang Sini saw how arrogant Wang Pingping was in front of Su Zimo, as if she was ordering a servant around. Chapter 29, Incident. Tang Sini and Su Zimo had not had any communication on Green Bubble. When she opened the chat box, there was only the message that Su Zimo had sent a few days ago. It was also because of that message that she saw Wang Chang's true face. After 2 days of trouble, the Tang family was exhausted, and Tang Sini herself took a leave of absence. If this continued, she would definitely lose her job. My parents are already collecting money. Although I was a little angry, I could only suffer in silence. Who asked their family to have face? Just think of it as spending money to ward off disaster. It's a good thing I saw it clearly before marriage. If I really got married. Tang Xini couldn't help but shiver. The future mother-in-law is the perfect example of what a shrew is, what it means to beg for mercy and be shameless. He actually sat on the floor and rolled around in the hospital lobby, insisting that she had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and refused to get married, and refused to return the money. The incident was posted online, and there were people who didn't know the truth and criticized her. Needless to say, this should be Wang Chang's idea. He wanted to use online pressure to force himself to compromise. Don't even think about it. Tang Xini took a deep breath before typing, "Thank you, brother-in-law, for reminding me." Su Zimo, who was eating, saw the screen light up. Tang Xini? So he unlocked the phone, saw the message, and replied, "You're welcome. Also, don't call me brother-in-law. Wang Pingping and I are divorced." Divorced? After seeing this message, Tang Xini's heart suddenly beat a few times for no apparent reason. In her eyes, Su Zimo is actually very outstanding. He is family-oriented, has a stable job, and is especially good at taking care of people. Now that he's divorced. No, what am I thinking about? That's the person I called brother-in-law. Even if he meets her criteria for choosing a partner, but sister-in-law and brother-in-law, what is going on? Tang Xini buried herself in the quilt, her cheeks still feeling a little hot, and for a moment she even forgot to reply to the message. Su Zimo ordered whatever Jang Yui and the others liked to eat, and all 5 of them enjoyed the meal very much. "Oh no, I'm going to gain weight after eating so much." Fong Fongfong touched her slightly round belly and looked sad. Young girls think that being thin is beautiful and cannot accept themselves gaining weight. "It would be better if you had more meat." Su Zimo responded casually, but Fong Fongfong was stunned. "Brother Zimo, do you like girls who are a little chubby?" She quickly glanced at Jang Yui, then changed the subject and asked, Wei, are you going back to the dormitory?" "I." Jang Yui certainly didn't want to go back, she wanted to stay with Su Zimo forever. "Oh, this person is?" Fong Fongfong stretched out her voice, causing Jang Yui's cheeks to blush. "Actually, it's normal. If she had a house like that, she wouldn't want to move back to the dormitory." "Woo, I'll miss you when you're not in the dormitory." She hugged Jang Yui exaggeratedly. "I didn't say I wouldn't go back to live, I just won't go back today." Jang Yui pushed her with a red face. "Really? Can you bear to part with your brother?" Lin Nyomyo also came over to join in the fun. Ha ha. Only Jian Yochi did not join in. She still sat there quietly, but her eyes were filled with envy for them. She also has her own desires. But it seems that I am bound by my family, and many of my small dreams seem to be just wishes. She still has more than 2 years of freedom. Su Zimo watched the 3 of them playing with a smile, and glanced at Jian Yochi from time to time out of the corner of his eye. I'm afraid this introverted girl's timid character cannot be changed in a short period of time. Next, the few people did not continue shopping. As it was still early, they simply went to the cinema to watch a movie. In the darkness, Jang Yui snuggled in Su Zimo's arms, and the dim light could reveal her slightly swollen lips. Suddenly, Su Zimo's phone kept vibrating, so he took it out and took a look. It's Huang Yuqing. Su Zimo rejected her call and then saw the message she sent. Zimo, Ping has been stimulated by something and decided to go to your parents to save her marriage. No matter how I try to persuade her, she won't listen. Posted many times in a row. Su Zimo's face suddenly turned dark and looked very ugly. Brother, what happened? Jang Yui in his arms keenly noticed his abnormality and asked softly. Su Zimo calmed down his emotions and tried to make his voice sound calm. Wei, I have something urgent to deal with. Can you go home by yourself later? I'm fine, brother. I can take a taxi home later. You can go and do your own thing first. Although Jang Yui was reluctant to let him leave, she was still very sensible. Okay, I'll go take care of it first. Su Zimo thought about it and directly transferred 100,000 cash to Jang Yui. Take it and use it first. Tell me if you need anything. If it's not enough, come back to me. Brother, I still have money. Jang Yui wanted to refuse, but Su Zimo hugged her again and left in a hurry. He didn't want Wang Pingping to disgust his family. Especially the ex-mother-in-law. Running to her parents' house in the dead of night, is Wang Pingping crazy? She is indeed a little crazy. She couldn't accept the mansion and luxury goods being gone from her. Even though she went to another law firm during the day, Wang Pingping knew very well in her heart that if the money was really earned by Su Zimo after the divorce, then she would not get a single cent. Since there is no other way, the only thing to do is to save the marriage. Su Zimo blocked her and she couldn't contact him, so she decided to go find Su's father and mother. She had never been nice to her parents-in-law before, and even insisted that she must have her own house before she would get married. This drained all of Su's father and mother's savings. However, how does Wang Pingping treat her parents-in-law? Not only did she never take the initiative to show her filial piety during the Chinese New Year and other festivals, but when Su's mother was in the hospital and needed money urgently, she refused to give out a single penny. That was the money Su Zimo earned. Now, he pretended to buy some fruits and milk and went to see his parents-in-law under the pretext of visiting them. Wang Pingping felt that Su Zimo should still love her. After all, he used to be so accommodating and obedient to her. As long as you can show a little kindness in front of your parents-in-law and play the role of a good wife and mother, remarriage will not be too difficult. Su Zimo left the cinema and walked towards the underground garage of IFC. On the way there, he took out his cell phone and called Su's father, Su Jangwo. It took a while before the call was picked up. "Why are you calling so late?" Apparently Su Jangwo was woken up by the phone call. "Dad, you and Mom should go out now and find a hotel to stay in." Su Zimo didn't want his parents to be entangled by Wang Pingping's family. In fact, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time, but he had no money. Wait. There is actually another house. It seems that we need to urge Lu Juchi to finish the work as soon as possible. Chapter 30. A bad show. Su Zimo decided to let his parents live in the house in Binjiang Bay given by the system. He himself. There is definitely no shortage of housing, and depending on the system, there should be resettlement funds for every close relationship established. How can I be single by then? Why are we staying in a hotel out of the blue? Su Jangwo felt puzzled as his family was not well off at the moment. Because Su Zimo has not told his family about his divorce. "Wang Pingping and I are divorced." Su Zimo briefly explained what happened. Although his parents thought he was making a big deal out of nothing, seeing that their son insisted, they packed up and left. Su Zimo didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he heard his parents got in the car. In the car. Su Zimo's face looked a little gloomy. Although Wang Pingping went to his parents' house alone this time, if no result was achieved, his ex-mother-in-law would undoubtedly make a fuss. It's time to test Riverside Bay property. Other communities are generally not too strict, and as long as you report your resident name, you can enter and exit. Riverside Bay is different. You must obtain the consent of the owner before entering the community. Of course, there is another way to enter the community. If you verify your capital is over 5 million, you can view the houses. It's just house viewing. Even if they knew the floor level of Su Zimo's new house, they couldn't go up. The floor also needs to be verified. If it's outside the residential area, the annual property management fee of hundreds of thousands of yuan can't be wasted, right? Moreover, the ugly incident would affect Runhe's own house sales. It was wise for Su Zimo to call ahead. Although Huang Yuqing was dragging her, Wang Pingping still arrived first. "Pingping, it's so late and we are disturbing the old man's sleep. Isn't it bad?" Huang Yuqing reminded tactfully. "What's wrong with me visiting my parents-in-law? It's filial piety." Wang Pingping thought it was natural. Huang Yuqing secretly rolled his eyes. "Come on, you're divorced. Besides, why didn't you show any filial piety before the divorce?" When Wang Pingping chatted with him in the past, she complained the most about her parents-in-law. "Mom and Dad, open the door." At first Wang Pingping restrained herself and knocked on the door gently, but as time went on, the knocking became louder. Even the neighbors were woken up. He opened the door and cursed, "Why are you knocking so late? Can't I sleep? I knock on my own door, what does it have to do with you?" Wang Pingping directly pushed back. She is used to being strong and is not afraid of offending anyone, even if they are neighbors of her parents-in-law. "You." The neighbor was furious, but when he saw that she was holding something and her face looked familiar, he closed the door and didn't argue with her. How could the Su family have such a daughter-in-law? Wang Pingping heard the neighbor's complaints and asked, "Who are you talking about?" As he said this, he was about to kick the neighbor's door. It can be seen that some genes are really inherited. "Pingping, don't be like this, didn't you say you wanted to be a good wife and mother?" It was Huang Yuqing who held her back. After hearing about the good wife and loving mother, Wang Pingping calmed down a little. She is not here to cause trouble, she is here to please the old man. At this time, Huang Yuqing felt his cell phone vibrate. He walked a little further away before taking out his cell phone. I have arrived. It's Su Zimo. Huang Yuqing looked through the stairwell window and saw a G-Class parked at the entrance of the corridor. His eyes suddenly lit up. This Su Zimo has really become rich. She texted, should I tell Wang Pingping? Using the full name directly shows that he wants to draw a clear line between himself and Wang Pingping. Come down. Huang Yuqing understood what he meant, put away his phone, and said to Wang Pingping, Pingping, come over and see, there's a G-Class coming downstairs. What happened to Big G? Wang Pingping was a little impatient and cursed her in-laws countless times in her heart. In such an old neighborhood, who can afford a G-Class? Do you think it could be Zimo? Zimo? Only then did Wang Pingping move towards the corridor window. Sure enough, there was a big G-Class parked below, and the engine was still running. How about we go down and take a look? After Huang Yuqing said this, Wang Pingping went downstairs with her things in her hand. This old neighborhood doesn't have an elevator, so you have to walk. As soon as she walked out of the corridor, Wang Pingping saw a familiar face through the open car window. Husband. Wang Pingping's eyes were filled with surprise as she trotted over quickly. Su Zimo in the car didn't say anything, but turned his head and looked at her coldly. Suddenly, Wang Pingping stopped and the surprise and smile on her face slowly disappeared. So strange. She read coldness and disgust in Su Zimo's eyes. In the past, Su Zimo would not be like this. Even if I was unreasonable with him, he would still comfort me in a gentle voice. Huang Yuqing saw this scene when he came down, but did not get close. However, looking at Su Zimo in the car, she still found it a little unbelievable. There is no trace of decadence in him. He is confident and steady, which is a temperament that can only be found in many top second generations. Is this still the cowardly husband of my best friend? Really? Money is a man's courage. What are you doing here? Su Zimo's tone was stiff and cold. I came to visit my parents-in-law. Wang Pingping raised the fruit and milk in her hand to indicate, her tone becoming noticeably softer and more flattering. In the past, she always spoke to Su Zimo in a commanding tone or with impatience. However, her flattering attitude did not move Su Zimo at all. On the contrary, Su Zimo just felt disgusted. After so many years of marriage, I have never seen her so attentive and filial during the New Year and other festivals. Why are you pretending? But he also came to provoke Wang Pingping tonight. Then, the rear window of the car was lowered, and the back seat was filled with all kinds of luxury handbags, dozens of them. Wang Pingping's eyes suddenly widened, and at the same time, she felt inexplicably happy. Did you buy this for yourself? Su Zimo also wants to get back together with me? Hubby, I know you treat me the best. I will listen to you and never make you angry again. Wang Pingping said this and was about to open the back door. One pull. Not pulled open? Not only that, the car windows were rolled up. When she looked towards the front seat, she saw a face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Wang Pingping's excitement quickly cooled down, but how could she give up? So, she pretended to be pitiful and said, Honey, I know I treated you badly in the past and I often lost my temper, but when we got married, you said you would tolerate me, so I am a little willful. I will change. I really will. As she spoke, she started crying. However, Su Zimo didn't say a word throughout the whole process, but just watched her clumsy performance quietly. Change? Why did our ancestors leave behind these 4 words? It's hard to change one's nature. He could almost foresee what Wang Pingping and her family would look like if it was marital property. My parents have already moved. If you like to make trouble, go ahead and make trouble. After saying that, Su Zimo drove away. Chapter 31. They're all here. Hubby, don't leave me, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Wang Pingping chased for a distance, but in the end, she couldn't even see the taillights of the car. She fell to the ground and burst into tears. She cried so heartbreakingly. At this time, her best friend Huang Yuqing came over leisurely. In fact, she had wanted to leave by herself just now, but Su Zimo sent her a message, asking her to be an insider and saying that he would not treat her unfairly. Then she had no choice but to continue playing the role of best friend. Wrong? Wang Pingping doesn't know that she is wrong. She is clearly regretting that she filed for divorce so easily. Otherwise, she would probably be living the life of a wealthy lady that she envied. Ping Ping, forget it, let's go home. Huang Yuqing adjusted his mood and persuaded. Go home? Yes, I want to go home. Zimo might be waiting for me at home. This best friend must be crazy. That's right, who would be willing to accept such a thing? Just now, there were so many luxury items in the car, which looked like they cost at least hundreds of thousands. How could Huang Yuqing not be jealous? Even if Su Zimo gave her just one of them, she would be satisfied. Therefore, I couldn't help but look forward to Su Zimo's promise even more. The biggest punishment for your ex is to let her see you living a better life than her. What's more, Su Zimo is extremely good. The information obtained from the law firm was nothing more than a series of data. Seeing the luxury cars and luxury goods with her own eyes, the psychological impact on Wang Pingping can be imagined. Unable to achieve. So cruel. Afterwards, Su Zimo went to the hotel he had booked for his parents. Bite. The host's filial piety is detected, and a parent resettlement fund of 100 million is issued. Note, this fund can only be used for parents. Brother Tongzi is so generous. Su Zimo was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. As expected, this system is unique and even knows how to provide a fund for parents. Now things are much easier. So, I sent a message to Lu Jechi, find a better house, suitable for the elderly to live in. Receive. Lu Jechi quickly replied to the message and offered her own suggestion. Mr. Su, since it is for the elderly to live in, I suggest you buy a villa. It is normal that the title has changed. You used to be a customer, but now you are the boss. Okay, you can do it as soon as possible. It would be best if you can move in directly. The villa area would indeed be more comfortable for the elderly to live in, so Su Zimo agreed directly. A fund of 100 million is more than enough to buy any villa in Star City, right? Okay, I'll screen it now. Such an attitude and quick response made Su Zimo feel that this month's salary was worth it. Zimo. Su Zimo looked up and heard his father Su Jangwo ask, why did you divorce Ping Ping out of the blue? My parents don't quite understand. Although the daughter-in-law is not very filial, they, as parents, will naturally not interfere as long as their son likes it. Nothing, just a personality clash. Su Zimo did not give the specific reason, mainly because he was afraid of angering his parents, so he immediately changed the subject. Dad, Mom, don't go back to live in that old house. I'll buy you a new house, and you should be able to go and see it tomorrow. He believed in Lu Jechi's speed of work. Buy a house? Why buy us a house? It's not like we can't live in that old house. The parents were not willing to agree. Motherly Hellion also agreed. Mom knows you are worried about Ping Ping going home to make trouble. It's okay. We can just hide outside for a few days. How can this problem be solved by hiding for a few days? It's settled. I've already paid the deposit. If you don't buy it, it's like breaking the contract. The 200,000 yuan deposit is not refundable. Su Zimo made up a random excuse. What? A deposit of 200,000? Houses in Xingqing generally cost hundreds of thousands, and 200,000 is enough for a down payment, but this is just a deposit? It's getting late. You two should get some rest first. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Su Zimo didn't give them the chance to ask further questions. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the room. When we returned to Binjiang Bay, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Elder brother. As soon as she opened the door and saw it was him, Jang Yui immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Su Zimo picked her up skillfully and was about to take action when the lights in the room came on. Feng Fang, Lin Miao Miao, and Zhang Youqi were all there. And she hadn't slept yet. It seemed that she was waiting for him in the living room watching a movie on the projector. Su Zimo took a glance. The four girls all changed into pajamas, which they had just bought from IFC and had delivered to their homes. They are all Jiang Yui's size. Feng Fang and Lin Miao Miao's are okay, just look big. Zhang Youqi's is different. She is the tallest of the four. This was not the most important thing. Because she had no underwear to change into, there was a bulge in front of her body, as if something was stuffed inside, which made her pajamas curve. Hiss. This has to be E-level, right? Sure enough, the system did not deceive him. This is a 95-point figure. During the day, Jang Yui wore very loose clothes and tied them up, but even so, she was taller than the other 3 roommates. Isn't this a perfect baby face? As if she noticed Su Zimo's gaze lingering on her, Jang Yui's ears turned red. She wanted to turn away, but she felt it was impolite and too obvious. So, she hurriedly put her hands in front of her body, but it pulled creases into her pajamas, making the loose pajamas seem a little tight. More obvious. Men are all pigs. Although Su Zimo quickly withdrew his gaze, Fong Fong, who had been paying attention to him, still noticed that his eyes lingered on Jang Yui. Actually, when she was taking a shower just now, she intentionally threw Jang Yui's underwear and straps into the washing machine. As a host, Fong Fong knows very well how attractive Jang Yui's looks and figure are to men. If Su Zimo could remain calm in the face of Jang Yui, then she would have no hope. Now, the doorbell rang. It was the private butler who brought the things from the car up. The whole process is monitored, so there is no need to worry about hidden items. Besides, such high-paying jobs are not easy to find. Because there were so many things, they were of course embarrassed to just stand by and watch in the living room. The same is true for Jang Yui. She had always felt guilty, especially about the bracelet, which made her feel uneasy, and she always wanted to return it to Jang Yui. I just received some persuasion from my 3 roommates. Moreover, if she didn't accept it, Fong Fong and Lin Nyamyo would not be able to accept it either. Because of this, Jang Yui was in a very difficult situation. If not, it's not right to not do it. So, she went to get the things in her empty pajamas. Seeing the noise, Su Zimo just took a glance and didn't dare to look anymore. It seemed that Jang Yui's behavior was stiff and unnatural because of nervousness, but in fact, he is the unnatural one. Chapter 32, A Night for 5. Later, Su Zimo learned that because Jang Yui was a little scared to be alone, Fong Fong and the other 2 chose to stay in the house with her. The 4 of them have such a good relationship, so they should be neat and tidy. Wrong. Yes, we should stay together. It's such a bad thing to separate 4 roommates. If you have time, you can come and spend more time with Wei Wei. I usually have a lot of things to do. This is what Su Zimo said to them. Isn't this inconvenient? Fong Fong seemed hesitant, but her eyes were bright. Who wouldn't want to live in a house like this? Especially the night view at night, she took no less than 100 photos. What's the inconvenience? The house is so big, you have a place to stay anyway. Jang Yui also wished that her roommate would come and accompany her. This house is very big, but it seems very empty when you live alone at night. Maybe it was the after effect of watching horror movies in the past. She was afraid of the dark. Even if there was light, she would be afraid of the shadows outside the window. I am a little afraid to go to the toilet alone. Every time she went to the bathroom in the dormitory at night, she went in and out quickly, as if she was afraid that something would crawl out of the sewer. That's how it was settled. In addition, Su Zimo promised that if they came to accompany Jang Yui, he would treat them to a big meal, so they agreed. At night, Jang Yui has suffered a lot. However, the room was well soundproofed and no sound could be heard. However, she lived in the master bedroom with Su Zimo, so the other 3 people naturally knew what happened in the room. Fong Fong was used to live streaming, so she stayed in a room alone, while Lin Nyamyo and Jang Yui squeezed on one bed. It's not crowded actually. But Lin Nyao was too close, and the girl's face flushed. She approached Jang Yui and asked, Chi, do you think Wei Wei is so young, can she bear it? After all, Su Zimo is 1.8 meters tall, and Jang Yui, who is only 1.65 meters tall, looks very small in front of him. If the 2 of them were together, Jang Yui might be. I don't know. Jang Yui's face was also red. For some reason, the look Su Zimo gave her just now appeared in her mind again. Even at this moment, she still felt a little uncomfortable, and her legs under the quilt couldn't help but intertwine. She actually wanted to escape from here, but her roommates had all moved in and she was alone, and she didn't want to appear to be a loner. Moreover, she cherishes the friendship between her roommates. If it were you, Wei Wei would definitely be. Lin Xiaomia leaned close to her ear and whispered. The 2 girls' faces looked particularly charming under the orange bedside lamp. I'm a little envious of Wei Wei. After calming down, Lin Xiaomia expressed such emotion again. Su Zimo's love for Jang Yui is more than just willingness to spend money. This house is worth nearly 10 million yuan, and it's actually written in Jang Yui's name. Such protection gives people peace of mind. Moreover, looking at Jang Yui's current life, I'm afraid they will be people from two different worlds in the future. Jang Yui fell silent and looked out the window involuntarily. Such a prosperous star city, but there is no place for her. Her dream is to find a stable job after graduation and then rent a small house to live in. She would feel very happy if she could live a quiet life like this. Her family wouldn't allow it. The light in Jang Yui's eyes dimmed. Chi-Chi, you will find someone who is no worse than Brother Weiwei in the future. Lin Xiaomia thought so. After all, Jang Yui was the most beautiful one among them. Glancing at her roommate's bulging chest and then at herself, she couldn't help but sigh. Chi-Chi, what do you usually eat? Teach me. No. I didn't eat anything. Jang Yui felt a little embarrassed. In fact, she had always felt like a burden, especially since high school. The strange looks from her peers made her feel like an outsider. She was very distressed about this, so she chose to tie it up. Although it will be very uncomfortable, at least there will be fewer strange looks. But after entering college, she couldn't control herself anymore and could only wear loose clothes to cover it up. As for the other half, does she have a choice? Thinking of the situation at home, she couldn't help but tighten the quilt, as if this could increase her sense of security. The two of them chatted in whispers and didn't fall asleep until after 2 in the morning. In another room, Fong Fong's live broadcast was still bleak and not very popular. This is the daily routine of more than 90% of small anchors. In the past, she was still able to keep a calm mind. After all, she was still a sophomore and could earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, which was much better than the classmates around her who relied on the little living expenses from their families. But after her roommate Jang Yui started live streaming, she earned her annual income in just 1 month. Such a gap also has a huge impact on Fong. That's why she agreed to meet with a few so-called big brothers, but the result was simply a tragedy, and it even left her with psychological trauma. So much so that when Jang Yui told her about the situation that night, she simply didn't believe that the so-called big brother would be willing to do it. That's why I came up with that idea. Result: Suzimo not only checked the exhibition hall and the mysterious shop, but also checked all the encounters with everything. The next day, Jang Yui brought back a bunch of luxury items. This had a huge impact on Fong. That's why, for some unknown reason, she sent her green bubble to Suzimo. Offline. There are less than 2,000 sound waves in the background, and the profits are only a few dozen yuan. Alas. Fong sighed. Ever since Suzimo came to her live broadcast room and gave gifts, several old fans who used to give dozens of yuan every day disappeared, and those who stayed basically didn't give any. The reason is self-evident. People nowadays are very pragmatic. Fong came to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling night scene outside, but she seemed a little confused. What should she do? The next day, when Suzimo woke up, Jang Yui was no longer in bed. When I came to the living room, I saw 4 people busy in the kitchen. They actually bought ingredients and cooked their own food. Jang Yui, Fong, and the other 2 were helping, while Jang Yui turned into a cook and was cooking. This scene is as beautiful as a painting. Brother, please sit down for a while, it will be ready soon. Jang Yui came over, pulled him to sit down first, kissed him on the face, and went to help. Suzimo had nothing to do, so he opened the system panel. Today's task has not been completed yet. Loading the task. My name is Tu Lei. I came to Lopnir for an adventure with my friends. I have been left behind for a few days and my friends haven't come to find me yet. This gives me a bad feeling. I got a bottle of water last time, and I've been using it repeatedly these days, and it's almost empty. Although I'm barely alive, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer without water and food. If someone is willing to give me some water and food, I am willing to exchange it for 10,000, not 100,000 yuan. Chapter 33 Arrival. Task: some water and food. Reward: 100,000 in cash. Suzimo was a little surprised. This was actually the person he met on his first mission. He actually survived for several days by recycling a bottle of water. What a ruthless person. However, in that environment, there was no other choice. This mission is not bad, and $100,000 is not a small amount. And it's just some water and food, no need to think about it at all. You guys keep busy, I'll go downstairs to buy some things. After Suzimo stood up, he hugged Jang Yui again, causing Fong and Lin Xiaomia to make sounds of surprise, and then he walked out. On the way, He took out his cell phone and saw that Lu Juchi had sent him information about the villa last night. For each house, its surrounding conditions, price and decoration style are all clearly written. I'll go and see the house in an hour. Suzimo replied a message and then found a convenience store. He got some instant noodles, sausages, bread and other things, almost filling up the shopping cart. However, after looking at the full shopping cart, he hesitated. Since the task can be received repeatedly, it means that as long as this person named Tule still needs it, the task will be issued. If you give him too much at one time and he has no demand, it will be difficult for him to get next task. Suzimo wasn't sure if this was the logic behind this, but he planned to give it a try. Anyway, the mission content is some food and water, and there is no specific quantity specified. So he bought 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of water. It is a little less, but it can ensure that Tule will not starve to death. Moreover, when people are in such an extreme environment, they will be more eager to escape after obtaining these things. Next time, he will probably make more demands, and it depends on what conditions he uses in exchange. Back to the car. Suzimo called out the system panel. System prompt: 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of water detected. Do you want to trade? Yes. Immediately afterwards, the thing in Suzimo's hand disappeared, and the next moment, a message came on his mobile phone. China Construction Bank, a deposit of 100,000 renminbi was made into your account 8445 at 10:09 on June 3, and the available balance is 103,172 renminbi and 15 cents. Really good. Finally, I have some money. Although the resettlement fund is not small, it is not convenient for him to communicate with other fish. He must have money for meals and hotels, right? At the same time. Lop Nur. Although it was still morning, the temperature had already exceeded 40 C. Tule felt dry mouth and most importantly, hungry. He looked at the shoes next to him. There are teeth marks on it. This means that he even tried to eat shoes because he was hungry, but his teeth were not good and he couldn't bite them at all. He felt that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 days. Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling. When I looked at the passenger seat again, I found instant noodles, sausage, and mineral water. Where did it come from? The windows were clearly closed. Because Tule knew that in the desert, getting out of the car would mean death, so he would rather stay in the car than get out. If you die in the car, at least your body is there. But if you get off the car, it's hard to say whether you can find the body. He tore open the instant noodles and originally wanted to soak them in mineral water, but he quickly denied it. At this time, using water to make instant noodles is simply crazy. Soon, he ate a bucket of instant noodles, a sausage, and nearly half a bottle of water. Although he was still very hungry and thirsty, Tule held back. Although he didn't know where the food came from, if he ate it now, there might not be more tomorrow. As a member of the generation that gained financial freedom through their own entrepreneurship, he quickly planned what he had on hand. There isn't much left, but with water, it's possible to hold out for another week. After he wasn't so hungry anymore, Tule began to think about the cause and effect of the matter. He felt like he was being set up. The main reason was that there was a problem with the tire of his car. Although several friends were driving different cars at the time, there was no reason why they didn't know that they were falling behind. Moreover, it was already the 4th day, and he hadn't come back to look for me. If you say there is no problem here, no one will believe it. Am I going to die here? Tule thought of his beautiful wife whom he had just married. He met his wife through an introduction. She was beautiful and gentle, considerate and obedient to him. She was good at both housework and housework. She didn't want his money and didn't even ask him to add her name to the property certificate. He can't bear to do it. However, if I die here, my wife should be able to use the assets I leave behind to live the rest of her life in peace and comfort. Tule felt somewhat relieved, but he just hoped that she wouldn't be too sad. Etc. After his death, his beautiful wife, with whom he had been married for just over a month, would inherit all his assets. And wasn't the so-called friend who invited him to adventure in the no man's land this time someone he met through his wife? Suddenly Tule felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He seemed to see the assets he had worked so hard to save being embezzled, and saw the faces that were laughing at him. No! He couldn't die here, he had to get out of here alive, and he had to make those people pay the price they deserved. But what else can he do now? Tule thought of the water that appeared at the beginning, which was obviously drunk by someone, and the food and water that appeared just now. Could it be that, as long as you want it enough, you can get it? So, from this moment on, Tule began to repeat to himself. I need a satellite phone. When Suzimo returned home, the meal was already ready. Although it wasn't as sumptuous as what we ordered yesterday, it was just some home-cooked dishes, but it smelled delicious. The introverted Jang Yui actually has such cooking skills? You can tell at a glance that a lot of work has been done. Jang Yui pulled him to sit next to her, and the two of them finished their meal in a sweet voice under the envious gazes of their roommates. Wei, I have something to deal with during the day and I have to go out to take care of it. Suzimo said this after taking a sip of the juice poured by Jang Yui. The bright smile on Jang Yui's face froze for a moment, but she quickly adjusted herself and said sensibly, Brother, go and do your work. I have Fong Fong and the others to accompany me. It's okay. Although she wanted to stick with her brother all the time, she also knew that making money was a very hard job. Suzimo hugged her for a while, thought about it, and transferred some money to her card. He said, see if there is anything missing at home, and go out and buy it later. If it is not enough, send me a message. Good. Jang Yui agreed obediently. It's a new house. Although I bought a lot of things yesterday, they were all luxury goods and jewelry. I don't have many household items. Then I'm leaving. Suzimo said hello to a few people and then got up and went out. Brother, go get busy. As soon as the door was closed, Fong Fong imitated what Jang Yui had just said, stretching out her voice. You're going to die. The girls were having fun. Chapter 34 on the agenda. After Suzimo left, Fong Fong and the others were obviously more relaxed, so they were able to play around with Jang Yui. Just like in the dormitory. Even Jang Yui wasn't so restrained, but she started to put her things away. Jang Yui and the others certainly wouldn't just watch her do things alone, so they all came to help. It will be cleaned up in a short while. Very nice. Although Suzimo was busy, Jang Yui's mood gradually improved with her roommate by her side. Look, how much money your brother gave you? Fong Fong came up to her and asked. Jang Yui hesitated for a moment, but still took out her cell phone in front of her. The screen clearly displayed the information of the account arrival. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, father, grandfather? Fong Fong's eyes widened as she counted, and her voice became louder and louder. 1 million, he actually transferred 1 million to you? I just went to buy some household items and I made 1 million. Her heart couldn't help but tremble violently. Lin Shomia and Jang Yui also looked over. Although they are still college students, they have actually already had initial contact with society. How could they not know how difficult it is to earn 1 million? Especially Jang Yui's family, they almost forced her to get married many times for the sake of hundreds of thousands of dowry. She could only hide in the dormitory in school and not return to that home. And Suzimo actually transferred 1 million to Jang Yui so easily? This has a huge impact on their minds. Jang Yui actually didn't expect Suzimo to transfer so much money to her, and she was even a little scared, so she sent a message and asked, Brother, did you transfer the money to the wrong card? What's the card number? I'll refund it to you. That's right. There are many places in the house where money is needed. Take it first. If it's not enough, tell me. The message Suzimo sent was a voice message, so Fong Fong and the others also heard it. The tone was so calm, as if he had just sent a small red envelope. 1 million. Isn't it enough to talk to him again? What kind of divine brother is this? Fong felt that her faith in Taoism was completely shattered. She worked late into the night doing live streaming and only earned a few dozen dollars, but she saw this happen during the day. This kind of psychological gap is simply devastating. Woohoo! Wei, I really can't take it anymore. Moreover, is it true that a rich man like Suzimo doesn't have other women eyeing him? Just looking at the circle of friends she posted yesterday, I don't know how many classmates and even the female anchor came to ask her about the situation. These spider spirits are obviously ready to eat Tang Monk's flesh. If they knew Suzimo's information and behavior, even she, his roommate who was close to him, would not be able to get a single bite of meat. Rather than letting those fairies outside take advantage of her, it would be better for her besties to work together to win Suzimo's heart. If I'm not enough, aren't there two good sisters here? She saw the way Suzimo looked at Jang Yui last night. Not to mention men, even she likes Jang Yui like this. Of course, Fong only dared to think these things in her heart. In fact, she was a coward in her actions. Mr. Su. When Su Zimo came out of the elevator, he saw Lu Juchi already waiting there. Although she went to bed late, she was still supervising the work in the new house at 8 in the morning. Very conscious. No need to be so formal. Su Zimo was still a little uncomfortable with being called like that, but he felt secretly happy for some reason. Why? Get in the car first. Lu Juchi was going to sit in the back seat, but Su Zimo said, "You can sit in the front passenger seat. I'm going to pick up 2 elderly people to go house hunting later. It's more convenient for them to sit in the back seat." Okay. Lu Juchi obediently opened the passenger door. Su Zimo took a look. Today, she was wearing a well-cut white versatile shirt with her collar slightly rolled up, revealing her slender wrists, exuding a casual competence and elegance. She paired it with a dark blue hip skirt, the hem of which fell just a few centimeters above her knees, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. She retained the dignity of a professional woman while cleverly adding a touch of sexiness. She was wearing a pair of black stockings as thin as a cicada's wing. The delicate texture was close to her skin, faintly revealing the warm color of her skin, which complemented the black high heels on her feet. As she got into the car, her skirt was completely stretched straight, drawing a beautiful arc, and finally fell on the passenger seat. Lu Juchi actually saw Su Zimo's gaze, but she didn't mind at all. On the contrary, after sitting down, she fastened her seatbelt, making her cleavage more prominent. Moreover, because she was sitting down, her skirt moved up a bit, and the stockings on her legs were straightened, revealing more skin color, making her look more attractive. Pity. She wasn't wearing rimless glasses. The G63 quickly drove out of Binjiang Bay and onto the road. There was some silence in the car. Su Zimo looked for a topic and asked Lu Juchi, "What do you think is the most important thing about being an assistant?" Capable. Lu Juchi's answer was very concise. Being competent is indeed the first factor. If you can't do the tasks assigned to you well, you certainly are not qualified to be a personal assistant. What kind of abilities do you mean? Su Zimo asked meaningfully. Since I'm a personal assistant, of course I have to be able to do everything. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of Mr. Su's monthly salary of 100,000 yuan? Lu Juchi answered with a sweet smile. I don't know why, it was clearly a serious conversation, but Su Zimo became a little angry. What's the schedule for tomorrow? Since this personal assistant is so capable, it's time to put it on the agenda. Tomorrow happens to be Monday. Jang Yui must go back to normal university to study. I'll listen to Mr. Su. Lu Juchi did not mention the trivial matters of supervision, but said this. That's a perfect answer. Su Zimo offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, which was certainly not just a simple desire to find an assistant. Since she accepted it, she was actually prepared. Moreover, what Lu Juchi was worried about was not the woman around Su Zimo. There's no point in worrying, this situation is impossible to avoid. Su Zimo just bought a car from his classmate Chen Jiasen. In the past 2 days, Chen Jiasen has been asking him about Su Zimo's situation. You know, Su Zimo brought Jang Yui with him to buy the car. Chen Jiasen knew that Su Zimo had a girlfriend, and the car he bought was a G63. More than 4 million. Just wrote Jang Yui's name. Not only that, on the same day, he also bought a house in Binjiang Bay for Jang Yui for 9.8 million. This can no longer be described as arrogant, rich and inhumane. Let me ask you, which woman can resist such a man? Chen Jiasen can't. Could she? Chapter 35 Chinese-style villa. Lu Juchi has confidence in herself. Some people say that she is waiting for a good price, but isn't she also keeping herself clean? She just won't be fooled by sweet words. She came to Binjiang Bay to do sales with a very clear purpose, which was to get in touch with truly wealthy people. She did get in touch with it, but was greatly disappointed. First, rich people tend to be older. Secondly, most of them are not single. Even if they are single, how could these men who have been working in society for so many years marry a salesperson? A colleague of Lu Juchi fell in love with a homeowner who was in his 60s. He promised that after they got married, the house would be under her name, and he was not stingy with money during their relationship. At the beginning, my colleague lived in a mansion, drove a luxury car, and carried luxury goods. But after the novelty wore off, he kicked them out and the house and car disappeared. If you are deceived during a relationship, you may even end up in debt. It would be better to be taken care of by someone and get paid for it. Moreover, because the woman has experienced that kind of luxurious life, it is difficult for her to face the reality again. Therefore, this type of person is most likely to go down a path of no return. Because of such examples around him, Lu Juqi became more cautious. At the beginning, she actually just wanted to get in touch with Su Zimo. Spending 27 million on a house is enough to show his strong financial strength. Lu Juqi judged that his assets are over 100 million. She was still waiting and watching, but the next day, Su Zimo bought a car and a house for Jang Yui. Although she was not clear about the situation of the car, from the attitude of her classmate Chen Jusin, it was obvious that there was no routine at all, otherwise Chen Jusin would not be so enthusiastic. The house procedures were all prepared by Lu Juqi herself, and she was the one who knew best whether there were any hidden clauses. In other words, Su Zimo actually spent nearly 15 million on Jang Yui in one day. So, when Su Zimo asked her to be his personal assistant, Lu Juqi agreed without much thought. She decided to take a gamble. In fact, it can't be considered gambling. After all, the monthly salary given by Su Zimo is as high as 100,000. As long as you can stay with Su Zimo all the time, your monthly salary will be more than 1 million a year. Even if my looks are gone, the money will be enough for me to spend in my next life. And she is not just a vase. Her ability can also be reflected in other aspects. We arrived at the hotel very quickly. Su Zimo brought his parents out. His mother was still thinking that the house they bought should be given to Su Zimo to live in so that it would be easier for him to find a wife in the future. The G-Class was parked at the entrance of the lobby. Lu Juqi, dressed in a professional suit, stood by the door with a sweet smile. She opened the car door only after she saw Su Zimo coming out with his parents. Until they arrived in front of the car, Su Jangwo and Li Helian hadn't reacted yet. Although my family doesn't have much money, I still know Big G. Although I don't know its exact value, it must be at least several million. But now that there were outsiders present, the two old people didn't dare to ask. Where did this car come from? Boss Su, shall we go to Green City Chinju Garden first? After getting in the car, Lu Juqi called Su Zimo Mr. Su, which made Su Jangwo and Li Helian even more confused. Why is it Mr. Su? Isn't my son just a small manager in the company? Su Zimo didn't explain and navigated directly there. Since it was bought for his parents to live in, his idea was to get it done in one go. This villa is the largest one among the houses carefully selected by Lu Juqi. Listen to the spring garden. After arriving at the place, Su Zimo's first impression was that it was huge. Mr. Su, this is a super large villa covering an area of 10 mu, with a property area of 1,100 square meters, a land area of 10 mu, and a garden area of 7,000 square meters. Lu Juqi began to explain the situation of this villa. After some inquiries, I found out that the owner of this villa spent more than 12 million just on the garden. As soon as you enter the gate, you will see a breathtaking garden scenery. Precious trees are dotted everywhere, and the paths are lined with blooming flowers. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers, which is refreshing and relaxing. The rockery is stacked in an orderly manner, with clear springs occasionally flowing between the rocks, making pleasant tinkling sounds, like the sound of nature, echoing in the quiet garden. The surface of the pond is like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds as well as the surrounding scenery. Occasionally, a few goldfish swim leisurely in it, creating circles of delicate ripples. Su Zimo felt like he was stepping into a Suzhou garden. Su Jangwo and Li Helian were so stunned that they walked much more lightly. Buying such a house was obviously something they could not even think about. I came into the villa in a daze. The interior decoration is in Chinese style. When you step into the villa, a strong cultural atmosphere hits you. In the hall, exquisite ink paintings are hung on the walls. They depict magnificent mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Every stroke contains profound artistic conception and emotion. The air is filled with the faint scent of ink and wood, which makes people involuntarily intoxicated. Su Zimo's eyes suddenly lit up. He does like the modern light luxury style, but when he sees the Chinese style in front of him, he is still sincerely moved. Sure enough, our ancestors knew how to enjoy themselves. Standing inside, the exquisite garden scenery outside the window comes into view. In the garden, there are rockery and flowing water, winding paths, and in the pond, several lotus flowers stand gracefully, swaying gently in the breeze. Occasionally, the clear chirping of birds breaks the silence, adding a bit of vitality and vigor. The owner of this house put a lot of thought into it. Every detail was carefully selected. Lu Juqi was still introducing the interior decoration, but was interrupted by Zimo. How much did he quote? 65 million. The number Lu Juchi said shocked the two elderly people. In Xinjiang, housing prices are relatively cheap. With this price, you can even buy several single-family villas in other real estate projects. You can have the style and spend money on it, but there is no such area. The first impression this villa gives people is a wealthy family. It's so impressive. The price has actually fallen from 72 million, and it may fall further if some time passes. What Lu Juchi is talking about is the current situation of real estate. There are more people selling houses than buying them. What's more, a villa like this that costs more than $500 million is even harder to sell. Go contact the owner and see how much you can get. I can pay, in full. Zimo has made a decision. When he heard the full payment, Lu Juchi's heart beat violently. This is cash. Even though many people have assets worth hundreds of millions or even billions, few of them can actually come up with so much cash. Adding the previous expenses, it's already a small goal. Okay. Lu Juchi responded, greeted the two elderly people respectfully, and then went out to make a phone call. Chapter 36. Find a place to rest. After Lu Juchi walked out, the two old men began to question Zimo. Zimo, what's wrong with you? Why did that girl call you Mr. Su? Are you lying to her? The price Lu Juchi quoted just now still makes them tremble. 6,505. It's simply an astronomical figure. Mom and Dad, what are you thinking? I just made some money recently. Zimo knew what his parents would ask, so he just talked about stocks, futures, funds, and the like. He doesn't quite understand either. The parents were even more confused. But in short, you are making money, and it is legal and compliant income. Zimo asked the system and found out that every penny had been taxed, so he had nothing to worry about. Making so much money. Su Jiangwo and Li Helian were obviously still a little uneasy. Zimo thought about it and simply transferred 10 million to each of the two elders' cards. The money was not transferred through his bank account. Anyway, I don't know how the system works, but it can transfer money directly from the fund to the parent's account. However, the owner of the fund is Zimo. What do you want me to do with so much money? Li Helian could hardly hold the phone steadily, and her voice was a little trembling. She had never seen such a large sum of money in her life. By the way, he also pulled the dumbfounded Su Jiangwo and said, still watching, quickly find a way to transfer it back to your son. Mom, this is for you. We may need to buy some things for our new home. There are many places to spend money. This little money may not be enough. Zimo stopped her, saying that the two elders were still driving an old BYD, and it was time to change it. It doesn't cost so much to buy things? Li Helian still felt that the money was better in her son's hands. She was mainly worried that it would affect Zimo's so-called money-making business. Mom, just keep it with peace of mind. Yes, this is a filial act of your son. You should just save it for him and take it out when he needs it in the future, right? After Zimo's repeated persuasion, and with Su Jiangwo's words, Li Helian felt that it made sense. Then Mom will save it for you first. Li Helian sighed, and glanced at Su Jiangwo, who kept checking the balance on his phone. Transfer the money on your card to me first, so you don't spend it recklessly. No, my son gave it to me. Su Jiangwo was still thinking about changing his car. His current BYD, which has traveled more than 200,000 kilometers, is really not very good anymore. Mom, just don't worry about Dad. If you don't have enough money, I'll transfer more to you. Even if they spend like this, they still won't be able to use up all the resettlement funds for their parents. Enough for the flowers, no need to transfer. It was also at this time that his parents accepted the fact that Zimo made a lot of money. However, they just looked at everything in the house and didn't dare to touch it. This house is so nice, so nice. If there is a problem, it's just one word, expensive. Mr. Su. Lu Juchi walked in with a smile on her face and said, I heard that you can pay the full amount, so the owner relented and said that it only costs 59.99 million. Is this the current housing price? 5 million evaporated in just one phone call. Good job. Zimo's eyes fell on the beautiful personal assistant, and he said meaningfully, in the future, I will not treat Assistant Lu unfairly. Such a capable assistant must be kept by my side. However, right now, he can't come up with much money. After all, the budget for decoration has been almost used up. But things will be different in the future. What are you talking about, Mr. Su? This is all my job. Lu Jiaqi was delighted in his heart, but remained humble in his words. Next, while waiting for the owner to come, Lu Jiaqi took the three of them to familiarize themselves with the house. 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms. Outside each room there is a scene that is poetic and picturesque, each one is different. It can be seen that the design is carefully considered. Otherwise, why would the garden cost more than 10 million? Moreover, the interior decoration is not cheap either. Just take the paintings, their value is not low if you really calculate it. About an hour later, the homeowner hurried over. Is a middle-aged man. According to the homeowner, this house was designed and decorated by his father. Now he is going to develop in the capital, so he has no choice but to sell it. In fact, his words and eyes showed his reluctance to leave this house. But I have to leave the city, and the house will just sit there anyway, so I might as well exchange it for some cash and find a place to live in the capital. The next step was to draft the agreement and other matters, which Su Zimo handed over to Lu Jiaqi. Anyway, the property certificate is in his parents' name, so he only needs to be responsible for the final payment. But today is Sunday, so I can only sign the agreement and pay some deposits. The details will be announced tomorrow. After the agreement was drafted and both parties confirmed that there were no problems, they agreed on a time for tomorrow, and the homeowner left in a hurry again. On the way back to the hotel, Su Jangwo and Li Helian were still dizzy. You bought such a big villa? This doesn't seem to be any different from her going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Although it was a sky-high price, my parents still accepted it. All Chinese people have an idea that they must have a home. This is where I can settle down. Moreover, the Chinese garden style is indeed attractive. Mom and Dad, I'll pick you up tomorrow. After Su Zimo left, Su Jangwo and Li Helian started discussing again. After buying a new house, of course you have to have a wedding banquet. Both the father's side and the mother's side have to be invited. The two reached a consensus, and then started making phone calls, feeling quite proud. What are you calling about? Nothing much, I just moved to a new house. Aren't you planning to have a party? I didn't buy it. I don't have the ability to do that. It was Zimo. He made some money recently and insisted on buying a new house. Helian and I just wanted to enjoy the good life. Su Zimo returned to the car and looked at Lu Jiaqi sitting in the passenger seat, feeling a little warm-hearted. Mr. Su, how about we find a place to rest? Lu Jiaqi took the initiative to speak. Hey! A capable assistant is so sensible and considerate. It looks like the schedule has to be brought forward. Okay. Su Zimo readily agreed, but he didn't seem too eager. Next, the two of them chose a restaurant with a good atmosphere to have a meal. During the meal, Lu Jiaqi drank a little red wine, which made her complexion even rosier. She was sitting next to Su Zimo, and no one knew whether she was really drunk or pretending to be drunk, but she seemed to be leaning towards Su Zimo. Especially after dinner, when she stood up, if Su Zimo hadn't held her up, she would have staggered and fallen. You can't drink, but you're still trying to be brave. Su Zimo didn't drink, after all, he still had to drive. When walking, Lu Jiaqi leaned almost completely in his arms, with her center of gravity resting on him. Looks very drunk. Chapter 37 Obtaining Attribute Points. Of course I can't continue working when I'm this drunk. And knowing that she would be going out with Su Zimo today, Lu Jiaqi had already arranged everything. In fact, it is just an additional installation and there is no need to keep an eye on it all the time. Where do you live? Su Zimo supported her, and the drunken Lu Jiaqi spoke out the name of a community incoherently. The navigation took them to the destination, and after parking the car, Su Zimo, the boss, helped his assistant down from the passenger seat. Of course, there were some bumps and bruises between the two during this period. Lu Jiaqi's drunken face became even redder, and Su Zimo certainly felt even worse, so he tried his best to suppress it. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment that Lu Jiaqi and her classmates rented. The rent in Xingqing is relatively cheap, with the average monthly rent per person being less than 1,000 yuan. That's my room. Lu Jiaqi pointed to the room on the left, and the strong smell of alcohol was heard while he was talking. As soon as the two of them entered the room, something seemed to have fallen to the ground. Mr. Su, your lighter fell. Lu Jiaqi bent down to pick it up. It looks broken, can you fix it? Su Zimo sighed, feeling it was a pity. This is a Zippo windproof, and the price is not cheap. I try? As an assistant, although I don't know how to repair things, I have to try everything so that I can accumulate experience. If you don't even try, you'll never learn it. That wouldn't be a good personal assistant. 20 minutes later. Congratulations to the host and Lu Juchi for reaching an intimate relationship and opening a resettlement fund. Byte. Obtained resettlement fund of 81 million. Note, this fund can only be used for Lu Juchi. Sure enough, as Su Zimo expected, he received resettlement funds again. Then, he took a look at Lu Juchi's message and found that some changes had indeed occurred. Name, Lu Juchi favorability 4100. Age, 24. Height, 166. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Body size, 88. Experience, T1. This level of favorability is quite high. Cumulative favorability, 115. Can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Do you want to exchange? Jang Yui's favorability has reached 75, plus Lu Juchi's 40, it is finally enough to exchange for attribute points. Exchange. Ding, gained 1 attribute point, remaining favorability is 15. Su Zimo added attribute points to his physique without even thinking about it. As for the others, you can take it slow for now, but if your constitution is too weak, it really won't work. At least you have to reach the passing line first, right? Host, Su Zimo primary super rich. Age, 30. Height, 180 plus. Weight, 82 kilograms plus. Appearance, 69 plus. Constitution, 57 plus. Special, 15 plus. Funding, 103,172.15. Physical fitness increased from 56 to 57. Su Zimo, who was originally a little tired, suddenly felt a warm current in his body, and soon the physical fatigue disappeared. It is hard to say whether the difference of a little improvement in physical fitness is significant, but the physical recovery is real. Then, another half hour passed. At this time, it had already darkened. Su Zimo gently stroked Lu Juchi's hair. Suddenly, his hand paused and he asked, "The environment where you live now is too bad. Find a better place for yourself." Boss Su, Lu Juchi opened her eyes, with disbelief in her eyes. Although she had seen Su Zimo's generosity with her own eyes, she did not expect him to take the initiative so soon. This is very different from Lu Juchi asking for it herself. Since you choose to follow me, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. As Su Zimo spoke, his eyes paused on her face, and his tone became serious, but you can't have two minds. Absolutely not. Lu Juchi vowed solemnly. She would betray Su Zimo unless she was kicked in the head by a donkey. She seized this opportunity with great difficulty. After a moment of silence, Lu Juchi continued, "Mr. Su, I am your personal secretary. Of course, the closer I am to you, the better. This is also more convenient. If possible, just leave a room for me." Su Zimo thought she also wanted to buy a house in Binjiang Bay, but he didn't expect that she only asked for a room. The set given by the system has 5 rooms, so there is nothing wrong with letting her live in one. A personal assistant. This way you can be on call anytime. Have you thought it through? Su Zimo remained calm. Lu Juchi nodded without hesitation. It would be a lie to say she didn't want a house of her own. However, what she wanted more was to be closer to Su Zimo so that she would not be kicked away easily. Girlfriend? Marry? She doesn't want to anymore. After all, she now knows there is another Jang Yui. What she needs is long-term security. She believed that with her own abilities, she could definitely get it. Okay, you can choose one and decorate it in your own style. Su Zimo agreed. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Juchi quickly thanked him. Decorating it in her favorite style means she can live there for a long time. Do I need to say thank you to you? Su Zimo couldn't help but tease. Lu Juchi's complexion gradually turned rosy. Some tenderness. It's about time to go back, and Lu Juchi also needs to rest. You should have a good rest tomorrow. You can do things after you have rested well. Su Zimo was not the kind of boss who would treat his assistant harshly, so he gave her a holiday immediately. Good. Of course, Lu Juchi knew where he was going. Although she had expected it, she still couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Su Zimo could see it from her face. This is actually a good thing. Being in a bad mood means that you care about someone. If he leaves and Lu Juqi's mood doesn't change, then that's when he needs to pay attention. Although Lu Juqi's current favorability is not as high as Jang Yui's, it is definitely not low. Just now, after Su Zimo agreed to give her a room, Lu Juqi's favorability had reached 50. I see your car has already traveled 100,000 kilometers. If you have time, pick a car you like. He is certainly not a stingy person, and the resettlement fund should not be wasted if not used. Verbal promises are definitely not as good as spending real money. In today's society, beautiful women face too many temptations. To fish, you also need to make a nest and put bait. You just throw a fish hook down there, there's no way a fish would take it. Su Zimo doesn't want his fish to get off the hook. When Lu Juqi was about to say something, he made the final decision, it's settled. And Su Zimo didn't just say it, he transferred 5 million to her directly in front of Lu Juqi. Use it as you see fit. If it's not enough, tell me. Boss Su, Lu Juqi was so moved that she almost cried. Even if Su Zimo never gives her any benefits in the future, these 5 million will be enough. This is equivalent to giving her a guarantee. As a result, the favorability increased by another 5 points to 55. Have a good rest. Su Zimo left, but Lu Juqi couldn't sleep. Looking at the 5 million in the card, her eyes became moist. When she was in college, many of her classmates and friends gave themselves away without thinking. Some people even believe that no one cares if you are complete or not, as long as you are beautiful, that is enough. Is this really the case? Even many ordinary people care about this, let alone the really rich people. Unless, just for fun. Of course no one cares. Just now, Lu Juqi noticed Su Zimo's satisfaction with her. So she was very lucky. Maybe because she was too excited, she couldn't fall asleep for a while. When she turned on her mobile phone, she found that her mother had sent her many messages. Juqi, your second aunt is here again to propose marriage to you. How about you find some time to come back and meet the other party? Your second aunt kept praising that family for their wealth, saying that if you could marry into their family, you would be in luck. Lu Juqi is 24 years old and has an appearance score of 81. Not to mention her hometown, there are many people around her who want to introduce her to a partner. This second aunt would come to her house every now and then, and every time she would bring some benefits, so her parents naturally couldn't afford to kick her out. After such a warm reception, the parents felt embarrassed to refuse directly. Lu Juqi frowned slightly. In the past, she always used various excuses to evade, but this time, she typed, "Mom, tell second aunt that I have found a boyfriend." Since she chose to follow Su Zimo, she certainly couldn't go back for the blind date without Su Zimo's knowledge. Moreover, she herself was very resistant to this kind of thing. Not long after the message was sent, my mother called me directly. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Juqi chose to answer the call. Mother Xiao Shulan's voice soon came from the other end of the receiver. "Juqi, when did this happen? Why haven't you ever mentioned it before?" For a while. Lu Juqi did not tell the truth to her family. What she was thinking was whether she could get Su Zimo's consent someday so that they could take a photo together to show their appreciation to his family. What's the other person like? Where is he from? Facing her mother's question, Lu Juqi could only make up a story. "We're from Xincheng, and we get along pretty well." Chapter 38, A Thoughtful Assistant. Riverside Bay. Feng Fangfang and the other two did not leave, but accompanied Jang Yui to watch a movie. However, Jang Yui seemed a little absent-minded. She looked towards the door from time to time and kept picking up and putting down her cell phone. She actually wanted to send a message to ask Su Zimo, but was afraid of disturbing him. This is probably the look of a young girl falling in love for the first time. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. Jang Yui quickly stood up and ran over. "Elder brother." Seeing that it was Su Zimo, the girl threw herself into his arms, and her originally gloomy face instantly brightened up like a flower. Su Zimo simply held her in his arms and walked into the hall. "They are all here." Feng Fangfang and Lin Miaomio were fine, they both greeted him with a smile, only Jiang Yoqi was shy and didn't even dare to look at him. Even if she just followed Feng Fangfang and Lin Miaomio and called Zimo brother, her ears would feel hot. "Have you eaten yet?" Su Zimo did not avoid her either. After sitting down, he still held Jiang Yui in his arms. Lu Juqi is more mature and queen-like, while Jang Yui is more innocent and young. Each has its own beauty and each has its own merits. Suzimo likes all beautiful things. Have eaten. They bought the ingredients themselves and Jang Yui cooked them by following the cooking tutorial. Brother, you don't know, Chi-Chi is amazing. She has never cooked seafood before, but she made it delicious the first time. Jang Yui praised her roommate in his arms, and Fong Fong also sighed, I'm afraid we can't live without Chi-Chi in the future. Oh. Suzimo took the opportunity to turn his gaze to Jang Yui. Although he was wearing pajamas, it was obviously not the ill-fitting one from yesterday. I guess he must have bought new ones when he went shopping today. And it's a set of cute bunny pajamas. The clothes were obviously quite loose, but when worn by Jang Yui, they were stretched to form a cute 3D rabbit pattern. This shows how broad his mind is. Such a girl is really a treasure. After being praised by them, Suzimo couldn't help but want to taste the seafood made by Jang Yui. I don't know what it tastes like. Unfortunately, there was nothing left, and Suzimo didn't want to bother her, so he could only wait for the next time. So, he said with a bit of regret, what a pity, I don't have the pleasure to eat it. What's the big deal? We can come over next weekend and let Chi-Chi cook for you. Fong Fong assisted from the side. It's decided then. After the matter was settled, Suzimo pulled Jang Yui into the bedroom. Fortunately, I have improved my physical fitness a little. Although the improvement is limited, my strength has been restored. Otherwise, I really would not be able to cope with it. Outside. Lin Xiaomyu and Jang Yui slept in the same room, and Fong Fong ended the live broadcast after 2 hours. Another day without Big Brother. The next day when Suzimo woke up, Jang Yui and the other three had already returned to school. Walking into the living room and looking at the empty room, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. Lying on the sofa, he took out his phone and saw Jang Yui's message, Brother, breakfast is ready for you. It's in the microwave. Just heat it up and you can eat it. Looking at the delicious breakfast in front of him, Suzimo felt deeply moved. Before the divorce, he not only had to get up early to go to work, but also had to prepare breakfast for Wang Pingping who slept in. And this, what did he get in return? He couldn't help but think of a sentence. When you fall in love, you must find someone young. Young people are not only in their prime, but also have a longing for love. On the contrary, some older people, who are obviously getting old and losing their looks, will put forward all kinds of conditions and only have material things in their eyes. This is also the reason why there are more and more older single women. Because there are very few people who can meet their requirements and would look for someone of their age. What about being virtuous, being a good wife and good mother? If they really had these qualities, they wouldn't have become older leftover women. Suzimo ate breakfast and continued to read messages. Fong, brother Fong, I'm back at school. When are you free? I'll treat you to a meal. Suzimo had a good impression of her. Beautiful and sensible. He likes girls like this. As for time, Fong must be with Jang Yui on weekends, so that can only be from Monday to Friday. But today I have to go with Lu Juchi and my parents to handle the formalities, so I can only postpone it temporarily. I'll give you the information when I have time. Normal University. In class, Fong took out her phone and saw the message. She was a little disappointed, but also full of expectations. Okay, I'll wait for Brother Feng's message. Since Suzimo agreed, it proves she still has a chance. After breakfast, Lu Juchi was already waiting there. She didn't want to cause trouble for Suzimo, so she was supervising the construction of the new house and didn't go downstairs until she saw Suzimo's message. When Suzimo walked out of the elevator, he saw Lu Juchi, who was still wearing formal attire. Looking at her now, Suzimo's mind suddenly emerged with the black stockings that he tore yesterday. I have to say, black stockings look best when they are torn. The garage was monitored, and the two did not have any overly intimate behavior, but Suzimo still asked with concern, why don't you rest at home for a while? I can pick you up, it won't be a problem. I have recovered. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Lu Juchi's face flushed, but she did not lower her head shyly like Jang Yui. Instead, she looked at Suzimo with her clear eyes. She was really stunned by Suzimo yesterday. 5 million, he just transferred it to himself. That kind of trust, or affirmation of herself, touched Lu Juchi deeply. It's good to recover. As they were talking, the two got into the car, and Suzimo asked, is the car booked? It's settled. Porsche Panamera. 1.36 million after extra equipment. 3.64 million left. Since it was her favorite car, Suzimo certainly would not interfere, but he interrupted her at the right time. You can keep the rest for your own use. See if you need anything and buy it. This. Lu Juchi thought about it and realized that she still had to buy some things for her room. Although she didn't need so much, it was not something she could afford. So, she thanked him softly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Her current outfit, coupled with the tender address, made Suzimo a little excited. As if she felt his gaze, Lu Juchi smiled slightly, with a bit of charm, and gently pulled his hand and placed it on her leg. What a considerate assistant. Who wouldn't he like someone who can do everything he is asked to do well and is capable? Then I went to pick up my parents. After learning from his parents that Wang Pingping and his ex-mother-in-law had actually gone to the old house to make a fuss, and that Wang Chang was also there, Suzimo's expression suddenly turned a little ugly. Since they don't want to be decent, there is no need for him to worry so much. Chapter 39: A Weird Family. The most painful thing in life is not being able to get something that is right in front of you. Especially the snobbish family of Wang Pingping. Wang Pingping is like this, and her ex-mother-in-law is even worse. Because Lu Juchi was there, her parents only mentioned it briefly and didn't say much. However, Suzimo didn't intend to hide it from Lu Juchi. Too tired. And it's not necessary. As her personal assistant, she still has to find someone to solve many problems. Lu Juchi was sitting in the passenger seat and just looked at Suzimo in surprise. Ex-wife? That girl named Wang Pingping actually divorced Suzimo? Why the divorce? From the situation of Suzimo's parents, Lu Juchi could see that his assets should have been earned by himself, not from the second generation. How excellent is such a man? She has met many second generations who seem to be living a glamorous life on the surface, but in fact, what they live in and run are all assets under their parents' businesses. The only thing that belongs to them is their pocket money. So they can wear big brands and drive luxury cars, but in reality, they can't afford much money. Many girls are deceived by the second generation. In fact, they do not understand the nature of the second generation. Most of the second generation who come out to play just eat and wait for death. Those who really do practical work and become heirs to businesses don't have time to hang out, and the control at home will be stricter. The marriages of these more outstanding second generations are generally arranged by their parents, and most of them pay attention to matching each other's social status, with only very rare exceptions. It turns out that exceptions can create many unstable factors. It is because of knowing this that Lu Juchi understands how precious Suzimo is. A treasure indeed. There are actually women who would give up on him. It's incredible to think about it. Lu Juchi couldn't help but feel curious and also wanted to meet the woman named Wang Pingping. The subsequent procedures were handled by Lu Juchi, Su Jiangwo and Li Helian, while Suzimo seemed to have nothing to do. Today's system task was that a student didn't bring a pen. Although it was only 10 yuan, he still chose to complete it. It's a pleasure to help others. This makes the context of the system's tasks clearer. The rewards are completely random and mainly depend on what the other party has. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting the property certificate, my parents strongly requested that Suzimo's name be added to it, and I had no choice but to let them do it. Even after getting the keys, my parents still refused to stay in a hotel. Although the wedding hadn't been held yet, there was no time to move in first. So, after picking up the things from the hotel, Suzimo sent his parents to the villa. In the morning, Wang Pingping urged her ex-mother-in-law to go to Suzimo's parents' community. In fact, my ex-mother-in-law was a little reluctant. Although her family only had a self-built house in the countryside that was only a few decades old, this did not prevent her from despising Suzimo's family who had settled in Xinjiang, and she had never even given them a good look. The reason was that he felt Suzimo's family was poor and not worthy of his daughter. Pingping, what are you doing here with all these things? Are you here to show your filial piety to those two old men in Suzimo's family? The ex-mother-in-law's tone was full of impatience, and she was obviously very dissatisfied with her daughter's behavior. Mom, how can you talk like that? They are my parents-in-law. It would be embarrassing if others heard you saying that. Wang Pingping was also in an upset mood and couldn't help but retort directly. This is certainly not because she protects her parents-in-law so much. She felt that her mother was largely responsible for her falling into this situation. If her own mother hadn't been constantly nagging her about how useless Suzimo was, how could she have been so decisive in divorcing Suzimo? Thinking about everything Suzimo has now, she felt endless regret in her heart. What do I say? Considering their family situation, you being able to marry his son is a blessing that they have accumulated for 8 lifetimes. My ex-mother-in-law had a very loud voice and was not afraid at all that people around her might hear her. She seemed to be using it to vent her dissatisfaction. Mom! Wang Pingping was anxious and stamped her feet, saying, "We agreed before we came here that you have to obey me in everything after you get here. If things go well, I will give you 100,000 yuan. Let me be frank here. If things go wrong, you won't get a penny. What sin have I committed to raise such a foolish daughter like you?" Although the ex-mother-in-law was still cursing, her voice was much lower. 100,000 yuan is not a small amount of money, otherwise, she would not be willing to come here. In her opinion, it was just a small matter. Wasn't it just asking her to say a few good words in front of her in-laws? For money. She endured it. It is also obvious that Wang Pingping has not told her family about her divorce from Su Zimo. Huang Yuqing also came over and saw this farce. No matter what happened, she had actually been sending messages to Su Zimo, which showed that she was doing her best. However, even as a socialite, she felt that Wang Pingping's family were all top-notch. My mother-in-law and brother-in-law, none of them are normal. Sister Yuqing, you must be thirsty. This is the Cha Yen you say tea I just bought. Wang Chang ran over and offered her milk tea. Although he lost his fiancée, he found that his sister was not a bad friend. She lived in a big house and drove a BMW. She was obviously a rich sister, so he decided to lick her. He got the news from his sister that Huang Yuqing was still single. Although his sister warned him not to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat, he didn't care at all. He probably thought that as long as he was sincere enough, he could impress this rich sister. Isn't this how Tang Xini was moved by him? When he gets Huang Yuqing, he will definitely humiliate Tang Xini severely. Wang Chang is such an outstanding person that he can chase any kind of woman. Thanks. Huang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but still took it. There are at least 8 or 10 such dogs like Wang Chang around her. But Wang Chang is definitely the weirdest one. These past 2 days, whenever he wanted to buy something, he always asked Wang Pingping for money, and even asked his mother for money. After all, he is in his 20s, but he doesn't know how to find a class to attend? Huang Yuqing did ask about this, and Wang Pingping's answer was that her brother was taking an exam for a civil service position. If this were in the north, it would indeed be a remarkable thing, but the problem is that this is Star City, and no one would look at it with any respect. Moreover, the fate has not even been decided yet. Huang Yuqing didn't think Wang Chang could pass the exam. Sure enough, Wang Pingping said that he had already taken the exam for 2 years. In other words, after graduation, Wang Chang did nothing and was supported by his family. Such people are destined to have no future. Huang Yuqing even felt that he was not even qualified to be his bootlicker. Other dogs at least know to work hard and buy lipstick and cosmetics for their goddesses. Does this guy think he can win her over with his so-called sincerity? Of course, Huang Yuqing could never have imagined that Wang Chang's real intention was to live off her. Chapter 40 Internal Strife. Once a person develops a dependent mentality, he will lose his ambition. Wang Chang is such a person. He has developed the habit of asking his family for money, so it is even more impossible for him to go to work by himself. Moreover, he had a bad habit of asking his parents for a copy, and would also ask Wang Pingping for one, and ask Su Zimo for one. It doesn't matter whether he gets it or not. If he gets it, he will be complacent and think he is very smart. Huang Yuqing saw through his true nature at a glance and didn't want to pay any attention to him. However, when she sent this situation to Su Zimo replied to her, "Isn't it good to have one more dog to lick your boots?" The meaning should be to let oneself hook Wang Chang. Isn't this something she can do easily? Sometimes he was cold, sometimes he smiled, and Wang Chang got so excited that he felt he had a chance, so he enjoyed it over and over again. As time goes by, the temperature rises and people's emotions change with the temperature. What's more, it's Wang Pingping and her biological mother, who are already emotionally unstable. I think his family is deliberately making things difficult for us. How can we let our in-laws stand outside the door? I think you can't live like this anymore. You should divorce Su Zimo as soon as possible. My ex-mother-in-law became more and more impatient and her voice became louder and louder. She was eager for her daughter to get divorced and marry into a wealthy family so that she could receive another dowry. You just want me to divorce you. What good will my divorce do to you? If it weren't for you, how could I be so miserable now, woo-woo? Wang Pingping also burst into tears. She blamed everything on her own mother and even squatted there, crying loudly. The two of them quarreled loudly, which also attracted some neighbors around. Wang Chang, who was trying to please Huang Yuqing, felt embarrassed and ran forward. "Mom, sister, what are you doing? You are obviously trying to discredit me." He let his own mother go to Tang Xinyi's house to make a scene, and went to the workplace to throw a tantrum. At that time, he had no feeling of shame in his heart. Just now, Huang Yuqing just gave them a meaningful look, and he felt that his mother and sister's behavior had brought shame upon him. While he was talking, he looked at Huang Yuqing from time to time. Seeing that she was looking at him, he straightened his chest and said, "Sister, if you ask me, since his family is so ungrateful, we should get a divorce. The weather is so hot, let's go back quickly." Wang Chang. Wang Pingping was furious, her voice was sharp. "Don't think I don't know that every time you ask me for a copy, you also ask your brother-in-law for it. If it weren't for you, would your brother-in-law treat me like this?" Wang Chang's expression suddenly turned embarrassed. Although he has no ability, he still wants to save face. "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about in front of so many people? Aren't you ashamed?" He felt very embarrassed. What a good Su Zimo. He tricked me last time and I haven't settled the score with him yet, but he actually told these trivial things to my sister. If he doesn't break up this marriage, he is not Wang Chang. At this moment, the neighbor came back and glanced at them as he passed by the corridor. When he saw Wang Pingping, he stopped immediately and said, "Hey, isn't this the daughter-in-law of old Su? Why are you still here? Why can't she come here?" The ex-mother-in-law directly retorted, and it looked like she was about to start a quarrel. "Of course I can come." The neighbor didn't get angry after hearing this, and continued, "But didn't the Su family move to a new house? Why don't you go to the new house? You definitely won't find anyone here." A new house? The ex-mother-in-law and Wang Chang were both stunned for a moment, and even forgot to be angry. Okay, his family has money to buy a new house, but they are so stingy when it comes to buying a wedding house for me. They can't even come up with 300,000 yuan. Do they still think we are a family? Wang Chang was the first to react and immediately started cursing. I originally wanted to call Su Zimo to scold him, but when I took out my phone, I remembered that I had been blocked. That bastard is such a jerk. He looked so angry, as if Su Zimo's family had used his money to buy the house. Bang! Wang Pingping finally couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Wang Chang in the face. Wang Chang was stunned for a moment, and the burning pain on his cheek made him come back to his senses, but he saw his sister's eyes wide open, as if they could spit fire. "He is your brother-in-law, how can you have no manners at all? He is a bastard, then what am I?" Wang Chang covered his face, not yet recovering from the sudden change, but his ex-mother-in-law couldn't stand it. Her sharp voice cut through the air, as sharp as a blade. "You damned girl, how dare you hate your brother? I raised you for nothing, but now you are turning your elbow outward, you ungrateful, white-eyed wolf." As he said that, he was actually going to tickle Wang Pingping. It can be seen that she only keeps a close eye on her own son, and her daughter Wang Pingping is just the cash cow of the family. For a moment, there was a chaos. Huang Yuqing was stunned watching under the shade of the tree, and couldn't help but secretly take a photo and send it to Su Zimo. Su Zimo obviously didn't expect that his ex-wife's family would actually have an internal conflict. He curled his lips and decided to add fuel to the fire. "I can show them my circle of friends." Of course he didn't T-post the photo of the villa, but rather the 9-square grid of the new house in Binjiang Bay that he took last time. That's enough. It's time to test Riverside Bay property. Receive. Huang Yuqing deleted the chat history and walked towards Wang Pingping and the others. After a long period of persuasion, the mother and daughter finally stopped. Wang Pingping's face was already red, and she squatted there crying. She is really sad. However, the ex-mother-in-law was obviously still not satisfied, and she kept yelling, "You must get a divorce today. If you don't, you won't recognize me as your mother, and I will pretend that you don't exist in this family." Wow! Wang Pingping cried even more sadly. The problem is, she's divorced. Huang Yuqing sighed and said in a gentle voice, "Pingping, don't cry. I told you a long time ago that Zimo should have moved into the new house. You can't find him here. Do you know where his new house is?" The ex-mother-in-law's eyes fell directly on her. Huang Yuqing felt a wave of malice and got goosebumps on his arms. Whoever marries a mother-in-law like this, she will truly enjoy 8 lifetimes of happiness. I know. Didn't Zimo post it on WeChat Moments? As she spoke, Huang Yuqing opened Su Zimo's circle of friends in front of them, placed the 9-square grid of photos in front of her ex-mother-in-law, and showed her one by one. Wang Chang also covered his face and came over curiously. When he saw one of the pictures, his eyes widened immediately. This house, isn't it too luxurious? He originally wanted to take Huang Yuqing's phone, but then he felt it was not a good idea, so he asked, Sister Yuqing, can you send me the photos? Chapter 41, Continue to add fuel to the fire. Of course. While Huang Yuqing was posting the photos, he was also busy talking. This is a house in Binjiang Bay. It is the most expensive property in our Xingcheng. The cheapest one costs 6 million. 6 million? Originally, my ex-mother-in-law just thought that the house was nice and high-end, but after hearing this number, her eyes suddenly widened like bells. Originally, she thought it should be about the same price as Su Zimo and his daughter's wedding house, and the down payment was estimated to be only about 200,000 yuan. This is also more in line with Su Zimo's income. Even so, she still felt that her daughter was useless as she didn't even know that her husband had hidden so much private money. My younger brother couldn't afford much money to buy a house or take wedding photos. Wang Chang was also very excited. He even searched online and found that it was just as Huang Yuqing said. The appearance, the configuration, and the river view were really great. If he could live there. What kind of woman can't get it? Mom. Wang Chang spoke up and said, my brother-in-law and sister already have houses, and their elderly parents have places to live. See if you can let my brother-in-law live in this new house. I don't want his house, I just want to stay there for a while. When I get married, I can't live without a nice new house, right? Good job. Huang Yuqing was a little impressed by his thick skin. But to Wang Chang, this seemed to be a matter of course. That's true. You don't have a place to stay in Star City right now. How can you live in a rented house every day? I think this house is okay. Let's do it this way. The ex-mother-in-law had made the final decision. She had already started to make plans in her mind, thinking of finding a reason to let Su Zimo add Wang Chang's name to the house. That's a house that costs at least 6 million. As long as Wang Chang's name is written on it, won't it become theirs? Thinking of this, the ex-mother-in-law complained to Wang Pingping, as a sister, you don't care about your brother at all. Call Su Zimo and ask him to pick us up to the new house. Wow! Wang Pingping cried more and more sadly. She could not forget the cold look in Su Zimo's eyes when he left that day, as if he was looking at a stranger. So she knew that if she wanted to save her marriage, it would be unlikely to find Su Zimo, and she could only start with her parents-in-law. As long as the two old people soften their hearts, she will still have a chance. Why are you crying? Where's your phone? Give it to me so I can call. The ex-mother-in-law didn't care about that. Seeing that she didn't respond, she simply started looking for her cell phone on her. Wang Chang was in high spirits, as if he had already seen himself living in a mansion. He even looked at Huang Yuqing with a bit of pride. Sister Yuqing, you seem to know a lot about that house? That dog dong, how much did Su Zimo spend on it? Huang Yuqing still had a smile on her face, but the way she looked at Wang Chang was as if she was looking at a clown. No, why are you still so proud? Do you really treat that mansion as your own house? She was actually feeling a little nauseous. As a socialite, she does not deny that she worships money. In today's society, regardless of gender, if someone says that others are materialistic, does that mean they themselves don't love money? Although she raises fish and doesn't feed them meat, she at least provides emotional value to her dogs, and it is based on mutual consent. But Wang Pingping's family is just robbing and plundering. And it's so shameless. He could actually claim someone else's house as his own. Fortunately, Su Zimo and Wang Pingping are divorced, otherwise, with the character of this family, I'm afraid they would really shamelessly move in. But now this is obviously no longer possible. Thinking of Su Zimo's instructions, Huang Yuqing smiled and began to talk about the situation of this house. Pingping and I found out that Su Zimo spent 17 million to buy this house. 17 million? Wang Chang was speechless and his eyes almost popped out of his head, but he quickly reacted and asked in confusion, how is it possible? With his salary, can he afford so much money to buy a house? From the beginning to the end, he never called Su Zimo brother-in-law, which shows how much he despised his brother-in-law in his heart. Pingping also knows that it cost 17 million. Huang Yuqing continued to add fuel to the fire. I heard that he spent 7 or 8 million to buy furniture for the house. 17 million, plus another 7 or 8 million. How much money would that be? Wang Chang and his ex-mother-in-law were both stunned. Sis, is this true, sis? After coming to his senses, Wang Chang anxiously asked his sister Wang Pingping, who was still sitting on the ground. Although he didn't know where Su Zimo got so much money, it didn't stop him from wanting to own the house. Moreover, it is even more urgent. The ex-mother-in-law was the same. Looking at her own daughter squatting on the ground crying, she had no pity in her eyes, but seemed impatient. Why are you crying? Didn't you hear what your brother asked you? As she said that, she pushed Wang Pingping. Wang Pingping immediately got furious and yelled at her mother, "That's Su Zimo's house. What does it have to do with you? Keep asking. Sister, how do you talk to mom?" Wang Chang was not happy about this. This was related to his happiness for the rest of his life. Isn't Su Zimo's house your house? As an elder, can't our mother ask about it? You have no conscience. I raised you with all my heart and effort. Now that you have money, you don't want to acknowledge me as your mother? The ex-mother-in-law also sat down on the ground and started to yell loudly, "Oh, my life is so miserable. I have raised an ungrateful person for so many years. Everyone, come and give me some advice." After being disturbed by her, Wang Pingping's mood calmed down a little. Looking at her mother, who was sitting on the ground, and her aggressive brother, she suddenly smiled bitterly. Yes, Su Zimo spent more than 17 million to buy that house, and also spent so much money on decoration. Not only that, he also spent more than 4 million to buy a G-Class. You also bought a G-Class? Wang Chang's eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement. If he lived in a mansion and drove a G-Class, his fiancée Tang Xini, who had fallen out with him, would definitely regret it like hell if she saw him, right? Sister, doesn't Su Zimo have a car? Let me borrow it for a few days. It seemed as if he had settled the matter with just one sentence. Wang Chang was so proud that he even imagined himself driving a G-Class and showing off in front of Tang Xini. By then, she would definitely cry bitterly and beg for forgiveness in front of me. Should I forgive her? It's so hard to choose. Thinking of Tang Xini's charming appearance, Wang Chang felt a little warm. He. Wang Pingping let out a creepy sneer, as if she was laughing at herself, her younger brother, and her mother. Chapter 42, Ups and Downs. Haven't you always wanted me and Su Zimo to divorce? As Wang Pingping spoke, her eyes swept over her mother and brother. As you wish, I have divorced him. Divorced? The ex-mother-in-law stopped making a fuss, and Wang Chang was even more dumbfounded. He seemed to be watching his mansion and luxury car moving away from him. Sister, divorce is such a big thing. How can you make the decision without discussing it with your family? I don't agree with you and Su Zimo getting divorced. Huang Yuqing was simply stunned. To what extent must a person lose his sanity to say such outrageous things? This also shows how great an impact such ups and downs have had on Wang Chang psychologically. The ex-mother-in-law was also anxious. She had just forced her daughter to divorce, but now her attitude changed drastically. Of course, divorce must be approved by both parents, otherwise it won't count. Hurry up and call Su Zimo and ask him to come over. I'll come and talk him over. It's inevitable that a couple won't quarrel. Just talk it out. Even though she had never been nice to her son-in-law in the past, he had always accommodated her. The ex-mother-in-law thought that if she just gave in and said a few nice words, there shouldn't be any problem. However, Wang Pingping broke down and yelled at her mother, "He blocked me and deleted all my contact information. If I could contact him, would I have to stand here for 2 days?" Only then did the ex-mother-in-law understand why Wang Pingping would fly into a rage whenever Su Zimo did something that did not please her daughter. But now, she would bring gifts and take the initiative to come to her in-law's house to admit her mistakes and make peace. Wang Chang also thought about what happened to him a few days ago. He then realized that perhaps when he asked Su Zimo for money that day, the two had already divorced. No wonder Su Zimo was so tough at the time and even tricked him badly. Even Tang Xini's sudden call that day might have been because Su Zimo had said something to her. Suddenly, Wang Chang's expression turned extremely ugly, and his whole body was shaking. He was tricked. Not only did he get nothing, he even lost his beautiful fiancée. All this was caused by Su Zimo. He didn't think that going to Shan Ke and ordering the girl was his own problem at all. Instead, he put all the blame on Su Zimo. He just asked Su Zimo for some money and his attitude was a bit rude. Could Su Zimo treat him like this? Thinking of the luxury house and luxury cars in the photo, he was filled with reluctance. Etc. Sister, even if you get divorced, shouldn't you at least own half of that bastard's house and car? Wang Chang's IQ suddenly came back online. He seemed to hate Su Zimo so much that he gritted his teeth and said rudely, "Besides, with so much money, he must have hidden his assets during the marriage. He is the one who is at fault. Let's sue him and make him leave the house with nothing." More than 20 million is not a small amount. No matter how Su Zimo earned it, it should be considered the common property of the couple, so Wang Pingping definitely has a share of it. Yes, it's his fault. Let him leave the house and take the house and car back. My ex-mother-in-law's eyes also lit up. My son is really smart and knows a lot. She couldn't wait to take over the house worth more than 20 million yuan. Well. Huang Yuqing, who was standing aside, sighed and attracted the attention of the two people before saying, "Ping and I went to the law firm to check. The money was earned by Su Zimo after the divorce and is not considered marital property." Wang Chang was stunned for a moment, then retorted, "Earned it after the divorce? How is that possible? It's only been a few days, he can't steal 20 million even if he robs a bank." He is indeed right. Huang Yuqing was also feeling inwardly that Su Zimo's ability to make money was really too exaggerated. What is shown now may not be all. Inexplicably, she felt a little fortunate. If her best friend hadn't acted stupidly, she probably wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of him, right? She saw how good Su Zimo was to Wang Pingping. But Huang Yuqing felt a little excited when she thought of Su Zimo's promise to her. What would he reward himself with? It's exciting just thinking about it. Huang Yuqing did not explain any further, but looked at Wang Pingping. Looking at his dazed sister, Wang Chang's heart sank little by little. I'm afraid this is true. In other words, everything Su Zimo has now has nothing to do with them. The ups and downs of his mood made him stagger, and he felt a little dazed and his eyes lost focus. No matter when he earned the money or where his new home is, take us there and I'll talk to him. The ex-mother-in-law did not look discouraged at all, and immediately questioned Huang Yuqing. Since it was a forced interrogation, naturally there was no need to be polite, which made Huang Yuqing's face turn a little ugly. She is a socialite and has always been praised by others. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? Besides, does she need to look at the faces of these people like Lao Bai? Anyway, she had already done what Su Zimo asked her to do, so there was no need for her to continue serving him. You guys can take a taxi. She said this bluntly and turned away. What kind of attitude is this? The ex-mother-in-law was stunned for a moment, then she started to yell and scold Wang Pingping, "Look at you, what kind of friends are you making? They are disrespectful and don't know how to respect your elders at all." After another lot of trouble, the three of them took a taxi and headed straight for Binjiang Bay. Huang Yuqing told Su Zimo everything that happened here. It's good to have an insider. Otherwise, we can only imagine what happened. Huang Yuqing did a good job indeed, and Su Zimo had no intention of eating salt. The promises that need to be fulfilled must be fulfilled. Although Huang Yuqing's circle of friends is very exquisite, in fact, she only has 2 bags, which she carries back and forth, and they are basic models worth just over 10,000 yuan. When I have time, I'll take you to IFC. After seeing his message, Huang Yuqing was overjoyed. While thanking him, he also reminded him considerately, Wang Pingping's family will not give up. They will definitely go to Binjiang Bay to look for you. New. After Su Zimo replied to the message, he concentrated on driving. Wang Pingping and her family of 3 arrived at the door and were stopped by security as expected. Although the ex-mother-in-law was stopped and had a bad attitude, the security guard had no choice but to bear with it and confirm with the higher authorities because she mentioned the owner's name. Soon, the call came to Su Zimo. I don't know those people. After confirmation, it was clear that the security would not let them in. My son-in-law lives here, why can't you let me in? You watchdogs, I'll report you to your superiors, and then you can expect to lose your jobs. The ex-mother-in-law cursed. Chapter 43 Give me a cigarette. After being scolded like this, several Binjiangwan security guards' faces turned green. My ex-mother-in-law is still as domineering as ever. She can always argue even if it's unreasonable, let alone now that she still thinks she is right. If you don't want to lose your job, open the door and let us in. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. However, at this time, the faces of several security guards had turned cold. Although they did not yell at her, they reminded her in a formal way, this is a private community. If you want to see the house, please contact the salesperson to verify your funds. If you want to cause trouble intentionally, we will call the police. After saying this, they returned to the security booth and closed the door. Although the ex-mother-in-law is still making trouble outside, it has no effect on them. Wang Pingping followed her biological mother, but Wang Chang, who wanted to save face, kept a distance from her, even running under the shade of a tree and watching from afar. Of course, Su Zimo knew that his ex-wife's family would not give up so easily. So we drove back to Binjiang Bay. When we arrived at the gate of the community, the three people were still there. Su Zimo did not hide, but instead rolled down the car window. Wang Chang was the first to see it. Looking at Su Zimo sitting in the G-class, his eyes suddenly widened. Hearing about it and seeing it with your own eyes have different impacts. At the same time, he also saw Lu Jiaqi sitting in the passenger seat. Charming and youthful. I don't know what she was saying to Su Zimo just now, but she still had a sweet smile on her face and looked at Su Zimo with seductive eyes. Luxury cars, beauties. Dog, Su Zimo. Wang Chang almost cursed out of habit, but when Su Zimo gave him a cold look, he weakly changed the name. Wang Pingping and her ex-mother-in-law also looked over. The moment she saw Su Zimo, Wang Pingping's eyes lit up, but the next moment, after seeing Lu Jiaqi in the passenger seat, she felt like something was broken at that moment, and her eyes quickly dimmed and her face looked extremely bleak. The ex-mother-in-law reacted very quickly. She blocked the G-class directly. Her temper did not change at all. She said in a commanding tone, "Zimo, come down quickly and take a look at these watchdogs in your community. They are blocking us from coming in to find you. I tell you, you must get them out today." Su Zimo was almost laughed out of anger by her. His ex-mother-in-law had the same attitude towards him as she does now, even bossing his own parents around. Now that I think about it, I was really shabby back then. For the sake of what others call a happy family, one actually compromises to this extent. Su Zimo just glanced at him calmly and waved to the security guard. Security came out quickly. Only then did he say, "Someone is blocking the road, don't you do anything about it?" After verifying the owner's identity, the security guards looked at each other and approached the former mother-in-law. They have been unhappy with this old woman for a long time. She always swears and has no manners at all. "What are you doing? Don't touch me, do you hear me? Let me go, I need help. Murder. Help. So many people are bullying an old woman like me." The ex-mother-in-law wanted to play tricks, but was rudely taken aside by several tall and strong security guards. She wanted to make more trouble, but when Su Zimo drove by, she paused. "Son." She wanted to yell, but Su Zimo said, "It's all because you always say bad things about me in front of your daughter. Otherwise, we wouldn't be getting divorced so soon." "Thanks." The ex-mother-in-law was stunned. Was it she who caused their divorce? It seems so. She has always been looking forward to it. Su Zimo didn't stop and drove directly into the community. When the ex-mother-in-law came to her senses, she saw her daughter Wang Pingping staring at her angrily. "I blame you so much, I blame you so much." Wang Pingping kept mumbling, and the look in her eyes towards her mother became more and more resentful. "It's you who made Zimo not want me anymore, it's you who made me lose everything." As she said this, she lost control of her emotions and rushed directly towards her own mother. At the beginning, the ex-mother-in-law was caught a few times by Wang Pingping, but she reacted quickly and quickly gained the upper hand. Wang Pingping had been living a life of luxury at home with Su Zimo. She didn't have to do anything, so she had no energy. Soon, she was pinned down by her ex-mother-in-law and beaten by her hair. While beating her, she also shouted, "You damn girl, you actually dared to hit your own mother, I will beat you to death, you unfilial ungrateful bastard." Several security guards were dumbfounded. Finally, they reported it quickly and all three were taken away. What they face are not only their own contradictory conditions, but also the lawsuit filed by Binjiangwan Property for disturbing public order. Things can be big or small. But it's not so easy to get out. Lu Jiaqi watched the whole process, and the behavior of her ex-mother-in-law and others completely overturned her three views. Originally, she was still wondering what kind of person Su Zimo's ex-wife was. She even suspected that Su Zimo had abandoned his family after he became rich. It's not that there is no such probability. However, after seeing this, Lu Jiaqi actually felt a little sympathy for Su Zimo. From the tone and attitude of the old woman's voice, one could tell how she treated her son-in-law in the past. Obviously, now that the two are divorced, they know Su Zimo is rich, so they come to make trouble again. So, while in the car, Lu Jiaqi sent a message to Binjiangwan's legal department. As a personal assistant, she must of course solve these troubles for Su Zimo and let them learn a lesson and suffer a little. After getting off the car, Lu Juchi found that Su Zimo was not in a bad mood. On the contrary, he seemed very happy. What he said just now was just a statement of fact, but Wang Pingping would obviously blame everything on her biological mother. Of course, evil people need to be punished by evil people. As long as I get better and better, the possibility of them reconciling will become smaller and smaller. Because each party feels that it is the other party's fault that caused them to miss out on these opportunities. The two of them came into the added house. In fact, it has been almost completed, with whole house intelligence, fresh air system and the like. The furniture is also coming in. The installation has been completed today. Some furniture may take a few days to arrive. Lu Juchi was reporting the situation on the side. The beds, sofas and other items were all there, and the bedding was also complete, so it was actually no problem to move in directly. Because there were no outsiders around, she didn't keep a distance from Su Zimo and got very close to him. Thanks a lot. Su Zimo was very satisfied. Looking at the charming assistant in front of him, he couldn't help but put his arm around her waist, like me a cigarette. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Juchi smiled at him and put her hair up. If you are caught in a dilemma in life, of course you have to find someone to accompany you in and out. In this way, everything will go smoothly and smoothly. Chapter 44 National Finance Meeting. Nightfall. Lu Juchi went to the bathroom to wash up, but Su Zimo lazily lay on the king coil mattress worth 600,000 yuan. Comfortable. As expected, there is only one problem with expensive things, and that is, expensive. Name, Lu Juchi favorability 65-100. Lu Juchi's favorability is increasing at a fast pace. It's increasing, which proves that their relationship is heating up. I took out my phone and checked the message. Mainly sent by Jang Yui. Knowing that Su Zimo was not available, Jang Yui stayed in the normal university dormitory and did not come to Binjiang Bay. She was afraid of the dark and didn't want to bother her roommate. Mainly, she didn't have a car, which was really inconvenient. The get out of class ended early in the afternoon, so Feng Fangfang accompanied her to register for a driving school. Su Zimo told her to practice the questions well, casually glanced at other information, and then opened a certain audio app. He has mastered this account. It's either a pool or beach show, or a little dance. Pity. My beloved concubine is inside, but I am outside. After watching a few videos, Su Zimo came across Feng Fangfang. There are 6 people in the live broadcast room. Because it was a Monday, the pavilion was lit up with roses and beer, which was miserable. When Su Zimo clicked on it, Feng Fangfang was online. There are always small anchors who stick together to keep each other warm, otherwise, it would be really boring when there are not many people in the live broadcast room. The two were chatting and their health bars didn't move. Hey, family members, please give me some likes. The anchor can hardly pay the electricity bill. The host on the other side was playing the victim. Feng Fangfang took a look at her own likes. After an hour of live broadcast, there were less than 1,000 likes. She was even more disheartened. Xiaoyang, let's calm down for a while. The so-called sedimentation is actually a separate broadcast, and it mainly depends on whether there is a big brother passing by. The chances of this happening are extremely low. For this reason, some anchors have slowly returned to the physical industry. Su Zimo has a colleague who goes to a place every week, 4 times a month, and spends all his salary there. He also advised his colleagues to save money. But a colleague said that was the only place where he could make the goddess bow down to him. Su Zimo couldn't refute. At this moment, the screen in the live broadcast room began to vibrate, followed by the sound of a dragon's roar. Unrestrained wind sends out the Dragon Ranger 1. After a brief moment of distraction, Feng Fangfang quickly came to her senses. She subconsciously glanced at Jang Yui, who was doing the questions, and then lowered her voice and said, "Thank you for the gift, brother." Thank you. It's obvious what she is worried about as she is so secretive. However, his eyes were sparkling and he looked very excited. Su Zimo is here, which means she has a chance. Su Zimo took a look at the diamonds and saw that he still had 360,000 left, so he simply gave her 10 diamond carnivals in one go. Just cleared. You're busy, I'll go shopping. After typing, he exited the live broadcast room. Although it seems like nothing was said, in fact, it seems like everything was said. He believed Feng Fangfang would understand. After Su Zimo left, the young anchor on the opposite side hadn't reacted yet and couldn't close her mouth. After a while, he said to Fong Fong with resentment, "Fong Fong, is this what you mean by having no big brother and no strength?" The envy in her eyes was about to overflow the screen. In the circle of small anchors, those who can get sports cars are worthy of their protection. Of course, this kind of maintenance is just saying hello in the morning and evening, and chatting occasionally. They seem close, but in fact they are distant. When they mention meeting, they often have no money for the trip and so on. As for a big brother like Su Zimo who is good at brushing, the anchor must protect him warmly. It was just an accident. Although Fong Fong was happy, she also knew that if she went out to eat with Su Zimo, something might go wrong. "Vivi, I'm sorry. He really. Too much brushing. Real sisters should share the same hardships." With Lu Juchi, a capable personal assistant, Su Zimo felt that he had become much lazier. He only needed to talk and Lu Juchi would get things done. When I woke up, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Lu Juchi has gone out. She has to pick up the car today, and it will take until at least the afternoon to complete the formalities. Su Zimo stretched and prepared to get up. Hiss. Physical fitness needs to be improved. While washing up, he began to check today's tasks. Loading the task. I am an accountant. Life in prison is too hard to bear. Although I got a novel last time, it seems uninteresting. I have already finished reading it. If someone can give me a better novel, I am willing to exchange the 2 million diamonds in my other account for it. Task: a good novel. Reward: 2 million diamonds on a certain audio platform. A good novel. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Heavy industry of a great power. That should be exciting enough, right? I went out, found a random bookstore, picked up a good book and completed the transaction. Therefore, the diamonds that were just cleared out last night directly reached a huge amount of 2 million. How can I finish this? However, this is a very good bait and is perfect for fishing. Next, Su Zimo found a place to eat. Lu Juchi should be busy today. After all, he followed around all day yesterday and has to urge for some things that haven't arrived yet. Jang Yui and Fong Fong are still in class. Su Zimo looked at the messages casually, and finally stopped at Huang Yuqing's chat box. In the past, he didn't have a good impression of the socialite group, thinking that these women were materialistic and vain, but now. If you want to gain attribute points, that is an option. There is always gold in a pile of sand. Normal people can't tell the difference, but Su Zimo has a system. So he sent a message to Huang Yuqing, "See you at Guojin." At this time, Huang Yuqing was having lunch tea with some of her girlfriends and ordered some desserts and drinks. There were 3 of us and it took us half an hour just to take photos. Just then, it was Huang Yuqing's turn. She posed beautifully and saw a message of particular concern pop up on the top of the screen. When he opened it, his face immediately showed joy. "Sisters, eat first. I have something to do." Having said that, Huang Yuqing carried her bag and left in a hurry without even taking a photo. "Hey, I just spent 188 and left without even touching it. Look at her like that. Maybe some fish has taken the bait." The other 2 girlfriends talked casually, but happily divided Huang Yuqing's share. Only one of them, a woman dressed like a queen and wearing rimless glasses, looked in the direction Huang Yuqing left, as if thinking about something. It doesn't look like the fish has taken the bait. Seeing Huang Yuqing being so active, he seems to be more like the one being hooked. She wanted to see what kind of bait was used to hook Huang Yuqing into this state. I opened Huang Yuqing's circle of friends again and took a look. It was all daily sharing and I didn't find any clues. Suddenly, he curled his lips, picked up the drink and took a sip. Ugh. This elegant life is what she wants. But there is no money to support it. Chapter 45: Drinking Coffee. Because Huang Yuqing was closer, he arrived at the IFC earlier than Su Zimo. After asking for the location, she quickly found Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a hard time finding his way around here, but Huang Yuqing seemed so familiar with the place, which showed that she knew it very well. Zimo. Huang Yuqing walked over with a smile. She was wearing a Chanel summer dress today, with a thin Hermes silk scarf gently tied around her waist, which not only outlined her graceful waist, but also added a touch of casual luxury. Wearing a pair of Jimmy Choo nude pointed high heels, simple yet elegant, they blend perfectly with the overall look, making her look refined and elegant. I have to say, her look would make many ordinary men feel like they are out of her league. Beautiful, elegant, wearing all branded clothes, they are the standard features of a socialite. If you can't even afford a set of clothes, of course there's no way you can enter this circle. But in fact, Huang Yuqing's outfit cost only more than 10,000 yuan, because they were all bought from the second-hand luxury goods market. Su Zimo smiled at her. In terms of image and temperament, Huang Yuqing is indeed very good. Check the information. Name, Huang Yuqing. Age, 28. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Body size, 80. Experience, T2. Her appearance is indeed not bad. After all, she was the popular white moonlight goddess in the school. Even now, I don't know how many classmates are still thinking about her. As for experience, considering her appearance and age, it is actually not that tall, it is normal. Su Zimo was not surprised. Such experience, on the contrary, shows that she is not a casual woman and has her own bottom line. Moreover, he came here today just to fulfill his promise. He couldn't let people work for so long in vain, right? As for other things, Su Zimo had not considered them. Let's go and have a look. Su Zimo said casually and walked towards the elevator. Although his attitude was not enthusiastic, Huang Yuqing did not mind at all. On the contrary, she took the initiative to move closer to him, making the relationship between the two seem not so distant. When she approached, Su Zimo smelled a fresh and sweet fragrance and couldn't help but look back at her. Huang Yuqing seemed very satisfied. She attached great importance to this meeting with Su Zimo. She even changed her perfume in the middle and sprayed Dior Blooming Sweetheart, which can awaken a man's first love for Bai Yueguang. Apparently, it's still somewhat useful. In the elevator, Su Zimo thought for a moment and said, "Go pick out a bag later. Anything under 50,000 will do." He knew very well that a socialite like Huang Yuqing was different. She couldn't be fed too much, but at the same time she couldn't appear too stingy either. A bag under 50,000 is just right. It's just right to keep her hanging so that she can do something for herself in the future. When Huang Yuqing heard that he was going to buy her a bag, her eyes suddenly lit up. When it comes to bags, Hermès is definitely the best, but any better Hermès bag needs to be matched with other products. The second choice is of course Chanel. There is no need to say more about brand awareness and value retention. Huang Yuqing had long been eyeing a Dior bag, but compared to Chanel, she had to put it off for a while. So the two of them came to the Chanel store. While Huang Yuqing was choosing a bag, Su Zimo was sitting on the sofa and browsing his phone. After waiting for half an hour, Huang Yuqing still hadn't made a decision. Su Zimo stood up and walked over, only to see 5 or 6 bags in front of Huang Yuqing. According to the clerk, 4 of them cost about 40,000 yuan, and one cost more than 30,000 yuan. However, Huang Yuqing's eyes were more focused on a classic black bag from the CF series. It's a little expensive, costing 58,600. Let's take this one. Su Zimo gave her a choice. Huang Yuqing was excited, but still restrained. Thank you, Zimo. This is the benefit of breaking through psychological expectations. After buying the bag, Huang Yuqing was already holding Su Zimo's arm when they left the store. Zimo, shall we go have a drink? Huang Yuqing suggested. After buying the bag, she felt very happy because of the feeling that her promise had been fulfilled. Okay. Su Zimo agreed. I have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway, so it's okay to find a place to do it. Huang Yuqing was obviously very familiar with this area. He quickly found a coffee shop with a good atmosphere and opened a private room. As the waiter brought the coffee and desserts they ordered and left, the atmosphere in the box changed. My feet are a little tired. Huang Yuqing said this in a tender voice and kicked off her high heels. As the melodious music in the box played, Su Zimo felt something strange in his calf. He looked up and looked at Huang Yuqing opposite him. She ate the dessert in small bites with a fork, looking at the man opposite her with seductive eyes. You're not doing this, it's not good. Su Zimo remained calm and slowly took a sip of coffee. The taste is pretty good. If Huang Yuqing had teased him like this when they had just divorced, he might have lost his composure. Who can resist the university goddess with both good looks and temperament? But now it's different. After establishing close relationships with Jang Yui and Lu Zheqi, Su Zimo's mentality changed and he became a little picky. Of course, I'm just being picky. There is no question of resistance or disgust. You bought me such an expensive bag, I just wanted to repay you. Seeing that he had no intention of moving away, Huang Yuqing became bolder and moved her foot a little higher. Oh, is this your way of repaying me? Suzimo's eyes fell on her lips, which were stained with some dessert. Huang Yuqing understood immediately. Then, 1,215 words disappeared automatically. An hour later. Congratulations to the host and Huang Yuqing for reaching an intimate relationship and opening the resettlement fund. Byte. Obtained resettlement fund of 82 million. Note, this fund can only be used for Huang Yuqing. Name, Huang Yuqing. Favorability 2100. Age, 28. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Body size, 80. Experience, T3. Suzimo was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Is this okay? However, this favorability is a bit low. Suzimo took a look at the accumulated favorability and found that he still needed 40 points to exchange for 1 attribute point. Let's go. Seeing that she had finished her coffee, there was no point in staying here. Suzimo and Huang Yuqing walked out of the coffee shop. However, Huang Yuqing's complexion changed a little, there were tears in her eyes, and her lips were slightly swollen, probably because the coffee was too hot. This store is pretty good. But you still have to practice. Hearing Suzimo say this, Huang Yuqing couldn't help but glare at him. She is indeed a dish. But Suzimo might not believe it if she told him that this was actually her first time coming to the store to drink coffee. So, she couldn't refute it. But Huang Yuqing may not know that this actually makes Suzimo satisfied. Want to go shopping again? Hearing this, Huang Yuqing looked at him in confusion. Chapter 46. Caught a whale. Your clothes are dirty. I'll buy you one. Suzimo looked at Huang Yuqing meaningfully. Of course, we cannot treat Huang Yuqing the same way as Jang Yui and Lu Zheqi. But it's not impossible to give her a taste of sweetness. You have to find the right balance. In this way, while improving her favorability, it also expresses a meaning that if you do good things, you can get rewards. Huang Yuqing followed his gaze and noticed something wrong. Her face suddenly turned slightly red. Although the clothes are second-hand, she takes good care of them and usually only wears them when she takes photos. Under normal circumstances, if it got dirty, she would be heartbroken for a long time. Now, Suzimo actually said he would buy her a new one? She was ecstatic. Originally, Huang Yuqing was already very satisfied with buying a classic Chanel bag, otherwise, she would not have done such a thing. Of course, she was also worried that this might be too harsh, so she said, the clothes can still be worn after washing, or should we just forget it? Socialites are actually in a very embarrassing situation. The rich look down on it. The poor can't afford it. Huang Yuqing is just like this. She looks glamorous on the surface, but in fact, she has to share the bill when she goes to a popular online store. There is no way, the dog-licking economy is no longer viable. Since they claim to be socialites, they are actually people who are particularly concerned about their reputation. By showing off their lives in a high-profile manner on their moments, aren't they just telling those who are waiting for them to embarrass themselves that they are living a good life? Even if life is hard, you have to swallow it. I caused it, so of course I have to take responsibility. For some reason, when Huang Yuqing heard these words, her nose suddenly felt a little sour and her eyes turned red. Huang Yuqing's favorability plus 10. Hey. Isn't the favorability here? The two went to LV, and Suzimo bought her a new summer dress and a pair of high heels, spending a total of 67,000 yuan. It's really expensive. However, with the resettlement fund, Suzimo doesn't feel bad about it. After shopping, Huang Yuqing was hesitant to speak until she got into the car in the garage. Then she said, Zimo, I want to treat you to a meal, is that okay? When she first started buying things, she was delighted, but now she felt a little nervous, fearing that Suzimo bought them to accommodate her. I won't eat anymore. Suzimo knew what she meant by eating, and when her expression dimmed, he said, if you can keep yourself clean and do something for me in the future, I can give you 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. 100,000? Huang Yuqing looked at him in astonishment. Although there are many people online who earn 100,000 renminbi a month, in reality, the number of people who earn 100,000 renminbi a month is less than 3%. Don't worry, She was about to promise, but Suzimo said bluntly, send me the card number. Guarantees are useless. With the system in place, it is impossible to deceive him. Soon, 100,000 was transferred to Huang Yuqing's card. Looking at the balance, she was inexplicably excited and couldn't help asking, "Zimo, can I follow you? I already have a girlfriend." Huang Yuqing had actually anticipated this result a long time ago, but when he was actually rejected, he still felt sad. "Don't worry, as long as you are willing to work for me, you will not be short of living expenses." She felt a little relieved after getting this assurance. With such high monthly living expenses, why would you need a bicycle? Thinking about those girlfriends who are still group buying, her current situation is much better than theirs. Back to renting. Huang Yuqing then started taking pictures. In fact, it was just a bag, a piece of clothing, and a pair of shoes, but she took a 9-square grid. There are shopping bags, real objects, and the effects of wearing them. After some minor edits and blocking out Wang Pingping from the details, I happily posted it on my moments. Soon, the number of likes increased. Among them are bootlickers and people in the circle. Wow, the goddess is committing crimes again. My ideal type has finally appeared. Of course, such remarks are just from the bootlickers, so Huang Yuqing basically ignores them. Beautiful women are never short of people praising their beauty. Moreover, when she posts on WeChat moments, is she showing off her beauty? It shows that he has no tact and no ability. Just block him. She doesn't need to raise fish now, and if Su Zimo finds out, it will be more trouble than gain. Oh my god, Xingxing, these are LV's new summer dresses and shoes. I just went to see them the day before yesterday. They cost nearly 70,000. Sister, you are so rich. This is a classic Chanel bag. I love this one. Xingxing, you actually got it. I'm so envious. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on shopping at once. Sister, please take me with you. The praise and envy from the sisters in the circle made Huang Yuqing feel extremely satisfied. In the past, her life was pretended, but now the living expenses given by Su Zimo are enough for her to live the life she wants. Just thinking about it, my mood, which was a little gloomy just now, instantly became better. Since Su Zimo thinks she is not good enough, then, she needs to practice more. She is a person who listens to advice. At the same time, the 3 girlfriends who had just shared the bill with Huang Yuqing had almost finished their food and were preparing to leave. Even though it was just a drink and a dessert half the size of their palm, they could still eat for hours. Of course, more time is spent chatting. The life of a socialite is so simple and unpretentious. The queen with rimless glasses, holding a cell phone in her hand, chatted with the other 2 in a casual manner. Just as she was standing up, Yujie saw Huang Yuqing's circle of friends. She had just entered the circle and didn't know much about the styles and prices of various luxury goods, but she still recognized the Chanel and LV logos. Since they were mutual friends, it was impossible to hide it, so Yujie said to the other 2, "Look, Xingxing posted on WeChat moments." She wanted to know how heavy the bait was used by the people fishing for Yellow Yuqing. At first, the 2 of them didn't take it seriously. In fact, they were quite familiar with each other. Until I saw Huang Yuqing's circle of friends. Chanel's classic bag, LV's new summer model, this must be nearly 130,000, right? Xingxing caught a whale this time. The 2 of them kept exclaiming, their surprise was beyond words. We must let Xingxing treat us to a big meal. They decided to look for Huang Yuqing. 13,000 of these. The royal sister's eyes couldn't help but tremble, and her heart became uneasy. No wonder Huang Yuqing was so eager to run to see that person. Anyone who can spend 130,000 yuan at a time is obviously very powerful. It seems that I have to get closer to Huang Yuqing in the future. It would be even better if I had the chance to meet that person. Isn't there an empty room in Huang Yuqing's house? If we can share a house, then the chances of meeting each other will be greater. She decided to ask when they met. Chapter 47 Group Photo. If it were in the past, if her best friend asked Huang Yuqing to treat her to a big dinner, she would certainly not agree easily. A slightly better restaurant would cost at least a few thousand to start. At that time, she had to share the bill even for afternoon tea, so how could she possibly afford it? But it's different now. There was living expenses transferred by Su Zimo in the card, so she agreed immediately and readily. So, she put on new clothes, carried a new bag, and went out happily to keep the appointment. The reservation was for a high-end restaurant. The location was quickly sent to a small group of people. Orange Island 1910? One of them exclaimed softly. Originally, the treat was just a joke. They obviously didn't expect Huang Yuqing to agree so quickly, and to a high-end French restaurant with a minimum per capita price of 500. It looks like Qingqing has really become rich this time. It is obvious that the benefits Huang Yuqing received are not just the luxury goods in her circle of friends. Although there are only 4 of them, the consumption will probably not be less than 3,000. The 3 of them took a taxi with mixed feelings. When they met Huang Yuqing and saw her new clothes and new bag, her 3 best friends were very envious and surrounded her, chattering and asking questions. She obviously enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. However, when mentioning Su Zimo, she said that he was a friend she had known for many years. This is indeed true. It's just that whether they believe it or not is another matter. After dinner, the lady with rimless glasses spoke up. Qingqing, I just bought a bag this month and used up all the money. I heard you have a vacant room, can I stay there temporarily? I'm not living here for free. I'll share the rent with you. In the past, Huang Yuqing might have shared a rent with someone else, after all, it could save some expenses. But now it's different. He can afford such a high-end restaurant, so how can he lack the rent? Therefore, the royal sister decisively chose to play the victim. Huang Yuqing was feeling elated, but was stunned when she heard this. Seeing that she was still a little hesitant, the royal sister continued to reassure her, don't worry, if it's inconvenient, I'll move out when I feel better. Well, okay. Huang Yuqing was somewhat trapped. If she directly refused at this time, it would seem a bit inhumane. This group of people rarely expose their true situation like this. They are all people who want to save face. And Huang Yuqing agreed for another reason. Su Zimo's attitude towards her just now made her realize that she could not keep Su Zimo by herself. So, she needs a reliable helper. So everyone was happy. The royal sister successfully moved into Huang Yuqing's rental house that day, and since then the 2 of them have been going in and out together, and they are inseparable. When we returned to Binjiang Bay, Lu Juqi had been waiting in the garage for some time. When parking, Su Zimo saw a sky blue Porsche parked next to the parking space. It was obviously the new car that Lu Juqi mentioned. After getting off the car, he walked towards the assistant. Why don't you wait at home? Don't you feel tired? Although he said this, Su Zimo was very satisfied in his heart. Although their relationship has changed a bit, Lu Juqi has always adhered to her duties as an assistant. That's very good. Hearing Su Zimo mention home, Lu Juqi felt a warm current flowing through her heart and explained, I was actually sitting there just now. She pointed to the waiting area not far away. That is the area of Riverside Bay specially prepared for owner-drivers. Let's go. Su Zimo took the initiative to hold her hand. Lu Juqi felt very happy, and at the same time she thought of the call from her mother Xiao Shulan today. Second aunt came to her house again today. Although Xiao Shulan had already said that she had a boyfriend, second aunt did not believe it and felt that she was just trying to fool her. So, her mother called and urged her to explain the situation. There is not even a group photo, so it is really not convincing. But Lu Juqi didn't know how to bring this up to Su Zimo. Nightfall. Are you worried? Su Zimo looked at the slightly frowning assistant in his arms and couldn't help asking. Lu Juqi hesitated for a moment, then said, Mr. Su, my family is urging me to get married, so, could you please take some photos with me? Don't worry, I'm just taking care of the family. After saying that, she looked at Su Zimo anxiously. That's all? Su Zimo was not opposed to this kind of thing. As long as it doesn't mean marriage, he can meet other requirements. So I decided to meet the needs of the little assistant. Shall we shoot now? Don't say that. If we take a photo like this now, it will definitely dispel all the doubts in Lu Juqi's family. Good. Lu Juqi responded coquettishly and sat up in front of Su Zimo. The next day. When Su Zimo got up, Lu Juqi had already prepared breakfast. At this moment, she was wearing a tight-fitting little mother's skirt that showed off her graceful figure. The skirt was a deep burgundy color with delicate lace cleverly inlaid on the edge. It retained the elegant charm of a mature woman while retaining a hint of playfulness and temptation. The curves of her upper body are perfectly outlined by the cut of the skirt, which is tight yet soft. The shoulder straps are replaced by slender pearl chains, gently draped over her fair shoulders, adding a touch of gentleness. The design of the neckline perfectly reveals her slender neck and delicate collarbone, exuding an unspoken sexiness while maintaining a sense of reserve and dignity. Her hair was cleverly tied into an elegant bun, with a few strands of hair gently falling beside her ears, adding a touch of casual charm to her. It's quite rich. It's a feast for the eyes. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I made a little more. Lu Juchi approached slowly, and as she walked, she further aroused Suzimo's anger. Then, they each ate their own food. After they finished their breakfast, Suzimo cooperated and took more than a dozen photos with her. So I sent it to my mom? Before sending it, Lu Juchi asked again. Hair. Lu Juchi's favorability plus 10. Suzimo didn't expect that just by taking a photo, Lu Juchi's favorability level directly caught up with Jang Yui. He checked his favorability. Jang Yui and Lu Juchi are both 75, plus Huang Yuqing's 30, they are only 20 points away from gaining some attributes. But who would have thought that as soon as Lu Juchi posted the photo, her mother Xiao Shulan called her directly. Lu Juchi looked a little dazed, and it was only after Suzimo reminded her that she picked up the phone. Chichi, this is the photo of you and him? Xiao Shulan's voice came from the microphone. Yes. While speaking, Lu Juchi also glanced at Suzimo, fearing that he would be unhappy. Is he with you now? I want to see him. Lu Juchi's expression changed immediately. In her opinion, Suzimo would never agree to such an excessive request. Chapter 48, Bankrupt Daughter. On the sofa. Lu Juchi was originally nestled in Suzimo's arms, so he naturally heard what Xiao Shulan said. Of course, Suzimo could let her solve it herself. However, if you want to keep the assistant and improve her favorability, you still have to solve her worries so that she can work for you with peace of mind in the future. Moreover, it was a simple matter for him. Auntie, I'm here. Suzimo spoke, and Lu Juchi was startled and looked at him in disbelief. However, Suzimo just squeezed her little hand, signaling her to be at ease. Oh, what, you two are really together? Compared to Suzimo's calmness, Xiao Shulan on the other end of the phone was so nervous that she spoke incoherently. Finally, she complained in a low voice, Chichi is really something. She didn't even tell me in advance. After hearing this, Suzimo realized that this was a mother who truly cared about her daughter's happiness. If the parents show a dominant position when you first meet or have the first conversation, it will definitely be difficult to get along with them. Lu Juchi's mother's nervousness actually showed that she was afraid that her tone just now would give the other party a bad impression and affect her daughter. So Suzimo took the initiative to say, Hello, Auntie, my name is Suzimo, and I'm Chichi's boyfriend. When Lu Juchi in his arms heard this, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Originally, she thought that taking a photo together was the limit, but she didn't expect Suzimo to actually admit their relationship in front of her mother. Hello, I am Kiki's mother. Xiao Shulan also reacted, pretended to be calm, and started to talk about some basic information. Where are they from? When did they get together? Even though Suzimo said that they were colleagues, Xiao Shulan's attitude did not change. Instead, she asked them when they could go back to meet, and Suzimo readily agreed. During this period, Lu Juchi couldn't even get a word in. It wasn't until Suzimo returned the phone to her that she realized, Boss Su, why did you agree to this? Why, you don't welcome me to your house? Suzimo asked with a smile. Lu Juchi quickly said, No. Of course she hoped for it, but she was also clear about her position, so she didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Suzimo suddenly became serious, as long as you are willing to follow me forever, I can satisfy you in everything except marriage. Until old age, sickness and death. Of course, there is one thing you must understand. I cannot accept betrayal. Lu Juchi did not say anything, but expressed everything through actions and favorability. Name, Lu Juchi favorability 8100. Afterwards, Suzimo experienced the joy of autonomous driving. Noon. He then turned on the system. Loading the task. I am a junior student at Central South University, and my family is bankrupt. For the first 22 years, I have been living a life that everyone around me envied. My father was a contractor and worked with large and well-known companies. In order to win the project, he put his entire fortune on the line and finally succeeded in winning the project. I originally thought that as long as the house was built, my family would be able to achieve financial freedom, but I didn't expect to usher in a real estate winter. The other company had a funding problem and couldn't pay. In order to pay, my father even mortgaged the family villa. The project was left unfinished and there was no hope of getting the money back. My father died of depression and the family house was also taken away. I can no longer afford the luxury goods I used to buy, and even to maintain a decent life, I quietly sold all the bags I bought before, but now I have nothing left. I hope there is someone who can see through my weakness and save me. As long as he gives me 5 million, I am willing to follow him and learn for a year. Mission, 5 million in cash. Reward, 1 year of study. Su Zimo was stunned. What kind of mission is this? How could a rich girl whose family went bankrupt go to such lengths just to satisfy her vanity and maintain a decent life? For people who are used to a life of luxury, such ups and downs are indeed difficult to accept. But the price? So expensive. And I don't even know what people look like. Su Zimo decisively chose to give up. He has to give up. He only has tens of thousands of dollars in cash. Where can he find 5 million? Just a little bit of favorability left to redeem attribute points. Su Zimo was thinking whether to ask Jang Yui or Fong 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 to fill the gap. Unexpectedly, my parents called and said that some relatives would visit our new home in the afternoon. That is the villa in Greentown Qingju Garden. Obviously, the parents have informed relatives and friends about the wedding banquet, and some of them may have asked about the condition of the house, so they want to see for themselves whether it is real or not. Family situation. In fact, every family is the same. There are definitely rich and poor people, some who are close and some who are drifting away. Su Zimo's grandfather had 3 brothers, but his father Su Jangwo had only one sister, who was Su Zimo's aunt. He is also the closest relative to Su Zimo's family. However, the situation at my aunt's house was also very ordinary, and because my uncle had diabetes, he had to go to the hospital frequently, so they lived a very difficult life. As for Su Jangwo as cousins, although they still visit each other during the Chinese New Year, they basically don't contact each other during normal times. On the contrary, the uncles and aunts from my mother's side are closer to Su Zimo's family. Su Zimo was able to find that job thanks to the help of his uncle. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for an ordinary college student to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Unable to refuse, Su Zimo originally wanted to take his assistant back with him, but Lu Jiaqi declined, saying that the goods would be delivered today and she had to wait at home. Su Zimo did not force it and drove to Greentown Qingju Garden alone. Among Su Jangwo's cousins, some were wealthy while others were average. My third uncle was admitted to a credit union and has been working there for 30 years. He is now the director of a branch. Although he is not overbearing, he still puts on airs in front of his family. The leadership taste is very strong. Similarly, my third aunt also feels superior to her relatives. Every New Year's Day, all relatives would go to the house of their most senior great-grandfather to pay New Year's greetings. Everyone would help with something, but my third aunt never did anything. So, when third aunt heard Su Jangwo say that he had bought a new house, she casually asked about it and found out that it was a villa. She was the first one who did not believe it. Although he said congratulations, he also suggested that he wanted to go and see the new house to share in the good fortune. He also tagged the group Loving Family and said that we would go watch it together this afternoon. Su Jangwo didn't waste any time and directly sent the location of Greentown Qingju Garden. So, my eldest aunt drove to pick up my third aunt and others, and went to Qingju Garden together. When they arrived, Su Zimo had not arrived yet. They were shocked when they saw that the security guard at the door let them in after they reported the room number and Su Jangwo's name. Chapter 49: The Shock of Full Payment. My eldest aunt's family runs a small business in the building materials city, selling curtains. The family has a little money, but sometimes they need capital turnover, so they need to establish a good relationship with my third uncle's family. At this time, she drove her own Mercedes-Benz C200 and went there with several relatives. Old Five's family suddenly bought a new house. Why didn't I hear them mention it beforehand? My aunt said as she drove, Green City Qingju City is a villa area, and the housing prices are not cheap. My uncle's house is also a villa, about 200 square meters, which cost less than 2 million yuan. With the decoration, it cost less than 3 million yuan. But Greentown Qingju City is different. Whether it is a townhouse or a duplex villa, the price of the unfinished house is much higher than her villa. Of course, my aunt didn't believe it either. After all, she was well aware of the situation of the fifth brother Su Jangwo, and her nephew Su Zimo was just an office worker. How could he possibly afford a house worth several million? It's not cheap. Although my third aunt, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was already over 50, she had a fair face and a dignified manner, looking a bit like a lady. Although she wore gold bracelets, rings, and necklaces, she was not wearing any luxury brands. She didn't show any emotion on the surface, but she was saying, "I saw that the coordinates Lao Wu sent were Qingju City Tingquan Garden, where there are many large single-family houses. I know that a boss with over 100 million yuan bought a house there, but now he has no money to renovate it. The bigger the house, the more expensive it will be to renovate. Many people like big gardens, but they don't know how expensive a garden is. Even if you just want to build a decent rockery, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you want to plant some valuable trees, it will cost over $1 million. My aunt's villa has no garden area at all, so it was just filled up to be used as a parking space. Oh, how much money does that cost? Has Lao Wu's family become rich? The second uncle in the back seat took over the conversation with a suspicious look on his face. Yes, the one that Lao Wu sent is the largest single-family house in Qingzhou City. It starts at least 8 figures. The third aunt told them a number that surprised them. It's so expensive, can Lao Wu's family afford it? Amid the discussions of several people, the car drove to the guard post. When the aunt announced the room number, almost everyone in the car looked at the security guard in the booth. When asking, the aunt clearly heard Su Jiangwo's voice through the intercom. As security let us go, my eldest aunt was still unable to react. Even my third aunt, who prided herself on being superior among the relatives, looked stunned. I originally wanted to expose the clumsy lies of Lao Wu's family, but I didn't expect that the direction of things seemed to be a little wrong. Can the old fifth family really afford a large single-family house? With the navigation, they would not go wrong. Soon, they saw Su Jiangwo standing at the door of the villa waiting for them. On one side of the villa, there is a specially built garage. Su Jiangwo instructed them to park the car in the garage. The garage is large enough to accommodate 4 cars. When my aunt parked the car, she saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz Maybach parked there. When they got out of the car, they saw Su Jiangwo's bright smile. Let's go for a walk, it's hot outside. Just as she was about to follow him, her aunt stopped, looked at the Maybach and asked, Old 5, whose car is this? Maybach is not cheap, it costs at least more than $2 million. Mine was just brought back yesterday. This is also the reason why Su Jiangwo smiled happily. The son is very filial. Although his wife Li Helian thinks it is a waste of money, he persuaded her and finally got her the marriage. My aunt was so surprised that she was speechless. It was in this confused state that several relatives followed Su Jiangwo into the garage. This is a long garden-style corridor that leads directly to the main house. However, several people just stood there in a daze. This garden style makes them feel like they have mistakenly entered an ancient wealthy family's home. Lao Wu, is this really the new house you bought? As the second uncle started asking, the eyes of several relatives all fell on Su Jiangwo. Hey, I can't afford it. They believed this. After all, we visit each other every year, so how could we not know each other's situation? However, Su Jiangwo's next words stunned them all. Zimo bought it. That kid, I told his mother not to waste money, but he insisted on buying it, saying that he wanted it for 2 old guys to live in. Do you think this is necessary? Although he was blaming him, everyone could hear the pride in Su Jiangwo's tone. People of their age care about and talk about their children the most, whether they have a promising future and whether they are filial to their parents. Zimo bought it for you? Even my second aunt was a little confused. Doesn't this nephew work for a private company? Can you afford such a big villa by working? Old fifth, has your Zimo made a lot of money? The aunt couldn't help but ask. He said he made some money. Afterwards, several relatives followed Su Jiangwo along the corridor, through the garden, and came to the main house with a lot of questions in their minds. They were surprised many times along the way. Even my second uncle, who knew nothing about this, could see that this garden was not cheap. Jiangwo, this is a second-hand house you bought, right? Before entering the door, my second aunt spoke. It would take at least a year to renovate the house. During the Chinese New Year, they didn't hear any news, so they asked this question. Yes. How much did you pay for it? It was said to be 6,500, but I ended up buying it for the full price of 5,999. Su Jiangwo answered truthfully. There's no way to keep this secret, so it's better to be open and honest. Full payment? These 2 words may not mean anything to other people, but to my eldest aunt who is a businesswoman and my third aunt who works in a credit union, they know exactly what they mean. Even many big bosses with assets worth hundreds of millions or even billions may not be able to come up with such a huge sum of money. After all, assets are different from cash in hand. Moreover, given the current downward trend in the housing market, even fewer people will be willing to spend such a large sum of money to buy a house. In the hall, Li Helian accompanied Su Zimo's grandparents. Su Jiangwo had picked them up early in the morning and they were the first to know that a new house had been purchased. The two old people looked a little reserved and unaccustomed to such a big house. Fortunately, they were accompanied by their son and daughter-in-law, and gradually accepted it. Uncle San, Aunt San. When several relatives came in, they greeted the two old people first. Even the third aunt, who was always a little arrogant, became extra polite. When Suzimo arrived, he saw a harmonious scene and his grandparents were also smiling happily. Zimo is back. Soon, Suzimo became the focus and accepted inquiries from relatives. When asked how he made the money, his answer was still the same old one, saying that he made money from foreigners by luck. Chapter 50 Meeting with Fong Fong Fong. The wedding banquet at the new home was scheduled for June 15th. 10 days left. On that day, the relatives had a sumptuous meal in the villa. Suzimo ordered a lot of seafood to liven up the occasion. It was already evening when we finished our meal. My grandparents wanted to go back, but they were kept by my parents. There are plenty of rooms anyway. Moreover, a big house requires many people, otherwise it will feel empty. Suzimo was also trying to persuade him. My grandparents are old, so at least they can be taken care of if they live here. After all the relatives left, the originally quiet crowd of loving families suddenly became lively. Mainly, several aunts posted photos of their new homes in the group. At that time, Su Jangwo called and said that the relative who said he was busy is now available and said he would definitely arrive on the 15th. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Suzimo came out of the villa, thought for a while, and drove to the normal university. When he reached the door, he sent a message to Jang Yui, "I'm at the door." After Jang Yui went to school on Monday, although the two did not meet, they communicated a lot on Green Bubble and had video calls every day. Suzimo also felt that he had changed. All he wanted in the past was to find a clingy girlfriend, but now Jang Yui is obviously very clingy, but he has taken the initiative to keep some distance. It's not that he doesn't like this pure school beauty, but his heart has been broken into many pieces. Of course, the relationship between the two cannot become distant, and it should be brought closer when necessary. Jang Yui was lying on the bed listlessly doing the questions for subject 1. When she saw Suzimo's message, she jumped up excitedly and replied, "Brother, wait a moment, I'll be right out." After replying the message, she immediately got up from the bed, opened her closet and started choosing clothes. Although Suzimo bought her a lot of clothes last time, in the end, Jang Yui still chose a JK suit and put on a pair of knee-length white stockings. This scene, of course, attracted the attention of several other people in the dormitory. "Wow, where are you going this late? Dressed like a goblin, is she going to eat Tang Monk's flesh?" So, amidst the teasing of Fong 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 and Lin Miao Miao, Jang Yui blushed and left the dormitory. "I'm going out." Looking at her leaving back, Fong Fong Fang sighed in her heart. She suddenly felt a little anxious and worried, and in the end, she even lost the mood to do a live broadcast. I simply turned off the live broadcast, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the phone. "Elder brother." The girl's voice was still as clear and pleasant as ever. After getting on the passenger seat, she didn't even fasten her seatbelt and threw herself into Suzimo's arms, not afraid of being seen by her classmates at all. For a while, Jang Yui sat up straight, but her lips were a little red and swollen, and her eyes were watery. Tonight is destined to be restless. After working until midnight, Jang Yui finally fell asleep contentedly. Her favorability also reached 80. Suzimo felt that he had lost weight and he didn't even need to go to the gym to lose weight. When I weighed myself the next day, I found I had lost 3 pounds. It looks like I need to exercise more. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. When I woke up in the morning, Jang Yui had already gone to school. The feeling of sleeping until you wake up naturally, it feels so good. While washing up, Suzimo checked the system tasks. Loading the task. My name is Tu Lei. I must have been set up by someone and now I am trapped somewhere in Lop Nur. Thank you for sending me water and food, otherwise I would definitely not be able to hold on until now. But even if I always have water and food, I don't think I can hold on for too long. Now, I urgently need a satellite phone. I am willing to exchange 1 million for it. Mission, a satellite phone. Reward, 1 million cash. This was already the 3rd time Suzimo had received a mission from this man named Tu Lei, and the reward he offered was getting higher each time. This time he seemed to have come to his senses and realized that if he really wanted to escape, he needed a satellite phone. What a pity. This is actually a long-term meal ticket. If he is not given a satellite phone this time, Suzimo believes that he will sooner or later send out a mission to ask for food and water then, as long as he is continuously supplied with water and food, he can keep pulling them out. Of course, as Tu Lei himself said, even with water and food, it would be difficult to survive for a long time in such an extreme environment. 1 million. That's quite a few. So Suzimo sent Lu Juchi a message, buy a satellite phone for your new home. If you have an assistant, of course you can assign things to her. Then Lu Juchi asked about his needs, and Suzimo replied that it didn't matter what brand it was as long as he could make a call, and then he started to wash up. By the time Suzimo finished the breakfast prepared by Lu Juchi in his own house, she had already bought a satellite phone. He then entered the room alone with a satellite phone. System prompt, satellite phone detected, do you want to trade? Yes. As the satellite phone disappeared, the next moment, a message rang on Suzimo's cell phone. China Construction Bank, a deposit of 1 million renminbi was made into your account 8445 at 10:09 on June 6, and the available balance is 1,046,472 renminbi. Over 1 million. This was the first time that Suzimo's balance had truly exceeded 1 million. Looking at the numbers on the card, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This way, I can be a little more relaxed when I want to go fishing in the future. Otherwise, I would worry about not having enough money to go out for a meal or get a nice room. Suzimo couldn't help but think of Fong Fong Fong. The young anchor must have been waiting for a long time. So I sent a message to Fong Fong Fong, tonight at the St. Regis Chinese restaurant. The atmosphere there is quite good. As sisters living in the same dormitory, of course we have to eat the same food. Good. Fong 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 replied very quickly. She was in class at the moment and looked at Jang Yui in front of her with a guilty look. There was excitement, anxiety, and fear. Even though she is almost 20 years old, she is actually as afraid of injections and taking medicines as a child. Fong 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 seemed a little absent-minded the whole day. Even after class, she said hello to a few roommates and left the dormitory in her school uniform without daring to change clothes. There's nothing I can do. I'm afraid of being suspected. For this reason, she did not ask Suzimo to pick her up, but took a taxi to St. Regis herself. Suzimo arrived earlier than her and was already sitting leisurely in the Chinese restaurant waiting for good news. But she asked the waiter to wait for her at the door. After communicating, the waiter led her into the elevator. It was not until this moment that Fong 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 suddenly became a little nervous. So when Suzimo saw her, he found that this usually lively and cheerful little anchor had actually become a lady. Brother Fong. Fong 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 called softly. Although she was wearing a school uniform, which formed a sharp contrast with the well-dressed men and women around her, she had a youthful aura that was eye-catching. Chapter 51. Thank you Brother Fong for the gift. Do. Good. Fong 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 gladly agreed and sat opposite Suzimo. You can serve the food now. Suzimo gave instructions to the waiter, then turned his gaze to the girl in front of him. Although she seemed a little reserved, her eyes were sparkling and she looked around at everything, looking very excited. After all, I am still a student and have never been to high-end places. But this environment is in line with her inner vision of future life. Suzimo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked her, do you like it here? Fong Fong Fong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded hurriedly, I like it. At this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and the table was filled with exquisite dishes. Fong 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 wanted to take out her cell phone to take a picture, but then she seemed to think of something and subconsciously looked at Suzimo again. Take pictures if you want. Thank you, Brother Fong. Her lively side immediately showed up. She took out her cell phone and started taking pictures of the dishes and the surrounding night view. I subconsciously wanted to post it on WeChat Moments, but then I seemed to think of something, looked conflicted, and endured it. Although Suzimo was not in the camera, she was still worried that her roommates would notice something. But good things cannot be shared, which is an extremely painful thing for someone who has a strong desire to share. Finally, she had an idea and posted it in the small anchor communication group. This environment and food immediately caused quite a bit of discussion. Wow, what a high-end restaurant. Where are you, Fong Fong? It looks delicious. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Fong Fong, didn't you say you were going to eat grass this month? This meal is going to eat up your monthly income, right? Fong Fong Fong's nickname is, there is a girl named Xiaofeng, so everyone who knows her calls her Fong Fong. Before Fong 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 could explain, the little anchor from that call stood up and said, you may not know that Fong Fong also has a big brother to protect her now. Then, the little anchor named Xue told what happened at that time. Not only did he kill a dragon, but he also killed 10 diamond carnivals? Oh my god, how lucky is Fong Fong to meet such a top brother. Please introduce someone to me, very obedient, and can warm the bed. Fong Fong, please give me some good luck in pregnancy. I can't introduce it at all, I can't divide it at all. Fong Fong was very happy to see this, and casually replied a few words in the group. Although she wanted to continue chatting, she still pulled her attention back, glanced at Su Zimo timidly, lowered her head, and said in a low voice embarrassedly, Brother Fong, I. She seemed to be so engrossed in the conversation that she actually ignored Su Zimo's feelings. Fine. Eat your food. It won't taste the same when it gets cold. Of course Su Zimo wouldn't blame her, as this had become a social norm. Eat with your friends first. He can understand that little girls are vain. If he has no desires or requests, how could it be his turn? Of course, let her feel good now, and then I will make him feel good too. Feel better. Aha! Fong Fong smiled at him, and then they started eating. After dinner, Su Zimo paid the bill. The hotel room had already been booked before she arrived, so she naturally didn't need to go to the lobby. Instead, she used the room card to swipe to check the floor. Fong looked at the room card in his hand and her face turned red. She also knew what she would face next. But it's impossible to leave. She knew very well what she would miss if she chose to leave. Although they were roommates and best friends, she had to admit that she envied Jang Yui. Fong also came from a county town. When she first arrived in the big city, everything made her feel dazzled. She fell in love with beautiful clothes, nice jewelry, and all kinds of cosmetics. She longed to live the refined life of an urban elite woman. At first, she wanted to earn all this by relying on her own abilities. So, the live broadcast began. In fact, an income of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month is already very considerable for a college student, and Fong herself is very satisfied with it. After all, many people entering society may not have this income. Although I can't afford very expensive luxury goods, I can still afford some brand name jewelry, nice clothes, and I'm never short of cosmetics. But people are often afraid of comparison. As Jang Yui started live streaming, her income in the first month was close to her annual income. Everything started to fall apart. Fong began to follow the example of other anchors in protecting her big brother, which almost caused her psychological trauma. She began to summarize some of the lessons she and other anchors had learned. In fact, it's of no use. There are so few big brothers in the wild that they have become rare animals. There are even more fake big brothers who want to spend a few $1,000s to get the meat, and there are even some who buy high-level accounts to get the meat. So, when Jang Yui sought advice, she put forward harsh conditions that almost no one would agree to. Result: I actually met the real big brother. And he is not just an ordinary big brother. He not only gives gifts, but also buys all kinds of luxury goods, and even cars and houses. Fong, who was already weak in her will, was bombarded with gifts. She couldn't bear it anymore. In a trance, he had already followed Su Zimo to the door. The suite we booked was the same one as last time. Have you thought about it? Su Zimo turned around and looked at her. Fong hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily, yes. So Su Zimo took her little hand and walked into the room. As the door was closed, Fong became visibly nervous. She was scared. In order to ease her tension, Su Zimo said to her, "Let us start broadcasting." When she started the live broadcast, Su Zimo was the only audience member. Anchor, I'm coming in. Su Zimo is not a stingy person. With one number one account after another on Douyin, Fong, as the anchor, certainly cannot remain silent. She has no talent and can't dance. But he has a good voice and can sing okay. Then, to thank Su Zimo for the gift, she sang Snow in the Spring Courtyard. This song is very refreshing to listen to. It gives people the feeling that they are about to enjoy wealth and glory, ascend to the throne, and rule the world. The singing lasted for half an hour. Fong's voice became a little hoarse. Thank you for the gift, Brother Fong. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Although he has been live streaming for more than a year, the gifts he has received combined are not as many as what Su Zimo gave him in one go. You deserve it. Su Zimo was obviously very satisfied with her singing. Congratulations to the host and Fong for reaching an intimate relationship and starting the resettlement fund. Byte. Obtained resettlement fund of 80 million. Note, this fund can only be used for Fong Fong Fong. Chapter 52, Gain More Attribute Points. Su Zimo took a look at the system information. Name, Fong Fong Fong. Favorability 5100. Age, 19. Height, 163. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 80. Body size, 84. Experience, T1. Unexpectedly, the young anchor's favorability was surprisingly high. No wonder he is so obedient. Cumulative favorability, 140. Can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Do you want to exchange? Yes. Su Zimo chose yes without hesitation. The workload has been very high recently. If it weren't for his sensible assistant who had autonomous driving skills, he would have been unable to cope with it. Ding, gained 1 attribute point, remaining favorability is 40. Without much hesitation, he directly added attribute points to his physique. Constitution, 58+. As his physical condition improved, Su Zimo felt his strength instantly restored, without any feeling of fatigue at all. Do you want any more gifts? Think. As a host, how could I possibly refuse the gifts given by Big Brother? It aired for nearly another hour. Su Zimo still had some strength because of his improved physical condition, and considering Fong Fong Fong's situation, he decided to let her go. Hugging the little anchor, the two fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Su Zimo woke up, Fong 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 was already having a buffet breakfast. St. Regis is already the top hotel in Star City. But for the breakfast buffet, the only things you can eat are freshly made noodles, and everything else looks good but doesn't taste good, so often not many people take the good-looking desserts, but there are people lining up for the noodles. Another thing is that more people eat hot drinks and fruits. At this time, Fong 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 was slurping noodles. She took her breakfast into the room, which included hot drinks and fruits. Is it tasty? Su Zimo asked. The last time he stayed here, he got up at noon and of course there was no breakfast. Fong 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 said nothing, just slurped the noodles. After he finished eating, he wiped the corners of his mouth, took another sip of the hot drink, and then smiled at Su Zimo and said, "It's delicious." Who can stand this? Brother, I still have to go back to class, otherwise, Wei Wei will be suspicious. Fong 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 was a little worried. Wouldn't it be suspicious if you didn't go home last night? Su Zimo's words made her stunned. Although she didn't change her clothes when she went out, it was the first time for her to spend the night alone outside. It's over, it's over. Only at this time did Fong 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 start to panic. Why don't you just say you're out of town and not going to class today? That's only natural. Su Zimo found an excuse for her, and Fong Fong Fong's eyes suddenly lit up. If you don't come back overnight, you will definitely be suspected. But, as long as you don't suspect that she is with Su Zimo, it doesn't matter. Anyway, in the dormitory, she always talked about looking for her elder brother. Good. Next, Fong 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 sent a message to Lin Miao Miao, saying that she was out of town and couldn't come back, and asked her to help her ask for leave. Then, continue broadcasting. Normal University. Lin Miao Miao and the other two had already come out of the dormitory and were preparing to go to the classroom. They were talking about Fong Fong Fong's situation. After all, I didn't reply to your message last night, and I went out in my school uniform. They were actually a little worried. Should you give her a call? Jang Yui was hesitating whether to call her when Fong Fong Fong's message was sent to Lin Miao Miao's phone. Fong Fong said she was out of town and couldn't make it back, so she asked me to ask for leave for her. Lin Miao Miao muttered as he spoke, "This guy didn't even tell me in advance that he was going to another place. Maybe he went out of town to see his elder brother?" Jang Yui said. After all, Fong Fong Fang had gone out a few times before, but she just didn't spend the night outside. Thinking about her best friend's strange experiences, Jang Yui couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, the person I met was Brother Zimo. I don't know who she met this time. I must interrogate her after I come back. After approaching the teaching building, the three stopped talking about the matter. It was already afternoon when Su Zimo came out of the hotel. Fong 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 had trouble walking, and they originally wanted her to rest here for another day, but she insisted on going back. What if one of my roommates calls me via video? Then it will be exposed directly. She had her concerns, and Su Zimo could only let her do what she wanted. Go shopping at IFC? Of course, Su Zimo would not show favoritism and let the sensible little anchor go home empty-handed. Good. Fong Fong was very excited. When Jang Yui brought a bunch of luxury goods back to the dormitory, she was very envious and naturally wanted to have them too. If I take a bunch back with me, would my experience be too similar to my best friend's? She was still afraid of being suspected by Jang Yui. Then, buy less? With this mentality, the two came to the IFC. In the LV store. Su Zimo has been coming here quite frequently recently, so the LV staff also have an impression of him. After all, not every customer buys things like he does, just like sweeping the shelves. The most important thing is that Su Zimo always brings a different girl with him every time. Last time, Jang Yui and 4 other girls came, for beautiful girls, and they were even more impressive. Isn't this one of those? Rich people really spend money. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. Led by the clerk, the two walked into the store. When it came to actually shopping, Fong Fong had no idea what she had decided before coming. How many girls can resist the temptation of bags, beautiful clothes, jewelry, and high-end cosmetics? When she couldn't hold it anymore, Fong Fong was dumbfounded. Brother, did I buy too much? I was so excited while shopping that I forgot what the consequences would be if I carried so many things back to the dormitory. Although there are many rich brothers, it is rare to find one as generous as Su Zimo. Are you worried that Wei Wei will get suspicious if you take it back? Su Zimo curled the corners of his mouth. Aha! Fong Fong originally wanted to return some of them, but her eyes were full of reluctance, so she was conflicted. You can put it at my house first. Su Zimo said. Let's put it at my brother's house. Fong Fong's eyes lit up again, and she agreed repeatedly, okay. So Su Zimo drove her to Binjiang Bay. Looking at the familiar environment around her, Fong was about to ask, but found that after entering the underground garage, the car was not parked in the familiar parking space. She also had some impression of the garage, and this was definitely not the one downstairs from Jang Yui's house. Brother, you still have a house here? Fong had checked the housing prices in Binjiang Bay, and Jang Yui's house alone was worth nearly 10 million. Su Zimo suddenly looked at her, do you want one too? Anyway, she has so much resettlement fund that she can never spend it all. Fong didn't react for a moment. Is this to buy a house for yourself? Of course she wanted a house of her own, but she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head. Brother, I still want to live with Wei Wei. Chapter 53 Guarantee. There is no shortage of women around rich people. Fong, who has been a host for more than a year, knows this very well. Many anchors have been involved in countless palace intrigues in order to compete for the same big brother. What's more, Su Zimo is still so young and has a good appearance. Not to mention other women, Fong feels that she cannot compare to her best friend Jang Yui. Since there is no advantage in fighting alone, it is better to stick together for warmth. This was her original intention. If you can't keep one, try 2. If you still can't keep 2. Really? After arriving at Su Zimo's new house, Fong met Lu Jechi here. She was dressed in a professional suit, mature and sexy. This made Fong feel extremely threatened. Such a beautiful woman actually lives in Su Zimo's house? Her guess turned out to be correct. Thinking of this, she quietly moved closer to Su Zimo and hugged his arms tightly with both hands. It can't be called a demonstration, it seems that only such behavior can give her a little sense of security. Mr. Su. Lu Jechi came forward and was slightly surprised to see Fong beside Su Zimo, but she quickly adjusted herself and even smiled at her. Compared with college students like Fong, she, who has already entered the society and worked, certainly knows her position clearly. The promise Su Zimo made to her now had far exceeded her expectations. This is my assistant, Lu Jechi. As Su Zimo spoke, he asked the two of them to bring in the luxury items they had just bought. In fact, although he transferred 5 million to Lu Jechi, the assistant didn't seem to have touched the remaining money except for buying a car. I have to find an opportunity to take her out for some shopping. Afterwards, Fong and Lu Jechi got to know each other, but they didn't feel very close. Su Zimo sat on the sofa, and Fong snuggled up to him. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, Su Zimo simply pulled Lu Jechi over and truly enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by 2 girls. The two had different reactions. Lu Jechi was fine, she just leaned against him obediently. Fong was shocked and almost ran away. If it was Jang Yui, of course Fong Fong wouldn't resist. But Lu Juchi was too unfamiliar to her, so it was normal for her to feel alienated. How could Su Zimo let her escape? He held her slender waist and had no intention of letting go, so Fong Fong stopped struggling. Elder brother. The girl pouted her lips slightly, as if expressing her dissatisfaction. It's not that she couldn't accept that Su Zimo had other women around him, but she couldn't get along with a complete stranger. Su Zimo just pinched her waist, and then said to Lu Juchi, "Find her a house and make sure she is satisfied." Okay, Mr. Su. Even in life, Lu Juchi always abides by her job title and performs her duties as an assistant conscientiously. She could see Su Zimo liked this name. House. Fong Fong was stunned. She clearly said that she wanted to live with Jang Yui, so why did she buy a house for herself? Although she refused, how could Fong Fong not want a house of her own? This is equivalent to a guarantee, and you will feel more at ease. It's okay, buy it first, and you can put it in your own house when you have something in the future, which is convenient. After hearing what Su Zimo said, Fong Fong, who was already feeling reassured, quickly accepted it. She looked at Lu Juchi eagerly, but didn't know how to start. Lu Juchi saw it and asked, "What kind of house does Sister Fong like?" "Well, I can be closer to my brother." Fong Fong was very fond of Jang Yui's new house and had at least 100 photos of it in her mobile phone. It can be said that the house met her perfect imagination of the future, and as long as she stayed in it, she had a strong sense of happiness. There are still many houses for sale in Binjiang Bay, and some owners are selling them after renovating them. Of course, Lu Juchi was familiar with the situation in Binjiang Bay. She could explain the situation of the house clearly without even looking at her phone. However, the decoration style and quality are slightly inferior to those of Miss Jang Yui, and they don't quite meet the aesthetic tastes of young people. It was a little worse, but Fong Fong could certainly accept it. She asked expectantly, "Sister Lu Juchi, can I take a look?" She originally wanted to call her by her name, but she changed her mind. As soon as the name Sister Juchi came out, the distance between the two seemed to be shortened a lot, and the sense of strangeness just now was gone. "Sure." Lu Juchi smiled at her, then took out his cell phone and showed her the photos of the property. The two of them sat on Su Zimo's left and right, huddled together, looking quite close. Su Zimo found it pleasing to the eye. One is youthful and bright, the other is mature and sexy. They are all his favorites. I don't know when my hands moved from their waists to their legs. Their faces turned slightly red, but they didn't care. Soon, Fong Fong looked at several houses that could be moved into directly. From her expression, it could be seen that she liked them, but not too much. If Jang Yui didn't have that apartment before, she certainly wouldn't be picky. Just as Lu Juchi said, it does not quite fit in with young people's pursuit of modern light luxury. The European style is a bit old-fashioned. So, Fong frowned slightly, kept looking through the photos, and found it difficult to make a decision. "Don't settle." Su Zimo spoke up, and after the two looked at him, he continued, "You can just buy a new house and decorate it in the style you like. There's no rush to move in anyway." After a while, Fong Fong's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Su Zimo's arm and asked excitedly, "Brother, can you really decorate it according to my favorite style?" "Certainly." After getting a positive answer, Fong immediately ignored the presence of Lu Juchi and threw herself directly at Su Zimo, offering her little mouth. After a while, she withdrew her arm from around Su Zimo's neck. Next, when choosing a house, she wanted to be farther away from Jang Yui and closer to Su Zimo, so she asked Lu Juchi, "Sister Juchi, is this house still available?" "Some houses are hard to sell nowadays, how could there be none?" When Lu Juchi was choosing a house for Fong Su Zimo spoke again, "Choose one more." Lu Juchi looked at him with some confusion, but he continued, "Prepare a set for yourself as well." "Boss Su, She was about to refuse, but she heard Su Zimo say, "Since you have chosen to follow me, this is the guarantee I give you." Lu Juchi's eyes were a little red. Although he didn't say many words of gratitude, the two girls' favorability towards him increased because of his words. Chapter 54, Subconscious Influence. Name, Lu Juchi favorability 9100. Name, Fong favorability 6100. Even though the favorability level was already as high as 80, Lu Juchi's favorability level still directly increased by 10 points. Although Su Zimo treats her very well now, she is actually still worried that she will be abandoned when she gets older and less attractive. This is not anxiety. It's just a worry that is inevitable. Feng Fangfang's situation was even more exaggerated, her favorability rating skyrocketed by 20 points. It can be seen that deep down in their hearts, they actually desire some security. Next, Lu Zheqi and Feng Fangfang both chose the same apartment type as Jang Yui, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 4 bathrooms. This is the smallest apartment in Su Zimo's building. However, compared with other real estate projects, the area of 388 square meters is already very large. If you live alone, it will actually seem very empty. At Su Zimo's suggestion, Lu Zheqi contacted the 2 owners who were selling their houses and agreed on a date. Naturally, it was put on the agenda. The next morning, Feng Fangfang got up in a hurry, without even having time to eat breakfast, and went back to school without taking anything. Arrived at school. She was still wearing her school uniform, but when facing the scrutiny of her roommates, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. "Did you go to see Big Brother?" Jang Yui asked. "Yes." Feng Fangfang didn't dare to look her in the eye. "Although I found many excuses for myself, it cannot change the fact that my best friend and I are already sisters who share the same hardships." Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably ashamed, and her ears felt hot. Because Jang Yui was sitting in the front seat, she didn't notice it, but Lin Xiaomiao on the side saw it. Why did Fangfang blush when she went to see Big Brother? Moreover, Feng Fangfang used to be full of complaints after she came back, but now she is so silent and doesn't even mention who that Big Brother is. Something is wrong. Although Lin Miao couldn't tell what was wrong. TSK, look at you, you come back empty-handed again. Jang Yui did not doubt her and was still marveling at her. Who said that? She clearly returned with a full load. Thinking back to what happened last night, Feng Fangfang's toes curled up in her shoes. It's ridiculous. Later. Will I be sisters with Weiwei for life? She bit her lips secretly and tried her best to restrain herself from making any strange sounds. Let us talk about the future later. After the class started, Feng Fangfang was daydreaming again. I have so many beautiful clothes, jewelry, bags, and cosmetics, but I dare not use them. This is also an extremely painful thing for her who has an overwhelming desire to share. How to solve this problem? Feng Fangfang set her sights on Jang Yui. If you want to have a legitimate reason, you have to do some ideological work on your roommate's best friend. It definitely won't work if you just say it directly, you have to do it subtly. So, the 4 people in the dormitory started chatting about gossip about a famous rich second generation and topics like changing girlfriends like changing clothes. Those rich men, even if they don't look for women, women will take the initiative to look for them. This is an objective fact. It was under such circumstances that Jang Yui gradually realized that she might have many competitors. For example, Lu Zheqi appeared on the day of buying a house. Compared to herself, who was just a sophomore, Lu Zheqi was obviously much better. After class, when they were in the dormitory, Jang Yui suddenly asked Feng Fangfang, what if Brother Zimo has a very beautiful woman who actively pursues him, what should I do? She was a little panicked, otherwise she wouldn't have asked. What else can I do? Find some help. Feng Fangfang, who was lying on the upper bunk, gave an answer seemingly casually. Help her? This isn't good, right? Jang Yui obviously couldn't accept it all at once. Feng Fangfang asked back, then do you have any other ideas? This. Jang Yui was really stumped by this question. Not to mention others, just compared with Lu Zheqi, what are your advantages? She doesn't have that confidence. Su Zimo agreed to be her boyfriend, but that was all. Jang Yui panicked for no apparent reason. If she doesn't want to lose her brother Zimo, she doesn't seem to have many choices. Subconsciously looked at Feng Fangfang. I just don't know if this best friend can help me. That's right. You can also invite them to go to your new home on Sunday. I am not just one helper, but 3. Su Zimo certainly didn't know what happened at the normal university. The first thing after waking up is still to check the system tasks. Loading the task. Although I am a woman, after 20 years of hard work, I have finally established myself in Shanghai. I have assets worth more than 1 billion yuan and am a well-known strong woman in the industry. Although many people envy me for being independent, and I used to boast about myself in this way, now I am 43 years old, and every night when I am alone, I feel very lonely and even depressed. Seeing this, Su Zimo felt that this 43-year-old wealthy woman with a net worth of over 1 billion should want to find a partner. I have tried raising dogs and cats, but I still cannot relieve the intense loneliness and depression. I was watching videos by chance and saw a little baby. It was so cute and adorable. I fell in love with it right away. Since then, I have to watch similar videos every time I go to bed. I suddenly have a strong desire. I also want to give birth to a beautiful and cute baby. I looked up relevant information and consulted many experts. If you want your baby to be good looking, the genes of the parents are very important. I think I look okay, so I want to find a man with good looks and temperament, who is at least 1.8 meters tall and has no family history of genetic diseases to have a baby with. For the sake of my image and personality, this matter cannot be made public. I must sign a confidentiality agreement and end the relationship after pregnancy. If there is a man who meets the criteria and is willing, I am willing to pay 1 million yuan as a reward. Task: rich woman prays for a child. Reward: 1 million yuan. Wow, the mission is really concise and to the point. Su Zimo thought about it for a while and felt that he should still meet the standard. Although he is a little fatter now and his appearance has declined a lot, however, he has no family history of genetic diseases and his height is also up to standard. These are hardcore conditions. On the contrary, your image and temperament can be improved slowly. But, do I have to go to Shanghai and have a child with a 43-year-old rich woman just for 1 million? If it were in the past, Su Zimo would not have thought too much about it. He would have to work for 10 years to earn 1 million, and that was without any expenses. Now, he wasn't very interested. Chapter 55, A Long Way to Go. Today is Friday. Jang Yui will definitely come, but I don't know if her roommates will follow. This kind of thing. Su Zimo was too embarrassed to ask, let alone mention it. When I opened my phone, there were indeed many messages from Jang Yui, saying that she would come over with her roommate after class today. Suddenly, he became excited. In addition to Jang Yui's information, there is also Huang Yuqing's. Wang Pingping and her ex-mother-in-law haven't come out yet. It is said that it is the ex-mother-in-law's fault that she is making a fuss inside. Look, originally the maximum time allowed was 24 hours, but now it may take at least a week to get out. In addition to talking about Wang Pingping's situation, Huang Yuqing would post some photos of her own body every day. She really is good at capitalizing on her strengths. Just those photos were enough to make Su Zimo furious. Of course, she is not afraid of exaggeration. Every time she posts a photo, she will reply, "It looks good, I love it, please post more." Today, in the photos posted by Huang Yuqing, there were not only her but also a few close friends, and they seemed to be having a dinner together. The restaurant looks very upscale. A monthly living expense of 100,000 is enough to support her daily expenses. Su Zimo took a quick look. They were indeed all good-looking. One of them was a mature lady wearing rimless glasses. Her cool and aloof look caught his attention. If that kind of world weariness is accompanied by a bit of disgust. TSK. So, he transferred 10,000 yuan to Huang Yuqing and left a message, "Eat well, I'll pay." Huang Yuqing replied quickly, "Thank you, Zimo." Although Su Zimo did not continue to reply, she looked at the chat history between the two and suddenly decided to send more photos together in the future. Now, she only does things that Su Zimo likes. Hiss. My waist feels a little sore. As expected, he is still showing off. But, as a man, showing off is normal. Although the physical fitness has been improved by 2 points, it is still not up to the passing line and is obviously not enough. Thinking back to when I was in college. That's really tireless. However, Su Zimo felt that his physical condition at that time was definitely not lower than 60. After filling my stomach, it was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It will take at least 5 hours before Jang Yui and the others arrive. There was still plenty of time, so Su Zimo decided to buy something for his assistant. Maybe due to family reasons, Lu Juqi is relatively frugal, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like luxury goods. Jang Yui has one, Feng Fangfang has one, of course hers can't be left out. So I drove there and bought 3 bags, some clothes, cosmetics and jewelry, spending a total of less than 300,000 yuan. It's not that Su Zimo is reluctant to spend money. But Lu Juqi is different from Jang Yui. She has her own style and does not pursue price or brand. You can't buy something she doesn't like just for the sake of spending money, right? Of course, even 300,000 is actually not a small amount. After returning to Binjiang Bay, the assistant gave another verbal reward. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Zimo leisurely went to Jang Yui's house. Sure enough, not long after I lay down on the sofa, I heard the sound of the door opening. Elder brother. After seeing Suzumo, Jang Yui ran towards him excitedly, without caring about her roommate's feelings, and threw herself into his arms. Brother Zimo. Feng Fangfang and Lin Miaomiao both called out, and the introverted Jiang Youqi had no choice but to follow suit, but her voice was very low. In order to prevent Jiang Yui from falling, Suzumo could only hold her in his arms. While being intimate with her, he also said to Feng Fangfang and the others, "You probably haven't eaten yet. I ordered seafood, and it should be delivered soon. I like seafood." Feng Fangfang obviously no longer had the restraint she had the last time she came. Even though she was clearly seeing Suzumo and Jiang Yui being so ambiguous, she walked towards the hall without noticing, saying, "Brother Zimo, what did you order? Do you have any big crabs?" However, her actions stunned Lin Miaomiao. She had a feeling that Feng Fangfang and Suzumo seemed to be becoming familiar. With this suspicion, Lin Xiaomiao pulled Jiang Youqi in. Both. Suzumo had a smile on his face and he clearly saw Feng Fangfang blink at him. This young anchor is really good at adding fuel to the fire. After sitting down on the sofa, Suzumo discovered that Jiang Youqi was actually avoiding him and was actually sitting next to Lin Xiaomiao, blocking his line of sight with her. Am I that scary? It seems that it is very difficult to get close to this girl with a beauty score of 92. In fact, if her roommates hadn't pulled her to come, Jiang Youqi probably wouldn't have come to Binjiang Bay. The task is heavy and the road ahead is long. While waiting for the seafood, Suzumo, Jiang Yui, and Feng Fangfang were chatting and laughing, and Lin Miaomiao also joined in. She obviously also had some good feelings towards Suzumo, thinking that he did not have the airs of a rich man and was particularly caring. Only Jiang Youqi seemed a little out of place. Even though Suzumo tried to take her feelings into consideration, she didn't say a few words. Soon, Suji's seafood was delivered. Before eating, Feng Fangfang and Lin Miaomiao took photos and posted them on their moments, which immediately received a lot of likes and made them smile. While eating, Lin Xiaomiao took good care of Jiang Youqi as always and kept picking food for her. Suddenly, Feng Fangfang said, "Zimiao, Brother Zimo is treating us, so you should pick one for him, too." Lin Xiaomiao was stunned for a moment, but of course she had no way to refuse. She looked up and saw Suzumo, who was sitting next to Jiang Yui, also looking at her. Seemingly with expectation. Lin Xiaomiao was inexplicably flustered. He picked up a piece of seafood at random and put it into Suzumo's bowl. It turned out to be a scallop. The snow-white shell, vermicelli on the shell meat, and topped with minced garlic and soy sauce, looks delicious. Thanks. Suzumo smiled at her, and then, under her gaze, picked up the scallop. I don't know why, it was just a normal behavior, but Lin Miao felt inexplicably ashamed, and his face felt like it was on fire and a little hot. Do you have a cold? I'm going to the bathroom. After leaving these words, Lin Miao took small steps and ran towards one of the rooms. In the bathroom. Looking at his blushing self in the mirror, Lin Miao was stunned. Why? She didn't understand why she was blushing, so she washed it with cold water. When she put her palm against her cheek, she realized that it was really hot. The scene of Suzumo eating the scallops she had picked up emerged in her mind. Ah! What on earth is wrong with me? That's Jiang Yui's boyfriend, why did she have such messy associations? After a while, Lin Xiaomiao just walked out of the room. Although his complexion had returned to normal, there was still some redness on his ears. Zhao Miao, what have you been doing for so long? We've almost finished eating. Feng Fangfang seemed to have no idea what was going on. She asked her while eating. Chapter 56, Watching a horror movie is good. Lin Xiaomiao, who had finally regained his composure, felt inexplicably guilty when Feng Fangfang asked him this. Maybe. I have a slight cold. She made up an excuse, but Suzumo put down his chopsticks and asked her, is it serious? I have cold medicine at home, or I can take you to the hospital. If you have a cold, you naturally have to take medicine and get injections. It's okay, no need to bother. Lin Xiaomiao's hasty refusal caused Jiang Yui and Jiang Youqi to look at her in surprise. They obviously didn't understand why Lin Xiaomiao was like this. Obviously nothing happened. How strange. Afterwards, everything seemed to be back to normal, but Lin Xiaomiao would obviously secretly glance at Suzumo from time to time. In fact, when she came last week, she just felt that Suzumo was very rich, extremely rich. Apart from that, he was a very nice and generous person. They just accompanied them shopping for a while, but they actually bought a bracelet worth nearly 40,000 yuan for each person in the dormitory. This was the most precious gift she had ever received. Now, when looking at Su Zimo carefully, Lin Xiaomia suddenly discovered that he seemed not only to be rich and kind, but also good-looking. And it's the type that gets better the more you watch it. Bang! The sudden acceleration of his heartbeat made Lin Xiaomia lower his head in panic. No. What the hell was I thinking about? This is Jang Yui's boyfriend. It was with this complicated mentality that Lin Xiaomia also helped to clean up after the meal. The sky gradually darkened. Although the night view was nice, there were fewer and fewer topics to talk about, so Feng Fangfang suggested watching a movie. When the curtains were closed, the space inside seemed to become much narrower and less spacious. Because they were going to use the projector on the wall, everyone sat on the sofa that was farthest away from the U shape. Feng Fangfang is standing and choosing a movie. Of course, Su Zimo sat with Jang Yui, right in the middle of the sofa. There were empty seats on both sides, but Feng Fangfang sat down next to Jang Yui first. When Lin Xiaomia was about to sit down, she was stunned for a moment. Feeling guilty, she did not dare to sit next to Su Zimo, and actually pushed Zhang Youqi, who originally wanted to sit at the edge, to the side. Although there was still some distance between them, Zhang Youqi, who was introverted and somewhat socially anxious, still became uneasy. She didn't know why, but she was always a little afraid of Su Zimo. As the movie began, the first scene caused several girls to scream. It turned out to be a horror movie. The sudden appearance of the ghost scared Zhang Yui so much that she kept shrinking into Su Zimo's arms. On the other side, Lin Xiaomia kept moving towards Zhang Youqi because of fear, which invisibly brought Zhang Youqi and Su Zimo closer together. The introverted and timid Zhang Youqi didn't even notice it after being frightened. Among the four girls, Feng Fangfang was the bravest. Although she was looking at the screen, she was always watching her roommates and Su Zimo out of the corner of her eyes. Watching horror movies is indeed the best way to get closer to others. Zhang Youqi, who had been keeping the farthest distance from Su Zimo, had no idea that she was about to get close to Su Zimo. Then, the sound of several girls screaming could be heard from the room. Although he was watching a horror movie, Su Zimo felt very happy and his mind was not on the movie at all. Because Feng Fangfang is not honest. He was originally holding Zhang Yui with one arm, but at this moment, his entire arm was wrapped tightly. It seemed that Feng Fangfang was leaning against Zhang Yui, but in fact she was hugging Su Zimo's arm. When Su Zimo looked at her, the young anchor blinked at him excitedly. Okay. Currently committing a crime, right? Su Zimo didn't expect that she was so brave that she dared to play with fire. But, I have to say, it is really a little exciting. It's not in vain that I treat her well. How should I reward her? While thinking. However, Su Zimo felt a delicate body leaning on him from the other side. It turned out to be Zhang Youqi. She looked very scared, her body was a little tense, but her deer-like eyes were still fixed on the screen, afraid of missing any detail. Because of this, she didn't even notice that she was leaning on Su Zimo, and even subconsciously moved closer because she instinctively sought a sense of security. Hiss. Su Zimo took a deep breath. So terrifying. There really is a great terror hidden. The 125-minute horror film frightened even a brave man like Su Zimo to the point of freezing his body. Even though the lights hadn't come on until the curtain call, everyone's tense nerves relaxed a little. The same is true for Zhang Youqi. She breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment she realized something was wrong. She subconsciously turned her head and saw Su Zimo. At that moment, Su Zimo clearly felt that she became nervous. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and did not look away. Moreover, he pulled Zhang Yui to stand up before her. You guys continue, I'll go in and take a rest. He seemed to have no idea what was going on. He greeted a few people and walked towards the room with Zhang Yui, who was still a little dazed. This is not enjoyment at all, it's clearly asking for trouble. Then, Zhang Yui suffered and became a scapegoat. In the living room. Although a new video was playing, Zhang Youqi seemed a little absent-minded, with eyes flickering. Although Su Zimo left. However, there was still warmth left at the place where he was just now, as if he was still sitting there, which made Zhang Youqi unable to calm down. Her mother died of illness when she was 7 years old. Her father soon remarried a stepmother, who gave birth to her younger brother the following year. As a result, her status in the family was even worse than that of a dog. You can't make any noise while eating, otherwise you will be scolded. She has had to do housework since she started primary school. At the age of 10, she took on all the housework in the family. Wash dishes, do laundry, mop the floor, and then cook. It can be said that she has never felt the warmth of home since her mother passed away. As a result, her personality became introverted, timid, and she dared not communicate with others. Fortunately, after entering university, she met several good roommates who took care of her in every way. Although Jang Yui didn't say it, she was very grateful to her 3 roommates and regarded them as her best friends. But just now she felt that she was sorry for Jang Yui. Fortunately, it seemed that no one noticed, and Suzimo didn't seem to be abnormal. Maybe I'm overthinking it? After all, apart from being next to each other, the two of them didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Jang Yui secretly glanced at Lin Xiaomio and Feng Fangfang, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, I must stay away from him and something like this cannot happen again. Chapter 57 Happy Weekend. Saturday, 10 a.m. Except for Suzimo, Jang Yui and the other 3 had gotten up early and were working with Jang Yui to make breakfast. Jang Yui studied very seriously, because Suzimo praised Jang Yui's cooking skills last week. Compared with her, Feng Fangfang and Lin Miaomio seemed a little idle. Unable to get involved, they started teasing Jang Yui instead. How come I see that my Weiwei is getting more and more plump, but brother Zimo is getting thinner? Of course this is Weiwei's secret to staying young. Weiwei, could it be that your brother has been sucked dry by you? Why can't he get out of bed at this hour? The two of them were laughing and talking back and forth. Jang Yui soon became red-faced and began to drive them away. Go away, don't do anything serious. Why don't you help me wake up brother Zimo? Breakfast will be ready soon. Of course Lin Xiaomio refused to go. Feng Fangfang was afraid that someone would notice something, so she seemed a little hesitant. What's wrong? Jang Yui glanced at the two of them in confusion. Feng Fangfang was afraid that she would be suspicious, so she could only pretend to be generous. I'll go and call them. In order to appear to be upright, after pushing open the door of the room, he left it ajar and not closed. After a while, Jang Yui might not have realized it because she was making breakfast, but Lin Miaomio was a little curious. Does it take so long just to wake you up? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she couldn't help but walk over to take a look. Through the half-open door, Lin Xiaomio saw that Suzimo had already gotten up, while Feng Fangfang was squatting there, apparently helping him put clothes on. Lin Xiaomio was stunned, his eyes trembled, his pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. The next moment, when Suzimo looked at her, she ran away in a hurry. Returning to the living room and sitting on the sofa, Lin Xiaomio's heart still couldn't calm down for a long time, and all kinds of emotions kept changing on her face. She was shocked by Feng Fangfang's behavior. But I was more worried about whether I had been seen just now. Whenever she thought of this, Lin Xiaomio felt sick, ashamed, embarrassed. Her toes kept moving, and she almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Feng Fangfang quickly walked out of Suzimo's room as if nothing had happened. Wake up. She was so tired that her cheeks felt a little sore. She poured herself a glass of water and walked towards the sofa while drinking it. She saw Lin Miao staring at her. She looked over in confusion. You want some water? Seeing Feng Fangfang handing the cup of water to him, Lin Miao shook his head repeatedly to refuse. It seems that I haven't been discovered. She breathed a sigh of relief. Etc. That's not right. When did Fangfang Lin Miao suddenly remembered the night when Feng Fangfang didn't return to the dormitory? He said he was going out to meet his elder brother. But in the previous few times, Feng Fangfang dressed up beautifully, but in the past few days, not only did she not dress up at all, she even went out in her school uniform. And he didn't come back all night. The next day at noon when I was taking a nap in the dormitory, I didn't see her come back. At that time, no one thought much about it or doubted it. But now when Lin Xiaomio thought about it, he felt that Feng Fangfang's situation at that time was very similar to Jang Yui's. He also did not come back all night and returned to the dormitory late the next day. Could it be that the big brother that Feng Fangfang met that day was actually Suzimo? Suddenly see the light. But how could Fangfang do something to let Weiwei down? She was just daydreaming when she saw Suzimo walking out of the room. After just a glance, Lin Miao quickly shifted her gaze. At that moment, her heart was about to jump out of her chest with nervousness. Fortunately, Suzimo went towards the restaurant, praising the smell. Lin Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, she glanced at Suzumo several times out of the corner of her eye, but didn't see anything unusual, so she put her mind at ease. While waiting for breakfast, Suzumo checked his system tasks for today. It turned out to be a request for help from a fisherman who always came up empty-handed and was looking for tips online. How could he understand this? I can only give up. After thinking carefully about this week's tasks, it seems that only 2 of them received rewards. 2 lay in the desert, an accountant in prison. Suzumo was a little worried. The rewards are too small. Now, 2 lay is probably rescued, and it is unknown when he will be able to get the cash acquisition mission again. It seems that this 1 million cannot be spent indiscriminately. Breakfast is over and it's already noon. The weather outside is so hot that people don't want to go out at all. Although it is still indoors, it is certainly much more comfortable than a university dormitory. Jang Yui has been sticking to Suzumo all the time. Feng Fangfang is lying there browsing on her phone without any image, but Lin Miaomiao is avoiding Suzumo, and every time they are together, there is always Jang Yochi between them. Seeing that they were all bored and there was no entertainment, Suzumo suggested playing games. Jang Yui and Feng Fangfang readily agreed. They also play games when they are bored in the dormitory, of course not. Feng Fangfang rushed to play jungle, saying that she was the king of the jungle. However, when Suzumo checked her battle record, he found that the screen was full of red. Only then did I realize that she was very innocent and had not been checked at all. Suzumo personally likes to play Meng Tian. This hero is both tanky and has great output, but is a little bit clumsy. How can there be no tank in the team? He chose it directly. Feng Fangfang played Nakalu, who was very weak in the early stages, so she always asked Suzumo to go and support her in guarding the jungle area. Meng Tian, I'm here. Come quickly. Lanling King has invaded the wild area. Seeing the exclamation mark on the character's portrait, Feng Fangfang was startled and screamed in panic. Here I come. It looks very harmonious. But Feng Fangfang became more and more excited, and she never called Suzumo by his name, but always called him by his hero's name. Jang Yui plays mid lane, either Daji or Diaochan. Lin Xiaomiao's performance as Sun Shangxiang was quite good, and he even had a silver badge. Although Jang Yochi was not very good at playing, he only needed to choose Ming Shirin to lead the way. This made Suzumo feel like playing shooter. Because the hero Jang Yochi plays can only be a shooter. 5 wins and 5 losses. A day just passed like this. Also because of playing games, Suzumo communicated and interacted with them more often, and their relationship was not as unfamiliar as it was at the beginning. Don't say. This is really an icebreaker. If it were in real life, Suzumo would never be able to talk to Lin Xiaomiao, Jang Yochi, and the others in front of Jang Yui. But all this becomes natural in the game. Although they didn't go out shopping throughout the weekend, they still had a lot of fun and became closer to Suzumo. Suzumo got what he wanted. He played a few shooter games and let Jang Yochi choose Yao to ride on his head. Sunday. Suzumo was still playing games when a message popped up on the screen. It's Gu Xiaoxian, the green tea girl colleague in the previous company. Suzumo still has an impression of her. Although tea is a little bit simple, she still gives emotional value to her. Chapter 58 Green Tea and Cousin. Ever since Suzumo posted a 9-grid circle of friends last time, this little green tea girl basically sends a few messages every day, sometimes with a coquettish voice message. Very enthusiastic, but to the point. So Suzumo just replied perfunctorily and didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until the game was over that Suzumo opened the message and took a look. Brother Su, why don't you pay attention to me? TSK. It's just a message, but the smell of green tea is almost overflowing from the screen. But don't be fooled, many men just fall for this. After all, green tea is about controlling men by making them feel good. Suzumo also rejected green tea in the past, but now he feels that as long as it makes him feel good, there is nothing wrong in getting some of it. Of course, he won't take the initiative. I'm playing games. Let's talk later. After replying a message, Suzumo took out his Hoi again and asked Jang Yochi to choose Xiaoming to follow him. But Gu Xiaoxian on the other side was stunned. The game is more important than myself? A feeling of frustration suddenly welled up in her heart. In fact, all green tea girls enjoy the feeling of being controlled by men. When a man is attracted to her, the green tea girl will act very cold, but when the man wants to retreat, the green tea girl will take the initiative to close the distance between them. And Suzumo is obviously not among them. Could it be that my attractiveness has decreased? Gu Xiaoxian immediately sent a message to a fish in her pond, so boring. Within 3 seconds, the other party replied, if you are bored, just hang out. I recently found a delicious internet-famous restaurant. Want to go together? There's a dessert shop on Wui Road that's pretty delicious. Do you want to try it? It was just a message, but the other party gave 5 or 6 suggestions. Carrot. It's too hot, I don't want to go out. After replying to this message, Gu Xiaoxian stopped looking at her phone. Obviously, the problem was not with herself, but she could no longer control this former colleague. Ever since she saw Su Zimo's circle of friends, Gu Xiaoxian actually wanted to get closer to him. However, Su Zimo hasn't come to work since then, so she can only send a message on Green Bubble occasionally. Of course, it was just some daily greetings and chats, nothing too enthusiastic. After all, the authenticity of the house Su Zimo sent has not yet been confirmed. Gu Xiaoxian actually wanted to go and take a look, but she just couldn't find a chance to bring it up. One of the rules of green tea is, never take the initiative. Only by not taking the initiative can you control a man. Do I want to lose this initiative? Gu Xiaoxian thought about it, gritted her teeth, and continued to send a message to Su Zimo, Brother Su, is your new home decorated yet? Didn't you promise to let people visit it? That is a mansion worth nearly 10 million. Moreover, she has carefully learned about it these days and found out that the annual property fee of Binjiangwan community is as high as hundreds of thousands. How can this be a luxury house that ordinary people can afford? So, she was eager to know the truth. But after she sent the message, there was no response and she never received a reply. Really went to play games? Dog man. He actually regards games as more important than women. If it were someone else, Gu Xiaoxian would have blocked and deleted the other person by now, but now, although she was angry, she still endured it. Snort. Leave him alone for a few days. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jang Yui transformed into a little cook again. Just looking at the 4 girls busying around, Su Zimo felt happy. Originally, he thought that the 4 of them would still sleep in Binjiang Bay tonight, but Jang Yui said that the counselor would personally check the dormitories tonight. If there is no one in the dormitory, I will probably call the parents directly. Let's apply for off-campus accommodation next semester? Su Zimo suggested. Jang Yui hasn't taken the driving test yet, and summer vacation is approaching, so there's no need to bother. Good. Jang Yui agreed immediately. Afterwards, Su Zimo drove the 4 people to the gate of Normal University. Watching 4 goddesses getting off a G-class, countless young men's hearts were broken. However, they didn't even have the courage to move forward. No need to say more, the G63 will speak for you. When I returned to the new house in Binjiang Bay, the assistant was not there. Su Zimo took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Juchi, where are you? Boss Su, my cousin came to Xingqing and I'm having dinner with her. I'll be back soon. Lu Juchi replied quickly. She thought Su Zimo would accompany Jang Yui and the others today. No, just eat yours. Su Zimo was certainly not such an unkind person, and instructed, since the relatives have come all the way here, you should entertain them well these few days. If there is anything, I will send you a message. Seeing this message, Lu Juchi's eyes were slightly warm. Thank you, Mr. Su. Favorability from Lu Juchi +5. 95 points of favorability. I don't know what it would be like if the favorability was full. Sister, who are you replying to? The girl sitting opposite Lu Juchi asked her. This is Lu Juchi's cousin, Lin Xianxia. Compared with Lu Juchi's elegant temperament, she is simply the other extreme. Lin Xianxia has short hair and heavy makeup. Her eyeliner is slightly upturned, with dark eyeshadow smudged at the end of her eyes. She has dark red lipstick on her lips, which adds a bit of charm and unruly. He wore a loose black t-shirt on his upper body, the hem of which was casually tucked into baggy jeans. The trouser legs were rolled up several times, revealing his slender ankles, and paired with a pair of dirty white sneakers. She is the image of a rebellious girl. My boss. Lu Juchi restrained his emotions and replied casually. Your boss is a scumbag. Today is Sunday. Do you still want to work? Lin Xianxia yelled indignantly. I'm an assistant, the nature of my job is different. Lu Juchi frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied with her evaluation of Su Zimo, and put down her chopsticks directly. Also, my boss is a very good person, you can't say that to him. Lin Xianxia was obviously stunned for a moment, but thinking that she had run away from home, she did not refute her. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Since you are an assistant, how much salary does your boss pay you per month?" Lu Juqi hesitated for a moment, but still said, 100,000. 100,000? Lin Qianxia's eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. Her parents, who work away from home, can't save more than 100,000 yuan a year. If she could find a job with such a high monthly salary, she couldn't imagine how shocked those who look down on her would be. It's exciting just thinking about it. She has fast-forwarded to the scene where she uses her high income to slap those people in the face. "Sister, is your company still short of people?" she asked expectantly, and put a piece of pork ribs into Lu Juqi's bowl in a flattering manner, her eyes full of flattery. Chapter 59 Green Tea Sister is here. What kind of job are you looking for? After this meal, you should go home and study. Lu Juqi frowned and glared at his cousin unhappily. Lin Qianxia's parents work away from home, so no one can discipline her and her grades are terrible. She came to Xingqing this time because she was angry with her elders at home. "I'm not going back." Lin Qianxia was very stubborn. There was a hint of sadness in her lowered eyes. Her voice was as thin as a thread. "They all said that I have no future. This is how my life will be." As he spoke, he could hear slight sobs. "I just want to prove to them that I'm not as bad as they say." Her tone revealed an almost stubborn persistence. After hearing this, Lu Juqi fell silent. In places like her hometown, academic performance seems to have become the yardstick for measuring a child's entire value, which does indeed make children with poor grades suffer a lot of pressure and negative influence. They may even rebel and go in a direction contrary to their parents' expectations. Lu Juqi slowed down her voice and advised, "Finish your book first. The technical school I attended arranged for us to work in factories, and we will also work in factories when we return." Lin Qianxia wiped the corners of her eyes casually, and looked at her expectantly. "Sister, I studied computer science, I can do spreadsheets and everything, can you recommend a job for me? It doesn't need to be as much as 100,000. 10,000 will be enough." Lu Juqi opened his mouth several times but didn't say anything. It's easy to say, but in this society, can a fresh graduate from a technical secondary school find a job with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan? But she also knew that her cousin might not want to go home. If she was forced to send her back, she might run away again. It is actually very dangerous for a girl who has just entered society to run around everywhere. Besides, Lin Qianxia is pretty and she could be easily deceived if she is not careful. It would be better to let her stay with me, at least I can take care of her. Eat, and I'll take you back to the rental house later. Lu Juqi was thinking of first arranging her to live in the house she had rented before, and then see if he could find her a school, such as a junior college or something. People who have never worked don't know the importance of academic qualifications. No matter how capable you are, you will eventually be blocked from promotion due to your academic qualifications. Oh. Lin Qianxia agreed obediently, but what was on her mind was still her curiosity about her cousin's boss. Monthly salary is 100,000. She is willing to work like a slave. Riverside Bay. Jang Yui and the others had returned to school, and the young assistant was not there either. This feeling made Su Zimo a little uncomfortable. "I haven't slept alone in a long time. So, I lay on the sofa and looked through the messages on my phone. Soon I saw the message sent by Green Tea Gu Shaoxian in the afternoon. Su Zimo certainly knew her purpose. I was bored, so I sent her a message. "I'm at my new home now, do you want to come over and visit?" After a while, a prompt showing what the other party was typing appeared in the chat box. Gu Shaoxian didn't receive any message from Su Zimo for the whole afternoon and was shopping with a close friend. My phone vibrated slightly, and I opened the lock screen and immediately forgot about the decision I made in the afternoon to let it sit for a few days. I immediately edited the message. "Really? Then send me the location." Soon, a location was sent over, which was exactly the Binjiangwan community. "Message me when you get there." "Okay." After replying the message, Gu Shaoxian stopped and said to her best friend beside her, "AI, I have something to do and I have to go back. You go shopping first. Didn't you just come out?" My girlfriends were all stunned. "It's urgent." Finally, Gu Shaoxian treated her best friend to a cup of chai yin yusei to calm her down, and then she took a taxi to Binjiang Bay. More than half an hour later. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Gu Shaoxian sent a message to Su Zimo, "Brother Su, I'm already at the gate of the community." Su Zimo, who was watching the live broadcast of the old artist, saw the message prompt on the screen and switched out. "You wait there." Then he notified his private butler to pick her up. While waiting, Gu Xiaoxian was actually quite nervous, mainly because she was afraid that she was being fooled. Even the boss of their company can only dream of buying a house here. Can Su Zimo, a small employee, really afford one? I was not cautious enough and was a little impulsive. But if it's true, it's certainly worth it. Just as she was getting anxious, she saw a man in uniform approaching her and politely asked, "Excuse me, is this Ms. Gu Xiaoxian?" "Yes, it's me." Gu Xiaoxian was still wondering why it wasn't Su Zimo, but she heard the man say, "Hello, Ms. Gu. I'm Mr. Su's personal butler. Please follow me." Personal butler? It sounds very advanced. At the same time, it also dispelled all the doubts in Gu Xiaoxuan's mind. After entering the community, she looked around, and everything inside made her feel uneasy for a long time. Su Zimo actually became rich. When Su Zimo posted on WeChat Moments that day, many colleagues in the company saw it and joked that he was using pictures from the internet to show off. She was the only one holding on to a glimmer of fantasy. What if it was true? That's why she kept sending messages to Su Zimo. Soon, following the private butler, they arrived at the door. As a textured sound was heard, the door opened and Su Zimo walked out. "Here I am." He greeted Gu Xiaoxian first, then said to the private butler, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's my job, Mr. Su. Do you have any other instructions?" "No more." "Okay, if you need us, we will respond within 3 minutes 24 hours a day." Professional indeed. From the attitude of the private butler, Gu Xiaoxian could also tell that Su Zimo was really the owner of this place. "Brother Su." Gu Xiaoxuan's voice is not artificially coquettish, but rather it makes people feel comfortable listening to it. Su Zimo's gaze naturally fell on her. She has a slender figure and her hair is tied into a high ponytail, which she tucks behind her ears on both sides, revealing her small and delicate earlobes, which are adorned with a crystal-clear pearl earring. She has a pretty face, bright eyes, white teeth, a straight and small nose, lips painted with pink lip gloss, and a gentle smile on the corners of her mouth, which makes people feel like spring breeze and makes people feel good about her. The upper body is a white short t-shirt, and the lower body is a pure white short skirt that only reaches the knees. It looks simple and refreshing, giving people a very clean and sweet feeling. Check the information. Calling up the system, her information appeared. Name, Gu Xiaoxian. Age, 23. Height, 166. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 86. Body size, 85 centimeters. Experience, T0. Green tea girl is indeed very pretty. After all, if you don't have good looks, you can't be a green tea. Moreover, because it is a tight short t-shirt, the beautiful figure is clearly visible. Chapter 60, Counter Control. When in the company, Su Zimo only glanced at Gu Xiaoxian occasionally and didn't have any other thoughts. But now his mentality has changed. It seems like it's not bad to have a green tea girl around, at least she can provide emotional value. "Come in." He invited Gu Xiaoxian in. After coming in, her eyes lit up. The decoration inside the house is obviously much more luxurious than what Su Zimo sent. There are all kinds of ornaments, which don't look cheap at first glance, and there are even logos on them. They are all big brands. Moreover, the whole house is smart and full of technology. "Brother Su, this house is so beautiful," she exclaimed at the right time, and under the light, there seemed to be light in her eyes when she looked at Su Zimo. Just ask. Which man doesn't like to be looked at with admiration by a beautiful girl? Even though he knew her green tea nature, Su Zimo still found it useful. He walked to the refrigerator and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Coconut milk." Gu Xiaoxian responded sweetly, shifting her gaze to the night view outside the 3 white floor-to-ceiling windows, a look of amazement flashing across her eyes. "I really want to live here. I really want to live here." This house has simply grown into her heart. If Su Zimo said he wanted to pursue her at this moment, she felt that she would agree without hesitation. Su Zimo poured her a glass of coconut milk and glanced at her. TSK. Did he grow up drinking coconut milk? She can almost become the spokesperson for coconut milk. Compared to Jang Yui and the others, Gu Xiaoxian has shed her childishness, so the system gives her a slightly higher appearance score. In a few years, Jang Yui and the others may not be inferior to her. As for Zhang Youqi, she is an exception. She is gifted, has a baby face, and a figure that is 95 points. Who wouldn't like her? This was when she wasn't dressed up and was wearing ordinary clothes. In Su Zimo's view, Jang Yui is a pearl covered in dust. Brother Su, do you live here alone? Gu Shaoxian walked over and asked curiously. What do you think? Su Zimo did not give a direct answer. It must be quite empty for one person to live in such a big house, right? Gu Shaoxian sat opposite him, picked up the cup, took a sip of coconut juice, and a white spot suddenly appeared on her lips. You really can. Su Zimo probably knew why she chose coconut milk. Just this small action is enough for many girls to learn for a lifetime. So you want to move in with us? Su Zimo asked in a joking tone. Okay, I'll go get the luggage later. Gu Shaoxian agreed readily, giving people the feeling that she had been won over. If the boy is innocent, he will probably indulge in it and fall in love without being able to extricate himself. Little do they know that this is just a common tactic used by green tea girls. She will make you feel like you are in love, as if she is very close and within reach, but when you get too close, she will distance herself from you. For this case, strong medicine is needed. So, Su Zimo directly asked, do you want to visit the bedroom? If it were an ordinary girl, she would either agree reluctantly because of the money, or curse him as a hooligan. But Gu Shaoxian said coquettishly, Brother Su is so mean. Neither agreeing nor destroying the ambiguous atmosphere. Her bright eyes seemed to be filled with autumn water, sparkling. If I really go in, my sister-in-law will definitely be angry, right? It was common knowledge in the company that Su Zimo was married. Many people envied him for having a beautiful wife, but few people knew that he was divorced. The first sentence was quite ambiguous, but the second sentence mentioned the sister-in-law, which invisibly created a distance between them. This is green tea's sister. What sister-in-law? Your brother is single now. Su Zimo still looked very relaxed. He crossed his legs and watched Chamame's performance leisurely. Brother Su, divorced? Gu Shaoxian caught a key piece of information and quickly said, it's my fault for mentioning something I shouldn't have mentioned. Is there any man who doesn't like such a considerate sister who always cares about you? Can we blame men for liking green tea? In fact, in a sense, green tea has always been playing the role of a virtuous, sensible, and good woman. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely say it's okay at this time. However, Su Zimo raised a playful smile and said softly, since you've mentioned it, how are you going to compensate me? When Gu Shaoxian heard this, she was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise disappeared in an instant. There didn't seem to be any gentlemanly demeanor in Su Zimo, only aggressiveness, which kept pushing her into a corner. So, she pouted her lips slightly, with a hint of weakness, brother, whatever compensation you want, I will agree to it. However, before she could finish her words, Su Zimo suddenly put down his legs that were casually crossed, leaned forward, and slowly approached her in an almost oppressive posture. He could clearly catch a flash of panic in the eyes of this green tea girl. Even the slender hand holding the teacup unconsciously increased the strength due to nervousness. The blue veins were faintly exposed, revealing the waves in her heart. Brother. Although Gu Shaoxuan's voice was still coquettish, it had a slight tremor. Don't move. Just as her eyelashes trembled and she was about to close her eyes, Su Zimo simply reached out and wiped the remaining coconut juice on her lips. Then he returned to his seat. He didn't even dwell on the topic, but asked, have you eaten? Gu Shaoxian was stunned again, and replied subconsciously, not yet. My brother asked me to come over, but my sister came here without even eating. Let's go. Su Zimo stood up, and Gu Shaoxian was puzzled. Where are you going? Of course we're going out to eat. Su Zimo looked at her with amusement and said, could it be that my sister wants to go to the bedroom to fill her stomach? Even Gu Shaoxian, who was a green tea, couldn't help but blush at this moment, saying, brother is so annoying, he only knows how to bully others. She had an inexplicable feeling that the tricks that had always worked in the past seemed to be ineffective on Su Zimo. She couldn't control this man. What do you want to eat? Can I eat anything? Gu Shaoxian, who wanted to show off her tea art, saw the malicious look in the man's eyes and quickly changed her words, Western food. She likes to go to high-end restaurants with a strong atmosphere. However, as a recent college graduate, she obviously could not go there many times with her monthly salary. What's more, she has to buy cosmetics, clothes, and other things. As a result, the art of tea making became more and more sophisticated. Maybe in the eyes of outsiders she is a bad woman who specializes in deceiving men to pay the bills, but in the eyes of the deceived, she is a very good sister. Walk. Su Zimo chose a nice Western restaurant and then took her down to the garage. When Gu Shaoxian saw the G63, she was amazed again. Chapter 61 Driving. Brother, your car looks so cool. Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes were filled with excitement, and even the way she addressed Su Zimo changed, full of admiration. After fastening her seatbelt, she looked at Su Zimo. Brother, how is your driving skill? Su Zimo raised his eyebrows. In fact, driving is also a science. Ah? Gu Xiaoxian didn't react at once. But Su Zimo continued, new drivers often go straight to 4th or 5th gear and keep stepping on the gas. In fact, this will cause more wear and tear on the engine. If it's your own new car, it's best to start in 1st gear, wait for the engine to warm up, and then slowly shift to 2nd and 3rd gears. During the process, you also need to learn how to use the brakes, and don't always think about stepping on the accelerator to the bottom. Everyone can drive on the highway because it is the easiest. As an experienced driver, you must learn to change speed by listening to the sound. When you feel the engine start to vibrate slightly, that's when you can increase the speed. On the way to the restaurant, Su Zimo taught her some driving skills. Brother knows a lot. Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkled and her cheeks felt a little hot. She was caught off guard by this wave of cars. Although she can provide emotional value, her experience is still zero. Driving in the city is boring. I'll take you to the highway when I have time. Gu Xiaoxian bit her lips lightly and said nothing. Her thoughts were completely disrupted and her head was a mess. Even when they arrived at the place, it was Su Zimo's reminder that brought her back to her senses. Just as she was about to enter the elevator, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, Sister Xian? Gu Xiaoxian looked in the direction of the voice. It was her best friend Lu Xiuai who she had made an appointment with to go shopping, but there was also a man beside Lu Xiuai at this time. Apparently, after Gu Xiaoxian left, she also found someone to pay for her. Compared with Su Zimo's casual outfit, the man was dressed very formally and looked meticulous, like an elite and successful person. It's such a hot day, but he is still wearing a suit. It's really hard to put into words. AI. Of course Gu Xiaoxian couldn't pretend not to see it, so she greeted him with a smile, and the two of them were so intimate as if nothing had happened. Of course the man also noticed Gu Xiaoxian, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He always came across Lu Xiuai's audio and video clips and would frequently comment on them. And because he himself would often post videos of himself entering and leaving high-end places, the two of them ended up adding each other's contact information. As soon as Lu Xiuai called him, he came out. However, Lu Xiuai's best friend in front of him was obviously much prettier, and he immediately became interested in her. Hello, I'm AI's friend, Xiao Xingyu. He pretended to be a gentleman and introduced himself. Hello. Gu Xiaoxian just responded indifferently, then stood next to Su Zimo and took the initiative to introduce him. AI, this is my friend, Su Zimo. Hello, brother Su, my name is Lu Xiuai. This is also a pretty beauty. So Su Zimo took a look. Name, Lu Xiuai. Age, 22. Height, 162. Weight, 41 kilograms. Appearance, 75. Body size, 78. Experience, T4. Her appearance was indeed quite good, one of the most beautiful girls in class, but she was a little too experienced, so Su Zimo immediately lost interest in her. Of course, this does not prevent her from being a goddess in the eyes of many men. Hello. Su Zimo also greeted him, but that was all. As for Xiao Xingyu, he was too lazy to pay attention to him. However, this made Xiao Xingyu a little unhappy. He felt that he was being ignored, but he did not lose his temper. He still behaved properly and was very polite. AI, let's go up first. The two of them also came here to eat Western food. Tonight, his prey is Lu Xiuai. As long as he can capture her, he can naturally get in touch with Gu Xiaoxian in the future. Good. Lu Xiuai responded, and then asked Gu Xiaoxian, Sister Xian, let's go first. However, when they entered the elevator, Su Zimo and Gu Xiaoxian also followed in. Sister Xian, are you guys also going to the revolving restaurant to eat Western food? Yes. What a coincidence, so are we. The two seemed to be having a very happy chat, and after arriving at the restaurant, they chose to share a table. The restaurant has a good atmosphere, with 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, and every seat has a panoramic view of the entire Star City Center. Gu Xiaoxian and Lu Xiuai began to take pictures from all angles in admiration. Everyone ordered their meals. While waiting, Xiao Xingyu's eyes fell on Su Zimo, and he suddenly said, this brother is really lucky to have such a beautiful friend like Ms. Gu. Male competition? Su Zimo had no interest at all. However, Xiao Xingyu obviously wanted to show his strength, and pressed on, I wonder where you are doing, brother? Unemployed. Su Zimo replied lazily. Xiao Xingyu stared at him for a while. Obviously, Su Zimo's dress and behavior did not look like that of a second generation, so he could pretend with confidence. Men still have to have their own careers. Xiao Xingyu sat upright, wearing a suit and a decent smile on his face. I am currently working for Dongye Group. Although I am only the head of the planning department, I plan to leave the group and fight on my own within 5 years. East Industry Group. The companies are involved in real estate, building materials, catering, entertainment, etc. It is considered one of the top 10 groups in Star City. In fact, Xiao Xingyu is only the head of the planning department of a branch of the group, but this does not prevent him from pulling out of the group and raising the banner. This is also a way to demonstrate one's strength. He also emphasized that he was ready to start his own business. As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of Su Zimo, looking quite complacent. However, he was soon disappointed, because neither Su Zimo nor Gu Shaoxian seemed to care, and even just casually replied, not bad. This made the smile on Xiao Xingyu's face freeze slightly. Could it be that they have never heard of Dongye Group? It seems. I have to show my strength from another perspective. He felt that this was because Gu Shaoxian didn't know how much she earned as a senior executive of the group. In the subsequent process, Xiao Xingyu still appeared very graceful and took care of Lu Xiuai everywhere. However, he saw Gu Shaoxian put the cut steak into Su Zimo's mouth. This almost broke his defense. He just didn't understand why such a beautiful woman like Gu Shaoxian would fall for the plain-looking Su Zimo. Could it be that I was PUA? He decided to spend a lot of money and take a drastic measure. If you want to win the favor of a beautiful woman, the first impression is very important. So, when they were almost done eating, he suggested, AI, after we finish eating, let's go shopping to help digest the food. I saw your circle of friends and I saw a Gucci bag. Coincidentally, the group gave out a quarterly bonus last month. I'll go with you to take a look. Really? Lu Xiuai looked at him with surprise. She didn't expect that she actually caught a big fish. Chapter 62 Buying Clothes. Why are luxury goods attractive? Appearance is one aspect, but the most important thing is to satisfy people's vanity. That is psychological satisfaction. In fact, except for essential food, almost all commodities can be regarded as lower body economy. Even the industry is like this. For example, many people study photography. An outsider's first impression of photographers is that they are easy to pick up girls and have easy access to beautiful women. This shows that when most people measure something, they think with their lower body. This is actually a rigid demand. If you observe carefully, you will find that most of the hot-selling products are related to this kind of urgent need. This is true in every industry. Even in the cultural novel industry. Because this is what most people need. Especially when a man takes a woman to buy luxury goods, it is definitely not because the item is so good, but mainly to meet another need of his own. In order to achieve his needs, Xiao Xingyu really spent a lot of money. Gu Shaoxian was also surprised. Although she didn't say it, she was very envious in her heart. Sister Xian, do you want to go shopping together? Lu Xiuai asked her with some pride. Although they are best friends, they still compare with each other. She also admitted that Gu Shaoxian was prettier than herself. However, her standards in choosing men may not be as high as hers. Gu Shaoxian was a little hesitant. She wanted to go in her heart, but was afraid of causing Su Zimo's disgust. Then go take a walk. Su Zimo spoke. Judging from the tug-of-war that happened today, this green tea girl is not that easy to deal with, otherwise, Gu Shaoxian would not be so inexperienced. If he can get it, he certainly won't be stingy. But I will definitely not be taken advantage of. It's like when you go fishing and see a fat fish floating on the water, and it seems like you can catch it at any time. Some people can't wait to make a nest at this time, and even don't hesitate to scatter heavy bait. Make a nest. It can indeed attract this kind of fish to come and swim around you. But gradually you will find that she only eats the bait and not the hook. This is green tea. The correct approach is to keep calm when there is bait. When the fish is extremely hungry, it will naturally bite the hook. The revolving restaurant was not far from the IFC, but driving there was inconvenient due to traffic restrictions, so the group chose to walk. Gucci store. This is not the first time Su Zimo has come here. When the waiter saw him, his eyes lit up, and a handsome man immediately came up to greet him, "Welcome to Gucci." Take us to see this bag. Xiao Xingyu took out his mobile phone and showed the waiter the pictures he had taken in advance. Please come this way. The handsome waiter was obviously stunned for a moment, but after taking a look at Su Zimo, he reacted quickly and took them to the counter of the bag. Gu Xiaoxian and Lu Xiaowai walked hand in front, and Xiao Xingyu followed closely. On the other hand, Su Zimo walked towards the rest area as usual and found a seat to sit down. Soon, other waiters noticed him and came over to serve him tea and water, and even asked him what kind of snacks he wanted. It's this bag. I really like it. When Lu Xiaowai saw the bag she had been dreaming about, she was extremely excited and asked Gu Xiaoxian, Sister Xian, do you think it looks good? Nice. Gu Xiaoxuan's eyes also showed her love for the bag. Her income was not high as she had just entered society, and she also had to buy daily cosmetics, so she doesn't have a luxury bag of her own until now. She originally had expectations for Su Zimo, but out of the corner of her eye she saw him sitting in the rest area, with no intention of coming over, and the luster in his eyes gradually dimmed. Brother Xingyu, what do you think about me carrying you? Lu Xiaowai turned around as she spoke. It suits you very well. Xiao Xingyu answered gracefully, and then said to the handsome waiter, please introduce this bag. This is the GG Marmont medium shoulder bag. While the waiter was introducing them, Xiao Xingyu was very proud. When he wanted to see Su Zimo's expression, he realized that he was not following. Where did it go? Could it be that he ran away? That's right. If you don't have money in your pocket, you will feel timid when entering a luxury store. However, when he glanced casually, he saw Su Zimo sitting in the lounge area. What made him even more confused was that there were 3 waiters around Su Zimo, and they were talking and laughing. What is going on? Can't these waiters tell who is the one who can afford to spend money here? Xiao Xingyu was filled with dissatisfaction, so he said to Lu Xiaowai, you must be tired after walking for so long. Why don't you come over and sit down? Good. Lu Xiaowai readily agreed. So, a few of them walked to the rest area, and the waiter naturally brought them tea. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Xingyu asked directly, how much is this bag? 22,000. For working people, it is not cheap, it can be called expensive. Xiao Xingyu also felt a little pain. Although he is considered a senior executive and earns more than 30,000 yuan a month, his daily expenses are also high. However, in order to attract Gu Xiaoxuan's attention, he still said generously, go and get the tickets. Please wait a moment, sir. The handsome waiter quickly went to issue the ticket. Thank you, Brother Xingyu. Lu Xiaowai was so happy that she even took the initiative to hug his arm, which made Xiao Xingyu secretly happy. Especially the envy expressed by Gu Xiaoxian, which made him feel that he had a great chance of winning her over in the future. It's nothing, as long as you like it. While he was still speaking sweet words, he saw the waiter who had just surrounded Su Zimo coming over with a few sets of clothes. The waiter's next words made Xiao Xingyu stunned. Mr. Su, this is our Gucci's latest summer model. Do you think you like it? The waiter stood in front of Su Zimo with a smile on her face and displayed the clothes one by one. That's right. Now that he was here and had some money, Su Zimo planned to buy himself a few sets of clothes. Just those 2. Su Zimo took a casual look and chose 2 sets whose logos were not so obvious. Strangely enough, the more obvious the logo is, the cheaper it is, only a few thousand yuan. However, the 2 sets of clothes with hidden logos that Su Zimo chose cost more than 10,000 yuan, and they were only one piece. A set of clothes and pants cost 20 or 30,000 yuan. After he and the waiter went to try on clothes, not only Xiao Xingyu, but also Lu Xiaowai was confused. After coming to their senses, they asked Gu Xiaoxian, Sister Xian, who is he? He. Gu Xiaoxian didn't know how to answer. After hesitating for a moment, she said, my former colleague. Colleague? Lu Xiaowai talked about the company where Gu Xiaoxian worked in a flattering manner. It's just a small company that I've never heard of. Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. An unemployed employee of a small company actually pretended to be good in front of him? Chapter 63. If you want to gain, you have to pay. Xiao Xingyu was already thinking about how to embarrass Su Zimo later, but he didn't notice the complicated look on Gu Xiaoxuan's face as she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Su Zimo was no longer the colleague he once was. She had just visited Su Zimo's new house, and she came there in a G-class. Undoubtedly rich. If Su Zimo proposed to pursue her, she would definitely agree. But Su Zimo didn't say a word. Moreover, just now at Riverside Bay, she saw girls' shoes in the shoe cabinet, but she pretended not to see it. She was unwilling to be just a vassal. Therefore, she cannot take the initiative. Once she takes the initiative to make her request, she will lose the opportunity to become a regular employee. This is also the reason why she endured it, even though she was jealous of her best friend taking the bag. Soon, Suzimo tried on the clothes, confirmed the size, and walked towards the rest area. Xiao Xingyu was just paying, and when he saw him coming over, he smiled and said, "Brother, are you going to buy some clothes?" What he meant was actually to remind the waiters that Suzimo couldn't afford the things here. However, Suzimo just glanced at him calmly and said with amusement, "What else?" Well, Xiao Xingyu was choked. He originally wanted to force Suzimo to buy clothes, putting him in a dilemma of not being able to pay, so that the two girls around him could see clearly who was the more capable one. After all, how many men would spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy themselves 2 pieces of clothing? Unless you are rich enough. Could Suzimo be such a person? However, before he could continue asking, the waiter beside him said, "Sir, Mr. Su is a frequent customer of our store." She spoke mainly to please Suzimo. A regular? Both Xiao Xingyu and Lu Xiuai were stunned. Those who occasionally come to a luxury store to buy something are considered wealthy. Regular customer? What kind of people can become regular customers of luxury stores? It is impossible for the second generation in general. Xiao Xingyu's expression kept changing, and he was still somewhat unwilling to believe it. Soon the waiter who had just followed Suzimo came over with a bag. "Mr. Su, this is the clothes you just tried on. I have changed it to the right size for you. Would you like to take it yourself, or would you like to have it delivered to Riverside Bay as before?" The waiter's respectful attitude and skillful tone made Xiao Xingyu's heart sink to the bottom. And he also caught a key word. Riverside Bay. That's where the wealthy people with assets worth hundreds of millions gather. The 6-figure annual property fees are simply screening out property owners. Thinking back to what he had just done, Xiao Xingyu's face turned green and he felt ashamed. The clown is actually himself. After Lu Xiuai was amazed, she looked at Gu Shaoxian. "My bestie, did you catch a big fish?" She felt a little envious, and at the same time, for some reason she felt that the bag in her hand didn't smell as good anymore. Given Suzimo's situation, what can't Gu Shaoxian buy? This bag of hers is just a basic one. Suzimo ordered them to be sent back to Binjiang Bay, and then he set his eyes on Gu Shaoxian. "Is there anything you want?" Start baiting. The reason why he chose to bring it up at this time was to let the green tea girl face the temptation. It's like the numbers on a bank card and the cash in front of you give people different feelings and impacts. Now, there are a wide variety of luxury goods in front of her, and her best friend Lu Xiuai even bought a bag, but she got nothing. Gu Shaoxian's mentality will also be different. Gu Shaoxian bit her lower lip lightly and looked at him aggrievedly. Suzimo didn't say he would pay for her. Therefore, she knew in her heart that Suzimo was different from the fish she raised. If she wanted to gain, she had to pay. She was struggling violently inside. "Brother, you know people only earn a few thousand yuan a month, how can they afford the things here?" In the end, Gu Shaoxian endured it and spoke pitifully in a gloomy tone. This also shows that she has a big appetite. Suzimo looked at this green tea girl with amusement, but he was not surprised at all. If it weren't for her big appetite, she wouldn't have been able to remain intact. Now, what Suzimo has to do is actually very simple, which is to show her strength. As long as she is richer than those people she comes into contact with, she will not be afraid that this fish will run away with someone else. It was as if Xiao Xingyu had been performing very hard just now, but Gu Shaoxian didn't even look at him. Because Suzimo was already an example, a senior executive of a group would certainly not be in her eyes. Even if she had to compromise, she would only compromise in front of Suzimo. Then go shopping again? Suzimo decided to stimulate her again. Xiao Xingyu actually wanted to leave at this moment, because whenever he thought of how he had acted in front of Suzimo just now, he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. But Lu Xiuai wanted to follow. She was now full of curiosity about Suzimo and wanted to see the strength of the man chosen by her best friend. So Xiao Xingyu had no way to leave. "We've spent so much money, we can't not let him eat meat, right? I can only grit my teeth and follow." Later, he saw that Suzimo went shopping in various luxury stores just like he went shopping in a supermarket. As long as he liked something, he would buy it without asking the price. The attitude of every store clerk towards Suzimo made him see more clearly the gap between the two of them. There is no comparison. Sister Xian, what's going on? When Su Zimo went to try on clothes again, Lu Xiaoai came close to Gu Xiaoxian and asked in a low voice. She didn't understand why her best friend left such a big fish alone. Gu Xiaoxian just gave her a complicated look. Gu Xiaoxian knew very well that if she was unwilling to pay the price of blood. Of course, you can also kill Su Zimo. But this is like exhausting the resources. And there is a risk, only this time. She is not stupid. Even a fool can't be a green tea. In fact, green tea understands the psychological needs of men and controls men by satisfying these psychological needs. Of course Gu Xiaoxian wouldn't do that. In the next hour, Su Zimo bought himself clothes worth about 200,000 yuan. Seeing that Gu Xiaoxian was unmoved and even bought him a cup of milk tea and asked her brother if he was tired, he couldn't help but look at this green tea sister with admiration. It seems that provocation is not enough. I have to confront her directly and let her think about it herself. Because there were outsiders present, Su Zimo did not say anything. He just stopped when passing by LV and said, "Go pick one. I'll pay for you." Gu Xiaoxuan's nose suddenly felt sore. Woohoo! Sure enough, hard work pays off. Compared to Gucci, LV is obviously a higher grade and has a higher brand awareness. Almost everyone who has come into contact with luxury goods has more or less heard of it and can recognize it. Chapter 64 Gu Xiaoxuan's Considerations. Gu Xiaoxian did not get carried away, but chose a small handbag worth 16,000 yuan. It's very small and can't actually hold much stuff. Su Zimo couldn't bear it anymore, so he replaced it with a medium-sized LVXTM Montego handbag worth 33,500 yuan. Either don't buy it, or if you do buy it, you can't let others outdo you. Gu Xiaoxuan's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. The main reason is the constant psychological gap, which causes her mood swings. After leaving the IFC, Lu Xiaoai and Xiao Xingyu left. Seeing Lu Xiaoai's cold attitude when she left, Su Zimo felt that it would be difficult for Xiao Xingyu to eat meat tonight. But it's none of his business. After getting on the bus. "Thank you, brother, for buying me the bag." Gu Xiaoxian spoke in a coquettish voice. She had already planned to return empty-handed, but she didn't expect such a surprise. There is actually a lot of comparison between best friends. If she gets nothing, Lu Xiaoai will probably show off the bag in front of her again and again for a while. A verbal thank you? Su Zimo looked at her. Gu Xiaoxian was stunned for a moment. Didn't she thank you already? Until she saw Su Zimo's eyes fall on her little mouth. The next moment, her face flushed with red, and she said angrily, "Brother only knows how to bully me. Don't you want to express your gratitude?" Su Zimo had a smile on his face. Hate. The green tea girl started to act coquettishly and refused to comply. "Would you like to visit my bedroom? I have a cat who can do backflips." Su Zimo started the car. Gu Xiaoxian hesitated for a moment, looked at him with burning eyes, and asked, "What identity should I use to go back with my brother? Except for marriage, I can satisfy you in other identities." Su Zimo revealed his cards directly. Gu Xiaoxian fell silent, and her eyes dimmed. She took the initiative. But was rejected. As expected, am I still regarded as that kind of casual woman? She bit her lips hard, but decided to defend herself. "Brother, actually I haven't had a boyfriend yet." Smart women know very well what is the foundation of their future life besides their appearance. If you want to marry a truly rich man, it will never last long without a ticket. I know. Brother knows? Instead, Gu Xiaoxian was doubtful about Su Zimo's trust in her. It's obvious that I have a bad reputation among the women in the company. Except for that piece of paper, you can make any request you want, and I can satisfy you as long as it's not too excessive. Su Zimo's tone also slowed down. You can think about it slowly when you get back. When you're done, send me a message. On the way to sending Gu Xiaoxian home, she kept her head down and didn't say a word. But even though she was feeling down, when she got off the car, she still said, "Thank you, brother, for sending me back." A good sister is like this, she never takes a man's kindness to her for granted. Back to renting. Gu Xiaoxian discovered that her best friend Lu Xiaoai came back earlier than her. "Sister Xian, why are you back?" After seeing her, Lu Xiaoai asked puzzledly. To be honest, she was really shocked by Su Zimo's purchasing power today, but what shocked her the most was the attitude of the staff in every luxury store towards Su Zimo. This shows that Su Zimo is a frequent customer of those stores. This was too much of a shock to her. Aren't you back too? After Gu Xiaoxian kicked off her shoes, she walked to the sofa with her bag and lay down directly. She was in such a depressed mood that she didn't even take the bag out of the bag. Can I do the same? Lu Xiaowai curled her lips and looked at her enviously. Her will was obviously not as strong as Gu Xiaoxuan's, so she summed up some experience. For example, someone like Xiao Xingyu today, although he has a job with a good income, this kind of person can only be taken once at most. After that, if you want to buy something for him again, he will make all kinds of excuses. Going out to meet, just having a meal, and then taking you to a hotel. Lu Xiaowai's experience is to keep the man in a state of superiority over her. Only the men in a high position will continue to receive gold coins. Of course, Xiao Xingyu paid a large sum of money, so she did not remain silent and naturally expressed her gratitude. Otherwise, I might not be able to get the bag back. At this time, Lu Xiaowai also noticed that her best friend was in a low mood. She finally put down the bag she loved so much and asked, "Sister Xian, what's going on between you and him?" Gu Xiaoxian was silent. Lu Xiaowai asked tentatively again, "Did you have a falling out?" Gu Xiaoxian shook her head slightly. "We didn't have a falling out, so why are you back?" Lu Xiaowai was confused and said, "Sister Xian, let me tell you, there are very few rich people like Su Zimo. If you meet one, you must seize it, the opportunity." Of course, it's not that she is magnanimous and doesn't want to fight. Instead, after feeling Su Zimo's purchasing power, Lu Xiaowai actually sent out some signals, but Su Zimo turned a blind eye to them. She knew then that she had no chance. But, even though I can't do it, my best friend Gu Xiaoxian still has a good chance. If the two of them really get together in the future, I might be able to get some benefits. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything, Gu Xiaoxian knew it herself. She had already taken the initiative to speak up, but got this result. Perhaps, following Su Zimo now, she can indeed live in a mansion and enjoy a life of luxury, but youth will fade away. She doesn't want to be left with nothing when she's old and ugly. But what she knew more clearly was that if she missed Su Zimo, she would probably regret it even more in the future. After all, Su Zimo is still so young, and his appearance is also acceptable. This is something that many wealthy people do not have. Even though many girls are vain and materialistic, most of them still cannot accept an old man or an ugly man. What should she do? AI. Gu Xiaoxian sat up, hesitated for a moment, and asked, if, under the premise that we can't get a marriage certificate, what do you most want the other party to give you? House, car. Lu Xiaowai blurted out without much hesitation, if I have these two things as a guarantee, it doesn't matter whether I get married or not. The divorce rate is so high now, and the richer people are, the smarter they are. Even if they agree to marry you, they will come up with a lot of tricks. She cited many examples of tricks, the most familiar of which was, of course, a big boss offering himself a $1 salary. If the woman chooses to divorce, she will most likely get nothing. Houses and cars are more practical. This is what Lu Xiaowai said. Gu Xiaoxian seemed to be thinking about something, and seemed to be moved by what she said. But, if you ask for a house or a car right away, how many men will agree? With mixed emotions, she couldn't sleep that night. Chapter 65 Drunk Tang Xini. After Gu Xiaoxian got off the car, Su Zimo looked at the time. It's 10 o'clock. For him who usually sleeps until almost noon every day, he will definitely not be able to fall asleep if he goes back. It's a pity that Sister Cha couldn't do it. Of course, Su Zimo was not very disappointed. He was thinking about where to go to kill some time. There aren't many places to go at this time. Shopping is boring. Bar? It was actually okay, except that at this time, without advance reservation, there was no seat available. The clean bar is okay. In the past, Su Zimo would go there occasionally to relieve his boredom. So we drove there. Relieve sorrow. This is a small and quiet bar in a remote location. The environment is okay, it's not noisy inside, and the songs are literary. Su Zimo ordered a classic cocktail that he often drank. I just took a sip, but unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. It's Tang Xini. Brother-in-law Wang Chang's fiancé? Su Zimo still remembered that Huang Yuqing told him that his ex-mother-in-law had gone to Tang Xini's house to make trouble, and even went to the hospital where she worked, and almost caused her to lose her job. In Su Zimo's impression, Tang Xini is a typical good girl and also the kind of girl who was particularly considerate of others. It's a pity that I met the wrong person. Tang Xini has been very distressed during this period. She never thought that her boyfriend, who she thought was a positive person, would be such a person. Then there is Wang Chang's family, which is even more difficult to describe. It has caused a lot of trouble for her and her family. It even got to the point where it was difficult to return home. At work, her boss also talked to her and asked her to solve her personal problems as soon as possible and not bring trouble to the company. Strangely enough, before the mediation was reached, Wang Chang's mother never came again. Tang Xinyi certainly didn't know what had happened to Wang Pingping and her mother, but Wang Chang didn't go to jail and had been harassing her continuously these days. For example, during working hours, Wang Chang suddenly appeared with flowers and knelt down in front of many people to beg for her forgiveness. When she gets off work, she will be blocked on the road. This made Tang Xinyi very annoyed, but she couldn't get rid of this dog skin plaster. Unless her family sells the current house and buys a new one, she will also have to quit her hard-earned job and find another one. The family doesn't have much savings, so moving to a new house is obviously impossible. And her work? Thinking of this, Tang Xinyi drank the remaining half glass of wine in one gulp. The spicy taste went down her throat, and she felt tears suddenly emerge. She wanted to cry out loud and vent her grievances and dissatisfaction. His body was trembling slightly because of his strong endurance. One cup after another was poured. She never drinks and she couldn't remember how many glasses she had tonight. Xinyi? In a trance, Tang Xinyi seemed to hear a voice calling her, and it seemed a little familiar. So, he raised his head and saw a hazy figure slowly becoming clear in front of his eyes. Brother-in-law? No, both of them have nothing to do with the Wang family anymore. It was Su Zimo. In Tang Xinyi's impression, Su Zimo was a good man who cared about his family, thought of his wife and everything, and worked hard without complaint. However, in the end, they still ended up in divorce. How ironic. When someone takes your efforts for granted, no matter how much you do, it will be useless. This is why a bootlicker cannot impress his goddess. It is hard to find a good person. Zimo. Tang Xinyi wiped the corners of her eyes roughly and forced a smile at Su Zimo. Looking at her haggard appearance and the traces of tears on her face, Su Zimo sighed inwardly. However, he did not mention the other person's sad story, but said, "What a coincidence, come, let's meet each other. Since you are here in Xingba, you are here to relieve your sorrow. Just drink it. Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. Counseling doesn't really help, and instead sounds like victim blaming. It's like, you're blind, so who can you blame for your déjà vu? Who hasn't been blind in life? And who can really have a smooth life?" However, when Su Zimo was just drinking his second glass, Tang Xinyi fell down on the bar with a thud. If Su Zimo hadn't helped her up, she would have shrunk down on the stool. With just this support, Tang Xinyi leaned limply on him. Her face was flushed, her eyes were closed, there were obvious traces of tears on her face, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in her breath. Obviously, the wine couldn't be drunk. But it's true, the little girl is really pretty. Even in her current appearance, she doesn't look sloppy at all. Instead, she exudes a kind of charming and lovely feeling. It was a close call, that bastard Wang Chang almost got the upper hand. Since the betrothal gift was almost paid by myself. Pooh. Su Zimo certainly wouldn't do anything to take advantage of someone else's misfortune. So I called a designated driver. When Tang Xinyi woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Without opening her eyes, she reached for her cell phone out of habit, but found nothing. The phone wasn't where I expected it to be. After a long struggle, she finally opened her eyes, but the situation in front of her stunned her. There was only dim light in the house. Although it was not very clear, I could still vaguely see some furnishings. It was obvious that I was not in my home. Where am I? Tang Xinyi was puzzled. The next moment, when she looked down, she found that she was wearing an unfamiliar set of soft pajamas, and there was not even any restrictive underwear inside. Suddenly, she woke up with a start, all sleepiness gone. She reached out to the bed in panic, and after some searching she managed to turn on the light. Under the light, Tang Xinyi could finally see everything around her clearly. It has obvious hotel decoration and a sense of luxury everywhere. It is obviously not an ordinary hotel. How did I end up in a hotel room? Tang Xinyi quickly wrapped the quilt around herself, as if this would increase her sense of security. I was in a strange hotel room, and my clothes were changed, even my underwear was taken off. Her head buzzed and her face turned pale in an instant. Did I lose my virginity? Wrong. There doesn't seem to be any strange feeling. Tang Xinyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. Otherwise, she might find it difficult to face her future life. As her memories slowly emerged, she remembered that she was too depressed and miserable, so she found a quiet bar to drink. Then, she seemed to have run into someone she knew. Suzimo. Could it be that Suzimo brought me to the hotel after I was drunk and unconscious? The bed was huge. But there was no sign of anyone lying on the other side. So where did Suzimo go? Also, was it him who changed my clothes? Even though she had some feelings for Suzimo in her heart, Tang Xini still found it difficult to accept this matter. Chapter 66: A Little Misunderstanding. Whenever Tang Xini thought that a man might have seen everything about her, her face gradually turned red with shame and anger. She didn't know how to deal with all this. After a while, she finally summoned up the courage to call out, "Zimo?" No one responded. It was the same even after calling a few times. A hint of doubt flashed across Tang Xini's eyes. Could it be that he has already left? She hesitated for a while, and after seeing that her pajamas were not exposed, she came out from under the quilt and got out of bed. This hotel room is very special. The feet are covered with soft and high-quality carpet, which is very comfortable to walk on. But Tang Xini didn't pay attention to these things, but was looking for her clothes. Apart from her cell phone and bag, which were right next to the bed, the clothes she wore yesterday were nowhere to be found, not even in the bathroom. However, there was a new dress in the closet. After searching for a while, she bit her lip and finally chose to open the door. It was dark outside and the curtains were drawn, with only a little dim light. Relying on the light from her mobile phone, Tang Xini came to the hall. With the help of the light, she saw Suzimo lying on the sofa. Apart from this, there was no one else in the room. So, it should be Suzimo who changed his clothes. Tang Xini's lips turned white from being bitten by her, and her eyes were red. Why? Why did someone who seemed so reliable and trustworthy still do such a thing? Her feelings towards Suzimo hit rock bottom. At this moment, she just wanted to get her clothes back and leave here quickly. Suzimo. She called out the full name directly, and her voice was slightly hoarse and stiff. Called several times in a row. Suzimo woke up, opened his eyes dazedly, and saw Tang Xini standing not far away. Are you awake? He said it casually. It seems like the two people are already very familiar with each other. Tang Xini didn't say anything, but just looked at him quietly, as if she was looking at a stranger. What's wrong? Suzimo turned over and sat up. He was really exhausted last night. He didn't expect that the girl who looked like a good girl on weekdays would be in such a state after getting drunk. When the lights were turned on, Tang Xini discovered that Suzimo was also wearing pajamas. She took a deep breath and asked in a stiff tone, "Where are my clothes?" Not in the closet? Seeing Tang Xini still staring at him, Suzimo seemed to remember and said, "You are talking about what you wore yesterday. Wash it and ask the housekeeper to bring it over later. It's the same if you wear the one in the closet first." Did you wash? Tang Xini's expression changed a little. She rubbed her aching head, and some intermittent images suddenly flashed in her mind. It seemed like something that happened when one was drunk. After you vomited on it like that, can I still wear it without washing it? Suzimo was a little speechless, he could even smell the lingering scent on his body. It's so annoying. However, looking at Tang Xini, who was still in a daze, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, didn't you forget what you did? While sitting in the car, Tang Xini kept crying and making a fuss in his arms, crying so loudly. When he arrived at the hotel, Suzimo originally booked an ordinary suite. But who would have thought that as soon as he entered the room, Tang Xini vomited all over him, and both of their clothes were dirty. Upon asking, he found out that only the presidential suite had private butler service, so he had to book a new room and asked the female butler to change Tang Xini's clothes. Also, I bought new clothes and hung them in the closet. Tang Xini seemed to recall some things at this time, including the scene of herself crying in Suzimo's arms. However, due to fragmentation, it is not very comprehensive. But after Suzimo reminded her, she seemed to remember that she seemed to have vomited. She even vaguely remembered Suzimo's look of disbelief at that time. She had no recollection of what happened next. How so? Tang Xini suddenly felt her head hurt even more. She actually had such close contact with a man. This was something that had never happened during her relationship with Wang Chang, and it happened so easily after she was drunk. The most important thing is, from the scenes in my mind, it seemed like she was the one who took the initiative. She even asked for a kiss after they reached the room. But, she vomited all over them. It's so embarrassing. Tang Xinyi's mentality changed from resentment at the beginning to complete shame now. It's over. My image is completely ruined. While she was struggling with her conscience, Su Zimo had already called his private butler and asked him to bring up their clothes. Seeing Tang Xinyi hitting her head again, she ordered the prepared hangover soup to be served. He knew that being drunk was uncomfortable, so he instructed the butler last night. Are you feeling better? After hanging up the phone, Su Zimo walked towards Tang Xinyi. Tang Xinyi didn't dare to look up at him. Even when she heard Su Zimo's voice, the look of disbelief she had when she vomited all over him would appear in her mind. She bit her lips hard to prevent any strange sound from coming out. Please sit down, don't stand all the time. Seeing her dazed look, Su Zimo spoke again to remind her. Tang Xinyi hesitated for a while, but still sat down on the sofa. Her expression was confused and changing constantly. She didn't know how to start or what to say. Of course it was her own problem that she vomited like that, and her clothes were so dirty, she definitely needed to be changed. Apart from that, Su Zimo didn't do anything excessive to him. Although there are still some reservations, I have no choice but to accept it. However, she didn't know how to face it, nor did she know how the two of them would get along in the future. Perhaps, they would never have any contact with each other again. Soon, the doorbell rang. It was the housekeeper who brought in the two people's clothes. In addition, he also brought a bowl of hangover soup and placed it in front of Tang Xinyi. Madam, your hangover soup, this is what Mr. Su asked for last night. He really is good at taking care of people. Looking at Su Zimo's back as he took the clothes to change, Tang Xinyi had a complicated expression. Ma'am, this is your clothing. When I was changing your clothes last night, I found that some of the threads on the side were untied. I washed it and sewed it for you. Please see if it has any effect. As she spoke, the housekeeper handed the clothes to Tang Xinyi. Off the line? Etc. You changed my clothes? Tang Xinyi looked at the housekeeper in astonishment. Yes. The housekeeper replied with a smile. Tang Xinyi was stunned. It turned out that it was not Su Zimo, but the housekeeper who changed her clothes. Didn't I blame him wrongly? Thinking of her attitude and the emotion she had expressed just now, Tang Xinyi suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. Chapter 67 It's You. Looking at Su Zimo who had just changed his clothes and walked out, Tang Xinyi hesitated for a moment, but still said, Zimo, I'm sorry. Su Zimo looked at her in confusion, then said, It's okay, everyone gets drunk sometimes. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Obviously, these words were meant to ease the atmosphere, but Tang Xinyi felt like crying when she heard them. Just imagine, if the person you met wasn't Su Zimo when you were drinking in the bar yesterday, what would have happened? Just thinking about it, Tang Xinyi couldn't help but shudder. As for Su Zimo, when she was crying, he always kept a safe distance to comfort her, and even when she took the initiative to ask for a kiss, he did not take advantage of her. Not only that, he was so considerate as to find a girl to help him change his clothes, and I almost took my anger out on him because of a misunderstanding. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt, and even a little ashamed. On the other hand, the favorability towards Su Zimo is increasing rapidly. This is simply her ideal other half. For some reason, Tang Xinyi's face felt hot. To hide it, she picked up the hangover soup and drank it. Afterwards, she washed off the smell of alcohol in the bedroom, changed her clothes, and stood in front of Su Zimo in a coquettish manner. She is so beautiful. Her face was exquisite as a painting, her skin was fair and delicate, as pure and flawless as the first snow, with a faint blush, as if water would overflow with a light pinch. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if containing autumn water, her nose was high and delicate, and her long, smooth hair was gently draped over her shoulders, like black satin, glowing faintly under the light. Occasionally, she would raise her hand and stroke her hair inadvertently, which added a bit of shyness. So Su Zimo called out the system and checked the information. Name, Tang Xinyi. Age, 23. Height, 172. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Body type, 90. Experience, T0. Sure enough, she was the most beautiful woman Su Zimo had ever seen except Jang Yui. If you score above 80 points, you can definitely be called the school belle. And 90 points can only be described as a divine face, extremely rare, a true goddess. After getting the system, Su Zimo checked the information frequently, even dozens of times while watching live broadcasts, but he never saw a single person with an appearance score of 90. Tang Xinyi's score of 89 is already very close to being a goddess. After Tang Xinyi came out, she saw Su Zimo staring at her blankly. Instead of feeling disgusted, she felt a little shy and happy. For some reason, even my mood has improved a lot, as if the gloom of these days has been dispelled. Come and have breakfast. Su Zimo came to his senses and called her over. Since I spent so much money to stay in the presidential suite, of course I have to enjoy the service. Breakfast was also brought by a private butler in a dining car. Tang Xinyi responded softly and sat opposite him. Eat more, but don't eat on an empty stomach. In fact, there was no need for Su Zimo to remind her. After smelling the aroma of breakfast, Tang Xinyi's stomach was already rumbling. She didn't eat dinner yesterday and vomited badly because of drinking, so now there is nothing in her stomach. Because she had to go to work at 8 o'clock, she ate in a hurry. Let me take you there. Su Zimo stood up and reminded, don't forget to take the clothes from the closet. Zimo, I bought it according to your size. If you don't wear it, should I? Su Zimo said with a smile. That's okay. However, Tang Xinyi obviously couldn't accept the suit with a clear conscience, so she asked, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. It's not much, maybe a few $dozen. No need to go through so much trouble. Su Zimo waved his hand casually, let's go, or you'll be late for work later. Well. Tang Xinyi quickly went to the bedroom to pack her things. She did not wear the new clothes but put them in a bag in the closet. The label on the bag, I seem to have seen it somewhere before? She doesn't know much about the brand, but she seems to have some impression of it. However, because he was in a hurry, he didn't think too much about it. He thought that he would find out the price himself and then transfer it to Su Zimo, so he hurriedly left the hotel with him. At the entrance of the hotel lobby, looking at the open car door, Tang Xinyi was stunned again. Big G, who doesn't know him? Don't know what model it is though. Is this Su Zimo's car? Get in the car. It was only after Su Zimo reminded her that she got into the car in a daze. In the car. Tang Xinyi hesitated to speak, but did not ask. However, looking at Su Zimo driving, she felt that Su Zimo seemed to have changed a lot. My temperament has changed and I have become more confident. Central Hospital. Although it's not yet 8 o'clock, there are still quite a few people. These days, Wang Chang would wait at the door almost every morning, waiting for Tang Xinyi to come to work. He wanted to use the old routine to restore the relationship between the two. It was still a little chilly in the early morning. He bought some soy milk, buns and steamed dumplings and held them in his hands, his eyes constantly scanning the people passing by. Suddenly, he saw a luxury car that looked vaguely familiar, but didn't think much of it. As for the Big G, there are plenty of them in Star City. But the next moment, Wang Chang saw the G-Class stopped on the side of the road, the passenger door was opened, and then, his eyes widened. It was the person he was waiting for, Tang Xinyi. But how could Tang Xinyi get off the G-Class? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Wang Chang's mind. He reacted quickly and immediately ran over to stand in front of Tang Xinyi, staring at her fiercely. You want to break up with me just because of this person? Because the door was closed, he didn't see who the man in the car was. Tang Xinyi, who had been somewhat amused by Su Zimo's jokes along the way, suddenly became gloomy when she saw Wang Chang. She didn't want to pay any attention to Wang Chang at all. Just as he was about to cross and leave, he was blocked by Wang Chang again. Hey, famous brand, did you sleep with this wild man yesterday? Wang Chang took a look at the bag in her hand, and immediately became even more sarcastic and sour. None of your business. Tang Xinyi looked at him with a cold face. Oh, you acted like a white lotus when you were with me. For 5 years, 5 whole years, you wouldn't even let me hold your hand. I bought you a piece of clothing, and you went to sleep with that person? Wang Chang's loud shouting also attracted the attention of some people around him. To outsiders, he was dressed casually, holding breakfast in his hand, and seemed to be an innocent man waiting for his girlfriend. However, he saw his girlfriend getting out of a luxury car. This scene caused many people to point fingers at Tang Xinyi. Suddenly, Tang Xinyi was so angry that her body trembled a little. She staggered suddenly, but was supported. Are you okay? It was Su Zimo's voice. When he saw this in the car, he got out. I'm fine. Because she was almost leaning on Su Zimo's arms, such close contact made Tang Xinyi blush slightly. In a sense, they slept together yesterday. You? However, Wang Chang, who was standing there, looked like he had seen a ghost after seeing Su Zimo. His eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 68 Pain, Heart-wrenching pain. Wang Chang also experienced many ups and downs during this period. The thing that made him most proud was definitely that he pursued Tang Xini. When he was in college, there were many people pursuing this campus goddess, including some second-generation ones, but in the end he persisted for 3 whole years and moved Tang Xini, who agreed to date him. Originally, his marriage was about to happen and his wish was about to come true, but unexpectedly, Tang Xini saw his dirty nature. He was unwilling to accept it. Wang Chang knew Tang Xini's family situation well. After arranging a job for her, he had no money at all. Besides, if Tang Xini was fired, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Therefore, Wang Chang asked his biological mother to make a scene, using both soft and hard tactics, hoping to make Tang Xini compromise. But I didn't expect that after just one day, my mother and sister had a falling out and were both imprisoned. These days, he was repeating the methods he used in college, but he didn't expect to see a scene like this. Wang Chang actually knew clearly that Tang Xini was not a person who despised the poor and loved the rich, otherwise she would not have chosen him among so many suitors. However, when he saw Tang Xini getting out of the luxury car with his own eyes, his heart and beliefs collapsed at that moment. Especially after seeing that the person was Su Zimo, a lot of things instantly came to his mind. He had repeatedly framed Su Zimo in front of his sister Wang Pingping, so, was this former brother-in-law seeking revenge on him? Whenever Wang Chang thought of the scene of Tang Xini and Su Zimo together at night, he felt like he was about to explode. You hurt me!" he screamed heartbreakingly. He felt that if Su Zimo had not told him that there was a bonus of more than 10,000 yuan, he would not have gone to Shankai, and would not have been discovered by Tang Xini. He knew Tang Xini well. If they had not broken up, she would never have accepted Su Zimo, no matter how rich Su Zimo was. "I hurt you?" Su Zimo found it funny and asked indifferently, "Did I force you to ask me for money? Or did I force you to sing and order a girl?" Wang Chang was stunned for a moment in anger and tried to open his mouth several times, but was unable to refute. Yes. Did Su Zimo force him to do that? He wanted to find a woman, but he had already made an appointment with his friends. And he went there often to wash feet. It's just that Tang Xini didn't know all this. "You should go to work first." Su Zimo ignored him and spoke to Tang Xini. But, looking at the time, if she didn't go in and punch in, she would be late. Although Tang Xini was anxious, she was also worried about Su Zimo and was hesitant for a moment. "Don't worry." Su Zimo gave her a reassuring look. "Then I'll go ask for leave first." Tang Xini thought about it and decided to take a leave. Anyway, given the situation today, if Wang Chang and others went in to make trouble, she wouldn't be able to work peacefully and might even get criticized for it. It's better to take a leave. You are not allowed to leave. Wang Chang wanted to pull her, but was stopped by Su Zimo. He is only 1.7 meters tall and is obviously shorter than Su Zimo. He used to act domineeringly, but now he feels inexplicably guilty when facing Su Zimo. The more a person appears to be powerful on the outside but is actually weak on the inside, the more cowardly he is inside. "Get out of the way." Wang Chang glared at him angrily, but didn't dare to do anything. "I heard that you have been pestering Xini recently?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and looked at him indifferently. "What's it to you?" Wang Chang stiffened his neck and shouted, "She is my fiancée, it is only natural for me to come to her." "Your fiancée?" Su Zimo found it funny. "You asked me for the money for the betrothal gift. I also paid the bulk of the wedding house. You even asked me to pay for the wedding photos. In the end, who is getting married, me or you?" The people watching nearby originally sympathized with Wang Chang, but after hearing what happened, they couldn't help but point fingers at him. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Chang's face turned red, but he still said stubbornly, "I asked my sister for it." "Oh." Su Zimo looked at him coldly, "Has your sister ever worked for a day? Have you ever worked for a day? You are idle, lazy, and good for nothing. I'm taking the civil service exam. Just based on your grades?" Su Zimo exposed him directly. "Also, what do you use the 800 yuan you get from me every month for? Do you need me to recall it for you? I'm living on normal expenses." Wang Chang's rebuttal was very loud, but it made him look guilty. However, an old lady couldn't help but complain, "It's really shameful for such a young man to not work and ask his brother-in-law for living expenses." Wang Chang was very concerned about his reputation, so when he heard this, his face turned as red as a pig's liver. I heard that you spent more than 15,000 yuan at the mall that day. I'm afraid you didn't just sing and drink, you did something else, right? Su Zimo's meaningful words almost made Wang Chang flee. You're talking nonsense. It was just a normal gathering with friends, I didn't do anything else at all. Wang Chang was still quibbling when he suddenly remembered Tang Xinyi's phone call. His pupils suddenly trembled. I know, it was you who told Xinyi? You said it wasn't you who harmed me. If it wasn't you, how could Xinyi? How do I know you're looking for a lady? Su Zimo interrupted him, choking him and almost making him suffocate. Suddenly, the way people around looked at Wang Chang changed. They used to sympathize with him, but now, they felt more disgust, as if they were looking at a pile of stinky dog shit. Some people even filmed a video and said, "Everyone, come and see this person." He asked his brother-in-law to give him a dowry and buy him a wedding house. He is about to get married, but he still goes to find a prostitute. You deserve it. No taking pictures. You are violating my portrait rights. Wang Chang panicked and tried to snatch a passerby's phone, but he heard Su Zimo coldly say from behind, I warn you to stay away from Li Yi. If I find out that you harass her during her working hours again, I don't mind hiring a lawyer for XANE. By then, you won't even be qualified to take the civil service exam. Wang Chang's body trembled, as if he fell into an ice cellar. If it were someone else, he would sneer at it. Who would spend a lot of money to hire a lawyer for such a small matter? But Su Zimo really has no shortage of money now. His current behavior, at the very least, is harassment, and at the worst, it can even be considered as provoking trouble. If he has a criminal record, why would he take the civil service exam? He was unwilling and felt heartbroken. Especially listening to Su Zimo calling Xinyi over and over again, it was no different from stabbing him with a knife, like a sharp blade piercing his heart, excruciating pain. The brother-in-law whom he had once despised and regarded as a loser actually snatched his fiancée away? As long as I think of the two of them together, leaning on each other and being intimate. Wang Chang's heart felt like it was torn apart and he was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 69. This is Balenciaga. Tang Xinyi walked through the crowd and entered the central hospital. Although she had temporarily gotten rid of Wang Chang's entanglement, her mood did not improve. She hadn't expected that someone who had been so sunny and positive could be such a scoundrel. And the woman who almost became her mother-in-law was even worse. She actually threw a tantrum in the lobby in front of so many people. Tang Xinyi shuddered at the mere thought that she had almost married him. At this moment, she actually felt a little relieved in her heart. Fortunately, she saw through the nature of this family before getting married. Xinyi is here. A woman in a nurse's uniform came out of the changing room and greeted her. Xiao Min. This person is Lu Min, one of the nurses who is interning with Tang Xinyi. After a simple greeting, Tang Xinyi calmed down and walked towards her locker. Ha! When Lu Min passed by her, she saw the bag in her hand and asked in surprise, Balenciaga? If you are not someone who often comes into contact with and browses luxury goods, in fact, except for a few top brands such as Chanel and LV, you may have heard of the names, but not many people recognize the logos. Take Balenciaga for example. It has brand recognition, but among those who have heard of it, at least half of them don't know what the brand logo looks like. This is what happened to Tang Xinyi. She was even stunned for a moment when Lu Min mentioned it. Xinyi, can you show it to me? Lu Min looked at her expectantly. Under the impact of capital, there are basically few girls in modern society who don't want to own luxury goods. Tang Xinyi hesitated for a moment, but still handed the bag over. After all, they are colleagues and they have a good relationship. I have often spoken from her perspective these days. If I refuse her just by looking at her, it would be too inhumane and it would be difficult to get along with her in the future. Wow, it's Balenciaga's newest summer dress. I saw it on the official website. It costs more than 23,000. After a moment, Lu Min exclaimed. They are just intern nurses, working 8 hours a day and only making 3,000 yuan a month. Luxury goods are far away from them. Ah? Tang Xinyi was confused. She never expected that the clothes in the bag were worth tens of thousands of dollars. But Su Zimo clearly told her it was only a few dozen dollars? Thinking about the hotel room and the housekeeper who appeared, maybe, it is possible. I envy you so much. After Lu Min looked at it, she put the clothes into the bag and handed it to Tang Xinyi, her envy evident on her face. Tang Xinyi is very beautiful. Not to mention this group of trainee nurses, even in the entire hospital, there is no one with a better appearance than Tang Sinny. Sinny, was this given to you by your suitor? Lu Min asked curiously. Tang Sinny is so beautiful and now she is single, so it is normal for her to have suitors. She even felt that if she were a man and had no money, she wouldn't even dare to get close to Tang Sinny. Pity. He actually chose someone like Wang Chang. What happened these days was so bad that not only Tang Sinny herself, but even Lu Min, a bystander, felt terrible. No. When Tang Sinny heard the word pursuer, her face turned red and she quickly denied it. Su Zimo, but he was the person she called brother-in-law. Just thinking of this name made her feel an inexplicable sense of guilt and immorality. When she thought about how she had taken the initiative to ask for a kiss last night, she got visible goosebumps on her arms. This is not resistance, but I feel a little. Stimulate? Unfortunately, Su Zimo refused. Etc. Pity? Why did she come up with such an idea? Looking at Tang Sinny's changing expression, Lu Min couldn't stand it anymore and fanned her nose with her hand. I smell the sour smell of love. It's not what you think. Tang Sinny didn't know how to explain it. Especially the relationship between her and Su Zimo. It seems that some people in our department are about to be heartbroken again. Lu Min laughed. Tang Sinny looked at the bag in her hand for a while, then went to ask the head nurse for leave. The head nurse did not embarrass her, but said earnestly, "Solve your personal problems as soon as possible." Okay. Although Tang Sinny agreed to this, she was actually not sure about it. She can't even get rid of Wang Chang, not to mention Wang Chang's biological mother, who was even more unreasonable and unreasonable. Good people are often bullied. She didn't know what to do, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to drink to drown her sorrows. When they came out of the hospital, Su Zimo was still there, but Wang Chang was gone. Tang Sinny breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. "Zimo, are you okay? What can I do?" Looking at his former brother-in-law who was so frustrated that he was about to explode, Su Zimo just felt relieved. That is. Tang Sinny was so kind that he couldn't bear to hurt this girl. What a girl like this needs is a stable marriage, which he obviously can't give her. However, if he is asked to give up, that is absolutely impossible. After all, he is not a good person. Come on, I'll take you wherever you want to go. Wang Chang hid in the distance, like a rat in a gutter, watching Tang Sinny sit on the passenger seat of Su Zimo's car again. His face was distorted terribly. He punched the wall and rubbed his hands in pain. Get in the car. Tang Sinny still held the Balenciaga bag in her hand. She looked at Su Zimo several times and said, "Zimo, I can't take this dress." Why? Are you going to leave it for me to wear? Su Zimo's relaxed tone instantly made her originally heavy mood become much lighter. Perhaps it was because he thought of Su Zimo wearing women's clothes that he suddenly wanted to laugh, but he held back. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he changed his expression to serious. "I'm serious. You even lied to me and said it was only a few $dozen. What should I do? I've already bought it, cut off the tag, and can't return it." Even though Su Zimo said this, Tang Sinny still couldn't convince herself to accept it with peace of mind. She originally wanted to transfer the money to Su Zimo. But given her current situation, where could she get more than 20,000 yuan? The family was trying to raise money to return the money to Wang Chang's family, and his parents were very worried. For something like this, I feel embarrassed to ask relatives for a loan. Sinny. Su Zimo suddenly became serious. Under her puzzled gaze, he said in a heavy tone, "In fact, I have long known that Wang Chang's values are not right, but I concealed the truth from you. This is my apology." Tang Sinny was silent for a while, but she didn't mean to blame him. She was deceived by Wang Chang. Wasn't Su Zimo also bullied by Wang Pingping and her brother? Fortunately, now they have both gotten rid of the brother and sister. Tang Sinny blushed inexplicably, not knowing what she was thinking about. The two of them now look like a couple. Chapter 70. Were you together last night? Tang Sinny's family has become the topic of conversation in the community after dinner recently. After all, she has a beautiful daughter at home, and many families with daughters would be jealous. Now that this has happened, I wonder how much gossip and ridicule it has attracted. Tang Sinny's mother Chen Yakin had a stern face almost all the time. She even didn't play her favorite mahjong for several days. She just couldn't stand to hear those words. She was already very dissatisfied with Wang Chang. That Wang Chang is ambitious? Anyway, Chen Yakin didn't see it. Although she was not particularly snobbish, she had come from that era and what she valued was pragmatism. It is true that Wang Chang is taking the civil service exam, but can't he find a job during this period? He has little money at home and is idle. What future can such a person have? But because it was her daughter's own choice, Chen Yakin could only suppress her dissatisfaction. Today, Chen Yakin went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and was walking back when she saw a G-Class parked at the entrance of the unit where her home was. As a city woman, she certainly knows how expensive the G-Class is. However, they live in an old neighborhood, and even a house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms only costs about 500,000 yuan. Moreover, who doesn't know the situation of the residents in one's own unit after living here for decades? No one can afford a luxury car worth millions. I wonder if some daughter has caught a rich husband. That's what Chen Yakin thought. At the same time, he thought of his daughter's situation, and his expression suddenly turned unsightly. Well. She sighed inwardly, but looked at the open car door with some curiosity in her eyes. I wonder which family's daughter found a rich husband. She was not only envious, but even a little jealous. Why? Obviously her daughter is the prettiest in the whole community. However, the next moment Chen Yakin was stunned. Because the person who got out from the passenger seat of the G-Class was her daughter Tang Xini. After her daughter got out, she said goodbye to the people in the car and was about to turn around and leave. Chen Yakin immediately took a few quick steps. Xini. Mom? Tang Xini looked at her mother in surprise. However, Chen Yakin just glanced at her and then looked at the G-Class, but she couldn't see clearly through the glass. Su Zimo was about to leave, but when he saw her, he put the glass down. Auntie. While saying hello, he turned off the engine and got out of the car. Is it you? Chen Yakin still had some impression of Su Zimo. It's Wang Chang's brother-in-law. All of a sudden, the curiosity and anticipation on her face quickly disappeared, and she became gloomy in an instant. What are you doing here? I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible for my Xini and Wang Chang to be together. She thought Su Zimo was here to lobby, so naturally she didn't give him a good look. Auntie, you misunderstood. Su Zimo was very patient and explained, Wang Chang's sister and I are divorced. I have nothing to do with his family. Divorced? Chen Yakin was skeptical. It's also strange. In her impression, Su Zimo is not a rich man. How come he can afford a G-Class now? Besides, why would my daughter walk with him? Could it be that the two of them are in love? It's a good thing to break off relations with his family. Otherwise, you will suffer endlessly in the future. Even in front of Su Zimo, Chen Yakin couldn't help but complain. Yes, Auntie is right. Su Zimo followed her words. Seeing this, Chen Yakin seemed to really believe it and looked him up and down. Not to mention, compared to the last time they met, Su Zimo is now obviously more energetic, and his whole aura is also very different. He is very confident. This is developed. Chen Yakin does have some insight. Money is a man's greatest confidence. After some communication, Su Zimo drove away. It was not until the rear of the car was out of sight that Chen Yakin asked her daughter beside her, "What's going on with you two?" What? Why did you come back in his car? Chen Yakin was a little anxious. This is just on the way, he sent me back. Tang Xini avoided her mother's questioning, turned around and walked towards the stairs. What road are you taking so early in the morning? Chen Yakin ruthlessly exposed her daughter's excuse and quickly followed. Also, where did you go yesterday when you didn't go home? Were you with him? To be honest. In the past, Chen Yakin also looked down on Su Zimo. How much future could a man have when his spine was broken by his own wife? Successful men are dictators. Su Zimo's spirit and energy seemed just right today. Tang Xini didn't want to answer, and was afraid that her mother would misunderstand that she and Su Zimo were together. However, even after returning home, her mother kept asking questions, so she could only tell the truth. Mom, Zimo and I are not in the relationship you think. Last night. I was drunk, and he just took care of me. Are you drunk? Of course Chen Yakin knew that her daughter was under a lot of pressure, so even though there was a lot of trouble and Wang Chang's family and people outside were watching the joke, she never blamed her daughter in the slightest. She knew very well that her daughter's mentality was already very fragile, and if she continued to blame her, it might even become the straw that broke the camel's back. He took care of you all night? Chen Yakin looked at her daughter with sharp eyes. Mom! Tang Xinyi stamped her feet and her face turned red. Hey, is this the new clothes you bought? Or, did he buy it for you? Chen Yakin didn't know what Balenciaga was, but the packaging of the handbag was obviously extraordinary. I won't talk to you anymore. Tang Xinyi walked towards her room. But Chen Yakin understood that this must have been bought by Su Zimo. Let me see. She grabbed her purse. Of course, Tang Xinyi couldn't snatch it from her mother, so she let it go, but she walked into her room and closed the door. What is this? Moreover, is it really possible for me and Su Zimo? Tang Xinyi was a little confused. If the two of them really kissed at that time. She covered her head with the quilt and curled up in it, wondering what she was thinking about. We are together, so why can't we admit it? Chen Yakin muttered to herself, but took out the clothes. The fabric is really nice. She just didn't recognize the brand, but that didn't bother her at all. I took out my phone and searched the letters above. Balenciaga? Check the style of the dress again. 23,000. Chen Yakin's eyes suddenly widened. Just a little bit of fabric, but over 20,000 yuan? This money is really easy to make. At the same time, doesn't this also show that Su Zimo is really rich? He drives a luxury car worth millions and dares to buy clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars. No wonder he is so confident when facing himself. If her daughter really gets together with Su Zimo, she will not stop them. After all, Su Zimo seemed a little cowardly before, but he was really good to his wife. Xinyi, open the door. Mommy wants to tell you something. Chapter 71 Home. The door opened. Mom, what's wrong? Perhaps because she had been in bed for too long, Tang Xinyi's face looked a little rosy. Chen Yakin's gaze lingered on her daughter's face for a while, and she understood clearly. I must be moved. This girl said nothing happened, even though she spent the night with Su Zimo yesterday. This is something that has never happened before. However, Chen Yakin did not reveal her daughter's thoughts, but said, find a time, ask Zimo to come home for dinner. Mom, I really have nothing to do with him. Look, you're anxious again. Compared to Tang Xinyi's excitement, Chen Yakin seemed much calmer and continued, he took care of you all night, so what's wrong with you inviting him to dinner? Then she put the bag in her daughter's room and walked out. Really? He's already grown up, but he still needs his mother to worry about him. Remember, give him a call. The main reason was that she didn't have Su Zimo's contact information, otherwise she would have called him directly. The door was closed again. Tang Xinyi walked back to the bed, sat down slowly, and looked at the phone beside her in a daze. Should I invite Su Zimo to dinner? She wanted to do it in her heart, but her modesty as a girl made her hesitate. After all, the two of them are not related. But there is nothing wrong with what Mom said. Su Zimo took care of me all night, so it's very generous of me to treat him to a meal, right? So, I picked up my phone and started typing text messages repeatedly, and finally sent it out at noon. Zimo, thank you for taking care of me last night. I want to treat you to a meal, is that okay? I didn't mention my family, I just treated them to a meal because they helped. It makes sense. But Tang Xinyi was inexplicably a little nervous. Maybe, it's fear of being rejected? Su Zimo returned to Binjiang Bay. Since his assistant had been given a holiday and Jang Yui and Feng Fangfang had gone to school again, he was so bored that he simply took a nap. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up, I wanted to order something to eat, but I saw Tang Xinyi's message and replied directly, okay, I'm hungry. Tang Xinyi had already started to worry because he hadn't replied to her message. Suddenly, when she saw the message, she was stunned for a moment and subconsciously replied, then come over. Past? Go to her house for dinner? Originally, Su Zimo thought they were going to find a restaurant, and of course he would not refuse to eat at home. He was thinking about how to close the distance. Okay. After seeing this message, Tang Xinyi felt happy at first, and then she started to panic. Su Zimo is coming over to our house for dinner? She hadn't prepared anything. She hurried out of her room. In the living room, her mother Chen Yakin was bringing the cooked dishes to the table, and her father Tang Rong was serving rice. Mom! What's wrong? Chen Yakin put down the fried pork with peppers in her hand and looked at her in confusion. Zimo said he was coming over for dinner. When saying this, Tang Xinyi obviously mustered up some courage. After all, she said in the morning that there was nothing between them. It's only been a few hours, and they've asked me to come back for dinner. It always feels like meeting the parents. Who's coming to dinner? Tang Rong, who came over with a serving of rice, asked doubtfully. Compared to him, Chen Yakin's eyes lit up. Hey, kid, why are you saying this now? Tang Rong had already sat down and picked up his chopsticks to pick up some food, but his wife poked him. Go to the market and buy some fish, a chicken, a duck, and some beef. What? Go ahead. As she spoke, Chen Yakin snatched the chopsticks from his hand and transferred 500 yuan to him. Tang Rong was stunned. He and his wife had already retired, and their combined monthly income was less than 5,000 yuan, and their life was already very tight. 500 for a meal? Are you tired of living? Spend it all. This is what Chen Yakin explained. Tang Rong was pushed out of the door, still in a confused state. He didn't hear it clearly just now, he just heard his daughter say that someone seemed to be coming to their house for dinner. Is this person so important? New object? That's not right. If your partner comes to visit, there's no need to be so grand, right? Although he thought so, he still went downstairs and walked towards the vegetable market. Old Tang. Tang Rong looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was his former co-worker and neighbor in the same community, Yang Hushan. Yang Hushan asked, where are we going? Let's go to the market and buy some vegetables. That's great. I have something to talk about. Let's talk while we walk. Yang Hushan seemed a little enthusiastic, but Tang Rong remained calm. It's really disturbing that something like this happened in your family, but it's also a good thing. Cindy is a good child, so she won't have trouble finding a good in-law. Tang Rong looked at him. Well, it's like this. Chief He, you still remember him, his child is still single, and he is now the manager at Xingqing Bank in our district. Old Yang. Tang Rong interrupted him, the child hasn't recovered yet, let's talk about this later. After saying that, he took a few quick steps away. Bad behavior. Yan Hushan cursed softly, isn't it just giving birth to a beautiful daughter? Riverside Bay. Su Zimo sent a message to Lu Jiechi, asking about the situation in the surrounding business district. Since we are going to have a meal at home, of course we cannot go empty-handed. But bringing too much seems too deliberate, so you have to bring things, but just a few inexpensive ones. Of course, men are watches. Women are bracelets. Since it's a show of goodwill, of course you have to buy something that is familiar to people. Su Zimo took a look at the balance and chose a mint green Rolex watch, 126334, worth 90,300. The bracelet was bought from a jade shop introduced by Lu Jiechi. I chose an ice green one with beautiful floating flowers, which is worth 128,000. Holding 2 boxes, Su Zimo drove to Tang Sini's house. Since I have been here before, I am familiar with the place. Zimo. It was Tang Sini who opened the door. She had been waiting in the living room, and when she saw Su Zimo, her face brightened up significantly, with a shy smile. She is indeed a divine face. So beautiful. Su Zimo stared at it for a while. Zimo is here. Chen Yakin, who was still busy in the kitchen, also leaned over to say hello. Aunt. Su Zimo came back to his senses and went into the house. Please sit down for a while. There are 2 more dishes left. They will be ready soon. While greeting everyone, Chen Yakin pushed Tang's father, who was still helping in the kitchen, out. Looking at the somewhat familiar Su Zimo, Tang Rong was obviously stunned for a moment. Fortunately, his wife Chen Yakin whispered something in his ear again, and his complexion improved slightly. Uncle. Come and sit down. Tang Rong didn't seem very enthusiastic either, mainly because he had a bad impression of Wang Chang's family, and he still had doubts about Su Zimo. But, why is his daughter so close to him? It seems like there is a sense of protection. Chapter 72, Heavy Gifts. Tang Rong had no idea what was going on, and didn't even know why Su Zimo came here, so naturally he couldn't find a topic to talk about. Uncle, I bought this for you on the way. Su Zimo handed over the small bag containing the Rolex. You're thoughtful. Tang Rong didn't know what was in the bag, so he took it and put it on the table. He still felt that something was wrong between his daughter and Su Zimo. Besides, why is my wife so enthusiastic about Su Zimo? It's not that he has a bad impression of Su Zimo. But even if Su Zimo and Wang Pingping were divorced, what did this have to do with their family? The atmosphere in the living room was not very harmonious. Fortunately, Chen Yakin came over with the dishes quickly. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Su Zimo stood up, took the plate from her hand and put it on the dining table. I heard from Cindy that today, it's all thanks to you, so I called you over to thank you. Compared with Tang Rong's coldness, Chen Yakin was obviously very enthusiastic. She is the head of the family, and she is in charge of all the daily necessities. Naturally, she is also the most pragmatic one. You are so polite, Auntie. Su Zimo said, handing over the bag containing the bracelet. Auntie, this is for you. You kid, what are you bringing when you come here for a home-cooked meal? Really? Although she said this, Chen Yakin was extremely happy. If he came empty-handed, it would naturally mean that Su Zimo didn't care about his relationship with Tang Cindy. The more polite he was, the more he valued her. Of course I accepted it, but I didn't open it to read. The meal was quite good. Chen Yakin and Tang Cindy were very considerate of Su Zimo's feelings, and Chen Yakin kept picking food for him. Tang Rong was confused. Is this treating Su Zimo as a son-in-law? After the meal, I ate some fruit. Chen Yakin glanced back and forth between her daughter and Su Zimo, and then said, Cindy, take Zimo out for a walk to help digest the food. We need to give young people some time to spend together. She understands. And she could see that her daughter had a good impression of Su Zimo. Uncle, Aunt, let's go out then. Before leaving, Su Zimo still greeted the two elders politely. Chen Yakin kept watching the two people disappear into the corridor. After the door closed, Tang Rong couldn't help but ask urgently, what's going on? Today Wang Chang went to bother Cindy again, and it was Zimo who rescued him. Chen Yakin was cleaning the table as she spoke, and then she noticed the small bag Su Zimo had given her on the table. When I took it out, it was a box that looked quite high-end. When I opened it, I found it was a beautiful jade bracelet. Chen Yakin didn't know much about jade bracelets. The one she was wearing was just an ordinary jade bracelet worth 3,000 yuan. Although I don't understand it, good things can be seen to be valuable at first glance. Probably tens of thousands? Chen Yakin estimated this, and then said to Tang Rong, look at what's in there. What else? Tang Rong didn't care much. Chen Yakin glanced at him, picked up his bag, took out the box and opened it. A Rolex. Although Su Zimo did not keep the invoice, the model number was on the box. Chen Yakin took out her phone and searched the model and price, and immediately exclaimed, 90,000 yuan? What 90,000? Tang Rong had been worried about money during this period and looked over in surprise. This watch Zimo bought for you costs 90,000 yuan. Chen Yakin was even a little jealous. How is this possible? Why would he give me such an expensive watch? Tang Rong still had some doubts. Although there is no invoice, all kinds of certificates and warranty cards are complete, which can prove that it is authentic. Chen Yakin didn't say anything, but her eyes were on her bracelet. She doesn't know much about ice type, floating flowers, etc., but when she goes online, she will occasionally see some anchors live identifying bracelets. Just click on the light sign to connect. Appraising treasures in the East China Sea. It was a live broadcast at the time, and not long after, it was Chen Yakin's turn. Teacher Dong Hai, please help me take a look at this bracelet. When the bracelet appeared on the screen, the anchor Dong Hai said, oh, this bracelet is beautiful, and it's not cheap. Let me see under the light. Wow, Bing Yang Green, sister, this bracelet is very open, very open. Hearing the host's tone, Chen Yakin knew that this bracelet was not simple, and asked, how much is this bracelet worth? At least 6 figures, and it has to go up. As for the specifics, it's hard to estimate because the lighting is a bit bad, but it shouldn't be less than 120,000. I have to say that Dong Hai has a good vision. He can estimate the price roughly even through the screen. No less than 120,000? Chen Yakin was stunned. She thought the bracelet would be expensive, but she didn't expect it to be this expensive. Sister, how much did you spend on this bracelet? Dong Hai continued to ask. He is usually very patient when it comes to opening a good store. I didn't buy it. A junior gave it to me. Oh, sister, you are such a filial young man. After the call was disconnected, Tang Rong was still a little slow to react. He bought him a watch worth 90,000 yuan and also bought his wife a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. What does Su Zimo want to do? It's too expensive. How about returning it to him later? He felt that it was too hot to handle. Chen Yakin was still immersed in the shock of the 120,000 yuan. After hearing this, she glared at him and said unhappily, can you really not stand seeing your daughter doing well? She got angry when she thought about it. If Tang Rong had not allowed it, she would never have agreed to her daughter's relationship with Wang Chang. He talks about the future and later but actually does nothing. You can tell at a glance that he is not trustworthy. Why can't I see my daughter getting better? Although Tang Rong was refuting, his voice was lowered. He feels guilty. After all, his wife had nagged him more than once, but he simply couldn't listen at that time and even felt that his wife was a little snobbish. As it turned out, my wife was right. Even because of the shrew who almost became their relative, she came to the neighborhood and made a scene, making their family a laughingstock. After all, Su Zimo. I think Zimo is pretty good. Chen Yakin ignored him and emphasized, if you want to return it, return it. I will keep it anyway. This is given to me by Zimo. That's what she thought. Only if he accepted it, would his daughter and Su Zimo have a better chance of being together. After all, who could accept such a precious gift if they were not related? Wash the dishes. Chen Yakin wore the bracelet and went out. She has been feeling very depressed these days. Because of the commotion Wang Chang's mother caused in the neighborhood, too many people were laughing at her family, and some even made fun of them in person. This bracelet can shut up many people. Chapter 73 Closer. The chess and card room is usually the most lively place in the community. Some play mahjong, some play to run fast, and some play to run away with beards. Chen Yakin hasn't been to the chess and card room for many days because she can't stand the sarcastic discussions. When something like this happens, not only do you feel aggrieved, but you also feel embarrassed in public. For those of them who are retired at an older age, the topic they talk about the most is of course their children. Whose son is successful, whose daughter is married well, and so on. When Chen Yakin walked in, it was bustling inside. People were chatting about all sorts of things, and some were cursing because of their bad luck. However, when people saw Chen Yakin, they attracted a lot of surprised looks. Hey, Yakin is here. The proprietress of the chess and card room was a woman in her 50s. She was the first to react and stood up and greeted, "Come and sit here. I won't join you. If you continue to play, I will have to pay for it." Okay. Chen Yakin responded with full energy. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and the bracelet on her wrist looked conspicuous. Hey, Yakin, you got a new bracelet. The proprietress was surprised and her eyes fell on her bracelet. How can I afford to change the bracelet? It was given to me by someone else. Chen Yakin responded casually and started to touch the cards without any deliberate look. Someone else gave it to me? The lady boss didn't believe it and said, "This is icy jade, it must be worth at least 6 figures, right?" When they heard the 6-digit price of the bracelet, everyone around immediately looked at the bracelet on Chen Yakin's wrist. There are many people who know the value of the product and exclaimed, "This floating flower is very pure green, it may be worth more than 100,000 yuan. About 120,000 yuan. Chen Yakin said seemingly nonchalantly, and played a card, "Get rich." Hiss. Who living in this old neighborhood would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a bracelet? For a moment, many eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. Her family was clearly making a fool of themselves, how could it be? But then I heard the lady boss say, "Yakin, does your daughter have a boyfriend?" Although they were all watching the fun, it was undeniable that Tang Xini was pretty and beautiful. If you have education and a job, you will never have trouble finding a husband. Even if they were laughing at their poor taste. How can it be my turn to take care of young people's affairs? Chen Yakin did not give a direct answer, but these people thought that was her agreement. You really can't refuse to accept it. A few days ago, he was their after-dinner conversation, but now he has become the object of their envy. In the past, the older generation always said being pretty can make a living, and now it really can. Chen Yakin took in all the changes on their faces and felt instantly relieved. Hurry up and draw the cards. The weather is still quite hot in the summer afternoon. After walking a few steps, Su Zimo saw sweat oozing from Tang Xini's forehead and suggested finding a drink shop to sit down. At this time, if you really go out for a walk, you're just asking for trouble. Tang Xini readily agreed. So the two got in the car. Su Zimo drove very slowly, and finally stopped in front of a coffee shop. The decoration style inside is pretty good. Because it was Monday, there were not many people and it was quiet. After ordering, Tang Xini looked up and saw Su Zimo sitting opposite her looking at her, so she immediately lowered her head. Shy. That cute and lovely appearance made Su Zimo really jealous. It was worth the money today. Based on his understanding of Tang Xinyi's family, he knew that Chen Yakin was more pragmatic. As long as they established a good relationship with her, things would go much more smoothly in the future. Maybe, he will often invite me to his house for dinner. In this way, there will naturally be more opportunities to interact with Tang Xinyi. What's wrong? Am I scary? Su Zimo asked. No, it's not. Tang Xinyi quickly denied it, but when she saw the smile in his eyes, she pursed her lips and said nothing more. She has a relatively quiet personality. In the past, if someone teased her, she would walk away immediately. But I don't know what happened today. Instead of feeling disgusted, I felt a strange feeling in my heart. Especially when Su Zimo was looking at me like that, my heartbeat would inexplicably become faster. This is a feeling I have never experienced in the several years I have been with Wang Chang. In fact, her attitude towards Wang Chang could not even be described as love. Maybe she was moved by his persistence? Because of this, she even refused Wang Chang's proposal to hold hands. If it weren't for what happened later, perhaps she would have continued living in this muddle-headed way. You don't even look at me. Doesn't this mean that I'm unsightly? Su Zimo continued to retreat in order to advance. At first glance, this sentence may sound like nothing, just self-deprecation, but it is actually of a very high level. If the woman doesn't care about you, of course it won't have any effect. However, if the girl cares about you, she will naturally look you in the eye, and looking at you will actually bring the two of you closer together. Looking into each other's eyes is also the easiest way to create an ambiguous atmosphere. Tang Xinyi finally plucked up the courage, put aside the shame in her heart, and looked up at the man in front of her. Su Zimo's eyes were full of tenderness and smiles. Tang Xinyi only took one look and felt her cheeks burning and her heart beating like a drum. She hurriedly looked away, but accidentally knocked over the coffee cup on the table. Oops! She exclaimed and hurried to clean up. Su Zimo was quick to pull out a tissue and help her wipe the coffee stains on the table while asking, "Did you get burned?" His fingers accidentally touched Tang Xinyi's hand. At that moment, Tang Xinyi felt a current running through her body. She retracted her hand as if she had received an electric shock, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, and lowered her head so low that she wanted to bury it in the table. No. I'm sorry. Su Zimo looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help laughing. Okay, it's just a cup of coffee, don't be nervous. His voice was very gentle, which slowly calmed Tang Xinyi's heart. She secretly looked up at Su Zimo and saw his gentle face. Her nervousness gradually dissipated. Their eyes met again, and there seemed to be a different feeling quietly spreading in the air. Although the follow-up conversation was almost a question and answer session, it was obvious that the invisible distance between the two people had been shortened a lot. Before I knew it, the sky gradually darkened. I have to go home. Tang Xinyi probably didn't even realize that there was a subtle sense of loss in her tone. I send you. Su Zimo did not see quick success. He originally thought that Tang Xinyi was a very cold girl, but now it seems that's not the case. After sending her downstairs to the apartment building, Su Zimo did not go up. It's really difficult to face Tang Xinyi's parents at this time. What if the gift is returned? The precipitation is obtained. Chapter 74 Tang Xinyao's shock. Tang Rong sat upright on the sofa, sliding his fingers across the screen of his mobile phone, browsing the news attentively, while Chen Yakin was busy in the kitchen. Dad, my tablet keeps freezing. When can you get me a new one? Tang Xinyao, the youngest daughter who was a freshman in college, came out of the room with a tablet in her hand, and there was an obvious crack on the screen. When he walked into the living room, his tone was mixed with the irritability unique to adolescence and a hint of pleading. Hearing this, Tang Rong sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The family only has this much income, and he originally wanted to find a job to add some income to the family, but recent changes in his family forced him to put this plan on hold temporarily. Use it if you can. Dad, this doesn't work anymore. I still need to rely on a tablet to watch classes, just give me a new one. Tang Xinyao came close to him and pulled his arm, acting coquettishly. Just at this moment, Tang Xinyi opened the door and walked in. Sister. Tang Xinyao quickly ran over and asked, when are you going to pay me? Can you give me a new tablet? Number 10. In fact, the salary of intern nurses like Tang Xinyi is not high, and it will only increase after they are converted to regular employees. So, even if you get paid, you may not be able to afford it. This is an ordinary family. Her parents are retired, and their pension is barely enough for living expenses, and they used their remaining savings to find her a job. This is why Tang Xini went drinking. She can't afford to lose her current job. Even though they feel very aggrieved, their family is prepared to lend money and admit defeat. Thank you, sister. Tang Xinyao laughed playfully. Tang Xini was helpless, but she heard her father Tang Rong calling out, "Xini, come here." When she walked over, Tang Rong handed the bag containing the Rolex to her and said, "Take this and return it to Zimo." It was too valuable, so he couldn't accept it. Tang Xini was confused, but her sister Tang Xinyao took the bag first and asked, "What is it?" "Put it down." While Tang Rong was still reminding her, Tang Xinyao had already opened the box. Wow, what a beautiful watch. This doesn't look cheap. At this time, Chen Yakin came out of the kitchen carrying a dish. Seeing her impatient look, she quickly reminded her, "Be careful not to drop it. It's more than 90,000 yuan. More than 90,000 yuan? Not to mention Tang Xinyao, even Tang Xini's eyes widened. She watched Su Zimo hand the small handbag to her father. She thought it was just a small gift, but she didn't expect it to be such a valuable item. "Dad, you're rich now?" Tang Xinyao screamed. "What do you mean by developed? This is someone else's thing." Tang Rong glared at his little daughter unhappily. "Someone else's?" Tang Xinyao was stunned, and then asked, "Dad, who would give you such an expensive watch?" "She doesn't believe it. Put it in place and give it to your sister." Tang Rong did not explain, but said with a straight face, "Sisters?" Tang Xinyao looked at her sister in confusion. Could it be that my sister has found a new boyfriend? It seems that this is the only possibility. Without. Tang Xini blushed immediately and explained hurriedly, "We are just friends, not what you think." An ordinary friend gave Dad a watch worth more than 90,000 yuan? Tang Xinyao expressed her disbelief. He also gave me a bracelet, which cost more than 120,000 yuan. As soon as Chen Yakin put down the food, she took out the jade bracelet on her wrist. Tang Xini was stunned. "How so?" "I just asked Su Zimo to come over for a meal to thank him, but he actually bought a gift worth more than 200,000 yuan? Her first thought was the same as her father Tang Rong's. This thing could not be accepted and had to be returned to Su Zimo. She even felt uneasy about putting away that piece of clothing. However, there was nothing she could do about it since the tag had been cut off and she couldn't return it. But she thought that she could transfer some money to Su Zimo every month and treat it as if she had bought it herself. Wow, the new brother-in-law is so generous? Tang Xinyao seemed much more heartless, and even ran to her mother Chen Yakin and asked expectantly, "Mom, what about me? Is there anything for me?" When high school classmates get along with each other, the impact of values is not that great. But she is now studying at Star City Art Academy. Although her classmates are not competitive, they are proud of owning various luxury goods. She also envied those glamorous and beautiful classmates. "However, my family's situation does not allow for this. Even the necessities, such as mobile phones and tablets, are old and very difficult to use." At school, when everyone was using their phones, Tang Xinyao was too embarrassed to even take out her phone to play. "You are just a little kid, the most important thing right now is to study." When Tang Xinyao found out that she didn't have any gift, her face immediately fell. "Say that my future brother-in-law is stingy. He bought more than 200,000 yuan worth of things for his parents. There is only one possibility. She was not at home when her brother-in-law came, so she didn't get any share." Her eyes flickered, and she was already thinking about finding an opportunity to meet her mysterious brother-in-law. Since she is his sister-in-law, he would feel embarrassed not to give her a gift, right? Tang Xinyao was secretly excited. In the end, Tang Rong gave the watch to Tang Xini, but his mother Chen Yakin refused to take off the bracelet. Although Tang Xini was anxious, she had no choice. When he returned to his room, he sent a message to Su Zimo, "Zimo, why did you buy such an expensive thing?" She had a strong sense of guilt. "I really didn't think too much about it at the time, so I just invited Su Zimo to my house for dinner. But, this situation, why does it feel a bit like a proposal?" Thinking of this, Tang Xini's face slowly turned red, especially when she thought of the scene of getting along with Su Zimo in the afternoon. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. But she didn't know that after she entered the room, her sister Tang Xinyao learned that Su Zimo came at noon, so she asked her mother Chen Yakin, "Mom, when are you going to ask the new brother-in-law to come home for dinner?" "Ask your sister." Chen Yakin was very proud. Once she takes the bracelet, her eldest daughter's matter should be settled. Riverside Bay. After Suzimo parked the car, he picked up his phone and saw Tang Sini's message. He replied, I just bought this on the way there. Are you satisfied, uncle or aunt? Tang Sini's message came back quickly, too expensive. When are you free? I'll return your things to you, okay? She was a little confused about what to do if her mother refused to take off the bracelet. I gave something to my elders, why are you returning it to me? Besides, I've torn up the receipt, so I can't return it. It's the same excuse again. Tang Sini bit her lip lightly. She was touched in her heart, but what was her relationship with Suzimo now? Obviously, he never confessed to me. Moreover, the more this happened, the more she felt she owed Suzimo. What should I do? Chapter 75 Price Reduction? Suzimo returned home and found Lu Juchi was there. Even though she was given a holiday, this capable young assistant was still so dedicated and responsible. Mr. Su. The young assistant was still wearing a rigorous and well-fitting uniform. On her legs, she matched it with a pair of black stockings, which were delicate in texture and fit closely to the skin, outlining the slender and straight lines of her legs, adding a bit of sexy charm while retaining her shrewdness and ability. Great, now it's working. Suzimo likes this kind of assistant. He was already angry, so he immediately walked over and picked up the young assistant. These stockings are great. Buy some more as backup. Then, the stockings that cost more than 2,000 yuan a pair were torn into pieces between his hands. 1 day. 2 days. Time flies. Mr. Su, are you okay? Hearing the concerned words from the assistant, Suzimo almost couldn't hold back. Good. You are taking advantage of me, right? Sooner or later, he will get his revenge. You also need to improve your physical fitness. Although it has been improved by 3 points, it is obviously not enough. The main reason is that the favorability is gained too slowly. The dog system is forcing him to become the king of the sea. Because of tiredness, Suzimo went to bed early with his assistant and woke up before 8 o'clock the next morning. Even so early, Lu Juchi had already gotten up and had almost prepared breakfast. While washing up, Suzimo started checking system tasks as usual. Loading the task. I am a college student and my family is bankrupt. In the past 6 months, I have sold all the valuable things around me, but now, let alone maintaining a decent life, I even have trouble making ends meet. But I can't bring myself to find a job to earn money. I have only eaten 1 piece of bread a day for a week. Fortunately, my classmates thought I was losing weight and didn't notice anything unusual. But I'm really hungry. I can't sleep every night because I'm so hungry. I don't know how long I can hold on. I won't be the only one in the school who starves to death, right? Is there anyone who can save me? I only need 2 million, which is enough for me to live a decent college life. For this, I am willing to sacrifice 1 year of my youth. Mission, 2 million in cash. Reward, 1 year. I encountered a task that I had received before. Suzimo remembered that the bankrupt college student's offer was 5 million, but now the price has been reduced? Is there such a thing? But obviously, he can't come up with 2 million now. Even if he can, doesn't he have to look at the person first? If you charge by the day. Although it is not cheap, it is within Suzimo's affordable range. It's a pity that I can't get in touch with you. After washing up and coming to the living room, Lu Juchi had already placed breakfast on the table. While eating breakfast, Suzimo asked her casually, "Have you dealt with your affairs?" "It may take some time, but don't worry, I won't affect your work." Lu Juchi replied. Whether it is finding a job or finding a more reliable college, it is not an easy matter. I don't have anything to arrange for you for now. If you really need me, I will send you a message. You can go and take care of your own business. Although he said so, Suzimo was very satisfied with her attitude. Although there are things for the assistant to do, it's okay. The ideal state has been achieved. Speaking of which, Suzimo didn't have that many things to assign to Lu Juchi. He has no plans to start a business. You already have a system, but you still want to start a business? Isn't that simply crazy? Suzimo doesn't think he has any talent in business, and now he just wants to enjoy life. Everything else is not important. Thank you, Mr. Su. Every time Lu Juchi expresses his gratitude, it is not just expressed verbally, but put it into action. After morning exercises, Lu Juchi went to her rented house to visit her cousin Lin Qianxia, while Su Zimo lay leisurely on the sofa and browsed his phone. Tang Xini sent a good morning message. Su Zimo typed, "Wang Chang didn't bother you today, did he?" After a moment, Tang Xini's message came back, "No." That's good. It seems that Wang Chang is still a little scared. Thank you, Zimo. Work hard. Continue scrolling down. Fong Fongfong sent the most messages, followed by Jang Yui. Fong Fongfong is a bit of a chatterbox. She posts everything. She even sent me a photo of her dormitory last night. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lin Xiaomiao and Zhang Youqi also appeared in the photo. In their dormitories, they all wore loose and casual clothes. Lin Xiaomiao was fine, she didn't look much different, but Zhang Youqi went from being a good girl to a good girl. A 95-point figure and a 92-point face. Even though the clothes she wore were very ordinary, Su Zimo was still amazed. The young anchor really understands him. Su Zimo decided to reward her well, so he directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her bank account, adding a note, "Take this to make up for the loss." "Okay, I'll go buy some papayas right away." Fong Fongfong replied with a message and attached a smiley face. He. On purpose. In fact, Fong Fongfong has already created several opportunities. Of course Su Zimo knew it. It's just that neither of them pointed it out. Afterwards, he spent some time with Zhang Yui, but when he saw the message from Huang Yuqing, the smile on Su Zimo's face immediately disappeared. "Zimo, Ping Ping just sent me a message. It seems she is out. Calculate the time. 7 days is indeed enough." Although the thorns have been planted, it is hard to say how much effect they will have. After all, they are family. Moreover, Wang Pingping is obviously no match for her biological mother. I see. Su Zimo thought about it and transferred another 50,000 yuan to her, use it to buy a bag. In a sense, they knew each other well. After all, they had established a close relationship, and with the resettlement fund, there was no pressure at all to transfer. Thank you, Zimo. Huang Yuqing never thought that he would get 50,000 yuan in return for just providing a piece of information. In fact, Su Zimo hadn't come to see her these days, and she was a little worried, afraid that their relationship was just a moon in the water and a shadow in the mirror. And now, she seemed to have grasped the point. Originally, Huang Yuqing didn't want to contact Wang Pingping anymore, but now it seems that she can't block her for the time being. I'm going out for a while. After saying a few words to her best friend who had moved in with her, Huang Yuqing hurried out the door with her bag and car keys. The royal sister is not wearing glasses now, and she is without makeup, but she is still very beautiful. Especially the long white legs, which are very eye-catching. Originally, she wanted to go with him, but she was afraid that her purpose was too strong and would make Huang Yuqing unhappy. We need to find a time and let Huang Yuqing call the person out to make contact. She glanced at her phone and sighed again. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to pay back my online loans next month. Free gifts, my grades are so bad. Chapter 76, Complaint from Wang Chang. Wang Chang didn't sleep the whole night. I can't sleep. Whenever he thought of the scenes of Su Zimo and Tang Xini together, his heart ached and he could not sleep. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from my mother. Although his face was bloodshot, he still went out. It's not that he is so filial, but his mother doesn't give him money, and now he doesn't even have money to live on. We took a taxi to the place and found my mother and sister standing on the side of the road, still not talking to each other. Mom! Wang Chang's voice was a little hoarse. Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? Seeing his haggard face and bloodshot eyes, the ex-mother-in-law hurried over and said, Tell me who bullied you. Su Zimo. When this name was mentioned, Wang Chang's face looked a little distorted. Su Zimo? Both his ex-mother-in-law and Wang Pingping looked at him. He is not a human being. As he spoke, Wang Chang recounted what happened yesterday in an exaggerated manner. These two shameless dogs actually bully others like this. Come on, I'll help you vent your anger. The ex-mother-in-law was immediately furious and pulled Wang Chang to vent his anger on him. Wang Pingping also looked extremely ugly. In fact, she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that Su Zimo might still forgive her. He might just be angry. When he calms down, he will take himself home. But, now he's sleeping with another woman? Of course Wang Pingping had seen Tang Xini before. She was so beautiful that she was a little jealous, so her heart was in a knot at this moment. Just when they were about to take a taxi to cause trouble, Huang Yuqing drove over in her Mini. Ping ping. Huang Yuqing seemed very happy that she came out. What a good best friend. She actually offered up her good husband. If the two had not divorced yet, Huang Yuqing felt that she had no chance at all. Come on, I'll take you to the welcoming party. Huang Yuqing didn't feel sorry either. How much does a meal cost? As long as Su Zimo knows Wang Pingping's whereabouts, the reward he gives will be even greater. Not only Wang Pingping, but Wang Chang and his ex-mother-in-law also shamelessly got into the car. Huang Yuqing felt uncomfortable watching Wang Chang peeking at her through the rearview mirror, so she asked, Wang Chang, how are you and your fiancé doing now? Wang Chang's expression suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, Sister Yuqing, don't mention her. She is a shameless whore. For so many years, she didn't even let him hold her hand, but now she turned her back and spent the night with Su Zimo. How could his mind not be twisted? Son, don't be angry. After dinner, we will go and settle the score with that bitch. The ex-mother-in-law comforted him. In her eyes, her son seemed to be the child who had not grown up. Huang Yuqing's face changed when he heard this. He stopped at a random roadside restaurant and said to Wang Pingping, Pingping, you order first. I'm going to the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, she sent the situation to Su Zimo. New. Su Zimo not only replied to the message, but also transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Huang Yuqing was immediately overjoyed. She felt that she had finally found the right route. When she came out, Wang Pingping and the others seemed to have already ordered the dishes. It was not until the food was served that Huang Yuqing realized how superficial she had been. This family is really daring. 4 people ordered 12 dishes, all of which were main dishes, without any green vegetables. If it were in the past, given Huang Yuqing's temper, she would have just walked away, but now, she still endured it. Just think of it as enjoying a clown's performance. Moreover, Su Zimo transferred so much money to her, she didn't care about it. She didn't touch the food on the table. She just ordered a bottle of coconut milk and drank it slowly. While playing with her phone, she secretly took a picture and sent it to Su Zimo. Oh. Su Zimo was not surprised at all. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Juqi, can anyone recommend a reliable lawyer? If they dare to make trouble, Wang Chang and his family will certainly be taught a profound lesson. It is impossible to do it manually these days. It is ugly and embarrassing. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Soon, Lu Juqi pushed a few people over with phone calls and green bubbles. Su Zimo randomly chose a female lawyer named He. It's too troublesome to chat via text messages, so I just called him directly. Lawyer He, huh? Yes. That's it. Su Zimo briefly explained Tang Xinyi's situation, and then asked, Lawyer He, what is the best way to handle this kind of thing? Mr. Su, according to your description, the other party has already constituted provoking disturbances, and due to its continuous harassment, it has caused extremely bad effects and posed a personal threat to our client. I suggest that you file a lawsuit and demand that the other party immediately stop the infringement, apologize, and provide compensation including certain psychological impact. Lawyer He told the story slowly. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It sounds like the consequences aren't very serious. There was nothing that could be done about it. Wang Chang's family was just being unreasonable and didn't resort to violence. What is the maximum compensation you can ask the other party to pay? Stopping the infringement and apologizing are basically useless, but compensation may make Wang Chang's family feel painful. This. Lawyer He hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully, Mr. Su, the amount of compensation mainly depends on the extent of the damage caused to our client by the other party. If the property of our client is damaged, we can claim full compensation. However, if the other party causes a particularly bad social impact, he or she may also be sentenced for this. It was obvious that she wanted to exaggerate the situation by saying this. Su Zimo obviously didn't want to do this. Only a mentally ill person would allow himself to be cyberbullied just because he wants to teach the other party a lesson. It is actually very simple to avoid Wang Chang's family. All you have to do is change the house for Tang Xinyi's family and change her job. Isn't it the greatest revenge on Wang Chang's family if I live a better life here? All of this can be easily achieved as long as you establish a close relationship with Tang Xinyi. Thank you, Lawyer He. I may have to trouble you for a while in the future. After hanging up the phone, Su Zimo checked the messages. Wang Chang and his friends had finished their meal and were preparing to go to Tang Xinyi's house. In the words of my ex-mother-in-law, get your own money back first. They also knew that if Tang Xini really lost her job, it would be even more impossible to get the money back. Tang Xini's home. Tang Rong went out, and he still planned to find another job with his skills. However, due to his age, he couldn't find a good job. There was no one at home, so Chun Yakin was having fun in the community chess and card room. Chapter 77, Death. Chen Yakin was playing cards when a neighbor rushed in, raising his voice a few notches, and yelled, "Yakin, you still have the mind to play cards? Your mother-in-law is here again." Hearing this, many people looked at her with gloating eyes. Of course, there were also people who were well connected and expressed their concerns. "Yakin, I think you should not go out, just report to Jay directly. That woman is not an easy person to deal with." She is not an easy person to deal with. Does that mean she can bully my Xini at will? Chen Yakin was also holding her breath. When she learned that Wang Chang's biological mother had gone to her daughter Tang Xini's workplace to cause trouble, she had no intention of letting it go. "You came just in time." Chen Yakin stopped playing cards, stood up and walked out, and many people in the chess and card room followed her out. After Wang Chang and his family arrived, they didn't go upstairs either. It was obviously useless to knock on the door. Their purpose of coming was to attract the attention of outsiders. "Everyone, please judge for yourself." The Tang Rong family raised a good daughter. They received the betrothal gift and took wedding photos for her. Now they don't want to get married and they don't want to return the betrothal gift. Is there such a thing in the world? My ex-mother-in-law was sitting on the ground at the entrance of the unit, crying and shouting. Wang Chang himself hid far away, and Wang Pingping and Huang Yuqing also stood under the shade of the trees. When Chen Yakin arrived, there were already quite a few people watching around, some whispering and some pointing. Hearing this, Chen Yakin quickened her pace, pushed through the crowd and walked in, scolding with disdain, "Your family is good, you asked your son-in-law to pay for the bride price, buy the wedding house, and pay for the wedding photos. What, it's your son-in-law who's getting married instead of your son? My family paid for this. We sold everything we had and even mortgaged our house in our hometown just to buy a wedding house. Your family is like a vampire, eating people without leaving any bones." What the ex-mother-in-law said sounded like the truth, and she spared no effort to throw dirty water and abuse. "Your uneducated daughter pretended to be so serious when she was with my son, but she turned around and slept with someone else. How shameless. I think you are the same as your daughter. Who knows how many men you have secretly cheated on me." Personal attacks are easy for her to make. Spreading rumors is not a big deal anyway. On the contrary, it is difficult to prove her innocence and she may fall into the trap of self-proof. In this regard, Chen Yakin is obviously no match for her. However, after the last experience, she was not angry at all. Instead, she sneered, "Your new house is in my daughter's name? Who cares about the 18,000 yuan betrothal gift you gave? I transferred it back to your family that night. The transfer record is still there." The ex-mother-in-law was startled for a moment and glanced at her son in the distance, who quickly shifted his gaze. Obviously, Wang Chang didn't tell her. But this didn't bother her at all, and she immediately retorted, "She hasn't even walked into the house yet, and you're already thinking about getting half of the house. Your daughter is really valuable. My family is poor now, but my son is ambitious. You will regret it in the future if you look down on others." "Oh." Chun Yakin snorted disdainfully, "Yes, your son is very ambitious. He knows how to go to KTV and find prostitutes. Any girl who marries into your family will be blessed. Putting aside other things, just look at the way my ex-mother-in-law was throwing a tantrum. Even if her family was right, who would dare to marry their daughter to her?" Hearing this, some people around even laughed. They were just watching the fun, but they were not brainless. Who would only accept 18,000 yuan as a gift for their daughter? Looking at the face of the future mother-in-law, it was chilling to think about it. Moreover, Tang Xini is so beautiful, but she only asked for 18,000 yuan as a dowry? This shows his conscience. Everyone watching felt sorry for the Tang family. The betrothal gift has been returned to your family. What's the point of you making such a fuss? That's right. Xini's new boyfriend bought a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for the elders when he first came to visit. How could he still be short of your little money? Several fellow card players who came with her began to speak up for Chen Yakin. The ex-mother-in-law immediately raised her head and her eyes quickly fell on the bracelet on Chen Yakin's wrist. Hundreds of thousands? Her eyes widened a little. Jealous. Envy. In fact, her son found a beautiful girl as his girlfriend in the provincial capital, and this was also the topic of conversation at home. What's more, Tang Sini is not only good looking, but also has a decent job. This incident was like the cooked duck flying away. Etc. Tang Sini's new boyfriend, isn't that Su Zimo? The expression on my ex-mother-in-law's face suddenly became particularly interesting. If Su Zimo and his daughter Wang Pingping had not divorced, wouldn't the bracelet be his? Then think of the mansion worth more than 10 million and the luxury cars worth millions. He immediately cursed, "You are shameless. You actually forced your own daughter to snatch my son-in-law." Shocking statement. Not only that, she quickly got up and said, "That's my bracelet, give it back to me." Chen Yakin was stunned. She had never expected the other party to be so shameless. It was not until her wrist was grabbed by her ex-mother-in-law that she reacted and said hurriedly, "Let go, let go." The ex-mother-in-law's face was distorted, her eyes were full of greed, and she grabbed the jade bracelet and pulled it out. The people around them also reacted and tried to pull the two apart, but the ex-mother-in-law was incredibly strong, and as a result, several of them fell down together. Crack! But then there was a crisp sound. Chen Yakin's wrist was being pulled by her ex-mother-in-law and she fell to the ground. The jade bracelet on her wrist broke. "My bracelet!" Chen Yakin screamed, and the eyes of the people around her fell on the broken jade bracelet. But the ex-mother-in-law reacted quickly and actually grabbed the broken bracelet. "It's hers. You have to compensate me for the bracelet." Chen Yakin cried. "What's yours?" "This is mine. My son-in-law bought it for me." My ex-mother-in-law is still a little smug. Su Zimo bought it, so as his mother-in-law, shouldn't it belong to her? Used to being a bargain hunter, she thought that she was just stealing things from other people's fields in the countryside, and once she got them in her hands, they became hers. Just at this moment, a large G-Class slowly drove over. Su Zimo got out of the car, followed by a woman in her 40s. "It's lawyer he." It was because he went to meet this lawyer that he arrived a little later than Wang Chang and others. I originally brought a lawyer with me to try to get them to stop, but ended up seeing this. Su Zimo hurried over and helped Chen Yakin up. "Auntie, are you okay?" "Zimo, you're here." The bracelet was taken away by this crazy woman. Seeing that it was him, Chen Yakin seemed to have found her backbone. Her voice still trembled. She looked at the broken bracelet in her ex-mother-in-law's hand, feeling distressed. Chapter 78. It's quiet. In the distance, Wang Pingping of course also saw Su Zimo. She was about to walk over but was stopped by her best friend. "Are you stupid? Can't you see that Zimo is angry?" Listening to Huang Yuqing's words, she hesitated. Wang Pingping still wanted to win back Su Zimo, but of course she didn't want to make him angry, so she decided to wait and see. At this time, the ex-mother-in-law also saw Su Zimo. "Son-in-law, you came at the right time. Who is your son-in-law?" Su Zimo looked at her coldly. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Su Zimo say to the lawyer who followed her, "Lawyer he, does her behavior constitute a crime?" Illegal robbing and damaging other people's property may constitute the crime of robbery and intentional destruction of property. As lawyer he spoke, he was already collecting evidence. At this time, the ex-mother-in-law panicked and said, "I didn't rob it. At most, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it back to you. I don't want it anymore." As she said this, she threw the bracelet, which had been broken into two pieces, towards Chen Yakin. Su Zimo stood in front of it and did not take it. Instead, he let the bracelet hit him and fall to the ground and break. It doesn't matter. There are both witnesses and evidence, and someone also filmed the video, so it is impossible to deny it. No money to compensate? Doesn't T. Wang Chang just happen to have a new house? Su Zimo looked at Wang Chang in the distance with a sneer. "Come to think of it, I spent all my savings on that house, which is just enough for them to pay it back." Soon, my uncle came. The ex-mother-in-law was taken away again, and Su Zimo took Chen Yakin and lawyer he to take a statement and submit evidence. "Lawyer he, the rest is up to you." "Don't worry, Mr. Su. In a case like this, as a lawyer, you don't actually need to put in much effort and can just sit back and wait to get your attorney fees." Su Zimo took Chen Yakin away, and lawyer he stayed to help handle the follow-up matters. "ZMO, thanks to you, our home will be quiet from now on, but it's a pity for the bracelet." As Chen Yakin spoke, her tone still revealed regret for the bracelet. "Auntie, I hope you're safe. As long as you're okay, that's enough." Su Zimo comforted her softly. A bracelet. Just buy another one. Soon, the car stopped in front of the jade shop we visited last time. Zimo, what are you doing? Chen Yakin looked at him puzzledly. Auntie, the lawyer will recover the compensation for the bracelet. I will take you to buy a new one first. Su Zimo said with a smile. This is not good. Chen Yakin's eyes lit up, but she was a little hesitant. It was Su Zimo who brought it over at that time, and it was a surprise, but now, if she really went to pick one with a high price, she would be reluctant to do so. With so much money, what can't you buy? It's okay, Auntie. This bracelet is worth its weight in gold. It can be passed down from generation to generation and will only become more valuable. After hearing what Su Zimo said, Chen Yakin also felt that it made sense and smiled happily. It's not that she really coveted the bracelet. But the more Su Zimo does this, the more it proves how much he values his daughter. After more than an hour of selection, Su Zimo finally chose a bracelet worth 148,888 for her. The floating flowers on it looked better than the previous one. Chen Yakin likes it very much. This time, the invoice was collected from her as well. In the car, she kept looking at Su Zimo, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. I couldn't help but ask, Zimo, how close are you and Cindy? The question is very direct and normal. From her point of view, if Su Zimo had no relationship with her daughter, why would he give such an expensive gift? Moreover, it seems that the two of them spent the night together. Auntie, I've been married once, and I don't know if Cindy is willing to accept me. Su Zimo forced a wry smile. What's the big deal? Besides, it's not your fault. Don't worry, I'll help you with Cindy's work. Of course Chen Yakin could see that her daughter had a good impression of Su Zimo, otherwise she wouldn't have invited him to dinner at home yesterday, so she made the promise with full confidence. Thank you, Auntie. Su Zimo knew that although he and Tang Cindy had entered an ambiguous period, she was very reserved and not very proactive. At this time, she needed external help. Next, the atmosphere in the car became more harmonious. Let's have dinner at home today. Of course Su Zimo would not refuse. He drove to a seafood market and started buying all kinds of things. When he got home, Tang Rong had not returned from work yet, Tang Cindy was at work, and Tang Xinyo had not finished class yet, so Su Zimo went to the kitchen to help Chen Yakin. Watching his skillful movements in handling things, Chen Yakin, as a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, became more and more satisfied. She has decided on this son-in-law. Even if Tang Cindy doesn't want to, she still has a daughter. The first person to come back was Tang Rong. He originally came back to cook dinner, but after arriving at the community, he was stopped by someone and told what happened today. So I quickened my pace and returned home. But when he opened the door, he heard his wife Chen Yakin's laughter coming from inside the house. Can you still laugh when your bracelet is broken? Tang Rong walked into the house full of doubts, only to find that Su Zimo was also there. Uncle. You're here. Tang Rong had a good impression of Su Zimo. After greeting him, he said to his wife Chen Yakin, how could you let guests do these things? The child is worried that I will get tired. This is filial piety. Tang Rong was stunned by Chen Yakin's words. Does this mean that he already treats Su Zimo as his own child? He even expressed his filial piety. Moreover, Tang Rong also discovered that although people in the community said that his wife's bracelet was broken, she was still wearing one on her hand. What's going on? Did he buy a new one? Zimo, come out and sit in the living room to have a rest. Tang Rong decided to ask his wife about the situation and pulled Su Zimo out of the kitchen. There was no choice, Su Zimo had to sit alone on the sofa in the living room. Bored, he briefly looked at his phone. There are the reactions of Wang Pingping and Wang Chang sent by Huang Yuqing. It's funny to say that when their biological mother was taken away, the two children didn't react at all. Wang Pingping is fine, but Wang Chang, the son, is so favored by his own mother, and it was he who instigated him to come over and stand up for his affairs, but this guy didn't even show up. Is this still a human being? However, Wang Chang's character is also due to family reasons, and it can be said that his ex-mother-in-law reaped the consequences. There was also a message from lawyer He, detailing the progress. The circumstances are egregious but not so serious that they may not be considered robbery, and if the offender admits compensation and apologizes, he may be given a light sentence. Will Wang Chang admit his loss? He. While Su Zimo was replying to the message, the door was opened again. I'm back. I'm so hungry. I want something to eat. Tang Xinyao, a freshman, came back. She was still shouting when she entered the room, but suddenly she saw Su Zimo sitting on the sofa and was stunned. Chapter 79 gives sister-in-law a surprise. Su Zimo, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, heard the voice and subconsciously looked over. His eyes froze for a moment. What came into his sight was a young girl brimming with youthfulness. The sunlight shone through the half-closed curtains, sprinkling on her soft hair in patches, giving her long, shiny black hair a faint golden glow. Her eyes were as clear as water, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and every blink was as delicate and moving as the fluttering wings of a butterfly. Under her small and straight nose was a pair of pink lips, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a sweet smile. Her fair skin was shining softly under the sunlight, and a few strands of hair were playfully scattered on her cheeks, adding a bit of agility. It was Tang Xinya's younger sister, Tang Xinyao, who was still a freshman in college. She was wearing her school uniform, which was a white shirt with a navy blue pleated skirt. The cuffs of her shirt are slightly rolled up, revealing her slender white wrists. Her pleated skirt sways gently with her light steps, and each pleat is like a flowing note, exuding a youthful atmosphere. The navy blue stockings wrap around her slender legs, and paired with a pair of white sneakers, she looks both youthful and energetic. She walked into the house carrying a simple black school bag and casually hung the bag on the hook beside the entrance. After seeing Su Zimo, the laziness on her face suddenly disappeared, and she looked at the strange man in the house with curiosity. She has never met Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo had been here before, it was only once or twice, and the two had never met. Seeing her looking at him, Su Zimo smiled at her. At this time, Chen Yakin's voice came from the kitchen. Wash your hands first when you come back, and wash some fruits to entertain the guests. Oh. Tang Xinyao responded, walked to the refrigerator, and took out a few apples and a bunch of green grapes. Even when she was washing fruits, she couldn't help but turn her head curiously and secretly look at Su Zimo. She looks quite old, but her face shape looks good. Who could it be? Could it be the new brother-in-law? Tang Xinyao's eyes suddenly lit up. But she saw Su Zimo looking towards her, and she quickly looked away as if she had been electrocuted. After a while, the fruit was washed, and Tang Xinyao came out with it and placed it on the table in front of Su Zimo. Thanks. While speaking, Su Zimo glanced at her naturally. This girl is even more beautiful than her sister. Her beauty is like a flower blooming in spring, with an unpolished purity. I accidentally checked her information. Name, Tang Xinyao. Age, 18. Height, 170. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Body size, 87. Experience, T0. Sure enough, just being slightly more beautiful than her sister Tang Xini, she is already a goddess with a score of over 90. Although she is shorter than her sister, that is because she is only 18 years old and still a little immature. Also because she was young and the distance was very close, her face looked like water could be squeezed out of it with a gentle pinch. You are my sister's boyfriend? Tang Xinyao sat opposite him. After a while, she couldn't help but ask Su Zimo out of curiosity. Not yet. Under her slightly puzzled gaze, Su Zimo chuckled and said, because your sister hasn't agreed yet. Oh, I see. Tang Xinyao glanced around him and didn't find any gift bag. She was immediately disappointed. Of course, her enthusiasm for Su Zimo remained unabated. Then can I call you brother-in-law? She thought, I should call first. Since I didn't bring a gift for myself this time, I guess it's not a good idea to come empty-handed next time, right? Su Zimo didn't react at first, but he soon came to his senses. There is no such thing as flattery without reason in this world. What's more, she is a girl with a divine face. He is already 30 years old. Although he can't be considered greasy, he is definitely not a handsome guy either. What could be worthy of her pleasement? Looking at the phone in her hand, although there are many cute stickers on it, you can still see obvious cracks on the screen. Su Zimo glanced at the time. 5:30. Tang Xini gets off work at 6 o'clock, so I can go out and pick her up. So Su Zimo stood up. I can't let my sister-in-law call me that for nothing. There has to be some expression. Uncle, Aunt, I'm going to pick up Xini from get off work. There are also good reasons to go out. Seeing that he was about to go out, Tang Xinyao's eyes lit up and she also stood up. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. So, we went out together. Of course Su Zimo couldn't refuse. Besides, he had been planning to buy her some gifts, so it would be better if she could choose it herself. Looking at the luxury car in front of her, Tang Xinyao became even more excited. Brother-in-law, your car is a G-Class, right? Su Zimo still nodded, yes. So cool. The admiration of a young girl always makes people feel happy. Su Zimo decided to give her a little surprise. After getting in the car, Tang Xinyao kept asking out of curiosity, brother-in-law, your car must be very expensive, right? I heard that a luxury car like this costs several million. Not bad, about 4 million. Wow. Really? It's not that people don't like to show off, but it depends on who you are in front of. So when passing a large shopping mall, Su Zimo drove into the underground garage. Brother-in-law, what are we doing here? I can't let you call me brother-in-law for nothing, can I? Su Zimo unbuckled his seatbelt and said, get out of the car. I'll buy you a small gift. Really? Tang Xinyao's face was full of surprise. Wow. This brother-in-law is really a wise guy. He is nothing like the previous Wang Chang. Not only did he not buy any gifts for his parents, she even saw Wang Chang asking her sister for money many times. Tang Xinyao really didn't know what her sister liked about him. Also, that guy's gaze was really annoying, so Tang Xinyao always avoided him. What do you want? I want a tablet. Tang Xinyao said, still observing Su Zimo, as if afraid that he would be angry. It doesn't have to be too expensive, a basic model of more than 1,000 will be fine, as long as you can read the information. Parents and sister-in-law are definitely different. Of course she didn't dare ask for anything expensive. Let's go take a look first. Su Zimo said. Since I have decided to give her a surprise. Of course you can't buy it so cheap. On the first floor of the mall, the middle area is basically filled with cosmetics and the like, and on both sides, there are clothes and various electronic products. Flowers for fruit. There are various brands. Which brand do you want to buy? Su Zimo asked. Fruit, make the video smoother. Young people still prefer fruits. After all, flowers are high-end products that are more business-oriented. So the two of them walked into the fruit shop. Tang Xinyao was looking at a tablet with the waiter, and Su Zimo said, choose another phone. Chapter 80 Holding Hands. Cell phone? Tang Xinyao raised her head and looked at Su Zimo in surprise. Isn't it just buying a tablet? Fruit phones will be smoother. Su Zimo did not say that her phone was old, but followed her words to talk about the advantages of Apple phones. But, won't the phone be too expensive? There was excitement in Tang Xinyao's eyes, but also nervousness and panic. Want to. But I didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing. Not expensive. Su Zimo chuckled, then said to the waiter, get a 16 Pro Max, 1 terabyte. Okay. The clerk knew that she was buying it for Tang Xinyao, so he immediately asked her, what color do you like? Color? Tang Xinyao obviously had never chosen one, so of course she didn't know which color was good. Take her over to have a look. Su Zimo said. The store usually has model machines. After some selection, Tang Xinyao chose white. Because I had never used an Apple phone, I had to register an ID and do various things. But with the guidance of the store clerk, it was actually not difficult. When everything was done and she got the phone, Tang Xinyao smiled brightly, thank you, brother-in-law. The two people were very close. When she smiled, she was even more stunningly beautiful, a kind of unadorned beauty that made people unconsciously want to care for her. Feel her innocence and beauty. Brother-in-law, let's go pick up my sister. Etc. Under Tang Xinyao puzzled gaze, Su Zimo said, don't you want to buy a tablet? Take a look. Look at the notebook, too. Since I'm here and I have plenty of money, of course I have to buy the 3-piece set. Ah? Tang Xinyao was a little confused. This phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. She quickly said, brother-in-law, a mobile phone is enough. You can actually use your mobile phone to watch the school tutorials. Tang Xinyao was actually very satisfied. She was excited at the thought of being able to use her cell phone to play at school. Certainly. She said no. Su Zimo still forced it into her hand. Full. This refers to Tang Xinyao's hand. She came with nothing, but when she left, she was holding 6 or 7 bags of different sizes. Not only the 3-piece set, but other products such as watches are also complete. Su Zimo originally wanted to help her mention it. But Tang Xinyao firmly refused. How could she get her brother-in-law to contribute both money and effort? Brother-in-law, leave the physical work to me from now on. TSK. What a grateful sister-in-law. Su Zimo just let her do what she wanted. Then, drive to the central hospital. Tang Sini hasn't left yet. Because Su Zimo sent a message saying that he would come to pick her up, she sat in the rest area for a while. Hey, are you waiting for your boyfriend to pick you up? When a colleague teased her, Tang Sini blushed slightly but did not refute. I guess so, right? She wasn't quite sure either. However, when she thought about meeting Su Zimo, she felt inexplicably happier. Arrive. I'll be right out. Tang Sini carried her things and walked towards the exit. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkling on the tips of her hair, adding a touch of gentleness to her. The iconic G-Class was parked quietly on the side of the inner road, with the window half open and a breeze blowing, bringing a hint of coolness. At a glance, Su Zimo's figure came into view, and her heart beat faster involuntarily, and her pace also quickened a bit. Zimo, why are you? Tang Sini's words were filled with shyness and surprise. Just as she was about to ask, her eyes inadvertently swept across the back seat, where a familiar figure was sitting. She was stunned for a moment. Xinyao? Why are you here? Sister. Tang Xinyao greeted happily, my brother-in-law and I are coming to take you home. Brother-in-law? Tang Sini didn't react at first. The next moment, her pretty face quickly turned a charming blush and she said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? It's clear that the two of them haven't confirmed their relationship yet. Fasten your seatbelts. Su Zimo just felt that the more than 40,000 yuan was worth it. Although it was just a name, the relationship between the two seemed to have changed at this moment. On the way home, Su Zimo and Tang Sini spoke very little, and it was basically the sister-in-law who was chattering non-stop. Especially when getting off the car, she suddenly said, sister, brother-in-law, look back. The two of them turned back subconsciously, and at this moment, a crisp shudder sound rang out quietly, freezing the scene. Hee, sister, I have sent you the photos. It was not until then that Tang Sini came back to her senses. She wanted to blame her sister, but a ripple inexplicably arose in her heart. Just now, it seemed like both of them agreed to call her sister? Otherwise, why would you turn back? She glanced at Su Zimo secretly, only to find that he was looking at her with a smile. Tang Sini's cheeks turned slightly red. She quickly looked away and almost trotted out of the car. Standing there, she could still clearly hear her own heartbeat, rapid and powerful. At this time, her sister Tang Xinyao staggered out from the back seat carrying a bunch of things, which made Tang Sini stunned. Noticing her sister's gaze, Tang Xinyao immediately protected the things in her hand and said confidently, this is what my brother-in-law bought for me. Xinyao, how could you? Tang Sini was about to say something when her sister stuck out her tongue at her and quickly ran into the corridor. Zimo. I saw her phone was broken, so I took her to buy a new one. Su Zimo explained, and said, she is already in college, so she can't use it too badly, otherwise she will be looked down upon. Tang Sini was silent. She also knew that her sister was actually very sensible, but she felt that she owed Su Zimo too much. She is not the kind of girl who worships money. In the past, although the family was not particularly rich, they had enough food and clothing. But because of her, it became a problem for her sister to buy a new tablet. She feels guilty. Zimo. When she raised her head again, Tang Sini's eyes were full of gratitude, thank you. She didn't know how many times she had said thank you to Su Zimo. Do we still need to say thank you to each other? Su Zimo took the opportunity to move closer and stood in front of her. After finally creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, a passerby passed by and Tang Sini quickly turned around. Let's go, uncle and aunt must have been waiting for a long time. Su Zimo didn't feel any regrets either. This progress is already very fast, and, after all, it is on the side of the road, so it is impossible to go any further. Walk into the corridor. The stairs in this kind of old community are very narrow, and it is difficult for two people to walk side by side. Su Zimo took the opportunity to reach out and touch Tang Sini's small hand. He clearly felt Tang Sini tremble slightly, but she did not take her hand away. So he held it boldly. To pursue such a cool girl, you need to be careful and bold. If you are not bold enough and keep hesitating, you may not be able to get married for several years. Chapter 81. Is this possible? Tang Sini did not refuse, but when Su Zimo held her hand, her heartbeat suddenly quickened and her cheeks quickly turned red. She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but Su Zimo's hand was so warm and strong that she was reluctant to break free. The two of them just held hands and walked slowly. It was not until she saw her mother Chinyakin standing at the door that Tang Xini suddenly panicked and quickly pulled her hand back. Aunt! Compared to her panic, Su Zimo seemed much calmer. Come in quickly, the food is getting cold. Chinyakin's eyes narrowed as she smiled. It's done. The two entered the living room and saw their younger sister Tang Xinyao coming out of her room, having locked her door. It was as if he was afraid that his sister would come in and take away the tablet and notebook. Brother-in-law, come and do it. She pulled out the chair in front of the dining table in a flattering manner and called to Su Zimo with a smile. When Tang Rong heard her address, his brows furrowed slightly. He originally wanted to scold his little daughter, but his wife warmly welcomed Su Zimo over. Finally, he swallowed his words back. Today's meal was richer, with all kinds of seafood. Of course, Su Zimo rushed to pay the bill. During this time, Tang Xinyao took out her new phone and took a few photos of the dining table. This also made Chinyakin realize that something was wrong. Xinyao, where did you get your phone? My brother-in-law bought it. Tang Xinyao answered without hesitation. During this journey, she had become accustomed to calling him brother-in-law. Zimo, why are you spending money again? Xinyao is still in school and doesn't need such a good phone. There was a subtle hint of helplessness and emotion in Chinyakin's voice of reproach. If you have the ability, who doesn't want to give their children a better life? After all, it's still because I have no money. Auntie, it's just a small token of my appreciation, a gift for meeting you. Su Zimo's words were full of humility. During the meal, even Tang Rong's attitude towards Su Zimo became much warmer, and he would bring up topics from time to time. He has experienced a lot of human warmth and coldness during this period of time, especially when he went out to look for a job these days. The feeling of being picked on by others made him feel very sad. Although his daughter had just started dating Su Zimo had already given her a generous gift before their relationship was completely confirmed. Not that he coveted those things. But Su Zimo's behavior makes people feel at ease. Moreover, I was not at home today, and he came with a lawyer to save the situation. Tang Rong couldn't help but think. Should I accept the watch? If I return the watch at this time, will it cause any misunderstanding and make Su Zimo feel disappointed? After all, in a sense, if he doesn't accept the other party's gift, it means that he, as a father, refuses and does not allow the two to interact. At this moment, Tang Rong suddenly felt that his wife seemed to be more far-sighted than himself. Seeing Su Zimo and her family having so much fun together, Tang Xini couldn't help but feel an indescribable ripple in her heart. It was a complex emotion mixed with shyness, touching and joy. Although the two of them haven't seemed to express their feelings to each other yet, their relationship has already been confirmed. And it's the kind that both parents recognize. After dinner, Su Zimo was about to help clean up, but was stopped by Chinyakin. You don't have to do these things, Xini, take Zimo to rest. She drove the two of them directly to Tang Xini's room. After the door was closed, the sounds from outside were blocked out, and almost subconsciously, the two looked at each other. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Under the light, Tang Xini is so charming and sweet, especially her slightly open lips, which make people want to hold them in their mouths. As Su Zimo took a step forward, the two were so close that they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. No words are needed. Su Zimo lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Tang Xini's eyes suddenly widened, and she placed her hands in front of him helplessly. Before she could exert any strength, she lost all her strength the next moment. Because the teeth have been lost. I don't know how much time has passed. When the two separated again, she breathed deeply, her eyes became blurry and her eyes were full of ripples. The arm that was against Su Zimo's body had been wrapped around his neck at some point, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. After a while, when she came to her senses, Tang Xini realized something was wrong. She quickly withdrew her arm, and her pretty face turned red, like the peach blossoms blooming in spring. Their relationship developed too fast. Tang Xini was also a little confused. Obviously, they haven't spent much time together, but why am I not at all resistant to Su Zimo's approach? Even if it's just holding hands. Even now. That's how she lost her first kiss. This was something she could never have predicted. In Tang Xini's opinion, she should accept it, on her wedding night. When she looked up at Su Zimo again, an emotion called dependence flashed in her eyes. Therefore, the two did not distance themselves from each other. At this time, Suzimo was also a little confused because the system actually popped up a prompt. Congratulations to the host in Tang City for reaching an intimate relationship and opening a resettlement fund. Byte. Received resettlement fund of 89 million. Note, this fund can only be used for Tang City. No? Does just having a mouthful of food count as establishing an intimate relationship? Oh. If you think about it carefully, if they can both eat each other's mouths, then they have indeed established an intimate relationship. Name, Tang City Favorability 5100, receive resettlement fund of 89 million. Note, this fund can only be used for Tang City. Age, 23. Height, 172. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Body type, 90. Experience, T1. Good job. Suzimo exclaimed, what a great guy. If this can be considered as experience, then it can indeed help avoid many things in the future. After possessing the system, he could accept the woman's materialism, but what he absolutely could not accept was betrayal. The existence of the system can completely put his mind at ease. Cumulative favorability, 110 can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Do you want to exchange? Originally Suzimo wanted to increase his physical strength directly, but he stopped. No rush. Once the attributes are added, it will also have the effect of restoring health. Can't waste it. He did not pay too much attention to the system, and his eyes fell on Tang Cini's face again. So beautiful. The most important thing was the affection and dependence in her eyes that touched Suzimo's heart. This is a good girl. He didn't want to miss it. So, I lowered my head again. This time, Tang Cini's mouth became slightly red and swollen. However, instead of affecting her overall beauty, it makes her look even more beautiful and charming. This time, she wasn't shy anymore. It seemed that from this moment on, she had already identified the man in front of her. Tang Cini's favorability plus 30. Please give me some free gifts to pay the electricity bill, please. Chapter 82, Finalization. Name, Tang Cini Favorability 8100. Suzimo did not expect that after just 2 bites, Tang Cini's favorability level had reached 80 points. This also shows that in Tang Cini's opinion, kissing is equivalent to the most intimate relationship between the two people. In her heart, she completely regarded Suzimo as her man and an indispensable part of her life. That sense of belonging was pure and profound. Otherwise, the favorability wouldn't be so unusually high. Although Suzimo felt his blood boiling and an indescribable impulse surge in his body, he restrained himself and did not do anything that crossed the line. With one hand he held Tang Cini's slender waist, and with the other hand, his fingers gently brushed across her cheek, as if he was stroking a piece of peerless jade. As for Tang Cini, ever since the second time they kissed each other, her arms naturally wrapped around Suzimo's neck, and she was reluctant to let go. This dependence is silent but strong, like a vine clinging tightly to a tree, unwilling to separate. There was an indescribable charming atmosphere between the two of them, and there seemed to be a faint sweetness and shyness floating in the air. At this moment, no words are needed. Until there were some noises outside the door. What are you doing here? Don't disturb your sister and your brother-in-law. It was Chen Yakin's voice. Oh, it hurts, Mom, please let go. The eavesdropping sister was dragged away. As they walked a little further away, Chen Yakin whispered to Tang Xinyo, who was still rubbing her ears, did you hear anything? No. Tang Xinyo pouted slightly, obviously still unhappy with her mother pulling her ears. No? Chen Yakin was puzzled. How could there be no sound? How strange. In the room. With this interruption, the atmosphere between the two was instantly destroyed. Tang Cini blushed and withdrew her arm. She is still shy. I didn't even expect that I would do such an intimate thing. However, her charming appearance made Suzimo chuckle. Tang Cini wanted to complain, but Suzimo hugged her tightly in his arms. There is no distance between the two of them anymore. They can feel each other's heartbeat. Cini. Hearing his gentle call, Tang Cini raised her head slightly in his arms, looking at him with her eyes full of autumn water. Let's change houses. Tang Cini's eyes were full of confusion. Today, they came to make trouble again, and my aunt's bracelet was broken. As Suzimo explained, Tang Cini's face suddenly turned pale and she even clenched her teeth. It's obviously not her fault. However, she was the one who implicated her family and has to suffer these things now. Don't worry, I've handed the case over to a lawyer, and I'll make her pay the price for her actions. Suzimo comforted her and continued, however, for the safety of uncle and aunt, we have to move to a community with better security facilities to avoid similar incidents. Tang Xinyi's family lived in an old resettlement house provided by a former enterprise. In fact, it only had 2 bedrooms and a living room, but one of the rooms was divided into 2 for the 2 sisters to live in. The room that Tang Xinyi lives in now is only big enough for a bed. The wardrobe is nailed to the wall, squeezing the space. The windowsill has been slightly expanded outwards and is filled with various books and other things. It can be said that the entire space is almost full. When the 2 sisters were still young, it was not a big deal to live there, but now they have grown up and have more things, so the room seems very cramped and inconvenient. Just now, Tang Xinyao's voice outside could be clearly heard inside. You can see how poor the sound insulation is. Of course it's okay to eat your lips, but if you do something else it will definitely be embarrassing. But that's settled. Tang Xinyi wanted to say something but was interrupted by Suzimo. She was in a daze and didn't even know what "it's settled" meant when Suzimo pulled her hand and walked out of the room. Her face was rosy and her lips were slightly swollen. She looked exactly like the young bride who had just married into the family. Chen Yakin looked at the 2 people coming out and immediately smiled. This is how they look like a couple. For 2 people who really like each other, it is impossible for them to be respectful to each other, they will only be passionate. Just like now. Tang Rong didn't interfere with his daughter's choice. He just took a quick look and didn't say anything. The most excited person was her younger sister Tang Xinyao. She hid behind her mother, looking at her sister's slightly swollen lips with sparkling eyes. Eat your mouth. Eat your mouth. Uncle, aunt. Walking into the living room, Suzimo did not let go of Tang Xinyi's little hand. After attracting the attention of the 2, he continued, after what happened today, for the sake of your safety, Xinyi and I decided to buy a new house first. Buying a new house? Tang Rong, Chen Yakin, and Tang Xinyao all looked at him in surprise. Because they are used to living here, they don't mind the small size of the house. A small home has its own warmth. Zimo, to tell you the truth, our family can't afford much money right now. Chen Yakin spoke, looking embarrassed. She thought they were going to buy a house for their wedding. Normally, 2 people's names should be added to the wedding house. Chen Yakin said this, obviously thinking that her family should also pay half. Only by paying money and marrying your daughter to someone else will you not be inferior to him. Suzimo felt a little complicated. Sure enough, a family that can raise a daughter with such positive values must have parents with positive values as well. In today's society, there are really not many parents like Tang Xinyi. It's invaluable. Auntie, the money is paid by Xinyi and I. Now it wasn't just the 3 of them, even Tang Xinyi was looking at him in confusion. Me? IPG. She just started her internship. Tang Rong and Chen Yakin looked at each other, obviously knowing what Suzimo meant. This child is so considerate. As parents, they didn't say anything more, but they decided not to add their daughter's name. Moving to a new house? The most excited person present was Tang Xinyao. After all, she still had a girl's mentality, and she was in an art college. A few of her good friends from other places in the same class found out that she was from Xinjiang and wanted to come to her house to play, but she was too embarrassed to invite them. What do you mean by moving to a new house? Chen Yakin glared at her and said, that's your brother-in-law and sister's wedding room, why are you joining in the fun? Suddenly the light in the girl's eyes dimmed. That's right. How could a sister-in-law live in her sister's new house? However, if there are many rooms, I don't know if I can stay here temporarily. You young people should decide your own affairs. The matter was finalized while Tang Xinyi was still a little confused. Chapter 83 I'm not a child anymore. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Suzimo came out of Tang Xinyi's house. Tang Xinyi was pushed out by her biological mother Chen Yakin to send him off. Looking at the man in front of her, her eyes flickered with reluctance and shyness. Naturally, Suzimo took her little hand. When they came, it was the first time for them to hold hands, but when they left, it seemed to have become the norm. Tang Xinyi has already adapted. After all, the 2 of them had already done something more intimate than holding hands in the room. That's the benefit of being bold. If Suzimo didn't take the next step and just maintained the ambiguous atmosphere between them, they might not be able to hold hands even after a few months. After being sent to the car, Tang Xinyi, who wanted to go back, was stopped by Su Zimo again, and the two got into the back seat. As soon as the car door was closed, her little mouth was covered. After only a moment of tension, her body soon softened and melted in Su Zimo's arms like water. Time seems to be frozen, yet also like a long flowing stream. Looking at Tang Xinyi in his arms again, she seemed to be slightly drunk, with a hazy halo in her eyes, and her breathing was rapid and slight, like a fish offshore. Her lips were slightly parted, and every breath seemed to be trying hard to absorb the thin air around her. The dim lights from the roadside shone through the car window, sprinkling on her cheeks, adding a bit of indescribable charm to her. Especially that little mouth that keeps opening and closing. She herself had no idea how attractive she was to a man. "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll eat you," Su Zimo said in a rough and vicious voice. Tang Xinyi whispered softly. Her voice was like the rippling of autumn water, with a hint of confusion, making the interior of the car even more charming. The next moment, she understood and immediately became a little flustered. But there was only so much space in the back seat, and she had no way of creating distance. She could only turn her gaze to Su Zimo, her eyes intertwined with pleading and a hint of pitiful charm. I. The two of them were moving too fast. She was totally unprepared for that step and was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. But at the same time, she was afraid of being rejected and making Su Zimo angry. Su Zimo looked at her cute and lovely appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he reached out and gently pinched her smooth and tender face. "Of course we can't be so hasty." Finally, after some tenderness, he let Tang Xinyi out of the car. Su Zimo sat in the driver's seat. He took a few deep breaths but still couldn't calm down his anger. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his assistant Lu Juchi. "Where are you?" "I'm renting a house." Lu Juchi actually went back to Binjiang Bay, but Su Zimo was not there, so she returned to her rented house. The main reason was that her cousin Lin Xianxia kept calling her. Su Zimo did not reply to the message, but directly navigated to the house where Lu Juchi rented. This way. Tang Xinyi had just returned to her room when her sister rushed in. As soon as she came in, she kept staring at her face and slightly swollen mouth. Tang Xinyi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her sister, and couldn't help but scolded. "What are you doing here?" "Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight." After Tang Xinyi finished speaking, she fell directly onto the bed without waiting for her sister's consent. Tang Xinyi didn't chase her away either. The two sisters actually often slept together. After taking a shower, the two of them lay on the same bed. Tang Xinyi still didn't feel sleepy at all. She stared at her sister with sparkling eyes and asked curiously, "Sister, what does it feel like to eat a mouthful of milk?" Tang Xinyi blushed slightly, unwilling to give a direct answer. This is not something a child should ask. "Sister, I'm not a child anymore." In order to prove that she was not a child, Tang Xinyi squeezed her pajamas. "Indeed. Not small anymore. This refers to age." Tang Xinyi seemed to have just realized that her sister, who was once a little kid, had now grown into an 18-year-old graceful young lady. "And now that you have entered university, you will face more temptations. Especially the art academy. When my sister was a gifted student, the students around her were all competing in dance skills and personal abilities, and only by getting good grades could they be admitted to a good university. Now what? Come to think of it, my sister seems to have changed a lot after entering college. She wanted new clothes, a new phone, a new tablet, things she had never mentioned in high school. This fully demonstrates that the environment around her has changed and has also affected her. Although the family is not wealthy, these needs can actually be met. But once these are met, won't other needs arise? For example, cosmetics, jewelry, and luxury goods. Thinking of this, Tang Xinyi couldn't help but feel a little worried. Should I change my sister's school? But, not to mention the difficulty of transferring, is it possible that other art colleges do not have similar practices? After all, if one comes from an average family, learning something like dance seems to be a mistake from the beginning. Unless the family has sufficient financial support, the chance of going astray in the future can be effectively reduced. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Seeing her sister suddenly silent, Tang Xinyi felt a little confused. I am worried about you, Tang Xinyi said softly. What should I worry about? Tang Xinyi giggled and moved closer to her sister, even starting to gesture the size with her hands. Don't touch me. Boom boom. As soon as Lu Juqi opened the door, Su Zimo pulled her into his arms. It was not until he felt her slight struggle that Su Zimo realized that there was a short-haired girl in the living room staring at him in amazement. So, he let go of Lu Juqi in his arms. Lin Qianxia swallowed lightly and asked dryly, "Sister, he is your sister's boyfriend." Su Zimo reacted quickly and generously pulled Lu Juqi over. However, Lu Juqi was somewhat touched because he admitted their relationship in front of their relatives. Favorability from Lu Juqi +5. 95 points of favorability. Hello, brother-in-law. Watching the two people coming over, Lin Qianxia stood up and looked at Su Zimo curiously. My cousin actually found a boyfriend? Moreover, based on the situation between the two of them just now. This is my cousin, Lin Qianxia. Lu Juqi introduced. At this time, Lin Qianxia was wearing Lu Juqi's old pajamas, which were a little loose. She was at home and had no makeup on, so she looked quite beautiful. It actually made Su Zimo's eyes light up. Although her hair is short, it is like a breeze in the early summer morning, fresh and full of vitality. So I checked her information out of curiosity. Name, Lin Qianxia. Age, 18. Height, 164. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 83. Body size, 80. Experience, T0. Her appearance is indeed quite good, and because of her short hair, Su Zimo also has a different impression of her. Of course, he didn't stare at the girl. He just looked at her once and then looked away. Chapter 84, Money is Coming. After chatting for a while, Su Zimo pulled Lu Juqi into the bedroom. Of course, Lin Qianxia was thrown into the living room. It seems that I can only sleep on the sofa in the living room. She came here to live with her cousin, so she certainly had no right to complain. But because it is a rented house, there is no air conditioning in the living room, so it is a little hot, but it is okay with the fan. Lin Qianxia was lying on the sofa without any image, scrolling through her phone and replying to her friends' messages. These so-called friends were actually classmates from the local technical school in their hometown. Some of them entered the factories arranged by the school, some chose to find jobs on their own, and some worked as apprentices in various shops, such as beauty and hairdressing. Although apprentice wages are low, after learning, they can still find a job with a good income. This has almost become the first choice for most girls graduating from technical schools. Fun and not tiring. Moreover, after receiving their wages, they start to spend and squander money recklessly. Certainly. With their income, they can just get together to sing karaoke, eat skewers, and so on. It is absolutely impossible to save money. Looking at the photos of eating and drinking they posted in the group, Lin Qianxia was very envious. She was a little distressed. After arriving in Xingqing, her cousin didn't let her find a job, but instead found a school for her. She is already 40 years old and won't go home until she makes a lot of money. Can she still ask her family for tuition? My cousin is so annoying. You are the boss's assistant, so why can't you find a job for yourself first? Just as she was thinking about it, suddenly, Lin Qianxia seemed to hear some sounds. My cousin seems to be crying? What's up, Fat C? She even turned off the sound of the video on her phone out of curiosity and listened carefully. Wrong. That didn't seem like crying. Oops. Lin Qianxia's face suddenly turned red. She hunched over in the corner of the sofa, scratching around with her hands, as if trying to hide her panic. Fortunately, there is a pillow. However, the house that Lu Juqi rented was a very ordinary residential building with no sound insulation at all. Although it is better with a pillow, I can still vaguely hear some noises in the bedroom. In June in Star City, the temperature is still very high even at night. The tube-shaped building is not ventilated. If the air conditioner is not turned on during the day, it is no different from doing a sauna. Lin Qianxia was lying on the sofa, and even though she had turned the fan to the maximum, she was still sweating. It's hot and stuffy. As time went by, the pillow that was originally covering her ears was sandwiched between her legs. I can't sleep. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, Su Zimo and Lu Juqi were already up. Lu Juqi is making breakfast. Su Zimo sat at the end of the L-shaped sofa, playing with a pillow in his hands. Lin Qianxia sat up dazedly, yawned and stretched. She didn't sleep well. But he still greeted Su Zimo politely. Good morning, brother-in-law. Morning. The next moment, Lin Qianxia's eyes fell on the pillow in Su Zimo's hand. She glanced left and right. There is only one pillow on the sofa. Maybe she kicked the pillow to the ground when she was sleeping at night. I don't know what she was thinking about, but Lin Qianxia woke up all of a sudden. She remembers. I'm going to wash up. Then he ran away in a hurry. Su Zimo looked at her strangely but didn't think much about it. He was still checking the system tasks. Money is spent like water. Although I got 1 million from the last mission, now I only have more than 400,000 left. I hope I can get a better mission. Loading the task. Who can come and save us? My name is Numish Harding, I am a billionaire and a well-known explorer. This time I went on a submarine expedition to the Mariana Trench with 4 friends. The expedition went smoothly at the beginning, but when we reached a depth of 10,000 meters, the submarine malfunctioned and we were trapped on the seabed. Moreover, the communication equipment has also failed, and we have no way of contacting the outside world. Despair. Although we will not die immediately, this expedition was originally planned to last only a few hours, so there was only a small amount of water and food stored in the submarine, just enough for 1 meal. Now, the 4 of us have been trapped for 3 days, and the water and food have long been consumed. We can no longer hold on. In addition to hunger, the oxygen in the submarine can't last for many days. If we don't starve to death, we will die from lack of oxygen. Is there anyone who can come and save us? For this, we are willing to pay 100 million as a reward. Not buddy. 10,000 meters below the sea, how can we rescue them without even the coordinates? Of course, even if he had the coordinates, Su Zimo didn't think he had that ability. It is really hard to make money from a small goal. This is indeed very difficult, but I believe the people in the submarine company are already trying to rescue us. However, the shortage of food and oxygen is also fatal. If someone can provide us with oxygen cylinders and food, I am willing to pay 1 million as a reward. Task: oxygen cylinders and food. Reward: 1 million in cash. System: is it 1 million in our currency? Yes. Okay. And there is no room for bargaining. Just providing an oxygen tank and some food in exchange for 1 million. Huge profit. Moreover, Su Zimo felt that as long as the billionaire named Mish Harding was not rescued, it would become a continuous task. So he made a plan. Oxygen cylinder, looks like I'll have to go to the hospital to buy it. That's great. I'll go pick up Tang Xini later. Afterwards, Su Zimo closed the system page and checked some housing information sent to him by Lu Juchi. There is a villa. There are also large flats. If the elders are living there, a villa is definitely the first choice. It is large, quiet, and comfortable to live in. But if you are a young person, you will definitely prefer a larger flat. Just like Su Zimo himself, he has never lived in the villa in Qingzhou Garden and has always lived in Binjiang Bay. Of course, he didn't worry about which house to choose. Anyway, Tang Xini's resettlement fund was as high as 89 million, and considering the housing prices in Xinjiang, he could never spend it all. After breakfast, Su Zimo left. Lin Qianxia just ate a few bites randomly. She was so sleepy that she turned around and went into the bedroom. Bang! She threw herself on the bed. Sure enough, the bed is more comfortable. She sniffed. What's that strange smell? There was clearly nothing there yesterday. Could it be that? Suddenly, Lin Qianxia turned over with a confused look on her face. What should I do about this? There is only a fan in the living room. It's too hot to sleep at night, let alone during the day. It's really no different from being in a steamer. Cousin, can you change the quilt? She could only ask Lu Juchi for help pitifully. Why change the quilt? Come out with me later. Lin Qianxia's face suddenly fell. Of course Lu Juchi took her to find a school. Chapter 85. Let's just do this. When Su Zimo arrived at the central hospital, it was already 9:30 in the morning. He first went to buy a portable oxygen tank. It's very cheap, only over 200 yuan. In addition, I also bought 5 packs of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. That's about it. Back in the car, Su Zimo turned on the system. Oxygen cylinders, instant noodles, and water detected. Do you want to trade? Yes. The next moment, a message popped up on Su Zimo's phone. China Construction Bank, a deposit of 1 million renminbi was made into your account 8445 at 9:54 a.m. on June 11th, and the available balance is 1,436,572 renminbi and 15 cents. Comfortable. The balance was back to 7 figures. He glanced at his message again. Host, Su Zimo primary super rich. Age, 30. Height, 180 plus. Weight, 81 kilograms plus. Appearance, 69 plus. Constitution, 59 plus. Special, 15 plus. Funding, 1,436,572.15. Diamond, 400,000. Other attributes are not enabled yet. Currently no attribute points. I added the attribute to the Constitution last night. 59 points. It's almost at the passing line, which is actually not low. Su Zimo felt that jogging for a few kilometers would definitely not be a problem for him. If he could reach the passing line, running 10 kilometers would not be a problem at all. With a little more physical fitness, you should consider improving other things. I'm at the information desk. After sending a message to Tang Sini, Su Zimo walked into the hospital. After a while, Tang Sini came. Because she was at work, she was wearing a nurse's uniform. Although she was wearing a mask, her eyes and eyebrows were still beautiful. Moreover, after seeing Su Zimo, her eyes were bright and full of excitement. She didn't know what was wrong with her. After seeing Su Zimo's message, she said hello to her colleagues and ran downstairs. Perhaps this is what true love feels like. The two walked to a secluded place. Su Zimo took off her mask. So beautiful. Moreover, Tang Sini looks quite charming in her nurse uniform. Why are you here? Seeing him getting closer and closer, Tang Sini felt a little panicked. Although no one came here, Su Zimo did not intend to do anything excessive. He just kissed her lightly and then said, "Go ask for leave. I'll take you somewhere." Another leave? Tang Sini was a little embarrassed. In fact, it is very difficult to take leave during the internship period, but her situation is different, and the hospital is a little afraid of the impact, so they kept asking her to deal with her personal affairs as soon as possible. This actually made it easier for her to take leave. When I talked to the head nurse about it, it went smoothly. When Su Zimo saw Tang Sini again, who had changed into casual clothes, he felt that something was missing. What is it? After getting in the car and kissing for a while, Tang Sini's little mouth became swollen again. The difference from yesterday is that she no longer resists at all, and sucking her lips seems to have become a habit. Fasten your seatbelts. The two went to Greentown Golf Town. This villa area ranks among the top 3 in Star City, with 2 types of villas, French-style and Chinese-style courtyard villas. When he arrived at the place, Su Zimo called the salesperson assigned by Lu Juqi. Although there is a resettlement fund, it is definitely more cost-effective to buy a second-hand house. Moreover, if you buy a new unfinished house and renovate it yourself, it would be amazing if you can move in after a year. Soon, a good-looking female salesperson came over and approached the car. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Su?" "It's me." After a conversation, the female salesperson took the two of them there. Tang Sini was stunned. "Looks like you're here to buy a house? There are villas all around here." Her heart tightened involuntarily and she subconsciously grabbed Su Zimo's arm. Su Zimo simply patted her hand soothingly and motioned for the female salesperson to introduce the situation here. There are 3 renovated houses in total, one is a French-style villa, and the other 2 are Chinese-style villas. First we went to see the French villa. The area is very large and the decoration is indeed luxurious, but it's that Western style, which Su Zimo doesn't like very much. Go check out the other 2 sets. Next comes the second set. This is a Chinese-style villa with a private entrance and courtyard. The building area is 423 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a garden area of 2 acres. Push the door open and enter. Although it is not as well decorated as the one in Greentown Qingju Garden, its Chinese garden style is unique. As shown in the figure. What do you think? Su Zimo asked Tang Sini beside him. Ah. Tang Sini was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and glanced around, her eyes showing surprise and panic. Very, very good. She couldn't even dream of a house like this. That's it, then. Hearing this, Tang Sini's eyes suddenly widened. What is this? Is this the house she can afford? Even if I don't know the price of the house, but looking at the environment around the community and the decoration inside, it must be a mansion worth at least tens of millions, right? Zimo, I. Because of her nervousness, she held Su Zimo's arm with a little force. In her impression, Su Zimo wasn't particularly rich. Moreover, Wang Chang had often slandered his brother-in-law in front of her. Something like, "I'm already 30 years old but only earn 12,000 yuan a month. It's easier to talk while standing." Only those who actually work know how difficult it is to earn a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Take Tang Xini herself for example. Even if she becomes a regular employee, she would only make about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. How difficult is it to improve further? This is the real bottom-level reality. A house worth $1 million would already exhaust the savings of 2 generations, let alone one worth tens of millions. It can be said that it is a hurdle that is absolutely insurmountable. Although Su Zimo seems to have changed now and can even afford a G-class, Tang Xini still doesn't dare to think in that unrealistic direction. "What's the price?" Su Zimo asked the female salesperson. The saleswoman's eyes lit up and she said, "Mr. Su, the owner of this Chinese-style villa spent 9.6 million to buy it and 6.5 million to renovate it. At the moment, the owner is planning to make a loss of $2 million and sell it for $14 million. 14 million? Hearing such a sky-high price, Tang Xini felt her heart skip a beat. The housing prices in Xinjiang are very reasonable across the country, and small villas costing around 1 or 2 million yuan are everywhere. However, the supporting facilities of Green Tea Golf Town are quite good, the landscaping is very well done, and there is also a golf course. Moreover, this Chinese-style villa comes with a large garden. However, such a sky-high price is obviously not something a family like theirs can afford. Even if I paid the down payment, I still couldn't afford the monthly installments. Not to mention property fees and the like." Just when Tang Xini was about to say something, Su Zimo continued to ask the saleswoman, "If I pay in full, can you give me a better discount? Those who can afford to buy this Chinese-style villa and spend more than 6 million to decorate it are definitely not ordinary people. There is actually only one possibility for such a person to sell his house. Lack of funds. Please give me some free gifts to pay the electricity bill, thank you." Chapter 86: Buying a New House. Taking out a loan to buy a house was the norm in the past. But that's because the value of the house is increasing, and the appreciation will cover the interest, and there will even be profit. Now I'm taking out a loan to buy a house. It's okay for basic needs. As for sales, paying in full is of no benefit to them. However, in the current real estate market, being able to sell a house, especially a luxury house worth tens of millions, is already very good. Moreover, they get a lot of commissions, so they will naturally try their best to make the deal. "Mr. Su, let me confirm with the owner." After the female salesperson said this respectfully, she walked out of the yard and went to call the owner. After she left, Tang Xini came back to her senses, and with a hint of confusion and uneasiness, she said to Su Zimo, "Zimo, this house is too expensive, let's go look for something else." In her opinion, even if she wanted to buy a wedding house, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms would definitely be enough, and such a house would only cost about 500,000 yuan in Xinjiang. Why would you need to spend more than 10 million to buy a villa? Also, where does the money come from? This is also the reason why she feels uneasy. Su Zimo didn't say anything at first. He knew very well that Tang Xini would find it difficult to accept it for a while. He gently placed his hands on Tang Xini's slender and soft arms. His calm expression slowly calmed Tang Xini's emotions. After she calmed down, Su Zimo slowly said, "Do you like this house?" Tang Xini hesitated to speak. Because it's not a question of whether she likes it or not. Seeing this, Su Zimo raised a gentle smile and said soothingly, "Leave the rest to me." Tang Xini stared at him, her eyes filled with mixed emotions that were difficult to discern. Although she is not materialistic, the impact of money is effective on anyone. Moreover, to survive in this society, material conditions are the foundation of everything. Money can solve more than 90% of the problems in this world. Tang Xini wanted to say something. The little mouth opened and closed several times. In the end, under Su Zimo's gaze, he still said nothing. Because Su Zimo looked very confident and was not joking, which meant that he could afford this villa. Of course, she couldn't stop Su Zimo from buying a house. It was under her complicated mentality that the saleswoman walked in with a smile and said, "Mr. Su, the owner said that if the house payment can be received within 3 days, it can be sold to you for 12.99 million. This is the current second-hand housing market. Of course, it is also because the owner is in urgent need of funds, otherwise he would not ask for payment within 3 days. Tell him to come over, and we can sign the contract today." Su Zimo has never liked MOG. "Okay, Mr. Su." The saleswoman went to make another phone call. After waiting for a while, the three of them entered the house, and Suzimo took Tang Sini to check every room one by one. The new Chinese light luxury style is actually quite good. Although it is not as good as the Kingswewan one, it is elegant everywhere. Tang Sini couldn't help but show her love in her eyes. Although young people pursue modern style, Chinese style is an aesthetic that is engraved in everyone's bones. Even people who meet it for the first time will quickly fall in love with the elegant atmosphere. This Chinese-style villa has 3 floors plus a basement. The basement is a garage and an entertainment and video room. It is totally fine to invite a few friends to sing karaoke or watch movies together in your free time. The first floor is the living room, dining room, and kitchen, with a tea room between the 2 halls. The second floor has 2 rooms and a small living room. There are only 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, but there is an open-air balcony of several dozen square meters. Come to the master bedroom. As soon as the door was closed, Tang Sini was hugged. She did not escape, but looked at Suzimo affectionately. "If you do this, I really can't help but eat you," Suzimo threatened in a rough voice. A hint of shyness first flashed across Tang Sini's face, and she lowered her head slightly. The tenderness at that moment was like a blooming water lotus. Delicate and beautiful. However, she soon raised her head again and faced the heat in Suzimo's eyes. No extra words. Suzimo lowered his head and pecked her tender little mouth. About half an hour later, the owner hurried over. After all, this was a transaction worth tens of millions, and the most important thing was that he urgently needed an 8-digit sum of money to solve his urgent problem. Mr. Su was really young and promising. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s who was a bit overweight. After seeing Suzimo and Tang Sini, he couldn't help but sigh. At Suzimo's age, he can afford a mansion worth tens of millions. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is young and promising. Polite. Suzimo was also straightforward. After completing the formalities, I will transfer the money on the same day. That's a good feeling. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled. The next step, of course, was to go through various formalities. When signing the contract, Suzimo asked Tang Sini to sign it. Not only Tang Sini was stunned, but even the female salesperson and the owner were not expecting this. Because they all knew that once Tang Sini signed the contract, it would mean that she would own the house. "Zimo, you should sign it." Tang Sini spoke. "Do we still need to separate ourselves?" Suzimo looked at her quietly. This directly blocked all the words Tang Sini could say afterwards, and she had no way of saying no. In the end, the 2 of them signed together. The next step is to go through various procedures, which is actually not troublesome. You just have to wait for the signatures to be entered. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the procedures had been completed, and since the payment was in full, the property certificate would be issued within 7 to 14 working days. Looking at the file bag in her hand, Tang Sini was still a little confused. "So you bought a villa worth more than 10 million yuan just like that?" She had a very unreal feeling. However, when she saw their names written on the real estate transaction contract, she felt inexplicably sweet in her heart, and she looked at Suzimo with affectionate eyes. After getting in the car, Suzimo asked Tang Sini, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "What's your card number?" Tang Sini looked at him puzzledly. "Although the house has been renovated, I just took a look and found that there are still many things missing. Although fully furnished. But there were no necessities for daily life, not even a mattress or bedding. These also cost a lot of money. Buy everything as soon as possible and let uncle and aunt move in, so we can feel at ease." Suzimo stated his original purpose of buying a new house. "Zimo, this is not good, right?" Tang Sini felt uneasy when she signed the contract just now, but she thought that she and Suzimo would be one in the future, so there would be no distinction between each other, and no distinction between you and me. "But if I let my parents move in, the nature of the situation will change immediately." "What's wrong with this?" "If you feel crowded, we can buy a new one and live together." Tang Sini looked at him in amazement. Chapter 87. Take the flowers first. "What do you think of the large flat?" Suzimo's sudden question made Tang Sini, who was already confused, even more bewildered. She originally thought that Suzimo was just mentioning it casually, but from the tone of his voice, it sounded like he had already planned what kind of house to buy. No need to buy anymore." She hurriedly refused and even grabbed Suzimo's arm, as if she was afraid that he would really buy another one. "All right." Suzimo seemed to agree reluctantly, and then asked, "What's your card number?" I have money, I can buy it. Tang Sini obviously couldn't accept it. I know, but that's our home. It's normal for me to contribute some money, right? Also, for the safety of my uncle and aunt, this matter can't be delayed. In the end, Tang Sini compromised. Yes. If not for yourself, you have to think about your parents. Afterwards, Su Zimo got out of the car, walked to the side, and called his bank's exclusive customer service. Not long. Bite. Tang Sini picked up her phone and before unlocking it, her eyes widened when she saw the text message from the bank. There are so many zeros, I'm afraid you can only see them in Chengdu. How much is this? She thought she had seen it wrong, so she unlocked the door and counted it again carefully. Finally, it's confirmed. 10 million. It's actually 10 million? Even Tang Sini's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. Has it arrived? After Su Zimo finished the call, he returned to the car. How did you transfer so much money? There was no surprise on Tang Sini's face, but she asked with a panicked, trembling voice. Too many. This left her at a loss as to what to do. Zimo, what's your card number? I'll transfer it back to you. There was even a hint of pleading in her eyes as she looked at Su Zimo. Listen to me first. Su Zimo held her hands and said in a calm tone, I have seriously considered this 10 million. In addition to buying things for the new home, you also have to buy yourself a car. Also, uncle and aunt are getting old, you can't ask them to find jobs again, right? But there's no need for so much. Even when her parents were mentioned, Tang Sini still shook her head. The rest can be considered as our small treasury. From now on, the financial power of the family will be handed over to you. Su Zimo said meaningfully. Small treasury. Our home. The power of the purse. Every word and sentence instantly filled Tang Sini's face with the shyness and sweetness unique to a young wife. Seeing this, Su Zimo struck while the iron was hot and continued, there's still a lot of time to go, and there will be a lot of places where you'll need money. If you don't have enough, don't hide it, remember to tell me. Enough, how can it not be enough? Tang Sini immediately decided that she would never let Su Zimo down, and she planned to record every expense in detail in the future. When we arrived at Tang Sini's house, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Zimo followed him up. Tang Rong did not go out today, mainly because he was afraid that something might happen again, and there had to be a man at home. Chen Yakin was sitting on a low stool peeling edamame. The door was opened. Zimo is here. Chen Yakin stood up immediately with a smile on her face. I was a little confused to see my daughter come back so early, especially, she was holding a briefcase in her hand. Uncle, aunt. After some greetings, Tang Rong said, come over and have some tea. Okay. Su Zimo walked over, sat on the chair opposite him, took a sip from the teacup, and said, good tea. Just some ordinary tea leaves. The two were chatting. On the other side, Chen Yakin's eyes fell on the file bag in her daughter Tang Sini's hand. Could it be that he resigned? Of course, she didn't object to her daughter dating Su Zimo, but she felt it was inappropriate for her to quit her job just to date him. So he asked, what's going on? Tang Sini glanced at Su Zimo and knew that she couldn't keep the secret, so she said, I took a day off today and went with Zimo to buy a new house. Ah? So fast? Chen Yakin's face was full of surprise. Wasn't he just mentioned last night? Normally, buying a house is a big deal and you need to compare many aspects before making a decision. You've got the briefcase in your hand, could it be that you've already bought it? Chen Yakin was full of curiosity, let me see. Of course Tang Sini had no way of refusing and handed the file bag to her. Chen Yakin went to wash her hands before taking it, saying, if you want to buy a house now, you have to consider the location. Try to buy a house in the school district so that it will be convenient for your children to go to school in the future. She quickly stopped talking and her eyes stayed on the house purchase contract. Green Tea Golf Town. She was not too sure about this, but the area of the house written above surprised her. 423 square meters? Chen Yakin exclaimed out loud. Originally, since her daughter was already together with Su Zimo, they needed a wedding house, so when Su Zimo brought it up yesterday, she did not object. But I didn't expect that I would buy such a big house. You know, the old house they live in now is only 70 square meters, so wouldn't that be as big as 6? Tang Rong was also shocked and looked at Su Zimo opposite him in surprise. But Su Zimo said, Aunt, Sini and I are thinking about you and Uncle moving in too. We need a bigger house. We're moving there? Not to mention Tang Rong, even Chen Yakin felt it was inappropriate. No, no, why should we go to your new home to join in the fun? It's okay to go and see the new house. They had never thought of moving there. Of course, the two elders were still very moved by Su Zimo's filial piety. Oh, how much does such a big house cost? Chen Yakin sighed and continued to read the contract. Soon her eyes widened with shock. That's not right. How much is this? The first time she counted, she thought she had counted wrong, and even put on her glasses to count again. This? 12.99 million? Chen Yakin screamed again without even being able to speak. Moreover, there is a capital number at the end, which makes it even more impossible to be wrong. A house worth 13 million? Tang Rong almost burned his hand while making tea. The housing prices in Xingqing are already cheap. Su Zimo can afford a G-class and a house worth 1 or 2 million, so they would not be too surprised. But that's 13 million. Auntie, it doesn't matter how much the house costs. What matters is that you like it and feel comfortable living in it. Su Zimo said. This makes a lot of sense. But who wouldn't like a mansion worth 13 million? It's too expensive. Chen Yakin didn't know what to say and could only express such emotion. Chapter 88 The Fairy Son-in-Law. After sighing, Chen Yakin suddenly realized that something was wrong. How come my daughter Tang Xini is holding the house purchase contract? Could it be that? She flipped through a few pages, and soon saw the signatures of Tang Xini and Su Zimo at the back. Xini, this? Chen Yakin suddenly raised her head, her face full of disbelief. If it is just an ordinary house worth a few 100,000 yuan and the daughter's name is written on it, her family can still scrape together some money. If that doesn't work, they can ask relatives for a loan. But this is a house worth 13 million. How can her family afford this? It's impossible. Tang Xini didn't know what to say, so she could only look at Su Zimo for help. Uncle, aunt. Su Zimo spoke up and said seriously, this is the guarantee I give to Xini. Assure? Chen Yakin and Tang Rong looked at each other. As parents, what else can they say? However, this guarantee is too. Tang Rong pondered his words for a while before saying, Zimo, you can give Xini such a guarantee. As parents, we are indeed relieved. However, for such a large amount of property, don't you need to discuss it with your family? Adding your name to a property worth tens of millions is definitely not a trivial matter. When Tang Rong said this, he also expressed his inner worries. If this matter did not have the consent of Su Zimo's family, I am afraid that trouble would arise in the future. He didn't want his daughter to be unwelcome in her husband's family in the future. Don't worry, uncle. Everything I do has been approved by my parents. In order to appease the worries of the two elders, Su Zimo revealed a little bit of the situation. After the divorce, I made some money from overseas investments. Now, the daily income is very good. Although he did not elaborate on the exact amount, he briefly explained the source of income. You have really made progress. Having money at home and having the ability to make money are two completely different things. Tang Rong and Chen Yakin both felt infinite emotion in their hearts, and at the same time they felt very relieved. In the future, my daughter will be able to live a good life with Su Zimo. As for the name, just add it. It's just a matter between the couple anyway, there's no need to worry too much about it. The contract has already been signed, and it would be very troublesome to change it. Moreover, with this kind of guarantee, parents do feel at ease. Tang Rong didn't say anything, but just poured another cup of tea for Su Zimo. As for Chen Yakin, the more she looked at Su Zimo, the more she liked him. She felt that she had very good taste. What kind of fairy son-in-law is this? They just confirmed their relationship and they bought a house for their daughter. Once such a thing gets out, I wonder how many people will be envious. Especially those who like to gossip may get conjunctivitis. The more she thought about it, the more comfortable Chen Yakin felt. From now on, those people will just be jealous and envious. Fortunately, she urged her daughter to invite Su Zimo to have dinner at home, otherwise, their relationship would definitely not have developed so quickly. As a mother, of course she knows clearly that she is her own daughter. Even if I like someone in my heart, I won't take the initiative. Put away all the contracts. Chen Yakin explained to Tang Xini. This is a contract worth 13 million. Tang Xini took the file bag but hesitated to speak. The shock of the house was already so great. If my parents knew that Su Zimo had transferred 10 million to me. How shocked would that be? What is certain is that it will set you back. But she didn't want to make things difficult for Su Zimo. As Su Zimo said, this money was to be used to run their small home. Next, Chen Yakin kept asking some details about the house. Seeing this, Su Zimo simply said, "Auntie, it's still early now, why don't we go take a look at the new house? It's only 4:10 in the afternoon. Is this appropriate?" Although Chen Yakin said this, her face was full of anticipation. Of course it is appropriate. Uncle, Aunt, shall we go over and take a look? Su Zimo stood up first. Tang Rong originally didn't want to join in the fun, but was forcibly pulled up by his wife Chen Yakin. Getting on the G-Class, the four of them headed straight for Greentown Golftown. Because it is in an urban area, it takes less than 20 minutes to get there. As soon as they entered the community, Tang Rong and Chen Yakin looked around curiously at the environment inside. Got off the car. Because we parked in the garage, we went directly to the underground floor. The Chinese-style decoration inside immediately caught the two elders' eyes. The new Chinese style does not look old-fashioned and is elegant in every aspect, which is very consistent with their aesthetic. This decoration is really beautiful. Chen Yakin exclaimed in admiration, with joy in her eyes. Moreover, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the back garden inside the courtyard wall. Very delicate, also made scenery. I wonder how pleasant it would be to sit on a chair in this garden at night. No wonder, it costs more than 10 million. Just by looking at the back garden, the two elders expressed such emotion. Next is the first layer. The living room has a wide view and there is a front garden outside. Chen Yakin couldn't help but ask, "Zimo, how much did it cost to decorate this house?" "Auntie, I heard from the salesperson that it cost about 6 million. 6 million for renovation?" Chen Yakin and Tang Rong both looked shocked. Neither of them has ever earned so much money in their entire lives. Next, we visited each room one by one, and finally, we arrived at the rooftop on the third floor. Looking at the lake and golf course in the distance is so pleasing to the eye. "Uncle, Aunt, what do you think of this place?" Su Zimo asked them. "It's a great environment." Chen Yakin was telling the truth, and Tang Rong beside her nodded in agreement. "As long as Uncle and Aunt like it. How can we make it so that they like it?" Tang Rong and Chen Yakin looked at him in surprise, and Su Zimo continued, "Cindy and I bought this house for our parents to live in. The air here is better than in the city, and it's suitable for retirement." Just as they were about to say something, Su Zimo had already anticipated it. "Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt, I've asked my parents about this matter, and they agree." All of a sudden, the two of them felt very fond of the relative whom they had never met before. However, just because others are generous doesn't mean they can accept it with peace of mind. "Zimo, we appreciate your parents' kindness." Tang Rong glanced at his wife before continuing, "It doesn't matter where we live, as long as you and Cindy can live a good life in the future." "Uncle, because I usually have to deal with overseas investments, I am not comfortable letting Cindy live here alone. Besides, if we have children in the future, we will have to take care of them." It sounded fine at first, but when she heard the word child, Tang Cindy's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Obviously, nothing has happened between the two of them. Chapter 89 Art Academy. "Besides, Uncle and Aunt, Cindy and I are worried about you living where you are now." There was a reason why Su Zimo made such arrangements. He didn't want to miss Tang Cindy, so he could only make up for it in other ways. Naturally, settling her parents is the most important thing. Moreover, the money for buying the house can only be spent on Tang Cindy. 89 million. Even if I buy another large flat, it would be impossible to spend all the money. If it is normal living expenses, then transfer the 10 million to Tang Cindy. If Su Zimo does not urge her, I am afraid that there will be some left even when she is old. Chen Yakin was just about to give some reasons when suddenly, the phone rang. It was Tang Xinyao calling. It turns out it's already 5:30. Tang Xinyao is happier today. Her brother-in-law bought her a new cell phone and computer. During the cultural class, she took out a laptop from her school bag. "Cindy, did you buy a new computer?" A classmate who was close to me took a look and came closer. "Wow, a new fruit style, this shouldn't be cheap, right?" "Fine." Tang Xinyao had a bright smile on her face. "This computer costs 29,999. However, girls don't know much about computer prices, so no one could guess the price. It doesn't really matter. Most importantly, Tang Xinyao can finally take out her cell phone to play at school. After class. Tang Xinyo was taking beautiful selfies while several classmates around her were chatting about all sorts of things. Some were talking about the entertainment industry, while others were looking at cosmetics and the like. At this time, a beautiful figure walked into the classroom. It's He Fei Fei. Several people waved and called out, Fei Fei, here. He Fei Fei walked over quickly. Fei Fei, where did you go last night? Why didn't you go back to the dormitory and were late for class? The person who asked this was naturally a classmate in the dormitory. I went to see a friend. He Fei Fei replied casually, and after sitting down, she placed her bag on the seat. No one noticed it at first, but the obvious logo on the bag was still recognized. Fei Fei, is this an LV bag? That classmate's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. LV, even people who have never been exposed to luxury goods have heard of it. What's more, they are students of the art academy. Yeah, I just bought it. It's not expensive, only 34,000 yuan. He Fei Fei spoke seemingly casually. $34,000? Isn't that expensive? The students around exclaimed. They are still freshmen in college, and even if they come from wealthy families, it is unlikely that they will give their children so much money to buy a bag. Moreover, the art college is actually a technical college. It sounds nice to call it a higher vocational college, but in fact it is just a junior college. If the assets are tens of millions, such a family will most likely spend some money to send their children to better schools. So, at most, it is just a small wealthy family. Naturally, whoever in the class can carry a luxury bag will be the most eye-catching. As for those who study art, they are most exposed to information about the entertainment industry, so it is natural for them to develop vanity, and therefore, many people can't stick to their bottom line. It was like this in my freshman year, sophomore year, junior year. Tang Xinyo also looked over there. In fact, she was not very fond of that bag. But who among those who study art doesn't like to be the focus on the stage? He Fei Fei undoubtedly became the focus and attracted a lot of attention. With her permission, the classmates around her also touched the LV bag. Although they all praised it, in fact, as they were only freshmen, they didn't know much about bags at all. They were more amazed at the value of the bag. More than 30,000 yuan. Where did He Fei Fei get it? Some students may know this, but no one will speak out about it. Since the ultimate goal is to enter the entertainment industry and stand out from many classmates, you naturally have to make yourself dazzling enough. Some people choose to work hard on their dancing skills. Some people choose to take shortcuts. With Tang Xinyao's looks, she should be the most dazzling one, but the class is full of girls. Her beauty only brings jealousy. Just like now, He Fei Fei, who was enjoying a lot of praise, looked at Tang Xinyo with great pride. Yao Yao, you are from Xinsheng, when will you take us to your home to play? He Fei Fei said this deliberately. In fact, she could see that Tang Xinyo had always been wearing school uniforms, and her shoes were also a very ordinary brand. Her dance shoes were even older and just barely usable. Her intention in doing so was actually to demonstrate her superiority so as to suppress Tang Xinyo. Who said Tang Xinyo is prettier than her? Yes, Yao Yao, the school dormitory is too boring. The power and internet are cut off at 10:30 p.m. on weekends. Several good classmates also agreed. This. Tang Xinyo looked embarrassed, and finally said softly, I'll go home and ask my parents. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. After school. Tang Xinyo returned home with a sad face. I didn't know how to deal with my classmates, and after looking around, I found out that my parents were not at home. So I called my mother. Mom, where have you been? I haven't cooked yet. I'm almost starving. After all, she is an art student and she consumes a lot of physical energy. Besides, her family is in financial difficulty recently and there is no pocket money for her. I'll be back soon, you cook the meal at home first. Chen Yakin's voice came from the other end of the microphone. Where's Dad? Why isn't he home? Tang Xinyo collapsed on the sofa, with some complaints in her tone. Your father and I are now in your sister's new home. Sister's new home? Tang Xinyo was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Did my sister and brother-in-law really buy a new house? Where is it? Mom, send me the coordinates and I'll go over and take a look. She wasn't hungry anymore, and there was excitement in her eyes. What are you doing here? No, I just want to go see the new house. Since you guys are going, I want to go too. Because Chen Yakin turned on the loudspeaker, Su Zimo and the others also heard it. "Auntie, it's almost rush hour now. It will take some time to get home, and it will take time to cook. Why don't we ask Shinya to come over? It's just right. I can order takeout now. By the time she gets here, the takeout should have been delivered," Su Zimo suggested. Okay. Chen Yakin thought about it and decided that this would be more convenient, so she agreed. She also felt sorry for her little daughter, but she had forgotten the time when she was looking at the house just now. So, he sent Tang Sini the location and taxi fare. Su Zimo opened the official account of Suji Seafood and started ordering dishes. It's a bit expensive, but the taste is really good. Chapter 90 Sister-in-Law becomes a breakthrough. The journey was more than 10 minutes, but because of the evening rush hour, Tang Xinyao only arrived at the destination in half an hour. After entering the community, she was a little confused. Especially when he saw the courtyard gate open and Chen Yakin walked out, his eyes widened. "Mom?" God knows, she even felt like she had come to the wrong place just now. This is a villa area. My sister's new house is actually a villa? Oh my god. Then, at Chen Yakin's invitation, Tang Xinyao entered the front yard and immediately froze in place again. In fact, most villas in China do not have decorated garden areas. Many of them save trouble by simply laying floor tiles, planting some flowers and plants at most, and putting stone tables and chairs in the yard as embellishments. If you really want to decorate the garden, even if it's just to build a decent rockery, it will cost hundreds of thousands. If you want to build a landscape, it will cost at least 1 million. Some rare trees can even cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each. There are many people who can afford to buy a villa but cannot afford to decorate it. Obviously, a yard that costs millions to build has a great impact. Especially ordinary families. What are you standing there for? Aren't you hot? Chen Yakin urged her when she saw her stop. Oh. Tang Xinyao came back to her senses, quickly moved to her mother and asked, "Mom? Is this my sister's new home? Your brother-in-law bought it." Chen Yakin said this with a sigh. It's no wonder that the little daughter asked this. Even she still feels a little unreal. Just now, Su Zimo mentioned several times that he wanted them to move in. How can they live in peace? If her daughter really gives birth to a child, she can come over and help take care of it. My brother-in-law bought it. Thinking of the car Su Zimo drove and the electronic products he generously bought for her, Tang Xinyao had a strong feeling. My brother-in-law is so rich. Entering the house, the cool air from the central air conditioning blew towards her face, just like a stream of clear spring water, instantly dispelling the heat outside, making Tang Xinyao feel comfortable and relaxed all over. Looking around, the new Chinese-style decoration in the house was elegant and stylish, which immediately made Tang Xinyao's eyes light up. This house is so beautiful. She hadn't thought of living here. But, it's normal for my sister-in-law to come over for a visit, right? So, the first person Tang Xinyao called out to when she entered the living room was Su Zimo, brother-in-law. The girl's voice is crisp and sweet. Here you are, come and do it. Su Zimo greeted her with a smile and behaved properly. There is nothing in the new house, but he just ordered Suji seafood and some fruits. The seafood has not been delivered yet. The fruit has been delivered. Thank you, brother-in-law. Tang Xinyao immediately ran to sit next to her sister, and excitedly took her sister's arm, her eyes still looking around. She suddenly thought of her classmates' request. If she could bring her classmates here. Then, she secretly glanced at Su Zimo again. This is my brother-in-law's house. Of course, that requires my brother-in-law's permission. How should I start? You must be hungry. Eat some fruit first. The takeaway will take some time to arrive. Su Zimo pushed the fruit box towards her. If you order seafood, it will be cooked fresh, and it will take at least an hour. Thank you, brother-in-law. Tang Xinyao was really hungry. She picked up the mango flesh with a fork and started eating. Her little mouth was filled up in an instant. Eat slowly, no one is trying to snatch it from you. Chen Yakin gently scolded and reminded him. The two daughters have completely different personalities. One likes to be quiet, the other likes to be active. However, Tang Xinyao didn't care about that at all and kept stuffing food into her mouth without any image. She ate up a huge fruit plate by herself. The second box was also half eaten. When she was rubbing her belly with a satisfied look on her face, she saw the seafood takeaway that was delivered to her. Various shrimps, crabs, and fish. It looked so delicious, but her stomach was already full. Can you leave some for me? Tang Xinyao pleaded pitifully. Woohoo! If she had known this, she wouldn't have eaten so much fruit. With the amount Su Zimo ordered, 4 people definitely couldn't finish it. Of course, it was impossible to let her eat the leftovers, so they picked them out at the beginning. Brother-in-law, can I go see the room? Tang Xinyao was alone with nothing to do, so of course she couldn't stop her curiosity. Sure. Yeah. Thanks, brother-in-law. Tang Xinyao ran away quickly, and then her screams could be heard from all over the house. After running up and down, he finally returned to the living room. But I heard my parents and brother-in-law seem to be discussing something about moving. My parents are moving here? A hint of excitement suddenly flashed in Tang Xinyao's eyes. So could she come along too? Unfortunately, my parents seem to be refusing. The light in her eyes dimmed again. Hope is shattered. He sat down, feeling listless, and the excitement he had just felt was gone. What's wrong? Tang Xini asked doubtfully. No. Tang Xinyao just shook her head. Su Zimo seemed to have noticed something, so he said to her, "Do you want to move in?" If they hadn't been talking about this topic just now, it would certainly be inappropriate for him to bring it up, but now it seems like he is looking for a breakthrough. May I? Tang Xinyao immediately raised her head and looked at him. Sure. Really? Before Tang Xinyao could get excited, her mother Chen Yakin tapped her head and asked, "Why are you joining in the fun?" Mom. Tang Xinyao was very dissatisfied and retorted, "My brother-in-law said he is very busy. Wouldn't it be great if I moved here to accompany my sister? Besides, I am used to sleeping with my sister. I don't care, I'm coming over to accompany my sister." The girl yearns for a better life. Even if you know this is inappropriate, who would want to squeeze into that tiny room when you have such a beautiful villa to live in? She just looked and saw that every room had a cloakroom and a bathroom. This is simply her ideal dream room. She couldn't even imagine how happy she would be every day if she could live here. She settled down. No one can stop it. Her parents didn't allow her to, so she just came over after class. You kid. Chen Yakin wanted to scold her, but Tang Xinyao ran away flexibly, still shouting, I want it, I want it. Auntie, let's just settle it. When Su Zimo tried to persuade her again, Chen Yakin was no longer so determined. Seeing that she was softening, Su Zimo said, Cindy and I are usually very busy. There are still many things missing in our new home. We may not be here during the day. We still need you to take care of it and receive the things. This. Chen Yakin hesitated for a moment, but she also felt that it would be too hypocritical for her to keep refusing, so she could only agree, okay, I'll come over here and wait tomorrow. Yeah. Perhaps the most excited person is Tang Xinyao.